Humanity first encountered intelligent life forms, known as bugs, in the year 1254 of the imperial calendar, on the planet Vesta in the star system Arturo. Vesta was a colonized agricultural planet with a population of 2 million and bare minimum defenses. 16 bug battleships warped into Vesta's orbit and then fell on its largest cities in a show of utter destruction. Afterward, the planet's inhabitants were quickly overrun. 2 million men, women, and children were nearly all wiped out, and worst of all, it seemed the so-called bugs had a taste for human flesh. 1,000 years later, the Galactic Empire of Humanity Starship Iris Conrad, with a crew of 1,200, was 2 years into an exploratory mission to find the home planet of humankind's sworn enemy, the bugs. In fact, at that precise moment, the ship was traveling through hyperspace. Inside the mainframe, a young man whose name was Alan Corinth, and who was a lieutenant of the Imperial Space Fleet Starship Iris Conrad Intelligence Platoon No. 1, was entering a hole in one of the walls while asking a young woman, whose name was Conrad, if he had clearance to go in there since he was only a lieutenant. Right after Iris Conrad, who was the ship's AI and the honorary captain, replied that at that moment, he was their only option. After all of the 6 crew members qualified for that task, 4 were in cold sleep. As for the other qualified crew member who was also awake, he was not a good fit for work in that sector of the ship because he was too tall. Alan then began to do his work and asked Iris what would happen to that bad batch of processor modules, to which the AI replied that she had not received any specific instruction on that topic. Before asking the lieutenant what his thoughts were, the young man then said that he was just thinking that instead of disposing of them, perhaps they could be put to good use. After hearing that, Iris asked him if those modules could be used anywhere other than the mainframe, and Alan replied that they could, before adding that he had done his thesis on that. Right after, the AI agreed and said that the title of that thesis was the use of VR in standalone environments, and the lieutenant added that he had looked into what technology would be required to make it viable. Iris then said that she had skimmed through the other's thesis, but had failed to understand why he favored a standalone environment. She even apologized before saying that, for such VR, she could only conceive of indecent uses. That last comment flustered him, and he quickly clarified that that was not what he had in mind, before explaining that he had just thought that, if an emergency were to prevent humanity from accessing the mainframe, they would need to have a way to create a new VR. After hearing that, she seemed to understand and said that she would consider his query once more if orders came down for the modules to be destroyed. Alan then thanked her before informing her that all the modules had been changed out. Unfortunately, before any of them could say or do anything else, a huge explosion affected the ship, and they both were caught by the blast. Some time later, a desperate Iris called the lieutenant, and the other quickly said that he was awake, although he looked wounded. The young woman then said that it was great that he was awake, because she would have been at a loss for what to do if he had failed to open his eyes. It was then that he noticed he had a wound on his forehead, but she quickly told him to not be alarmed, before adding that the Nanum had already closed his wound. Nanum was short for nanomachines. Every soldier in the Imperial Space Fleet lived in symbiosis with those tiny internal machines. They were a type of multisystem network with access to the 5 senses that supported not only AI and short-range communication systems, but also physical monitoring, treatment, and rebuilding functionality. He then asked her what had happened to him, and she replied that it seemed that the ship had been attacked while traveling in hyperspace, before adding that the method of attack was unknown and that the continued existence of the ship itself was in jeopardy. Obviously, Alan's first thought was that the bugs had attacked them, but she quickly told him that such an attack was impossible with their existing technology, before adding that, regardless, the ship had taken serious damage. At that moment, they had completed warp out but were adrift with non-functional steering capabilities. The attack had arrived from all sides and destroyed the ship's bridge, engine sector, first cold sleep, second cold sleep, communication sector, power control sector, and small vessel bays. I think it would have been faster if she told him what parts of the ship were still intact. After hearing that, he asked her if there were any survivors, to which she replied that he was the sole survivor, since moments before, Second Lieutenant Auxilio had breathed his last in the mess hall. Of course, he couldn't believe that, after all, that meant that the ship's captain, commander, his platoon leader, and comrades were all dead. Immediately thereafter, Iris confirmed it before saying that with the gravity control sector destroyed, most members of the crew had been killed instantly from the impact of warp out. On the other hand, as the most important sector of the ship, the mainframe area was equipped with a gravity damper, which saved our protagonist's life. Afterward, she continued her report saying that the ship would descend momentarily in the direction of a nearby planet, which astonished him since the chances of a planet being located at the site of an unplanned warp out were infinitesimally small. However, she replied that even though it couldn't be denied that they were currently falling due to the thrall of planetary gravity, before adding that the only possible way to prevent descent in that state was to release all redundant sectors of the ship. After hearing that, he agreed on the fact that they should do that, but Iris quickly said that she would require a direct declaration of a first-degree state of emergency from the ship's captain in order to be able to do it. However, our protagonist then pointed out a major flaw of that plan. The ship's captain was dead. Nevertheless, the woman had a solution for that issue. According to the Imperial Military Code Article 12, Clause 3C, our protagonist fulfilled the conditions for promotion to ship's captain. Well, there is no one else, so it's either him or some piece of debris. Of course, that shocked him, but Iris explained that, ordinarily, the captain of a Galaxy-class Navy starship would hold the rank of Commodore. However, our protagonist was the lone survivor, so she, as an AI program, required orders from him, a human. It was then that he understood why she had been speaking to him as a superior, even though he was just a lieutenant. Still, since there was no time to waste, she informed him that, by military code, he should undergo superior officer training immediately. After hearing that, he told her that there was no need to keep up pretenses, before adding that he knew that what she was about to do to him was to brainwash him to be unable to disobey the military code. Still, she ignored his remark and told him to sit back and assume a comfortable position in the cabin, before informing him that the training was about to start. Sometime later, she began to call our protagonist, who was unconscious after going through the training. Luckily, he woke up and she, again, told him that she was glad that he had regained consciousness because she was nearly at a loss for what to do. After hearing that, our protagonist realized that that was the second time he had passed out that day and quickly asked her how long he had been out, to which she replied that around 30 minutes, before adding that there was no need for him to speak formally in front of her. He agreed and asked her if she could confirm if he was the captain at that moment, and she told him that his status as captain had been confirmed, before adding that non-medicated, fully functioning mental status post-application of bioparch had also been confirmed. Immediately thereafter, he used the power newly bestowed on him to declare a first-degree state of emergency, before adding that he conferred upon Iris Conrad the duty of taking any means necessary to maintain the firepower of not only that ship, but the Imperial fleet as a whole. He even told her that those orders took priority over the military code. She immediately complied, and he asked her if she could start rebuilding the ship, to which she replied that she could, before adding that she would like him to depart, using the escape pod. That caught him by surprise, but she explained that when the life-sustaining sector's connections to that area were severed, their airtight seals were breached, which meant that there was no oxygen reserve. However, that explanation was not enough to him, because they didn't know if that planet had an atmosphere or oxygen. In short, even if he escaped there, he could end up dying. Nevertheless, she replied that the optical spectrum analyzer indicated the atmosphere of that planet had a 93% chance of being breathable for humans. As for the other 7%, well, that implied viruses, parasites, unknown dangerous gases, etc. Obviously, after hearing that, he couldn't believe that she still wanted him to go in the pod, and he asked her if they could just land in an airship. Iris then told him that all access to hangar bays had been cut off. Moreover, all airship shuttles had been heavily damaged or destroyed. Nevertheless, he was still reluctant to go because the pod was a one-way ticket. After hearing that, she said that if our protagonist stayed on the ship, he would certainly die from lack of oxygen. Furthermore, at that time, the likelihood of changing the ship's trajectory and performing a successful rebuild was just over half, at 54%. That astonished him, but he quickly regained his composure and asked her for the food and weapons, to which she replied that, unfortunately, the only supplies available were those pre-stocked in the escape pod, Right after, he checked the inventory by using his nanomachines and realized that there was not enough food, water, or firepower to last. Not to mention that if he ran into armored bug soldiers, it would be all over. So, he asked her if she could find anything else. At that moment, she asked him if he wanted to take the processor modules he had just changed out. After all, it could serve as a source of rare metal. Almost immediately, he agreed because he would need to keep ingesting rare metals to maintain his nanomachines. Although, if the planet was uncivilized, he could make do without it. Shortly after, preparations were completed, and he boarded the escape pod and secured himself in the seat. She then told him that she would pray for his success on the mission, and he thanked her. Afterward, the escape pod was launched. When he was finally alone, Alan began to bewail what had happened to everybody, from the ship's commander to his entire platoon. Sadly, he didn't have the chance to mourn them, because the pod began to shake, which let him know that it was entering the atmosphere of the planet. Still, he was not sure if that was supposed to happen, but the system informed him that no issues had been detected so far. He then asked his nanomachines how many times had escape pods descended to planets in the past, to which the nanomachines replied that 12 times in the past 1,000 years, the most recent one 320 years before. At that moment, another noise could be heard, and he asked what had happened. Right after, the system reported that the parachutes had been deployed, before adding that the resulting impact seemed to have created cracks in the pod. Still, no major issues had been detected, and the touchdown would happen in 25 minutes. A while later, Alan asked if the air outside was breathable, to which the system replied that the air quality met safety standards, before adding that the water landing would happen in 1 minute. That surprised our protagonist, and he asked what the nanomachines had meant, to which the system replied that the touchdown had been set over a lake. That freaked him out because the pod was already compromised, so he ordered the system to change course. Sadly, the system informed him that course change was not possible because the pod thrusters only functioned in outer space. Luckily, after landing in the lake, he managed to leave the pod and arrive at the nearby coast safely. Moreover, he was glad that the air was indeed breathable. Right after, he got serious, took his gun in his bag, and said that he needed to leave the coast at once to find a lookout spot. Shortly after, he saw how a lot of debris began to fall from the sky, and realized that those were the pieces of the ship, which let him know that Iris hadn't been able to make it work. Sometime later, he was eating his rations while thinking that since a Galaxy-class destroyer had gone missing, they would have to send out a search party. The only problem was that Naval Command would follow the ship's scheduled trajectory. Therefore, they would search the area where they were meant to warp out. It would be unlikely that they searched near the star system where he currently was, which meant that he was probably stuck on that planet, living out his life all alone. The first few days after arriving on the planet, he spent the time exploring his surroundings. Moreover, the nanomachine's analysis showed that the lake water was safe to drink, which was a piece of good news. Then, one afternoon, he found them. He had the nanomachines magnify his sight and hearing and stated a safe distance of 1,000 feet, or 1,715.27 bananas to observe. The living creatures he saw, who looked like masked goblins, appeared to be walking on 2 legs, but he could tell right away that they were not human. It was pretty obvious since they were green. On the other hand, they carried clubs and spears and wore loincloths, so he had to assume they had some measure of intelligence. Eventually, he built up his resolve to approach and tried speaking to them in human language, but their response was attacking him, all at once. Their intent to kill was clear, so he ended up engaging in combat, and the fight was over before it even started. They simply didn't stand a chance against his weapon. Apart from those adversaries, he also encountered what could be called, from an Earth standpoint, rabbits and boars, which were a valuable source of protein. He also found other sources of food in the form of leaves and tubers. Once night fell, he set straight to cooking up the ingredients he had gathered, and all things considered, they were delicious. He didn't have salt, so the flavor was a bit plain, but salt could be considered a luxury at that moment. On the other hand, he also found a river, and he thought that by following the river he could find an ocean, which in turn could allow him to get some salt. In fact, he decided to leave the area where he was the following day to try following the river. The following day, he began following the river, But shortly after he found himself at the top of a high waterfall with no means to go down, so he decided to go in the opposite direction. Some time passed, and he began to consider the idea of start looking for somewhere to sleep before the night arrived. Nevertheless, at that moment he found something that shocked him. There were wheel ruts on the ground, along with hoof prints, which made him think that perhaps they were left by a wagon. Moreover, that meant that he had finally found proof that there was civilized life there. Right after, he determined the direction the wagon had gone, before ordering his nanomachines to enter long-distance travel mode. In long-distance travel mode, the nanomachines manipulated his lung cells to optimize oxygen exchange and his red blood cells to maximize blood oxygen levels. That mode allowed him to run for long periods of time. Nevertheless, sustained use could lead to health detriments, so he couldn't use it all the time. After running for some time, he estimated that he should have run 60 miles, and right after the system reported that sounds of battle had been detected. He then ordered the nanomachines to zoom in on the source of the sound, and he could see two people, a man and a young woman, fighting against what seemed to be a pack of wolves, which were the first members of humanity he had seen since his arrival to that planet. The first time humanity encountered other humans was in the pre-Empire year of 1513. It happened when an exploration vessel from the third planet Adele of the star system Assaport visited Santana in the Gaia star system. At first, the vessel's crew was ecstatic about finding another planet where humanity could live. Yet, as they explored further and discovered the planet's indigenous life forms, they realized that not only were the animals similar to those they were familiar with, but that the intelligent life forms they encountered there were indistinguishable from humans. On top of that, they were astonished to find that the genetic makeup of the life forms that at first sight appeared to be human turned out to be truly identical to the humanity they already knew. Afterward, several layers of scientific proof showed that the two groups of humans had devolved separately, so a debate was created around finding an explanation for the fact that the two groups had ended up with the same DNA. Moreover, that debate set off an uproar on both planets. The most popular argument at that time was the theory that rather than evolving separately on different planets, some third party had created planets that were livable for humans and had put humanity on them to grow and flourish. Years passed, and further proving missions sponsored by the Adelian government found then another group of additional humans. Each group was found to have similar circumstances to the group originally discovered, which eventually drove the third-party theory into widespread acceptance. On the other hand, those groups who had managed to evolve independently in distinct star systems came to be known as members of humanity. Back to reality, one of the wolves bit the young woman, and Alan said that since they were members of humanity, he had to save them. Right after, he ordered his nanomachines to aim for the target, and the system reported that the target had been locked, before adding that it was aligning muscle fibers and gun muzzle. The breathing was under control, and his suit posture had been fixed. Almost immediately, he fired and killed all the wolves. Unfortunately, at that point, the young woman was lying motionless and wounded on the floor, while the man, who was an old man, looked badly hurt, even though he was still standing. Moreover, it seemed they spoke a different language than our protagonists. Still, our protagonist understood what the old man meant, so he asked the system what he could do to help her, and the nanomachines replied that he should touch her blood. Once he did it, the system reported that the girl was definitely a member of humanity, before asking him to put a tourniquet on the wound to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, she had lost part of her right leg during the battle. Afterward, the system told him that some nanomachines had been collecting in his left wrist, before adding that he should make a cut there and have her drink his blood. Wow, it seems that the Empire's advanced technology managed to replicate vampire powers. However, he freaked out after hearing that and couldn't believe that the system wanted him to cut his wrist. Right after, the system showed him exactly where to cut, and he reluctantly did it. Nevertheless, he soon realized that it didn't hurt even though the wound was bleeding. At that moment, the system informed him that his sense of pain had been temporarily shut off, and he complained because the nanomachines hadn't told him that earlier. Still, he made the girl drink his blood, and almost immediately, the nanomachines told him that he had to ingest 8 rare metal capsules before giving 16 capsules to her. Shortly after, The system reported that the wound surface presented difficulty before asking him to use the knife to cut a straight edge, which, again, astonished him. Still, the nanomachines reported that the girl's sense of pain had also been shut off. Immediately thereafter, he did as instructed, and the system told him to wrap a bandage around her wound. And after doing that, the nanomachine said that the first aid measures had been completed. He then asked how long before she could move, and the system replied that she would require a day of rest. Then, he said that it was time to bury the other corpses. In the end, he had to dig 9 graves, which was a lot of work. In fact, while he was doing it, the system reported to him that the girl was waking up. A flashback then started showing how the girl had ended up almost dying while fighting the wolves. The old man asked 2 young guys, who were members of his party, how many wolves there were, and the others told him that there were still 10 more to kill. On the other hand, the young girl asked a young woman called Fall to give her a bow, but the woman refused before asking the girl, who seemed to be of noble birth, to stay in the wagon. Sadly, at that moment, they detected more greyhounds up ahead, and the old man realized they were suffering a pincer attack. In short, those monsters had meant to trap them there. Shortly after, the hounds killed the horses and the wagon ended up getting crushed, which forced all the people inside to leave. Unfortunately, they all got hit, and the noble girl ended up unconscious. Sometime later, she woke up and only the old man, whose name was Antits, was with her. She quickly asked him about the others, and he told her that they had all died. He then told her that they would have to face the remaining wolves by themselves, while using the wagon remains as a cover. They both fought bravely, but eventually one of the wolves bit the noble girl's arm, and she ended up losing it. Back to the present, the girl woke up and immediately asked where was Captain Antis, but then she finally realized that she had lost part of her left arm and part of her right leg. Of course, that was a shocking experience for her, but before she could have time to process it, our protagonist appeared. She then thought that he was a strange man and wondered if he was a clown due to his clothes. He also thought he could be a rebel. Right after, she asked him who he was and what language he was speaking. Afterward, they tried to communicate using words to no avail, so he decided to try using signs instead. That decision proved to be the right one because, after a short while, she realized not only that he had saved her, but that her wounds didn't hurt even though her limbs were gone. She then asked him where the others were, and he showed her their bodies, which shocked her because she knew that they had all died for her sake. Shortly after, he princess carried her and took her close to their corpses. The noble girl then began to tell their names, before saying that they had all served her faithfully her whole life. She also added that her position in society was not one that allowed her to cry in front of others, but at that moment, she just couldn't help it, and she began to cry out loud. Afterward, she tried to take her away to keep burying their corpses, but she refused, saying that even though she couldn't help him, she wanted to see them off. She wanted to watch and say goodbye to them. Fortunately, he understood what she wanted and put her somewhere nearby so she could see how he buried the others. In fact, she noticed that he had gone out of his way to dig separate graves for all 9 of them. She even noticed the moment he took out her missing limbs to bury them. Sometime later, she said that all of them had served her well all her life, before adding that she would proudly carry the memory of their loyalty to her until she breathed her last. She also told our protagonist that words couldn't express the gratitude she owed him for what he had done. Saving her life and burying the others with such respect were deeds that meant the world to her. She even went as far as to swear that she would repay the favor, before adding that she owed him that debt of gratitude, at the very least. She swore that on the goddess Luminous. However, what astonished Alan was the fact that a strange glow began to surround the noble girl while she was talking. As for her, she simply thought that she would carry on the other's spirit, and thanks to that, she had a reason to keep on living. Alan asked the system why the girl had glowed before, but the nanomachines didn't know the cause. Still, they told him that their sensors had detected some kind of energy emission approximately 1 second after her eyes closed. Sadly, the system didn't identify the nature of that energy emission. Afterward, he thought that if the nanomachines didn't know, it should really be something special. So he decided to ask her about it later. On the other hand, she thought that she felt tired and still couldn't believe she had lost an arm, and a leg mere hours before. Moreover, even though she had seen Fowl using healing magic any number of times, she didn't think that her magic could handle wounds like hers. So she ended up considering our protagonist as someone amazingly skilled. As for that amazingly skilled protagonist, he just couldn't find the cut-up plastic bottle he was looking for. Shortly after, she offered a glass of water. And despite still not being able to understand what he said, she was able to guess what that liquid was and quickly drank it, since she was very thirsty. Right after, she noticed the thermos our protagonist was holding and began to wonder what was that container. After all, it was so thin that it was like holding nothing at all. She even wanted to know how much it would cost to get one of those. On the other hand, he was thinking that she might be hungry, but the problem was that all he had were travel rations, so he could only hope she liked the fruitcake-flavored ones. Of course, she also noticed the gold box he was holding, and she also wondered what was it. As for him, at that moment he realized that he hadn't taken into consideration that she only had one hand, not to mention that she wouldn't know how to open the ration, so he decided to open it for her. Moreover, since he noticed that she looked confused while seeing him doing that, he decided to take a bite of the ration to show her that it was food, and when she saw it she began to wonder if she was truly supposed to eat that. Still, she took it and took a bite, and after tasting it she really liked it because it was sweet. He noticed her reaction and guessed that she was enjoying it, before thinking that she should not usually get good food to eat. Shortly after, he decided to introduce himself and told her that his name was Alan Corinth. Luckily, since that was common sense, she quickly understood what he was doing and learned his name. Right after, she did the same and introduced herself as Cleria Starvine. Immediately thereafter, she noticed that he had shown no reaction to the Starvin name, and she found it odd, so she concluded that our protagonist really wasn't from around there. No, dearie, he is from a galaxy far, far away. Still, since he had a family name and given the luxury items he was using, meaning the glass vessel and the food, she also concluded that he was a noble for certain. The problem was that she hadn't heard of the Corinth name before. Time passed and night fell, so it was time to sleep, but when he was about to do it, the system recommended he did it by her side. He asked the nanomachines why, and they replied that given the amount of fluid she had taken earlier, there was a 98.25% chance that she would wish to relieve herself at dawn. It was then that it hit him. Since she couldn't walk, he would have to help her, and that flustered him because that would be very uncomfortable. That was why he decided that he needed to solve that issue while she was sleeping. Right after, he asked the nanomachines to draw an exact blueprint using available materials. Shortly after, he began to work on something, and after a while, he walked toward her holding something in his hands. She woke up at that moment and got scared by the sight of him approaching her. Luckily, she managed to realize that he meant no harm, unlike those tsundere who are the usual romantic interest of the main character in Japanese media. He then told her to keep still and began to attach the device to her leg, while she wondered if he was using more healing magic. A while later, she was astonished after seeing the prosthetic leg he had attached to her. Right after, he invited her to give it a try, and she was reluctant, because he knew that she couldn't walk due to her missing leg. Still, she ended up complying and was astonished after realizing that she could indeed walk by using the prosthesis. Obviously, she immediately began to cry while saying that she couldn't believe that she was able to walk again. In fact, she ended up leaning on his chest while saying that it was really amazing. Of course, she then quickly realized how improper was that situation and moved away to try getting used to the prosthesis. On the other hand, he was smiling with satisfaction while saying that the mission had been accomplished, before giving himself an A++ ranking to boot. Shortly after, she returned and found him sleeping. It was then that she realized that there was no way he could have made something like that just that morning, so the only explanation was that he should have stayed up all night working on it. She then told herself that they would need to keep moving as soon as he woke up, so she decided to use that time and get ready, before wondering if he would do her the favor of accompanying her. A while later, the alarm buzzed, and he quickly woke up. Then, he saw her checking the items of 2 suitcases in front of her, and he thought that she should be figuring out what to take with her. Alan then got closer, but when he was beside her, she was grabbing a piece of underwear, which led to an uncomfortable situation. However, she didn't overreact and simply closed the suitcase before signaling to go to the wagon. Wow, another moment where this girl moved away from the tsundere trope. I am beginning to like her. Afterward, she signaled him that someone was after her, which put him on alert. After all, that could mean she was a criminal. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed that thought and concluded that she could be a refugee or something like that. At that moment, the system recommended he refrain from nonverbal communication before adding that the language analysis was inhibited. However, he was more focused on the fact that there were people after her. In fact, he began to wonder how many people were after her group of 10, before concluding that there should be a bigger group. In the end, he didn't know how many pursuers were, or when they could show up. Not to mention that there should be a reason for all that. On the other hand, considering she was taking her time, he also guessed that there should be enough time, before concluding that they had at least half a day's lead on them, perhaps even a full day. When she returned, he told her that they should keep moving, before adding that they should pick out what to take. Right after, he asked the system to highlight the bags they would need. A while later, he was elated after discovering that inside one of the suitcases, there were pots, pans, salt, and even pepper. He had surely hit the jackpot. On the other hand, Cleria was thinking that she had been afraid to tell our protagonist, to whom she referred as Sir, that she was being chased. After all, they had just met, so he had no reason to get involved. In the end, no one could blame him if he decided to part ways. Nevertheless, he didn't seem at all flustered when she told him that. In fact, at that moment, she began to suspect that he didn't understand her, but she then dismissed that thought since by the looks of it, he had indeed understood her. Sometime later, he gave her a small bag while telling her that he would carry the big suitcases. After seeing that, she realized that he was planning to accompany her, and then she thought that he was really the very picture of a nobleman. She even felt bad for having doubted him. At that moment, she also noticed that he was not carrying a sword of his own, and wondered if he had used one dropped by her men to take down the greyhounds. Luckily, there were various spare swords, and she told him to pick one. Alan then thought that the energy packs on the pulse rifle and laser gun would eventually run out, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a backup weapon, which was why he ended up taking one of the swords while thinking that it looked exactly like the one he used to use in that VR video game he was addicted to in high school. Meanwhile, Cleria thought that he had gone straight for Captain Antai's magic sword, which confirmed to her that he knew what he was doing. On the other hand, Alan thought that he had never held a sword in real life before, but he was willing to give it a try. Immediately thereafter, he took a battle position while trying to recall what he did in the game. As for the system, it located the sword skill neural pathways developed during gaming and military exercises and sent them to our protagonist's nervous system. In the meantime, Cleria was thinking that she finally got to see for herself how our protagonist handled a sword, before recalling that there were at least 10 greyhounds alive when she lost consciousness. Of course, she had assumed that he should have taken them all by himself. Alan then started to make his moves and Cleria began to wonder what style he was using, before noticing that he was very fast. On the other hand, our protagonist decided to try the so-called secret sword skill of the master he had gotten from winning the game. Right after, he began to do the moves from that sword style, and she was flabbergasted by seeing him. She even thought that those moves were like no style she had ever seen before adding that it was almost like he was dancing. Cleria also thought that just from watching his moves, she could see how no one stood a chance against him, not even a sword master. She then concluded that what she was seeing was the technique our protagonist used to win a decisive victory. After all, for swordsmen, their ultimate technique decided whether they lived or died. Moreover, because of that fact, she thought that the fact that he was allowing her to see his ultimate technique was a display of trust on his part. It was then that she decided to trust him. On the other hand, he decided to call his ultimate technique Corinth-style secret sword skill Meteor Stream. He then turned around and saw a blushing Cleria, who was watching him while smiling, and he then thought that the name he had picked was too gamer-esque. In fact, he ended up deciding to keep that name to himself, even when he learned Cleria's language. After all, it looked nothing like a meteor. Our protagonist recalled that Cleria had told him that their destination was 20 days away, and then he asked the system how long it would take for her leg to grow back, to which the nanomachines replied that it was unknown. After all, estimates varied greatly depending on the amounts of macronutrients and micronutrients ingested. After hearing that, he realized that the nanomachines were regrowing her limbs by drawing on reserves in other parts of her body. Alan then asked the system how long it would take for her to walk on it if they changed the prioritization of cell division in her leg, to which the nanomachines replied that it would take 2 weeks. Our protagonist then said that they would better prioritize her leg, so she would need nutrients to recover, which meant that it was time to go hunting again. Afterward, the system reminded him that he needed to get rid of gestures in order to speed up learning Cleria's language, and he replied that he was aware of that. Right after, he touched a tree and asked Cleria how she called that thing, and she quickly understood that he was trying to learn her language, before realizing that relying on only gestures wouldn't get him very far. She then replied that the tree was called Tree, and he thought that he would let the nanomachines keep track of the words for him before realizing that he hadn't asked her how old she was, although he also thought that it might be rude to ask a lady her age. Still, he judged by her appearance that she was just a kid, and because of that, he concluded that she wouldn't mind if he asked her that. Right after, he used his hands to tell her that he was 25 years old, which surprised her because she had thought that he was younger. Cleria then tried to do the same, but she quickly realized that, with a missing hand, it wouldn't be possible. Of course, he also noticed that, and to avoid another uncomfortable moment, he used his hands to guess what she was trying to tell him. His first choice was 17, and she confirmed it, which surprised him because he had gotten right on the first try. However, what he didn't know was that she was actually 16 years old, but had decided to let him believe she was older, so he didn't think she was a child. Besides, 17 was close enough to her real age anyway. Afterward, he kept asking her how she called several things around them until they met a wild boar, but when he asked her how she called it, she warned him, saying that the animal was getting angry. Unfortunately, there was no time to run because the boar immediately charged against them. After seeing that, Alan ordered the nanomachines to enter close-range combat mode while taking his sword, since he had decided to keep his rifle and gun in reserve. A few seconds later, our protagonist easily avoided the boar's attack before slicing it in two with his sword. However, the battle was far from being over, because at that moment 3 wolves appeared in front of them, which made Cleria guess that the boar had charged against them, because the greyhounds were chasing it. Cleria also noticed that our protagonist had the intention to fight the hounds while protecting her, but she realized that he couldn't possibly take them all down before they reached her. Nevertheless, he managed to quickly kill the 3 of them, while saying that against a soldier like him, who had trained against holographic bugs, they didn't stand a chance. Afterward, he began to cut the boar, while thinking that they had gotten meat. Some time passed, and he finished taking care of the meat. He then noticed that she was staring at him while shaking, so he asked her what she was looking at before telling her that they should get going. They kept walking and eventually reached a river. At that moment, he told her that they were going to camp there for the night, before adding, while getting ready to begin cooking, that they might even be able to wash themselves. While she saw him doing that, Cleria thought that she had been hungry since the day before. And since he had taken down that big boar earlier, they should at least have meat for dinner. Meanwhile, he was confirming that they had salt, pepper, and some herbs for seasonings. There was not much variety, but at least there was plenty of food for 2 people. Immediately thereafter, he decided to let the blood drain from the liver to get rid of the smell, and it was then that she realized that our protagonist could cook. So she began to wonder if there was anything she could do to help. At that moment, she recalled that she could use magic to light the fire and quickly cast a spell. Shortly after, Alan returned and saw that she had gotten the fire going. He didn't see the spell, though, and thought that she was handier than he had thought. A while later, he began to eat, and she wondered if she could stomach eating raw fish on bread. Nevertheless, after tasting it, she discovered that it was delicious, which surprised her a lot. Once they finished eating, she thought that everything had tasted good, before thinking that she would even dare to call it fine dining. Then, while he told her that he would clean so she could relax, She thought that she might have eaten more than he did, which was kind of embarrassing. Alan had also noticed that, and while they were washing the dishes in the river, wondered if she was fine. Luckily, the system told him that no problems had been detected, before adding that the daily required intake had been satisfied. He then thought that, as it stood, Cleria's body needed more material to regenerate her leg, so it was perhaps due to it that her body had reacted by making her hungry. He also thought that it was going to be hard getting that amount of food every day while they were traveling. In the end, it had been a stretch from the start, making her travel on that prosthetic. After all, the best approach would have been to focus on getting her leg healed. So, at that moment, he decided to change their plans. They would find a site along the river and camp out at least until her leg regenerated. Right after, he told him that at that moment it was difficult to travel because of her leg, so it would be better for them to rest for a while. Of course, she began to feel sad after hearing that, and she believed that he was just being nice to her by telling her that they needed to rest. Of course, she wanted to get to Gotania as soon as possible, but she didn't want to make matters worse either. After all, if he pushed herself too hard and became unable to walk at all, that would only set her back more. In the end, she realized that she would just have to live with taking her time. Afterward, she agreed with him, which made him feel good. Then, he told her that since it was too early to sleep, and the water there was just the right depth, they could give bathing a try. In fact, he added that he was going to take a bath, which surprised her because he was just going to take a bath in front of a lady. However, she then realized that he had a point after all. It would be dangerous for them to stray far from one another in that situation. In fact, she even thought that perhaps he was suppressing his shame to do so in order to be ready at a moment's notice. Afterward, Cleary apologized to him for causing him such shame with her weakness, but he couldn't understand her, and he wondered if he had done something wrong. Nevertheless, while he was undressing, he finally guessed what she was thinking, but he then thought that he didn't care if a kid saw him bathe. A while later, he was taking a bath, while an embarrassed Cleria did her best to not peek. Then, he realized that since he only had one jumpsuit, the only available option for him was to wear his uniform. Afterward, Cleria was deeply surprised after seeing our protagonist wearing his uniform. In fact, she was so flustered that she decided to immediately go take a bath to avoid showing him how deeply she was blushing. While she was bathing, she thought that his military uniform had a sublime tailoring, not to mention the high quality of the fabric. Then, she thought that if our protagonist could afford to clothe like that caliber, he should be of high rank. In fact, she went as far as to think that he should be a marquis at least. Perhaps he could even be some kind of royal. However, she didn't fail to notice that even when the water touched her wounds, they didn't hurt. Still, she decided to remove her bandages to see how her wounds looked. Shortly after, she was astonished because it looked like flesh was coming back on the wound's surface, and there was even some thin skin forming. Her astonishment was understandable, because just the day before it was mostly raw with some scabbing. So, she quickly concluded that whatever our protagonist had done for her, it hadn't been just normal healing magic. Let's take a moment to point out how naturally they both got naked and bathed. Sure, she was embarrassed at first, but then she realized that under the circumstances she couldn't afford to behave like the usual anime main waifu. Cleria is truly earning our respect. Some time passed, and she finally finished bathing and dressing, then she returned with our protagonist. Nevertheless, when he turned around to see her, he was astonished to the point of asking her if she was really Cleria. His reaction was so exaggerated that she wondered if there was something wrong with her outfit. On the other hand, Alan thought that she had cleaned up so well that she looked like a totally different person. In fact, he also thought that if she was part of the Empire, she would be on par to run for Miss Galaxy. Meanwhile, Iris was receiving some reports from the system. Apparently, all the Rican drones had landed successfully, and they were operating in safe mode. She then asked about the status of the ship reconstruction, and the system replied that it was preparing the simulation of connected and jettisoned sectors. Afterward, Iris asked about the status of communication with the escape pod, to which the system replied that it hadn't been able to communicate with it so far, before adding that the search of the estimated crash site had been scheduled to begin in 65 minutes. Once she heard that, She ordered the system to make finding the captain the drone's top priority, before adding that they should scout and survey intelligent life forms and their civilizations in parallel with locating the captain. Right after, she prayed for our protagonist's safety. IC-2248, Star System Tau Vega 2, Colony Planet Athena. At the Star-class heavy cruiser Theo, the system, whose name was also Theo, announced a Category 1 alert. Iris, a lieutenant colonel and the captain of the ship, asked where the other captains were, to which the other replied that they were on standby. A while later, she was with the other captains and asked Theo what the situation was. The system then replied that 16 BGE Fira cruisers were at a distance of approximately 40,000 light seconds, before adding that the confirmed warp out would be 20 minutes. After hearing that, one of the captains said that they had no hope of holding out against them with only a Star-class heavy cruiser and 3 satellite-class vessels. On the other hand, Iris said that the fleet of BGI ships a week ago, before should have been doing recon while they were at it. She also said that the enemy knew their location and firepower and were out in full force for a saturation attack. 1 week before, the planet Sti had been suddenly attacked by a bugs fleet, and Lieutenant Colonel Iris Conrad had decided to rescue the civilians but abandon and destroy the colony. So, large shuttles had been working around the clock to evacuate the inhabitants of the planet into orbit. Back at the meeting, Iris asked Theo how many people were still on the ground, and the system replied that approximately 600. She then asked how much time it would take before they were on a ship and into hyperspace, and the answer was 1 hour and 32 minutes. At that moment, Iris asked where the governor was and why he wasn't in that meeting, to which a woman who was at the meeting replied that Governor General Cheetos had warped out of the star system on the first ship available. Obviously, that pissed Iris a lot, and she said that Cheetos was a coward and a governor in name only. Right after, an old man said that, without the governor, Iris was their next in command, so they were awaiting her decision. After hearing that, she began to feel the pressure. She knew that what she had to do as a military commander in that situation was to withdraw immediately and abandon the people on the last ship coming up. However, she decided against that and told the other captains that she would buy them time with her ship before telling them to wait for the last shuttle to dock, divide the people among their ships, and head to the space base decks. The other captains didn't like those orders, and the other woman even said that they could stay and fight with Iris. Nevertheless, Conrad told them that 3 satellite-class ships wouldn't make much difference, so they should do as they were told. She even added that if her efforts to buy time failed, they shouldn't wait for the last shuttle and should depart immediately. Right after, she asked Captain Karth, the old man and her second in command, to make sure her orders were carried out. Finally, she told them that even though it might have been for just a short time, it had been a pleasure working with them all, before wishing them success. Once they left, she sat and thought that she had the worst luck since she had run into bugs after only 2 weeks at her post. However, she was aware that if she didn't choose the best option available to her, she would have failed in her duties as an officer. In the end, she tried to see the bright side of the situation and thought that at least she would be the only one to take the fall for that bad luck. Immediately thereafter, she ordered all the personnel of her ship to evacuate into the smaller vessels. Some tried to argue against it, but Iris quickly told them that that was an order. Nevertheless, since a female commander named Sarah was expressing vehemently her disagreement, Iris explained to her that she was going to try to buy them some time before asking her to listen to the orders. After hearing that, Sarah finally complied and ordered all the crew members to immediately evacuate. Afterward, Iris apologized to Theo for taking it down with her, but the other replied that it was its pleasure. A while later, the system warned that there was 1 minute until enemy encounter, and Iris ordered to execute Maneuver Sigma 1. The woman then explained that before the enemy spread out, they would dart among them and cause confusion. Then, once they got closer, she wanted a continuous pulse fire of the photon torpedo and positron beam. Shortly after, Theo informed her that one ship had been destroyed, before adding that the pattern of the bug's attack seemed more reserved than usual, which was something she was hoping for. She then explained that what the bugs wanted more than anything was humanity's technology. Right after, she added that they probably wanted to capture her ship without destroying it, so if she could keep picking them off one by one, they would have a chance. Shortly after, Theo announced that 5 enemy ships had been destroyed, before adding that the enemy tractor beam had been activated, and that they were overpowering her ship 3-1. After hearing that, she said that they wouldn't stand for any more damage, before ordering Theo to prioritize evasion over attack, and asking the system how much more time was left, to which Theo replied that it estimated 36 minutes until ships entered hyperspace. That made her feel uncomfortable, because she was aware that, at that rate, she couldn't hold out that long. It was then that she decided to go all in and ordered Theo to retreat out of shooting range, explode the engine sector, let the pieces drift, and let the shields down. The system quickly complied, and Iris asked Theo why it was not asking her the reason for that order, to which the other replied that it knew that was the only option left. Shortly after, the engine sector exploded, and Iris asked how the bugs were responding, to which Theo replied that the bugs' ships were ravenously snapping up the pieces, before adding that none were moving toward the escaping ships. After hearing that, she ordered to activate the battle and all-purpose bots to protect the passageway to the bridge, before ordering to jam the bugs' communication. After all, they shouldn't let any information escape her ship. In fact, she told Theo to activate self-destruct whenever it was deemed necessary. Time passed, and the bugs were boarding Iris ships and fighting against the bots, while Theo informed the Lieutenant Colonel that there were 15 minutes left. Sometime later, Iris finally saw the bugs in front of her and told them, while pointing her gun at them, that the day had finally arrived to see them in person. Immediately thereafter, one of the bugs ordered her to hand over control, which surprised her since that was the first time she had heard they could speak their language. Nevertheless, that confirmed to her that the rumors that the bugs had been keeping humans as livestock were true. On the other hand, the bug ignored her remarks and ordered her again to hand over control, otherwise they would kill her. However, she simply replied that they could go ahead and kill her. The bug then changed its approach and told her that if she didn't hand over control, they would eat her arm. After hearing that, Theo told her that her threats were proving effective, and Iris thought that the bugs believed that she would prioritize self-preservation, and she decided to use that foolishness to her advantage. One of the bugs got closer and told her that they would really eat her, and she finally asked them not to eat her. To be more precise, she told them that she wouldn't hand over control before asking them not to eat her. After hearing that, the bug insisted on ordering her to hand over control, but Iris replied with the same phrase she had said before. Unfortunately, the bug didn't want to play along and bit her left arm. Almost at the same time, the system informed her that there was 1 minute left until the other ships entered hyperspace. She then asked her nanomachines to cut off feeling to her arm. Right after, the system informed her that escape preparations were complete. Iris then thanked Theo before asking it how long until the reactor reached critical mass. Right after, the system replied that there were 3 minutes left to reach maximum effectiveness. Immediately thereafter, she opened a display window where Captain Karth, Sarah, and other officers could be seen, before telling Karth that she passed command of the garrison ships over to him, and asking Sarah, who was crying, to take care of herself. Finally, she asked Karth to allow her to send one personal transmission, and the other quickly granted her that. Iris then told Theo that it wouldn't do for them to see her like she was at that moment, and asked the system to show her in her civilian clothes in her captain's office while cutting the background noise. I have to say that these bugs are truly nice people. They simply stood there doing nothing while waiting for her to finish her message and kill them. Theo immediately obeyed, and immediately thereafter she began to record her message. She asked Selena and Sharon how they were, before adding that she had gotten the drawings they had sent her. Iris then told them that the drawings were very good, and that her 2 little babies had come so far. She then told them that she was sad to say that she had gotten really busy at work, and wouldn't be able to go home again for a while. Right after, she apologized to her daughters, and asked them to be good girls at home with Daddy, before asking her husband, whose name was Aaron, to take good care of them. Finally, she told Aaron that she loved him. Iris finished the transmission and thanked the other captains and their crew members for everything. Right after, they replied that it had been an honor to serve her. Immediately thereafter, she told the polite bugs that she would see them in hell, and then the ship exploded. The Imperial Military Command extolled Lieutenant Colonel Conrad's heroic actions. She was posthumously awarded a special 2 grades promotion to Commodore. Moreover, for whatever reason, her final video went viral. It spread throughout the galaxy in an instant, and all calls were made to do something more. Then, the military bestowed upon her their highest award, the Galactic Grand Cross. Furthermore, it was decided that the next Galaxy-class dreadnought warship scheduled for construction would bear the name Commodore Iris Conrad. 10 years later, IC-2258, the AI Iris ordered the system to detach the unnecessary sectors, send them planetside with tractor beams, and burn them with compressed air. The idea was to use the opposing reaction to push them into planetary orbit. She then asked where the drones were, and the system replied that they were above the clouds, generating power from starlight. Shortly after, she said that with the current course of action, they had some prospects of rebuilding the ship. Sadly, the drones could only perform standard support actions managed by a simple AI. Not to mention that the initial recon showed city-states created by members of humanity, and that the drones hadn't been able to locate Captain Corinth. At that moment, she told herself that she was the latest AI technology, crowned with the name of the heroic Iris Conrad. But unlike her namesake, she couldn't save the people of her ship. So, she decided that since she couldn't save them, she should make it her mission to find and save Captain Corinth. I don't know why, but I have seen enough manga and anime to guess that this AI would take a long while to do that. Meanwhile, Alan Corinth and Cleria Starven were finally ready to resume their journey. In order to prioritize the regrowth of Cleria's arm and leg, they both had found a suitable spot and had camped there for a while. He had chosen a grotto he had seen in a rock for their base. Although you had to crawl to get in, it was tall enough to stand, and actually pretty big once you were inside. 9 days later, our protagonist was returning to their base after catching some fish, and when Cleria greeted him, he reminded her that she didn't have to call him Lord Corinth, before adding that Alan was fine. That made her blush, but she still replied that she would do it. During those 9 days, he spent his mornings hunting, and in his spare time, Cleria taught him her language. Thanks to that time, he could brokenly make his way through a conversation and be understood. As for her, Cleria's leg had grown back to a little past her heel, and she was able to walk on it if she went slowly. Moreover, she had been in high spirits ever since she had found out that her leg would grow back. Furthermore, for the last couple of days, he had been teaching her one-handed versions of the basic combo moves of his Corinth fighting style. He didn't know the first thing about proper swordsmanship, but the lessons had been at her request. Back to the present, our protagonist noticed that the fire had gone out and wondered how Cleria had been lighting the fire when he wasn't there. He even guessed that, given its level of development, that planet's civilization might have something like a lighter. Okay, so during 9 days he conveniently didn't notice her using magic. Okay, whatever you want, Mr. Author. However, nothing could prepare him for what he was about to see. Almost immediately, Cleria said fire out loud, and a flame was created out of nowhere. Obviously, that surprised him, and he quickly asked the nanomachines what the light and the sparkles in her hand were, to which the system replied that it was unknown, before adding that it had detected an energy pattern similar to previous instances. Finally, since he couldn't get a proper answer from the system, he decided to ask Cleria what she had done, while wondering why she was feeling proud of how quickly she had been able to light it. He then thought that no one in humanity could do anything like that, as far as he knew, before considering the possibility of her having superpowers of some kind. At that moment, the system said that it had found one possible theory. Right after, it explained that the sensors had reacted similarly to instances when an unknown energy had been detected on the second planet, Salsa, in the Elidor star system. The nanomachines then explained that indigenous life forms there had been known to move instantaneously from a state of repose to another point, greater than 30 feet away. Moreover, when such creatures were captured and analyzed, it was determined that they were using an unknown form of energy to strengthen their bodies. After hearing that, he asked the system if it could investigate that energy in more detail. The nanomachines answered that they could, but that investigation would require production of the special sensors developed on second planet Salsa. He then ordered the system to start production immediately, and the nanomachines replied that it would be completed in 5 days. Our protagonist then thought that if humanity on that planet was able to use such power at will, that was going to be a problem. After all, making fire was one thing, but they could also have some kind of power he couldn't counter with his rifle. At that moment, he realized that Cleria was looking at him with a strange expression because he was lost in his thoughts, so he told her that they should start eating. 14 days after setting up camp, Cleria's leg had completely regenerated, and she thanked him from the bottom of her heart while crying. Afterward, they were walking beside a river, and he asked her if she could do anything else the same way she had created the fire before. She quickly replied that she could, and he asked her to show him what else she could do. Right after, she cast a fireball and threw it against the river, which shocked our protagonist. After all, not only she could make fire, but she could also form it into a ball and throw it. Sure, the ball moved kind of slowly, which was nice and different from what he had expected. Still, he wouldn't want to have one aimed at him. But wait, there is more. Cleria then cast another spell called Flame Arrow, and 3 arrows made of fire were shot toward the water, which left Alan flabbergasted. It was then that she told him that that was all the fire magic she could do. Of course, after noticing the way she had phrased that, he asked her if there were other kinds of magic besides fire, to which she replied that there was water, before making a sphere of water appear in her hands. However, she said that that was all she could use. At that moment, the system said that it had collected much data of interest, and he asked the nanomachines if they had used the new sensors, before asking if magic was something he could also do. The system then replied that it might be possible, before adding that the new sensors had been able to detect the flow of energy. Right after, the nanomachines explained that it seemed as though she gathered awareness of some kind of life energy, refined it, concentrated it into her hand, and ejected it as magic. After hearing that, he said that it sounded like using a skill in VR gaming, before asking how the fire was lit. Sadly, the system didn't know and only said that the sensors had detected the same pattern of energy flow for both fire and water. He then thought that Cleria had closed her eyes and looked like she was thinking deeply when she did it. So, he wondered if she could change whether she created fire or water just based on visualization. After all, he couldn't comprehend how that was possible at all. At that moment, Cleria asked him if he couldn't use magic, and he wondered why she always sounded so hesitant to use his name, before replying that he didn't know, which was why he would give it a try. He then tried to cast a spell, but failed, and the system told him that what he had done was similar yet not the same. Almost immediately, the nanomachines explained that the first difference was that his amount of energy was comparatively low, so he should amend his visualization to twice that amount. On the other hand, he should move his energy according to a set pace. He then asked if he would be able to shoot magic out of his hands by doing that, to which the system replied that it was unknown, before adding that they had merely stated the discrepancies between observed instances. Alan decided to try again, and thought that he had to picture the focus, speed, and pace Cleria had used with her energy to make the magic happen. Right after, he was finally able to cast a fireball and shoot it toward the water. That astonished Cleria, because he had been able to make a fireball within 10 seconds of putting out his hand. Not to mention that he had his eyes opened all the time and hadn't used a spell name. And yes, she ended up misunderstanding everything and believing that our protagonist was an experienced magic user. As for Alan, he couldn't believe he had actually succeeded on his second attempt. He had thought that using magic would be more difficult, although he had to admit that using magic was so much fun. Nevertheless, he didn't fail to notice some drawbacks to what he had done. After all, it took too long to prepare a shot, which meant it wouldn't work well in actual combat. So he began to wonder if he could shorten the time at all. Almost immediately, the system reported that the steps for energy gathering had been recorded, which made it possible to enter standby mode for life energy release. That made our protagonist happy, because that meant that the nanomachines could reload for him. Alan then ordered the system to try reloading 3 rounds, and almost immediately, he managed to fire 3 fireballs one after the other, which left Cleria flabbergasted. However, he completely ignored her and asked the nanomachines if they could increase the power, before thinking that he would try picturing grenades next. Shortly after, she cast the new spell successfully, and Cleria couldn't help but ask what he had just done. Still, He kept ignoring her and asked the system why the grenades had come out as a single shot, although it had been a very powerful one. The nanomachines then replied that it was likely that the gathered energy had not been sufficient to fire, as he had intended. On the other hand, Cleria was wondering if what she had seen was the legendary explosion magic, the power held only by those favored by the gods. Back with Alan, he thought that magic could be some pretty dangerous stuff, which meant that he had to be a little more careful and treat it like handling a weapon. It was then that he finally talked to Cleria and asked her if she was upset, before apologizing because he had gotten kind of carried away. Nevertheless, he couldn't understand her reply because she used words he didn't know. So he told her that they should head back for the day. Back in the cave, he tried asking her more about magic over dinner, and she told him that there were 5 types of magic: fire, water, wind, ground, and light magic. Furthermore, according to the nanomachines, just like on second planet Salsa, there was a kind of energy in the atmosphere that pulled and tugged against itself to move in the direction where it was most highly concentrated. Besides, since it seemed like the particles that make up that energy were the source of magic, the nanomachines decided to call them magicals. Also, it seemed like you couldn't use magic ad infinitum. Cleria had told him that one time she had fired off 30 fireballs, then lost consciousness and had to rest almost a full day. As for our protagonist, he wondered how the magicals turned into elements like fire and water, but unfortunately, the nanomachines concluded that, at that moment, that couldn't be answered with the available information. Of course, he had already realized that it was likely that their enemies in that world could also use magic, so he decided to keep looking into it. After all, he had nothing but time. That night, Cleria had a horrible nightmare where she saw how a castle was destroyed, how her parents and her brother died, and how the members of her party also died. Then, she left the cave and sat on a rock, while saying to herself that many unbelievable things had happened, since our protagonist had rescued her, and that she had been so busy thinking about them. Still, it had been several days since she had had a nightmare like that. Cleria then told herself that they would set off again as soon as her hand was healed, before adding that it would be very reassuring if Alan, whom she called miracle-working, went along with her to the kingdom of Belta. She then recalled the moment she asked him about her limbs healing. He had told her that there were tiny spirits within her that were too small to see. He had put them in her body, and they were healing her from the inside out. The young lady then said that, even though she believed in the spirits that served the goddess Luminas, it was a big leap to believe that such a thing was possible. However, it made sense that a talented and all-around good human being like Alan was beloved by the goddess. Her leg and arm were proof of that. Still, she knew that she couldn't involve him in her problems. In the end, that was a matter of the Starvin family's honor. So if she had to do it alone, then she was willing. Finally, she prayed to the goddess Luminas to thank her for having provided him into her service, and to ask her for guidance on the path she was taking. Once Cleria's arm and leg were healed, they left their campsite. By that moment, Alan's language acquisition had progressed to the point where he could have everyday conversations with Cleria, and he finally asked about many things he had been wondering about. She told him that the planet was called Ares, and that they were on the continent of Serene. However, when he asked her who was pursuing her and why, she asked him to wait a little longer before she could explain, promising to tell him soon. After hearing that, he thought that there should be something serious going on. After all, they had been living together for a while, so he knew that she was not a bad person. Furthermore, he couldn't tell her who he really was either, so they were on equal footing in that sense. When they set out, our protagonist asked the nanomachines if it would be possible to use magic to imitate the multi-sensors from his Galactic Navy gear. After all, if it were, he would be able to sense the layout and presence of living beings in any structure or terrain, even from a distance. In the end, he and the nanomachines decided to make use of the magical's inherent properties. From what they could tell, living beings each stored unique amounts of magicals, so by detecting magicals, he would be able to identify surrounding life forms. So, the question was how to detect magicals. However, he had discovered that he was able to emit magicals in a sort of shock wave, which would spread out and bounce back to him when it hit other magicals. Moreover, he could measure the amount of magicals encountered from the reflection like a form of radar. The best thing about that detection magic was that he could simply use the nanomachines to activate it. Once he gave the order, the system could keep it running without further instruction and alert him of any findings on his virtual screen. At that moment, Alan thought that being able to detect life forms would do them a lot of good. After all, any danger would probably arrive in the form of something living that carried magicals. Of course, when he revealed to Cleria that he could sense surrounding life forms, she immediately asked him to teach her how. Unfortunately, even though it was useful magic, it only worked with the help of the nanomachines and the magic-detecting sensors, so he was forced to refuse that request. Nevertheless, as an excuse, he told her that he would teach her once her skills with magic improved. Well, his language proficiency has reached the point where he can lie with ease. Way to go, Alan. Shortly after, he told her that he was sensing something, before adding that there were two of them, 600 feet, 3 o'clock. He then added that they were probably greyhounds and luckily, they hadn't noticed them yet. After hearing that, Cleria asked him to let her take one, and he agreed before telling her that she shouldn't rush it. Almost immediately, he told her that there were about 30 seconds until they reached them. Cleria then got ready to attack, and our protagonist couldn't help but wonder why her sword was glowing, before thinking that it reminded him of the final blade technique of a certain VR game. Right after, he drew his sword to see if he could also do it, and to his amusement, his sword began to glow too. Sadly, the system cut off his joy by informing him that the hounds had noticed them. Almost immediately, the two enemies arrived and the battle began, but it was very short because both Alan and Cleria killed the hounds with ease. Once everything was over, she asked our protagonist about her performance, and he told her that she had been fine, even though she had left an opening after she slashed. He also explained that it was best to make a habit of thinking ahead, in case her attack didn't finish it off. Alan then thought that Cleria didn't seem surprised when his sword glowed, and he wondered if that was considered normal on that planet. Right after, she pulled him out of his reverie by asking him if he was not going to take the magium. The question caught him by surprise, and he asked her what a magium was, to which she replied that it was a stone located inside a monster's body. After hearing that, our protagonist asked her what a monster was, and what the difference was between monsters and animals. Cleria then replied that creatures that had a magium inside them were monsters, and creatures that didn't were animals. Right after, Alan said that he recalled that he had seen round stones inside some greenish creatures before asking her what you could do with a magium once you harvested it. Cleria then replied that you could sell it in town, though from what she had heard, magiums from greyhounds didn't go for very much. At that moment, the system said that a crystal-like substance heavily imbued with magicals was located in the thoracic cavity, which would likely be the so-called magium. Our protagonist then wondered how valuable it was, considering that Cleria didn't know what it sold for. Afterward, before resuming their journey, the nanomachines told Alan that they were setting detection levels to human and larger creatures at a radius of 2,300 feet, because those were the optimal parameters to avoid pursuers. Our protagonist also recalled that Cleria had said that they were heading toward the town of Gotania in the kingdom of Belta to visit some kind of relative, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of visit would go so far as to attract pursuers. It was then that it hit him. Her sword and armor were pretty ornate, so there was a possibility that she was a lady of noble birth, which would mean that her comrades who were killed near the wagon were bodyguards, or something of the sort. However, his thoughts were interrupted by her, who asked him what the thing he was carrying on his back was. Immediately thereafter, he took out his rifle and replied that it was a weapon. Cleria then asked him what kind of weapon and how it worked, to which he replied that first you got into position and set your target, then you pulled the trigger, and it fired something like a magic arrow, although you couldn't see that arrow. After hearing his explanation, Cleria was elated because she mistook the rifle for a magic weapon. In fact, she even asked him if she could touch it, and he gave it to her while wondering what was a magic weapon. Once she grabbed it, she stared at it for a little while before saying that she wanted to give it a try, but our protagonist quickly apologized and explained that it only fired for him, before adding that he couldn't really explain biometric access control on the spot. Not to mention that the rifle was his ultimate weapon, so he was trying not to use it unless absolutely necessary. He then thought that the energy pack had 980 shots left, so, at 100 shots per year, that was only 10 years, which meant that he couldn't let any go to waste. After hearing the explanation, Cleria said that he understood why she couldn't use our protagonist's ultimate weapon. Alan then took the chance to ask her what a magic item was, and she replied that it was an item that activated magic on its own. She also explained that there were all kinds, such as tools that could create water, start a fire, or produce light. The list went on and on. Besides, when she added that they drew their power from magiums, our protagonist thought that magiums were pretty much that planet's version of energy packs, which meant that they could be in demand. At that moment, the system reminded Alan it was 16:00 hours, so they should find a shelter to spend the night. After hearing that, he began to wonder if they should go back to the forest or maybe look for a riverside. Then, he noticed that they had arrived at a crossroads and asked Cleria what the signs said, to which she replied that one of them said that Talus village was 1.25 miles from there. Almost immediately, he told her that he would like to stop there and asked her if it was fine. After hearing the question, she replied that he had stopped to stay at several villages while traveling with her comrades, so she thought that it was probably fine. Alan then said that they should stay at that village that night, and she agreed. Afterward, our protagonist thought that that was his chance to meet more humans from that planet. However, he quickly turned serious and said that he was sensing a non-human presence 1,650 feet or 2,830.19 bananas in front of them. Shortly after, a huge boar appeared before them, and while Alan thought that it was the biggest one he had seen, she asked him to let her take it. Our protagonist agreed, and told her that he would be right behind her, before adding that they could shoot it down with flame arrows. Nevertheless, the monster was tougher than they thought, and they had to hit it numerous times before killing it. Right after, Cleria asked him what the last spell he used was, to which he replied that he had tried combining the flame arrows into one burst. Considering how he had phrased his answer, she asked him if he could wield magic that easily to try things like that on the run. He then told her that she should practice doing it too, before adding that it took about the same amount of energy as using fireball. Nevertheless, she didn't know how to reply to it, since she couldn't just do what he had told her to do. Right after, he said that he bet that the big boar would make a good gift for the village, before adding that, then they would be sure to welcome them. A while later, they finally arrived at the town's main gate, and our protagonist thought that he could sense human presence. There were about 200 people, plus some smaller presences, which probably were children or livestock. At that moment, the man who was guarding the watchtower asked them who they were, to which they replied that they were travelers seeking a place to rest. At first, the guard didn't buy that they were travelers, but he then noticed the way they were dressing, and was immediately shocked while thinking of a possible explanation. Nevertheless, Alan interrupted the guard's thoughts by saying that they had taken out a crazy big boar down the road, before asking him if he could help them haul it in. He even said that they were willing to share. After hearing that, the guard asked our protagonist if he was telling the truth, to which Alan replied by inviting the guard to see it for himself, before adding that it had a ton of meat on it. Right after, the guard said that he had called for help, before asking them to wait. Sometime later, a man identified the big boar as the one they were looking for. Apparently, it had attacked several of their villages. Then, the man asked Alan if he had meant it when he said he would share, to which our protagonist replied that he had, before adding that they only needed enough to eat for that night and the following morning. In fact, Alan didn't mind if the others kept most of it, but he also told them that he wouldn't mind some preserved food in exchange. Moreover, our protagonist also told them that he and Cleria would be very happy if they added a place to stay for the night. After hearing that, the man said that it was a small price for such a gift. Right after, Cleria introduced herself and introduced our protagonist, but Alan noticed that she had used the alias Rhea instead of her real name, which made sense since someone was after her. Afterward, the man introduced himself as Zach, the mayor of the village, which surprised Alan and Cleria, and then he welcomed them to Talus before inviting them to a party. That night, during the party, the mayor asked them how they had managed to take down the big boar. Alan replied that they had used magic, explaining that the monster had charged right at them, so they had shot it in the head. However, what astonished the mayor wasn't that they had killed the big boar, but the fact that they both could use magic. Alan then asked if there were any magic users in the village, and the mayor said, categorically, that there weren't, which shocked our protagonist, who confirmed that not everyone could use magic. In fact, he also noticed that the people of the village were going to take too much time cutting the big boar since they were using primitive knives, so he gave the mayor an electric knife while telling him that it was a magic item that cut really well. Obviously, the mayor was shocked after receiving the magic item, and the men who were cutting the meat couldn't believe how easily that tool cut the flesh. At that moment, a woman served him a beverage, and Alan realized that that would be his first taste of that planet's beverages. Shortly after, he thought that it was delicious and that the flavor reminded him of green tea from Earth. Almost immediately, he praised the beverage and asked the mayor if he minded sharing some of those tea leaves with him. That pleased Zach, and the mayor asked if Alan and Cleria thought that the tea would sell in town. Our protagonist quickly replied that he would buy it without a second thought, and Cleria added that it was delicious. Afterward, the mayor asked him why he was wearing those strange clothes, and our protagonist replied that he had run into a little bit of trouble, and that was all he had to wear at the moment. After hearing that, Zach smiled and said that their village was famous for a thing Alan couldn't understand because he didn't know the word, but the other quickly added that they also made clothes before offering our protagonist a new outfit. Of course, Alan gladly accepted the offer before saying that he would even pay for it. Later, our protagonist met a kid whose father was killed by the big boar, and after encouraging the little boy, he wondered out loud how many people that monster had killed. Almost immediately, the mayor replied that the creature had killed 6 people, before adding that in recent times, they hadn't been able to leave the village walls without fearing for their lives. Alan then told Zach that he was glad they could be of service, but the mayor suddenly changed the topic and asked our protagonist if the girl who was with him was a certain knight. Sadly, Alan couldn't understand the name, but he noticed Zach thought Cleria was a knight, so he asked him why he thought that. The mayor replied that it was because of the way she talked. He even asked our protagonist if he was someone who served a knight, but Alan was having a hard time understanding the other. After all, he was using certain words that the nanomachines couldn't translate because he hadn't heard them before. Still, he was smart enough to update the dictionary after learning the meaning of those words, and quickly replied that he was something like an attendant, before adding that since he had met Rhea a month before, he couldn't say if she was a knight or not. The mayor then asked him how well the lady handled a sword, and our protagonist replied that she could probably take 2 greyhounds at once, which astonished Zach. Almost immediately, Cleria arrived, and both guys decided to change the subject. A while later, Alan tasted the village's special celebratory meal and said that he had never eaten so much in his life. Immediately thereafter, the mayor offered him some wine, and Alan gladly drank it. Zach then asked him if they were heading to Gotania on foot, and after our protagonist confirmed it, the mayor called his son, Beck. The mayor then explained that they usually made the trip to Gotania every 6 months to sell the goods the village had made and gathered. They sent along 15 men to fend off monsters and bandits, but sending that many took up cart space and ate up most of their profit. Zach then added that since a knight and a magic user were going to Gotania, they wanted to sign them on to escort the goods. Obviously, Cleria didn't miss that. For some reason, she was considered a knight, but she decided to keep quiet about it. After hearing that, Alan asked if they were planning to send a wagon, and the mayor confirmed it, before adding that Beck and one more youngster would be going with them. Our protagonist then thought that it was not a bad deal. They would show them the way there, and it would be a quick trip thanks to the wagon. Shortly after, Alan and Cleria replied that they would take the offer, but our protagonist reminded Zach that they would only be going one way, before asking what they would do about the way back, to which the mayor replied that they would hire some adventurers, which is what they usually did. Still, Alan asked Zach if he was sure about trusting 2 people he had just met, and the other replied that he prided himself on being a good judge of character. Our protagonist then officially took the deal, and the mayor said that they didn't have much to thank them with. However, Alan quickly told Zach that there was no need for that, because letting them on the wagon helped them out too, so they could call it even. In the end, they agreed to use the new outfit as payment. The next morning, Beck informed Alan that he would like to leave before noon, if possible, before telling our protagonist that Zach wanted to see him before they left. Shortly after, Alan and Cleria went to see the mayor, and he showed them various outfits before asking them to pick anyone they wanted. Our protagonist immediately began to wonder out loud which one to choose, and Cleria quickly told him to let her pick one for him, to which he agreed. Afterward, she made him try various options, but none of them seemed to catch his attention though. In the end, she picked one for him that he didn't find so bad. After all, the size was just right, and it was easy to move around in. Right after, Cleria told him that she would find him another outfit when they got into town. Later, they returned to the wagon, and Alan learned that the cargo was cotton, which was the village's specialty. Our protagonist also noticed that the wagon had no cover, so it would be interesting to see what would happen if it rained. At that moment, Beck introduced his good friend Thor, who would be going with them to the town. Shortly after, they were ready to go, and Zach told his son not to mess that up before asking Alan to look after Beck and Thor. After they started moving, our protagonist recalled that Gotania was closer than he had thought, only 20 days away by wagon. Alan then asked Beck how far they were going that day, and the other replied that since they got a late start, they were aiming for a good camping spot that he knew to spend the night. A while later, Alan detected a greyhound that was heading toward them, so he asked Beck to stop the wagon so Cleria could take it down. Almost immediately, the monster appeared, but she one-shot the creature by using a flame arrow, which left both Beck and Thor flabbergasted. That night, while having dinner over a campfire, Beck told them that they were really impressed by their display of power, but Alan quickly said it was nothing special. Shortly after, our protagonist told them to sleep well, before adding that both Rhea and he would take turns on watch. At first, Beck tried to refuse, but Alan told him not to worry, before reminding him that they were the drivers, so they should leave the night watch to their escorts. After hearing that, Zach's son complied, and afterward Alan told Cleria that she should get some sleep too. That surprised her, but he quickly explained that his detection magic would wake him up if it detected anything. Afterward, Alan climbed a nearby tree to have a better view and tried to get some sleep while telling the nanomachines that they were in their hands. He then considered the possibility of looking for work when they got to the town. 20 days later, they were nearly to Gotania, and not much had happened along the way aside from a few greyhounds encounters. However, at that moment Alan detected 13 people 5,000 feet ahead of them, and he told Cleria that he thought they could be bandits. That surprised her, because she didn't know he could detect people so far ahead, and she asked him how he knew that they were bandits. He then explained that they had broken formation and had spread out to surround them, which made it clear that they wanted to ambush the wagon. Right after, he asked her what the chances were of Gotanian guards being out there on that empty road, to which she replied that even though she didn't know, she believed that the chances of them being bandits were probably higher. She then told him that they couldn't turn around, before asking him if he thought that both of them could take them down, to which he replied that he thought that they didn't have a choice. During their journey, Alan noticed that Cleria had managed to use magic with her eyes open, which surprised even herself, since she hadn't noticed it. At that moment, our protagonist asked her where she had learned magic. Cleria then replied that she had learned it from reading magic tomes. Usually, you had to follow every step in the tome exactly, or the magic didn't work. For example, for Fireball, there were 17 steps, and for Flame Arrow, there were 50. After hearing that, Alan asked her if, when she used magic, she was going through a few dozen steps in her head, which she confirmed, before adding that apart from our protagonist, she had never heard of anyone using magic just by picturing it happening. Right after, Alan thought that magic users had passed on their methods through magic tomes, and he believed that that should have been the only way they had to convey complicated ideas. Then, over time, that methodology had fossilized to become the only way to learn magic. He then told her that her next challenge was to speed up how quickly she could use magic, before adding that she should try it without using her hands or vocalizing. She had to picture quickly and clearly how much magic she needed, and then release it as per that image, without going through the steps. Cleria then watched her hand and replied that she would give it a try. Shortly after, she managed to cast a fireball, and Alan thought that she had done it quickly and without speaking. However, her aim seemed off. Nevertheless, almost immediately, the ball curved and hit the target, and her reaction to that showed him that that had been how she had pictured it, which in turn made him think that, at that rate, the student would surpass the teacher. Back to the present, Beck was shocked when he learned that 13 people were surrounding them, but our protagonist quickly told him that they could take them down. Zach's son then said, even though it was true that he had never seen anyone use magic better than them, it was an entirely different matter taking down 13 people on their own. However, Alan ignored that and asked him if they would be breaking any laws by attacking them, to which Beck replied that if they had witnesses and evidence, they could kill in self-defense. He also added that if they took them to the garrison troops alive, they could get a reward. The prospect of getting a bounty attracted Alan, and Beck, after seeing our protagonist's reaction, asked him if he was seriously planning to fight them. Our protagonist then told him that they would be fine and asked Zach's son to trust them, before adding that they could even use the reward money to buy something to take back for everyone in Talus. Of course, he didn't forget to say that protecting Beck and Thor was their highest priority. Afterward, Alan told Cleria that the enemies were 650 feet or 1,113.03 bananas away, before thinking that they needed to watch out for projectile weapons, like arrows and throwing knives and magic. After all, even though he could shoot down weapons with his rifle, he couldn't shoot magic. Shortly after, Alan said that the enemies were 150 feet or 3.75 buses away, before adding that there were 2 men in the trees and that they should attack after he gave the signal. Time passed, and various bandits blocked the road, forcing the wagon to stop. Right after, our protagonist ordered them to identify, but they simply replied by ordering him to get a load of Cleria. They even began to say that she would sell well if she were a virgin. Still, Alan didn't look intimidated at all and ordered them again to identify, to which the leader of the group replied by mocking him for not noticing that they were bandits. Immediately thereafter, Alan shot various flame arrows at them, which caught them by surprise. Then, our protagonist used his rifle to destroy the bow that one of the bandits was trying to use. In a matter of a few minutes, all the bandits were defeated, including the ones in the trees, and Alan asked Cleria to disarm them. Once the bandits were tied, Beck and Thor began to praise Alan because he had taken care of the enemies, while Cleria couldn't believe that our protagonist had shot 13 flame arrows at once. Not to mention that none of them missed their target. At that moment, Alan told her that he was inspired by her magic, and she quickly asked him to show her how later. On the other hand, the leader of the bandits began to threaten Alan, but our protagonist remained undaunted and asked him what he planned to do, to which the other replied that if they let them go, he and his cargo could pass, and they would give him their weapons. Still, that didn't tempt Alan, who asked them to sweeten the deal by having everyone turn out their pockets, before adding that if they managed to gather enough money, he would think about their proposal. Unfortunately, they didn't have money on them because they had left it all back at their hideout, but Alan offered them a solution. He would check the bandits' hideout to see if they had enough money to make him consider their proposal. Wow, Alan is a true businessman. He almost told the bandits that he accepted Visa and MasterCard. Almost immediately, one of the bandits exposed the location of the hideout and how many people were guarding it, which pissed their leader a lot. Still, another bandit revealed that a merchant they were holding hostage there ran a big store, and Alan said that he would add his value to their total. See, a true businessman. Right after, he told a flabbergasted Cleria that he would go to the bandits' hideout, before adding that he would be right back. He also told Beck and Thor to use their swords on the bandits if they tried to escape, and the two guys got very excited about it. Finally, he also told Cleria to roast the bandits with her magic if they tried to escape, before reminding her that she was in charge and that she shouldn't hold back. Right after, he ordered the nano machines to switch to long-distance travel mode and began to run. A while later, he arrived at the cave and confronted the 2 men who were guarding the entrance. A few minutes later, the bandits were defeated, and Alan went inside the cave. Shortly after, he found the merchant the bandits were holding hostage and told him that he was going to rescue him. Luckily, the merchant believed our protagonist and asked him if he was an adventurer, to which Alan replied, while freeing the other, that he was not, before adding that he was serving to escort a trading expedition. Our protagonist then explained that the bandits had attacked them but were defeated, so they ended up telling him where the merchant was being held hostage. After hearing that, the merchant noticed that Alan had gone out of his way to rescue him, so he told our protagonist that his good deed would be rewarded. However, Alan confessed that even though he had gone there to rescue him, he was also interested in the loot the bandits had stored there. Luckily, the merchant didn't mind that and introduced himself as Talus. Alan also introduced himself, and right after, they began to search for the loot. They first found the merchant's belongings, and then they found the chest where the bandits kept the money. Immediately thereafter, Talus informed Alan that he could take all the money, even the money the bandits had taken from the merchant, since the loot belonged to our protagonist according to the law, since he had defeated the bandits. Sadly, Talus didn't know where the key was, but that didn't stop Alan, who took out a device to open the lock, which impressed the merchant, who mistook it for a magic item. After they opened the chest and confirmed that it was filled with money, our protagonist told Talus that he would only keep the chest and give the merchant everything else. After hearing that, the merchant said that he would make sure our protagonist was rewarded handsomely for his help, before adding that he was accompanied by a colleague and 5 adventurers, all old friends, who had been killed by the bandits. Furthermore, the bandits had abandoned the merchant's wagon and had sold the merchant's horse. After hearing that, Alan told him that he would make sure they paid for what they had done. Nevertheless, they had no means to take all the valuable things the bandits had in the cave, because Alan's wagon was already full. However, Talus said that he could return for those items at a later day, since he believed that they would be safe there for the time being. Sometime later, Alan returned with Cleria and the others and quickly introduced Talus to her. But the moment the merchant saw Cleria, he immediately changed his demeanor and greeted her in a very formal way. Of course, our protagonist noticed that change. Right after, Alan told the bandits that he hadn't found anything valuable, so he would be turning them in, which pissed the leader, because he didn't believe our protagonist. Nevertheless, when Alan reminded them that he could use magic and that he would get the money no matter if he took them back dead or alive, the bandits decided to become more docile. Our protagonist then instructed Beck and Thor to tie the bandits together with a rope in a way that allowed them to take them back to the town. At that moment, Talus noticed that all the bandits had the same injury on their shoulders, and Alan revealed that he had done it with his magic, which impressed the merchant. Right after, Talus asked her about the Lady Knight, and our protagonist said that he was her attendant. The merchant then referred to her using a word Alan didn't understand, although he noticed that it had been the same word used by Zack back then. Beck then asked Alan what they were going to do with the money that they had taken from the bandits. Our protagonist then added it to the money he had gotten from the chest in the cave, before telling them that they would split it equally later. At first, Zack's son refused since it had been Alan and Cleria who had done all the work, but our protagonist replied that Beck and Thor had also put their lives on the line. In the end, he told Beck to talk about that later, and reminded him to take all the bandits' weapons and put them in the wagon. Shortly after, they resumed their journey, and a while later, they finally arrived in Gotania. At that moment, Alan asked Talus if they needed permission to enter the town, and the merchant asked if he wasn't a member of any guild. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that he wasn't, before thinking that Beck and Thor had talked about guilds before. Apparently, they were organizations that registered adventurers and merchants. Talus then explained that if you were part of a guild, that membership served as your ID. But if you were not, he believed that you could pay to receive temporary papers. It was 1 silver apiece, but if he joined a guild and returned later to show his ID, he could get that money back. Our protagonist then asked if joining a guild cost money, and Talus replied that if he was going to join an adventurer's guild, their fees were 5 silver. Alan then asked if there were any lodging in town with a bath, to which the merchant replied that most high-class inns had baths, before adding that he doubted regular accommodations would provide them. Right after, the merchant offered Alan and his whole party to stay at his estate that evening. At first, our protagonist tried to refuse, but Talus said that since he had saved his life and had avenged his companions, that was the least he could do. Obviously, both Alan and Cleria knew that it would be rude to decline at that point, so he accepted the offer, and the merchant told them that they had baths and the food was top quality. Of course, that pleased everyone, Beck and Thor included. Shortly after, they arrived at the gate, and the guards asked them if they had caught those bandits by themselves. Right after, Talus informed one of them, who was a captain named Roman, and who was also an acquaintance of the merchant, what had happened. That shocked the captain, who immediately offered the merchant to rest in the guardhouse, before informing him that a young boy had been asking for him at the gate for the past 3 days. A while later, a young boy appeared and told the merchant that he was relieved after seeing him safe and sound, and that everyone was sick with worry. Talus then apologized to the kid for causing him concern and told him that he would be arriving home soon, along with his 4 saviors. The merchant then told the boy to hurry back and let everyone know to prepare, and the other quickly complied. Shortly after, the guards gave the quartet their temporary ID papers and informed them that they would need to write a formal report, which meant that Alan and the others would receive their rewards in 2 days. At that moment, an old butler called Jonas arrived and informed Talus that his carriage waited for him, which surprised the merchant. Still, he quickly regained his composure and invited both Alan and Cleria to join him, since the carriage was more comfortable than the top of the wagon. Our protagonist agreed and told Beck to follow behind with the wagon. On the way to the merchant's estate, Cleria and Alan spoke mentally, saying that judging by the attitude of those guards, it was clear that Talus held a lot of power in that town. Later, they arrived at the estate, and various butlers and maids, who were waiting outside, immediately welcomed their master, who quickly apologized to them for causing them worry. Right after, he let them know that he owed his life to Alan and the others and asked the butlers and maids to make sure to take good care of them. Once inside, one of the butlers asked them if they wished to bathe, to which Alan replied that they did before telling Cleria to go first. Nevertheless, the butler said that there was no need to wait since there was more than one bath. Right after, one of the maids asked Cleria to follow her. A while later, Beck was flabbergasted since he couldn't believe that a house could have so many baths, not to mention that Zach's son had never been in so much warm water in his life, and that the butlers and maids had even left clean clothes for them. Afterward, they met with Cleria, and Beck was astonished after seeing the lady wearing formal clothes, to the point that Cleria thought that she looked weird. Beck then said that she looked so pretty at that moment that he hadn't recognized her. Well, this guy will have a hard time finding a wife. Obviously, Cleria was pissed after hearing that and told him that he had been rude. Right after, she looked at Alan and, after blushing, she asked him how she looked, to which the other, who luckily knew what to say in that situation, replied that those clothes really suited her, which pleased her a lot. However, our protagonist found it weird that she blushed after fishing for compliments. At that moment, Talus appeared with his family, his wife Lana, his son Quader, and his daughter Tara. Right after, Alan introduced himself before introducing the others, and then Lana thanked him for saving her husband. After all, without our protagonist's intervention, she feared that he would have been killed. Talus then said that since they all knew each other, it was time to start the party and the banquet, and they immediately had a toast. Shortly after, Talus asked Alan how he found the food, and our protagonist replied that everything was excellent. He even added that cooking was one of his hobbies, before asking the merchant to teach him about his seasonings the following day. Talus immediately agreed and said that he ran a general store, so he had plenty on hand for sale. As for Lana, she said that it was unusual seeing a man who liked to cook, before asking what kind of dishes he liked to prepare. Alan then said that lately he had only had meat to work with, before adding that back in his country, he also made sweets. That pleased the woman a lot, and she quickly asked him if he could make something for them the following day, if they could prepare everything he needed. Nevertheless, before our protagonist could reply, Tara said that 2 days before, an apostle had arrived in Gotania, but Quader quickly reprimanded her by saying that they couldn't be sure yet that it was an apostle. Those words worried Talus, and he asked his son what his daughter was talking about, To which Quater explained that 2 days before, around noon, a giant bird passed through the skies of Gotania, before adding that it was as big as a wyvern, and that the whole town was in an uproar. As for our protagonist, he was thinking that he couldn't believe that there were wyverns on that planet, before wondering what they meant by apostle. Back with the merchant, he asked his son why they said that it was an apostle, and Quater replied that they had heard that 3 days before, the Johan trading caravan had been attacked by 10 greyhounds when that bird had shown up and saved the day. Ever since then, they had been insisting that it had been Isaac, the apostle, who sat on the shoulder of the goddess Luminas. Right after, Tara added that everyone in Gotania was talking about it, and the merchant finally admitted that that was some news. On the other hand, our protagonist thought that there was no way that it had been some apostle, before thinking that, at best, it was a kind of undiscovered monster. He even thought that if it showed again, perhaps he would shoot it down with his rifle. After all, if it were really so rare, it could have some monetary value. Right after, Alan asked Beck to whom they were planning to sell their wares, and the other replied that to seaman traders. After hearing that, Quater said that their reputation was not the best within the ranks of the merchants, before adding that he had heard that they drove a hard bargain to buy well below market price, and then palm off their wares to customers at a premium. Then, Talus's son asked Beck if they were bound to seamen by any sort of contract, and the other replied that they weren't, before adding that it was just that they had been doing business with them since his grandfather's time. After hearing that, Quater said that he was familiar with the former head of seamen, who was a wonderful man, before adding that the current owner had lost that great reputation. Right after, Beck asked if what they had been told about the price of cotton going down those last few years was a lie, and Quater quickly replied that the price of cotton had actually gone up. Before offering to appraise the other's wares the following day, he also added that if the price was to his liking, he would be happy to buy them. After hearing that, Beck quickly accepted the offer, before asking Quater if selling to them wouldn't break off the relationship that his family had with the seaman company. However, Talus's son reassured the other, saying that if they came complaining, they would handle them for him. Meanwhile, Alan mentally told Cleria that he didn't know that trading without an AI intermediary could get so complicated. However, the young lady didn't understand the meaning of AI and mistook the word for I. Obviously, that made our protagonist realize his slip of tongue, and he quickly told her that it was nothing. Afterward, they all agreed to leave the business talk for the following day and resume the party. The following day, Alan and Beck were counting all the money they had taken from the bandits, and the total was 219,942 guineas. However, when Alan tried to calculate Beck's share, Zach's son said that he didn't think he and Thor could accept that money from our protagonist. After all, it was all from the loot he had retrieved from the bandits. Still, Alan tried to argue again that Beck and Thor had also put their lives on the line, to which Zach's son replied that all they had done was guard the bandits. Moreover, Beck added that Alan still had a long journey in front of him, so he would need the money. At that moment, our protagonist decided to accept Beck's goodwill and told him that he would keep the loot money. Nevertheless, our protagonist also said that he wouldn't take no for an answer as to Beck's and Thor's share of the reward for capturing the bandits. After hearing that, Beck also took a step back while thanking our protagonist. At that moment, Cleria asked if they had finally gotten it all worked out, which freaked Beck since he didn't know how long she had been standing at the door. In fact, she had been there since the beginning, but they hadn't noticed because they were absorbed in counting the money. Right after, he told Alan that she wanted to know our protagonist's plans for that day, to which he replied that he was thinking that he might go and register at the Adventurers Guild for the ID and such. After hearing that, she said that she would join him, before adding that they could get him some clothing and gear after. Alan then asked her if by gear she meant armor like the kind she wore, before asking if it wasn't hard to move in, and thinking that he would rather just wear the Imperial Fleet's power suits. At that moment, Beck intervened and said that Alan should probably get his armor before he went to the Adventurers Guild. Our protagonist didn't understand why the other had said that, and Zach's son explained that he had heard that once you got there, They would say that they needed to test your abilities and make you fight in a trial match or something. Cleria then added that if Alan didn't like metal armor, he could get a leather one. After all, it was easier to move around in, or so they said. After hearing that, our protagonist said that it sounded like it would be better to buy it first, before adding that they should ask which shops were good. Right after, Cleria mentally told Alan that once they got back, she had something important to tell him, and he agreed to hear what she had to say. Sometime later, a servant took Alan and Cleria to Quatter's armor shop and told them that he had a letter from Talus introducing them, so they could get a discount. Alan thanked the servant, took the letter, and entered the shop. There, the man in charge welcomed them, and Alan gave him the letter before telling him that they wanted to buy some armor. The blacksmith then asked them what kind of armor they were looking for, and Alan quickly replied that he didn't want anything that would impede his movement. After hearing that, the blacksmith said that he should buy a leather one before showing him the standard sets that were available at that moment. Shortly after, our protagonist fixed his attention on two sets and asked the man why there was a difference in price between those. Right after, the blacksmith replied that it was due to the materials used, before explaining that the cheaper one used orc leather, while the nicer one used wyvern leather. Moreover, the wyvern one was a top-quality product that could be considered a magic item. That surprised Alan, and the blacksmith explained that wyverns and other dragons used magic to fly, and when they got attacked, they hardened their skin in defense. So, considering that, the man had built that armor to make full use of those properties. The blacksmith then showed Alan that there was a magium on the breastplate, before explaining that the power from it ran all through the armor. After hearing that explanation, our protagonist had to admit that it was impressive, but the man quickly added that the downsides were that the armor was weak against slashing attacks, and eventually the magium's power would drain to zero. Immediately thereafter, our protagonist asked if there was a way to tell how much power the magium had left, and the blacksmith replied that only by looking at the color, before adding that it would fade as the power drained. Alan then said that he wanted to buy the wyvern armor, before asking if he could wear it out of the shop. Unfortunately, the blacksmith replied that stuff of that quality took some adjusting, before adding that it would be ready in 2 days. Sadly, our protagonist said that he couldn't wait 2 days, and the man asked if the other was in a hurry, to which Alan replied that he was on his way to take the test at the Adventurers Guild. The blacksmith then said that the highest rank he could get from the ranking test was C, before adding that he could lend our protagonist some used leather armor. Our protagonist thanked the man for the offer and asked him how much that would cost, but the other quickly replied that he would let Alan borrow it for free. Right after, the blacksmith introduced himself as Sarg, and Alan did the same before also introducing Cleria as Rhea. At that moment, Sarg asked Cleria if the armor she was using was made of mithril, and when she confirmed it, the man couldn't help but get flabbergasted. Right after, the blacksmith regained his composure and praised the fine workmanship of the armor before asking Alan if the girl was a certain word that our protagonist couldn't comprehend. In fact, Alan was beginning to be annoyed by that word, although he more or less had guessed the meaning of it. Still, he quickly replied that she might be, before adding that he was not sure. After hearing that, the blacksmith said that something should be going on to see her strolling around like that, before adding that she would be attacked if our protagonist left her alone. After hearing that, Alan asked if the armor she was wearing was that valuable, and the blacksmith replied that he could sell it for 400,000 guineas as the starting price, which surprised our protagonist. Sarg then added that the armor's design was textbook knight, so if someone knew what they were looking for, Cleria was a certain lady, plain as day. Alan then asked if there was a way to make her armor look like it was not mithril, to which Sarg replied that if they dulled the color, it would probably be harder to tell, before adding that it would be a real waste. Right after, our protagonist asked Cleria if she minded doing that, and she replied that it was all the same to her. Alan then asked Sarg how much and how long it would take if they wanted to make her armor look like a typical adventurer's. The blacksmith didn't want to do that since it would be a waste, but he then replied that if they insisted, it would be 3 days and 5,000 guineas. Alan then said that they would leave her armor with Sarg on their way back from the Adventurers Guild, before adding that he could also wait 3 days for his armor. Later that day, they finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. Alan and Cleria told the female clerk that they wanted to register as adventurers. The woman quickly replied that it was fine before asking if the two of them were going to register. Our protagonist confirmed it, and the clerk told them that they had to fill out some forms. Right after, Cleria said that she would write Alan's form, and the other thanked her. He then thought that he needed to learn how to write the language sooner or later, before deciding to get Cleria to read him a few books, so the nanomachines could pick up the writing system. He even began to wonder where they sold books around there. At that moment, the female clerk, who looked confused, asked them if what they had put down under fighting strength was correct, to which Cleria quickly replied that it was. The clerk then said that it would be 5 silver each for the registration fee, and after they paid, she told them that in just a moment, they would have the two of them take the ranking test. She then explained that the Adventurers Guild got a variety of requests, which they ranked by difficulty. Rank started at F and went up to E, D, C, B, A, and S. Rank F adventurers could only accept quests ranked E or lower, and so on. On the other hand, unclaimed quests were usually posted on a board that was located nearby. Moreover, quests were awarded first come, first served and needed to be completed by the specified due date. Additionally, there were special cases when the client requested an adventurer by name or when the guild required their participation in the event of a disaster. Once the clerk finished the explanation, she asked the two of them if they wanted to proceed, and both Cleria and Alan confirmed it. Right after, the clerk told them that she would get everything ready for their ranking test, and asked them to read the guild rules that were written nearby while they waited. Once the clerk left, Alan asked Cleria if she could read the rules for him, before adding that it was fine if she did it quietly. He then told her that he was trying to learn to read the letters. Cleria was skeptical of the method he was using to learn the letters, but she ended up complying. Meanwhile, a very enthusiastic clerk told every adventurer who was there that they finally had some high-powered newcomers to test again, at least by their own estimates of their abilities. However, some adventurers were skeptical and even said that those big-headed ones were always the weakest. Still, they noticed that one of the newcomers was a cute girl, and one of them quickly asked the others to let him take the lead on her test. On the other hand, another adventurer said that even though one of the newcomers was a girl, she was wearing armor worthy of a real knight. He then asked the female clerk what about them made them high-powered. The clerk then replied that the girl had put 6 out of 10 for sword skills and a whole 8 out of 10 for fire magic. After hearing that, the adventurer said that that was really pushing it, even for talking themselves up. Right after, the clerk added that the man had put 10 out of 10 for both sword skills and fire magic, which made the others laugh while saying that was impressive in its own right, and wondering aloud how long it had been since they had had someone that mistaken on their application. They even told the rest of the people present to go watch the test, because that would make for a good story later. Oh boy, you have no idea how good that story is going to be. Sometime later, Cleria and Alan arrived in a hall along with other adventurers. Right after, one of them said that they would be their examiners for the ranking test. He then explained that to determine their rank, they would act as their opponents in a mock battle using wooden swords. He also added that it didn't matter whether they won or lost, since they would judge them based on their approach to the battle, which was why he encouraged them to give their all. Right after, he said that Cleria would be the first one to be tested. Shortly after, an opponent was selected and the fight began. Almost immediately, the adventurer launched toward her, but she remained motionless. So the adventurer thought either she was observing how he moved, or was an amateur who couldn't read his timing. However, no matter which of the two it was, he was about to find out. The adventurer got very close to Cleria and began to prepare his attack. In the meantime, Alan thought that if the adventurer left an opening for Cleria at that range, the outcome was decided. Immediately thereafter, Cleria countered the adventurer's attack and hit him hard in the belly with her wooden sword, which made the other kneel on the floor. At that moment, the man who had spoken before told her, while stuttering, that it was enough. In the end, she had won with only one move. Alan then recalled that he and Cleria had trained with their swords every day during their journey. All he was able to teach her were chained attacks and combos, and that was because those were all the rage at school during his VR game phase. He would leave an opening on purpose, and then Cleria would strike with combos and chained attacks. They had practiced that over and over again. In fact, he was aware that that had improved his defense too. So, during her test, what the examiner had done was the same move he had often done with her, and that made him believe that the adventurer had underestimated her. Back to the test, the man who had spoken at the beginning said that next up was her skills with magic, before explaining that she would need to use magic to hit each of the 5 targets in front of her. He then told her to use the type most familiar to her, before saying that he had seen that she had listed fire magic. Finally, he told her that she would be judged on her speed and accuracy in hitting the center of the targets. Right after the test began, Cleria shot various flame arrows without using any incantation, hitting the bullseye on every target. Meanwhile, Alan thought that she had taken 8 seconds to hit all the targets, which meant that she couldn't do all 5 at once yet. At that moment, the man who had spoken first told her that it was enough, while her demonstration flabbergasted the other adventurers. In fact, they couldn't believe or understand what they had just seen. As for our protagonist, he wondered if she had made a mistake by preparing before the man had told her to begin. Of course, he was also aware that she hadn't said the routine out loud. Shortly after, the man who had spoken at the beginning, a bearded man who was the leader of the examiners, said that that concluded Cleria's magic test, before announcing that it was Alan's turn and that they would begin by testing his magic first. Shortly after, the bearded man told him to begin, and he shot more flame arrows than Cleria, hitting the center on all the targets at once, while thinking that he could do it by getting locked and loaded in advance. He then asked the bearded man how he had performed, to which the other replied, while stuttering again, that it was enough, before adding that they would do his mock battle right away. Shortly after, his battle began, but our protagonist's opponent remained motionless while staring at him. That made Alan think that his opponent was being more cautious after seeing Cleria's fight. Alan also remained motionless for a short while, but in the end, he decided that, since he had no choice, it was better to take the initiative. So he launched toward the adventurer and threw a large combo of attacks at him. The adventurer tried his best to defend against the rain of attacks, but after a very short while, he ended up being thrown away after receiving various hits. The bearded man, who was sweating profusely at that moment, quickly said that it was enough, before telling Alan that the results would be ready shortly, and asking our protagonist to wait out by the guild registration desk. Once they left, the adventurers began to wonder aloud who the heck the newcomers were, before mocking Alan's opponent for shaking in his boots during his fight. However, the man replied that Alan's footwork and attacks were the real deal. On the other hand, they also admitted that calling their magic impressive didn't even begin to cover it. After all, what they had shown was beyond any flame arrow they had ever seen, even from an A-rank magician. Finally, the man who had talked with the female clerk previously admitted that the newcomer's self-ranking had been accurate. However, one of the adventurers went as far as to say that he believed that perhaps their skills with magic were even above what they had put down for it, and the others agreed to that statement. So the problem was how they were going to rank them. After all, they were all rank B, and the newcomers had beaten them to a pulp, so they couldn't rank Alan and Cleria too low. After hearing that, the bearded man said that since they all had agreed, they would admit them at rank C. Shortly after, the female clerk informed Alan and Cleria that, according to their results, they would start as rank C adventurers. Right after, she gave them their guild IDs while telling them to keep them on them at all times, before adding that if they lost them, it would cost 3,000 guineas to replace each one of them. Finally, she told them, while looking embarrassed, that their guild registration process had been completed, and then she asked them if they had any questions. After hearing that, Alan wanted to confirm if it was true that, according to the guild rules, rank C adventurers could be inactive up to 7 months and still remain in the guild. However, that astonished the female clerk, who quickly confirmed that it was true before asking him if he wasn't worried by the fact that his rank would drop every 2 months, to which our protagonist replied that he was not concerned about his rank. That shocked the female clerk even more, and she told him that they would love to have 2 such capable people as themselves accepting requests. Still, Alan simply replied that they would think it over before telling Cleria that it was time to leave, ignoring the desperate pleas of the female clerk. Outside the Adventurers Guild, Alan said that thankfully, that had gone faster than expected, and the young boy who had received Talus at the city gate quickly congratulated them. However, what they didn't notice was that a hooded person was surprised after seeing Cleria. Luckily, that person immediately revealed herself as a woman called Elna, who quickly called Cleria, trying to get her attention. Cleria quickly recognized the other woman and asked her what she was doing there, but Elna immediately began to cry while blushing and saying that she was very glad that Cleria was safe. At that moment, Alan mentally told Cleria that everyone was watching, which made her realize that they should not be doing that there. Nevertheless, when Elna saw Alan approach Cleria so intimately, she snapped and began to yell at him that a lowlife like him had no right to touch Lady Cleria. She even began to draw her sword. Luckily, Cleria quickly told her to stand down, which confused the other, before adding that they should talk elsewhere. Right after, Alan said that they should take the armor back to Quater's shop before returning to the estate. He then thought that, from her reaction, he felt like he could make a pretty good guess about who Elna was. He then thought that she and Cleria probably had a lot to catch up on, including some topics she didn't want him to overhear. While they were going back, along with the kid from before, Alan wondered what Cleria and Elna were talking about. Of course, he could use the nanomachines to increase his hearing, but he didn't want to be rude. At that moment, he asked the kid, whose name was Willie, to tell Jonas that, if he was available, our protagonist would appreciate it if he went outside to meet them. Shortly after, the butler welcomed them outside the estate and asked them what the matter was, to which Alan replied that Cleria had happened to run into an acquaintance at the Adventurers Guild. So, since it seemed that they had a lot to talk about, he wanted to know if Elna could be allowed into Cleria's room. The butler immediately replied that it was fine. After all, any guest of theirs was also a guest of Talus. The butler even added that he was going to prepare them some tea. Alan then told Cleria that they should continue their talk in her room, to which she replied that it was a good idea. On the other hand, Elna was truly very unhappy while seeing how intimate the lady and our protagonist were. At that moment, Alan told Jonas that he was thinking of getting started on the sweets he had been asked to make, if that was not too much trouble. The butler quickly guessed that those were the sweets our protagonist had spoken of with Lady Lana, and he told Alan that it was fine, before adding that he was going to take him to the kitchen. Nevertheless, while they were walking toward the kitchen, Alan thought that even though he had said that he liked to cook, there was the possibility of making something that gave away that he was not from there. In short, he had really put his foot in his mouth that time. Shortly after they arrived, the butler said that that was the kitchen that Lady Lana and Miss Tara used when cooking, before adding that the ingredients and tools there were the same as those used by their professional cooks. Alan then asked the butler to tell him more about that country's traditional sweets, and Jonas immediately grabbed a cookie before saying that the one he was holding was a flour-based concoction baked to sweet perfection. He then gave it to our protagonist, who wondered if by sweets they just meant cookies. After all, there were so many other kinds. Right after, Jonas said that the ingredients that needed to stay cold were kept in a magic item for cooling objects. The butler then added that they also used it to store foods that spoiled easily. Alan then began to observe the rest of the items and was surprised after seeing some fancy stuff. In fact, he quickly asked Jonas what was one of those items, and the butler replied that it was a magic item that created fire, before showing our protagonist how it worked. After seeing that, Alan said that it was fantastic, before adding that he would love to have one for himself. The butler then replied that one of their stores carried those devices, if our protagonist was so inclined. Our protagonist then checked one of the cupboards and noticed that there were meat and dried fish, eggs, butter, milk, and cheese. Right after, he thought that he could work with that, and shortly after began to prepare a recipe. A while later, he served the dessert, and the butler was astonished after seeing the presentation. Alan then explained that it was a sweet called pudding, before inviting him to try it. Jonas immediately did and was shocked by how good it was. He then said that it had a rich sweetness, before adding that he had never tasted anything like that before. After hearing that, Our protagonist said that he was glad that the other liked it, before adding that letting it chill would improve both the taste and the texture, to which the butler replied that he would be awaiting the final result. Sometime later, Cleria finally called Alan and invited him to join Elner and her. Once they were in Cleria's room, she asked him where Beck and Thor were, to which our protagonist replied that they were out shopping. He then added that they had said that they had a few things they needed to get with the money they had earned from selling their wares. Right after, Cleria apologized to Alan for not telling him about herself up to that moment, but he told her that he didn't mind since he knew that she had her reasons. She then revealed that she was Cleria Starvine and added that she was from the neighboring kingdom of Starvake, hoping that her name would make him realize her true identity. However, that name didn't ring a bell for him, so he told him that she was, or rather had been, someone important in the Starvake kingdom. The problem was that she used the same word he had been hearing time and time again, a word he still couldn't completely understand. Nevertheless, at that moment, he took the chance to ask what that word meant. Right after, Elna asked Cleria if she was sure that nothing was wrong with our protagonist, and Cleria told her to be quiet, before adding that only a month before, Alan, or Sir Corinth, knew nothing of their language. So, it was not surprising that there were still words he didn't understand. Obviously, after noticing that Cleria had used Sir to refer to Alan, Elna was shocked and asked Cleria if our protagonist was something that Alan didn't understand. However, Cleria ignored her and explained to Alan that the word he couldn't understand meant the daughter of a king. Of course, he immediately showed his astonishment while realizing that the word meant princess. After all, he had figured she was some kind of noble, but he never imagined that she was a princess. Immediately thereafter, he asked her what a princess was doing in a place like that, to which she replied that a dark chain of events had led her to that day. A flashback starts, showing Cleria entering the throne room and telling her father that she had gone there as soon as she had heard he had called for her. Beside the king was Cleria's brother, and both siblings exchanged formal greetings. Then, the monarch told Cleria that he hoped he had not caused her undue alarm, before saying that he would get right to the heart of the matter. Right after, he informed her that he would like her to conduct an inspection of the north and east of the realm. After hearing that, she replied that he had no objection to that, but she wanted to know if there was a reason behind her father's request. At that moment, her brother, whose name was Alf, said that they should tell her the whole story, since she was no longer a child. The king then said that his son was right, before asking him to fill her in. Alf then reminded her that he had conducted an inspection of the south and west regions, and she immediately thought that much of the south and west was governed by nobles from the royal line of the former Aloa's kingdom. Aloa's had been annexed by Starvake 162 years before, but the nobles there were permitted to maintain their general hierarchy and rule over the land. However, on occasion, a difference of opinion from within their ranks had been cause for trouble. Over the years, the Starvake king had often made reconciliations for the annexation by raising nobles from the south and west to serve as ministers within the government. Still, it seemed that unrest was stirring in the region at that moment. Back with the king, he said that they doubted that the south and the west were considering an insurrection at that moment. But since they wanted to be safe, he wanted her to inspect the north and the east. After hearing that, she immediately and solemnly declared that she would fulfill the duties assigned to her and inspect the northern and eastern regions. Afterward, she met with Fal and informed what her father had requested, before asking her enthusiastic friend if she wanted to go with her, to which the other instantly agreed. Later, her expedition was parting, and her mother asked her to take the utmost care, while her brother asked her to do her best to fulfill the mission. She replied that she would do as they had asked, and then she left the bustling capital and its 500,000 residents to set off on her inspection. At first, everything seemed fine, but she soon began to recognize a recurring coldness in the reception showed to her by the barons and lower-ranked nobles on whom she called. Then, 3 months after she departed from the capital, while inspecting the lands of her mother's older brother, Margrave Ludwig, something that marked a milestone happened. While she was in her room, a man called Dalsum, of the Royal Guard, said that he bore an urgent message from the Margrave, who requested an audience with the princess at once. The man added that the Margrave had insisted that it was a matter of necessity. Cleria decided to meet with the Margrave, and shortly after, she was in front of him. Right after, he apologized for summoning her late at night, to which she replied that it was fine, before asking what business he had with her. He then told her that they had received news from the capital that a rebellion had occurred, which obviously shocked her. Still, she managed to keep her composure and asked how big the rebellion was, to which the man replied that the messenger was not sure, but apparently it included 2/3 of the nobles from the south and west, and 1/3 of the nobles from the north and east. Cleria then did the math and said that at least half of the nobles and the army were part of the rebellion, before asking the man whose side he was on. Margrave then replied that over 300 years since the founding of that kingdom, the Ludwig family had proudly pledged its royalty not to the Starvake kingdom, but to the Starvine family itself. Seeing that her uncle was mad at her, because she had doubted him, she quickly apologized and said that in her agitation, he had slighted him with such words. It seemed that unrest had flared 20 days before, when the king had arraigned Sir Royce, Minister of Military Affairs, and the minister had failed to appear. 2 days after that, Sir Royce had raised a contingent of soldiers, and as if on cue, nobles began joining the uprising. Their troops then surrounded the capital, and it fell after 3 days. Of course, after learning that, Cleria asked what had happened to her mother, father, and brother, to which her uncle replied that they had been beheaded in front of the castle on charges of betraying Starvake for the neighboring kingdom of Aram. That pissed her off a lot, and she yelled that those accusations were nonsense, since Aram had always been threatening their borders. Her uncle then replied that he was aware of that. In fact, he added that neither their friends nor their enemies believed that charge. She then said that they should recover the capital as soon as possible, but her uncle advised her against that, saying that at that moment, they should focus on mobilizing the nobles in the north and east under her name. Otherwise, they would have no hope of meeting the rebel threat. After hearing that, she realized that since half of the army supported the rebellion, deploying an unorganized force would get them nowhere. Cleria then apologized again, saying that anger had gotten the best of her. However, Margrave said that it was fine since he felt the same. In fact, he swore that he would make those bastards pay for the dishonorable deaths of his lord and his sister. The next day, Cleria began writing letters of summons, and those letters were borne by over 200 knights to nobles around the northern and eastern regions. However, she only realized that something was amiss on the morning of the third day after sending out the messengers. Too much time had passed, and no help had arrived, nor had the knights returned. It was then that she started to have a bad feeling. On the morning of the fourth day, a noble leading troops finally appeared on their doorstep. It was Baron Arseny, whom her uncle had asked to be his right-hand man. The newcomer, after seeing Cleria, thanked the goddess Luminas because she was safe. The princess then asked the man if he had not expected to find her safe, which made Margrave panic. "I don't trust that guy, he looks very suspicious." Arseny then apologized and explained that he didn't know where she was. That surprised the princess, who asked if he had not gone there at the behest of her letter, to which the man replied that he had not received a letter from her. Arseny then added that he had heard of the trouble in the capital and had looked for Margrave for guidance, but since he had received no reply, he had decided to go there to inquire in person. Right after, Margrave cursed and said that the rebels had gotten the best of them. Cleria then asked her uncle if he meant that the messengers carrying the letters hadn't made it, to which he replied that they had gotten them like rats in a trap, before adding that the rebels should have had this plan in the works for years. The princess then asked what could have happened to her messengers, and her uncle replied that they were likely done for, before explaining that he suspected that the rebels had laid an ambush along all the major roads. He believed that thanks to that, they would be able to pick off small parties such as messengers. Still, she couldn't believe it. So, in response, the Margrave quickly sent out scouting parties and small companies of soldiers to find and flush out rebel troops from the major roads. Those units would return, then depart again just as quickly. Slowly, they learned about the situation outside their walls. They faced a force around 40,000 strong, consisting primarily of the army. However, smaller militias under the auspices of nobles from the south and west had gradually joined the ranks. That host had encircled the castles of nobles still loyal to the king, left contingents to lay siege, and then moved on. Furthermore, the principal army was moving directly toward them at that moment. In fact, it had already invaded far into the northern and eastern regions. So, even if loyal nobles in the north and east raised troops and attempted to meet them with reinforcements, they risked decimation by the incoming rebel forces. They received one piece of bad news after another. At that point, if they were to gather all their allies, they would manage to gather 5,000 at most. Then, one day, Margrave reported that Count David's stronghold had finally fallen to rebel forces, so the main host could reach there as soon as a day and a half. After hearing that, Cleria replied that they would fight them to the last. Her uncle then said that her resolve made the Starvin family proud, before adding that even though he would have her escape and live on. That enraged her, and she yelled at her uncle if he wanted her to bear such shame. However, Margrave remained calm and replied that there was no shame in continuing to live, before adding that she would make for the kingdom of Belta. That confused her, and the man explained that her great-aunt Irina, sister to her grandmother Erica, had married into the royal family there, which made Ahmad, the current king of Belta, her second cousin. She then asked if her mission was to ask Belta to rescue them, which the other confirmed. However, Margrave added that help couldn't possibly arrive in time for that battle, not to mention that the likelihood of them sending help was exceedingly low. Still, they should not lose hope. After hearing that, she asked her uncle to go with her to help her restore the kingdom together. However, he refused, saying that as principal retainer to the Starvin family, his dignity and pride didn't allow such an action, and he still is fine with putting that shame on Cleria. What kind of logic is that? Her uncle then asked her to permit him to fight to the end, and she asked him to consider surrendering to the rebels. Nevertheless, he replied that there was no chance that they would spare him, given the relation between his house and hers. In fact, even if they kept him alive at first, within no time at all, he would be falsely accused of a crime and condemned. That was a huge blow to her, and she ended up lowering her head while saying that, since she offered no fighting strength to him by remaining there, perhaps it was for the best that she did as he said and kept hope alive. After hearing that, he said that he wished to entrust her with one more matter. He then explained that the blood of the House of Ludwig ran within her veins as well as his. So, as testament to over 300 years of loyal service to the Starvin family, he asked that one day she returned his house to its former glory. Right after, she promised she would see to it that direct descendants of the Ludwig family were restored to the rightful place. She even swore that to the goddess Luminous. Afterward, they decided that she would escape. On their departure, Margrave told her that he would have the royal guard split into 8 units, which would all leave at the same time. In fact, neither their troops nor the rebels would know which of the 8 wagons would carry her. Moreover, their destinations would be the kingdoms of Sicilio and Belta, which made the rebels assume that she would head to the closer of the 2 Sicilio. Additionally, even though the rebels were numerous, they couldn't afford to have troops positioned along every road all the way to the borders. Of course, Margrave was aware that there were spies in his domain, but none could hope to follow all 8 wagons at once. Finally, he gave her a letter from her father, mother, and brother, while saying that he had received that correspondence shortly before the fall of the royal castle. He then apologized for not delivering it sooner. She quickly opened the letter, and after reading it, she couldn't help but cry. Afterward, she left while her uncle prayed to the goddess Luminous for the fortune to smile upon her niece. Wow, in the end he was not a traitor. I must say I am surprised. Back to the present, Cleria couldn't help but start crying after remembering all those things, which obviously made Alan feel bad. He then said that when he had found her, she had been in the middle of trying to make her escape, while Elna should have split off and ridden with one of the decoy wagons. At that moment, he lowered his head and said that Cleria had really had a hard time. After hearing that, Cleria more or less regained her composure and said that he should know that, even though they had hoped to ask for assistance from her blood relative, the king of Balta, after having reunited with Elna, the princess knew that that path forward was closed off to her. That shocked our protagonist, and he immediately asked her what had happened, to which Cleria replied that Elna's decoy wagon was meant to draw the enemy. Still, in the end, they made it all the way to Sicilio unharmed. So, with their mission complete, They set a new course for Belta to rendezvous with the princess. Believing they could obtain help from their relative, the king, they planned to establish contact through the nobility. However, Elna's unit was arrested and taken away. Luckily, Elna was waiting there in a town Cleria was likely to pass through and avoided the same fate. In short, the king of Belta was on the side of the rebels, and he might be trying to curry favor with them. Right after, Cleria apologized to Elna for putting her through so much, to which the other replied that it was fine, before adding that merely the knowledge that the princess was safe would put the captured troops at ease. Cleria then said that she hoped to rescue the captured troops, if at all possible, but it was 10 days before, and they couldn't say for certain where they had been taken, so the chances of success seemed next to none. At that moment, the princess admitted that she was at a loss about how to proceed, before asking our protagonist if he could lend her some of his wisdom. After hearing how she was using polite language when talking to him, Alan asked her why she had begun to use that language all of a sudden. Cleria then replied that, as a princess, or a former princess at least, it was only right that she addressed a noble such as Alan in that way. Right after, the captain decided to drop the bomb by saying that he was not a noble, which, of course, shocked Cleria. In fact, she couldn't believe it and told him that he carried the name of a house, referring to the fact that he had a last name. However, he said that he was a commoner with a family name, before explaining that in his country, almost everyone had a last name, but not all of them were nobility. After hearing that, Cleria said that she had never heard of such a thing, and added that she thought that on that continent, nobles were the only ones to take family names. Alan decided to put that rocky subject aside for the time being, and said that if she was asking what he would do in her situation, he would start by collecting information. After all, she couldn't make the correct decision without information to base it on. He then suggested that she could start by asking Talus what he knew, since he seemed well informed. In fact, he added that it would be better if she could tell him who she really was. Elna snapped after hearing that, since he was asking Lady Cleria to reveal her royal status, which she believed was unthinkable. She then asked him what they would do if the worst scenario occurred. Alan quickly replied that he would just take Cleria under his arm and start running as fast as he could, which made Elna angrier to the point that she started mocking our protagonist for being delusional. At that moment, Cleria intervened and said that if he really wanted to, he could outrun a pack of knights or all the adventurers in that town. Still, Elna refused to believe that and said that it was outrageous. The princess then said that she could say that with confidence, before formally asking Elna to watch her tongue when speaking to Alan. After hearing that, the other took a step back and apologized. Afterward, Cleria said that she also believed that they could trust Talus, before asking Alan to join her when she explained everything to the merchant, to which the other agreed. Some time later, Alan, Elna, and Cleria met with Talus, and the merchant asked if they really had a matter of great importance to discuss with him, to which the princess agreed before apologizing for taking the time out of the merchant's busy schedule. Talus then replied that it was fine, before adding that there was no way he could turn down a favor requested by someone who had saved his life. Immediately thereafter, the princess said that to get to the heart of the matter, she had been using a false name. She then asked for his forgiveness before adding that her true name was Cleria Starvine. That shocked the merchant, because a princess was asking for the forgiveness of someone like him. Right after, he added that it was only natural she would take such precautions as royalty. Cleria then told the merchant that there was no need for him to address her as princess, since she could no longer lay claim to that title. Talus accepted that, and asked her what she wished to speak with him about, to which she replied by saying that if he had any information about Starvake, she was hoping he could share what he knew. Right after, the merchant said that since he was out of town, there might be some aspects of the situation he had yet to grasp. Talus then said that they should confer with Jonas. Immediately thereafter, the butler asked Cleria how much she knew, to which she replied that she knew up to before the Battle of Ludwig. Jonas then warned her since his information was likely to include mere rumors circulating among the merchants, which implied that she should take what he had to say with a grain of salt. Right after, the butler explained that, at the Battle of Ludwig, the Margrave's force of 6,000 took on the combined forces of the nobles from the south and west, numbering 40,000. The nobles encircled Ludwig's castle and turned the battle into a siege. Nevertheless, the Margrave refused to give in to calls for surrender, and after 2 weeks of resistance, the castle was finally taken. After hearing that, Cleria understood why her uncle was trying to buy time for her escape. She then asked the butler if he knew what had happened to her uncle, to which the other replied that he had died in battle, before adding that since his body had been sighted later, that fact at least was true. Right after, the butler added that there was a rumor, coming from several eyewitnesses, that said that before the battle turned into a siege, no small number of the Margrave's forces had stealthily left the domain. Cleria then said that she couldn't imagine that members of her uncle's troops would have deserted him, before adding that he had likely allowed anyone who didn't wish to face the coming battle to leave. The butler then said that, after the battle, the remaining nobles in the north and east surrendered one by one, and all had submitted to the rebel forces as of 5 weeks before. Then, 20 days before, there came a proclamation that Marquis Agostini of the southern region had crowned himself king and renamed his new territory the Kingdom of Aloes. Cleria said that he should be Marquis Agostini of Lothringen, before asking if he really had usurped the kingdom and was presuming to call it Aloes. However, that was a rhetorical question, so almost immediately, she thanked Talus and Jonas for that critical information before adding that she hoped to repay them in the future. Nevertheless, the merchant quickly said that it wouldn't be necessary, before adding that from that moment onward, they would put more effort into gathering information. After hearing that, Cleria said that she wouldn't think to pressure him. Talus then revealed that his father was a merchant from Starvake, which made him half Starvakian. The merchant also added that even though his father had passed away 4 years before, it was only natural that, even at that moment, he would aid the princess of his father's beloved homeland when she reached out to him for help. After hearing the other's sincerity, Cleria felt bad and said that she couldn't thank him enough, before adding that it seemed that the merchant's country, Belta, had allied itself with the upstart rulers of the new Aloes kingdom, which meant that aiding her would mean defying the will of his king. Talus then showed a disappointed expression and said that it was very like the king to put his interests above blood relations. Still, the merchant reassured Cleria by saying that it was unlikely that the king would make an official decree to turn her in. After all, attempting to arrest his second cousin would put a stain on his reputation. In short, the merchant's offer was still valid. After hearing that, Cleria thanked Talus again, and the other said that he would meet with some of his colleagues to see what further information he could obtain. Afterward, Alan returned with Elna and Cleria, and he said that, even though they had gotten some intel, it was not enough to decide their course of action. However, Cleria said that they had learned that there were beacons of hope in Belta, like Talus, who were willing to lend her their support. She even added that it had been thanks to him that she had managed to learn that. Right after, he asked her what she would do, to which she replied by lowering her head while saying that she didn't know. She then said, while looking defeated, that ideally, she would take back her kingdom, but ultimately, she didn't know if it made a difference to the people of the country, whether they were ruled by Starvin kings or Lothringen kings. After hearing that, Elna snapped again and yelled that it made a difference because the Starvin family was beloved by its people, before adding that there was something strange about the entire uprising. Finally, she said that, as one of Cleria's royal guards, she would always be by her side. Nevertheless, the former princess said that Elna's lords and her country were gone, before adding that she might as well return to her hometown. Almost immediately, Elna yelled again that the royal Starvin line still had Lady Cleria, before adding that she had made a vow to the goddess Luminas that she would protect the former princess with her life, which left Cleria flabbergasted. After seeing the former princess' reaction, Alan thought that perhaps some parts of the conversation should have gone over his head, before wondering how bad it was to make a vow to a deity. Still, he decided against asking about religion, since he didn't know how the others would react if he said that he didn't know about Luminas. As for Cleria, she said that she was truly happy that it meant so much to Elna, before adding that she wouldn't ask her to return home again since their fates were intertwined, which made Elna very happy. Right after, Cleria told Alan that there was something that she should do as soon as possible, before explaining that there might be others besides Elna looking for her so she should let them know where she was and that they might return home. Alan said that the former princess had a point, before asking her how she was planning to do it. At that moment, Cleria asked Elna if the other units said that their plans were, to which the other replied that they hadn't, before adding that her unit had let the others know that they planned to stay in Belta. Cleria then said that even if they went searching, they could miss them in passing, and Alan asked her if the others would be disguised as adventurers like Elna. Because if that was the case, then they might stop by adventurers' guilds. After all, if they asked, perhaps the guilds would post messages for them to get the word out. After hearing that, the former princess said that it was a great idea, before adding that they should try it. However, Elna warned her friend that their pursuers might also see the messages. After all, during their travels, they had encountered suspicious adventurers who seemed to be following them. Alan then said that it made sense, since the rebels couldn't just send troops to wander around in a foreign country. Right after, Cleria asked Elna if the members of the Royal Guard had some kind of code that only they could understand, and the other replied that there might be something that could work. Elna then explained that among the Royal Guards, Cleria's room in the Royal Palace was sometimes referred to as C312. Right after, our protagonist asked what the meaning of that code was, and Elna replied that Cleria's room was the 12th one on the left side of the 3rd floor in Building C. After hearing the explanation, Alan said that it was unlikely that anyone outside the Royal Guard would recognize that as being related to Cleria. However, Elna said that she had not heard of many instances of passing messages through the guilds. Alan then suggested to phrase it as a quest to transport goods into Gotania under the name of Resident C312, and Cleria quickly agreed to that. How do I know who said what in that last panel, you may ask? Well, my sources. Trust me, bro. Later that day, they went to the Adventurers Guild and met with the female clerk from before, and she got extremely cheerful after recognizing Alan and Cleria. In fact, she immediately asked our protagonist if he would take some quests for the guild, but the other replied that he had gone there as a client. That disappointed the clerk, and she asked him what type of quest it was. She then began to read the details as follows: Wyvern Magem, Quantity 1, for delivery to Gotania's Adventurers Guild, reward 5 gold, deadline 6 months, client resident C312. At first, she was reading the details with some disdain, but when she noticed the 5 gold reward, she was shocked. Seeing her reaction, Alan asked her if there was something wrong, to which the female clerk replied that no one would take that quest seriously since the reward was too low. With a 5 gold reward, no one would take it. She then added that the reward should be at least 10 gold. After hearing the explanation, Alan quickly asked the clerk to change the reward to 10 gold. The clerk then asked in which guilds they would like the quest posted, and poor protagonist replied that in all guilds in Sicilio and Belta that were near Starvake. The clerk was surprised again, since they wanted to post the quest in a lot of locations. In fact, once she checked the files, she told them that to fulfill their request, the quest would have to be posted in 21 locations, and asked Alan and Cleria if that was fine, to which the two quickly agreed. The female clerk then said that, including the handling fee and reward deposit, they would have to pay 121,000 guineas. Right after, our protagonist asked when the quest would be posted, and the woman replied that they would be up by the following day, which surprised Alan. He couldn't believe they had the means to post the requests that fast, and he ended up asking the female clerk how they got the word out, to which the other replied that she couldn't go into detail. Still, she explained that adventurers' guilds had an artifact that allowed them to communicate with other guilds at a distance. At that moment, Alan wondered if those artifacts were the magic items Cleria had previously mentioned. Immediately thereafter, he asked the female clerk if it was possible to see the artifact, but the other, with a solemn expression, replied that it wasn't, before adding that its location was also a secret. Our protagonist was taken aback by that reply, but he decided to stop pressing the matter. Then, the female clerk told him that she had just recalled that a client had sent a quest for him by name. She then added that it was from the large trading firm Talus, gave our protagonist a sealed scroll, and told him that the details were inside, and that if he agreed, he should visit them. Alan took the scroll while thinking that perhaps he had mentioned a quest. Afterward, outside the building, Cleary apologized because placing the quests had cost him a lot of money, but our protagonist replied that it was no big deal, before adding that, since that money belonged to both of them, they should use it as they liked. The former princess then asked Alan what the quest he had gotten from Talus was, and our protagonist replied that it was to guide and protect a party to recover the goods left behind at the bandits' hideout. After hearing that, Cleria asked him if he planned to accept, and he replied that he would since the merchant was taking good care of them. Wow, this author doesn't forget to tie loose ends. Good. He then added that since it should take a day, he was thinking that the following day, or the day after that, would be good. Cleria then said that she would go with him, and almost immediately, Elna added that she would naturally accompany the former princess. Okay, Miss Elna, you are earning points by the minute to become an annoying character. Nevertheless, the captain said that there was no need since he could more than handle it himself. However, the former princess insisted, saying that she was also benefiting from the merchant's hospitality. Not to mention that between our protagonist and Elna, it was obvious that Cleria would not be in danger. Our protagonist then had no choice but to accept. Immediately thereafter, Cleria told him that there was something she had been wanting to ask him, and he thought that the time had finally arrived. After all, she had told him who she was, so it was natural for her to want to know who he was. Nevertheless, the real question caught him by surprise, because she asked him why he was helping her. Still, he immediately understood that she wanted to know what his motives were. He then began to consider how to answer that. She was a fellow member of humanity, which was a valid reason. However, he was aware that, at first, all he was thinking about was saving a dying girl. Then, they had set off together, and she had taught him magic, and before he knew it, she had become someone who was always by his side. Finally, he replied that it was because she had become like a little sister to him, and you didn't need a reason to help out your sister. That answer shocked the former princess at first and made Cleria feel downhearted afterward. As for Elna, she was elated to the point of humming. See? Annoying. Obviously, Alan noticed her reaction and wondered why she was upset. So, he apologized in case he had said something weird, before saying that she had helped him out too. After all, when they met, he didn't speak the language or know the area at all, and she had guided him through all that. The former princess agreed to it, but she then added that he had definitely helped her out more. After hearing that, our protagonist told Cleria that she should have already figured out that he was not from that continent. Right after, he added that he had arrived there on a ship that had gone down together with all his comrades, making him the sole survivor. Moreover, without that ship, he couldn't return to his home country, which meant that he had no choice but to live out his life there. The former princess then said that he could go back if he built a ship big and strong enough, but he denied it. He told her that he couldn't explain the details, but the truth was that he knew that there was no way of going back. Cleria then said, looking sad and lowering her head, that neither of them could return to their home countries, and he thought that was true, since he could never return to Earth or the Empire. What he didn't know was that at that precise moment, Iris was seeing how two naked women were standing out in front of her. Immediately afterward, the AI informed them that, in accordance with Imperial Military Code Article 3, Clause 4, she had a mission to assign to them. Hey, could anyone please let Iris know that I need some help too? The following day, Alan woke up Beck and Thor, telling them that there were lots of things to do that day. Later, he met with Cleria, who asked him what he had planned, to which he replied that first he would collect the reward for catching the bandits. Then he would go carry out Jonas' quest. Then, he was thinking of going to the Adventurers Guild to register a party. After all, since Elna was with them, they might as well register. Afterward, while in the cart, Beck asked Alan if it was okay for them to take all the bandits' weapons, since they had already gotten their share of the reward money. Right after, our protagonist replied that since their village could use some real weapons, so they should take them. Beck then thanked Alan, and shortly after, they arrived at one of the city gates, and Beck said that the people who were there waiting for them were the members of the party they had hired, called Iron Axe. He then added that they would escort them back home. That gave our protagonist a better idea of what a party was. He then shook hands with the leader of the group, while saying that Beck and Thor were good friends of him, before asking the other to take good care of them. The leader quickly replied that he could count on that, and right after, Beck gave Alan and Rhea some presents to express their thanks. Alan's one was a pack of 3 daggers with their holster, and our protagonist said that he was happy to accept the other's token of gratitude. On the other hand, Cleria received a comm, and she said that she thought that that was the happiest she had ever felt to receive a gift. As for Beck, he said that they would never forget them for their whole lives, before inviting them to stop by the village if they ever got near there, to which Alan and Cleria agreed. Right after, Beck and Thor left with the members of Iron Axe, and shortly after, the captain, the former princess, and the knight began their own journey to the bandits' hideout. Elna then asked Alan how far the place was, and he replied that about 3 hours by wagon. Then, Alan asked Elna if she could show him how she used wind magic, and the knight agreed, saying that air bullet was probably the best spell to do a demonstration. Right after, she cast it, and Alan thought that it was impressive seeing how she sent a ball of air flying. After all, unlike a fireball, you wouldn't be able to see it coming, which was a huge advantage. Afterward, our protagonist asked if there were more magic techniques, and Elna confirmed it, before proceeding to show him the next one called Wind Cutter. That spell consisted of something similar to Krillin's Kienzan, but with a hole in the middle. Let's call it the Killing Donut. Alan was amazed after seeing that, and asked Elna what she pictured when using it. But the knight replied that she didn't picture anything, she simply followed the steps from the magic tome. That confirmed to our protagonist that instead of picturing what they wanted, as he did, when they used magic, they simply followed a formula they were taught step by step. Sometime later, they arrived at their destination, and after entering the cave, they confirmed that the loot seemed untouched. However, shortly after, Alan told Cleria and Elna that greyhounds were nearby and were getting closer. In fact, he added that there was a chance they might have noticed them. Finally, she told them that there were 10 of them 2,000 feet, or 3,430.53 bananas away, and Elna couldn't help but look impressed when asking if he really was capable of knowing all that. Immediately thereafter, Cleria replied that he used detection magic, and Elna couldn't even believe that such magic existed. At that moment, Alan interrupted them to say that the greyhounds were getting closer, before telling Jonas, who had previously driven the wagon, to stay inside the hideout while they faced the greyhounds. After hearing that, Elna couldn't believe that Alan intended that the 3 of them face 10 greyhounds. In fact, she said that they should also stay inside the hideout. Right after, our protagonist replied that he could handle all of them by himself, but Cleria quickly intervened to say that he should let her have 3. Alan agreed and told Elna to back Cleria, but the knight replied that he couldn't be serious, before adding that the former princess couldn't take on 3 by herself. However, Cleria reassured her friend by saying that his skills with magic had improved a lot. Alan then said that he would use magic too, before adding that he would be testing his new throwing knives on one of the greyhounds. Right after, the greyhounds arrived, and the battle started. Cleria didn't hesitate and began to cast her spells, and our protagonist noticed that the former princess was already capable of controlling 3 flame arrows at once, which meant that her progress was increasing in leaps and bounds. Afterward, Alan decided to step in, and the battle was over almost before it started. However, what left both Cleria and Elna flabbergasted was the fact that our protagonist had used Killing Donut during the battle. In fact, the knight asked the former princess what he was, since he had used magic he had first seen mere moments before, without speaking or going through the steps. However, Cleria only replied that her friend would get used to him since he was always full of surprises. Then, Elna said that Cleria's magic had progressed so much that she could hardly recognize it, and the other replied, while looking pleased, that Alan had taught her to do it that way. Obviously, after hearing that, the knight asked our protagonist to teach her as well. Alan then said that he hadn't really taught Cleria that much before asking Elna to simply call him Alan without the sir. Right after, Elna, while blushing, agreed and asked him again if he could teach her. Wait. Sir Alan, are you making a love triangle? A princess and her female knight? I can't say I don't see the potential there. At that moment, Jonas arrived and praised them, and our protagonist said that they had a reputation to uphold as adventurers, before adding that since that was all the danger in the area, they could resume packing the wagon. Afterward, while they were packing the wagon, Alan asked Elna if other types of magic had to be learned from tomes as well, and the knight confirmed it. before adding that if you went to a magician's guild, they might have tums on other kinds of magic. Some time later, they arrived at the Adventurers Guild, and Alan said that they should register as a party once he picked up his reward for completing that day's quest. He then asked Elna if she had already registered as an adventurer, and the other confirmed it, saying that she was at rank C. Our protagonist then said that it was perfect since he and Cleria were at the same rank, which shocked the knight, since she couldn't believe that the former princess was at rank C. Nevertheless, Cleria dismissed that and asked what name they should choose for their party, to which Alan replied by saying that both girls could decide as long as it was not too weird. Then, to our protagonist's amusement, both girls spent the following 20 minutes discussing the name of the party. Suddenly, Elna suggested the name Shining Star, and Cleria got excited while saying that the name made sense. At that moment, our protagonist mentally asked the former princess what about that name made sense, but before Cleria could reply, Elna said that Shining Star came from Lady Cleria's family name, Starvine, and Alan finally understood the idea. Shortly after, they met with the same female clerk from before, who asked them to confirm if they wanted to register under the party name Shining Star, before asking who was going to be the leader. Are there no more clerks in that place? After hearing that, Alan suggested that the leader should be Cleria, since they were calling themselves using her family name, and the simp immediately agreed. Wow, at least pretend to wait for a couple of seconds. Nevertheless, Cleria disagreed since she believed that the strongest should be the leader, not to mention that she would rather stay in the shadows. Our protagonist couldn't find a flaw in her logic and asked the female clerk to put him down as party leader. The clerk then updated their guild IDs accordingly, and the procedure was finished. Right after, Alan suggested that they go for a toast to their new party, and Cleria quickly agreed. Sometime later, they were sitting in a tavern and decided to eat while having some drinks. Later, Alan said a few words, and they toasted to their new party. At that moment, our protagonist thought that, just a short while before, he had thought that he would never be in a place like that again. After all, it had only been 50 days since he was traveling the galaxy on the crew of an Imperial starship. Nevertheless, at that moment, it was like he was in a movie, using swords and magic, and getting ready to set out on a journey with new friends. He then wondered how the war between humanity and the bugs was going. Last he had heard, it was basically a stalemate. He then hoped that there was some way humanity could beat them. It was then that realization hit him. In the end, he was not a bystander, and there was still a chance that the bugs could arrive on that planet. Furthermore, he knew that if the bugs went there, they would overrun the planet before anyone would have a chance to fight back. Not to mention that his pulse rifle wouldn't come close to putting a dent in them either. The one saving grace was that clearly the bugs hadn't been there in 10,000 years or more. He then thought that the best outcome would be that the bugs didn't go there in the future. However, his thoughts were interrupted by an upset former princess who asked him if he was listening. He then apologized, saying that he had been lost in his thoughts, and she scolded him, saying that that was a very important meeting for the future of their party, which meant that he needed to pay attention. He then said, as if talking to himself, that he indeed should think of the future of their party, since that was where he belonged at that moment. The former princess then asked what he had meant by that, and he simply apologized again, while Elna couldn't believe how the other two interacted. Right after, he made another toast, but Cleria told him that he should not try to change the subject. After registering as a party at the guild, they set about looking for a new home base. Luckily, Talus had bought his pudding recipe for an unprecedented 5,000 guineas, so together with the bounty from the bandits, they had plenty of money. Then, following the merchant's advice, they went to a certain inn looking for a new base, an inn called the Horn of Plenty. There, they met with another female clerk, and Alan told her that they were looking for 3 single rooms. However, after hearing that, Cleria said that she could share a room with Elna, and the knight added that she would feel better that way. Right after, our protagonist told the clerk that they needed 1 single and 1 double. Afterward, the female clerk informed them that the total price would be 500 guineas per night for the single and 750 guineas per night for the double. Immediately thereafter, Alan asked her if there was any discount for longer stays, and the clerk replied that they could indeed offer a discount if paid in advance. However, She then warned them that they couldn't offer a refund if they left early. Our protagonist then said that they would pay for 2 weeks, before thinking that the total amount to pay would be 14,000 guineas, which meant that if they didn't figure out a way to make money soon, they would run out of funds before they knew it. Sadly, the female clerk was unable to do the math, and her mother had to intervene. She apologized for the delay and then told them that the total price would be 14,000 guineas. Afterward, while the young lady guided them to their rooms, Alan asked if they could be allowed to buy their own ingredients and borrow the kitchen there to do some cooking. However, she didn't know the answer and called her dad, who replied, while showing an annoyed expression, that it would be fine. Right after, Alan told him that he had just bought some fresh black bird meat down at the market and was hoping to cook it up, before adding that he could pay for the time in the kitchen. Nevertheless, the man quickly replied that there was no need for that, before asking what time Alan was going to use it, to which our protagonist replied that they wanted to use it that evening. The man then asked Alan to let him butcher the meat for him, standard cut, and our protagonist quickly agreed, saying that it would be a big help. Afterward, Cleria told Alan that the man had a bit of a sharp tongue, but our protagonist quickly replied that that manner of speaking always put him at ease. After hearing that, Cleria opened the door of her room while saying that, since it didn't bother him, she would just ignore it. Right after, Alan reminded Elna about the magic tomes and how they could find them at the Magician's Guild. Almost immediately, the former princess asked the knight if she had seen a Magician's Guild there in town, to which Elna replied that, while she had not yet been there, she had heard that there was one in town. However, she also had heard that it was on the smaller side. Still, Alan said that he would like to try going there. After all, if they didn't have any magic tomes, then they could think of what to do after that. Sometime later, they found the Magician's Guild, but they immediately noticed that it was much smaller than the Adventurer's Guild. Once inside, they met with another female clerk, who asked them if they were there about a quest. Okay, men don't work as clerks in that town, right? After hearing that, Alan told her that they had gone there to learn more about magic, and the clerk asked them if they wanted to learn spells, before asking them if there was any magic that they could use already. Our protagonist quickly replied that he could use fire magic, with spells such as Fireball and Flame Arrow, before adding that he could also use Air Bullet and Killing Donut from Wind Magic. Finally, he added that he could also use Water Magic. After hearing that, the female clerk was pleasantly surprised, to the point of offering Alan the chance to join their guild. Immediately thereafter, Elna asked if there was any benefit to joining. The female clerk then replied that if they joined the Magician's Guild, they would get not just 10 but 20% off magic tools and tomes. Unfortunately, Alan said that it didn't sound like much and declined the offer. Nevertheless, the female clerk didn't give up and told them that they also got a 20% discount if they had a quest for the Magician's Guild. So, if they saw themselves needing quests in the future, they would save the most if they signed up at that moment. That tempted our protagonist, who asked the fee to become a member, and the female clerk replied that 5 silver, which was the same as the Adventurer's Guild, a detail that Cleria noticed. When the clerk heard that the others mentioned the Adventurer's Guild, she asked them what their ranks were over there, and Alan replied that they were rank C, before adding that they had joined 2 days before. That shocked the female clerk, who immediately thought that she had to get them to join somehow. In fact, she was sure that the director would be so mad if Alan slipped through her fingers. Immediately thereafter, she showed Alan a price list for their magic tomes while asking him what kind of magic he wanted to learn. Our protagonist began to read the list, and shortly after, he was shocked after noticing that the tome for Fireball cost 80,000 guineas. He even said that, at those prices, he was surprised no one had started selling cheaper replicas. At that moment, the female clerk said that the crime carried the death penalty anywhere they went, and Alan finally understood why no one dared to do it. Right after, our protagonist asked the clerk to demonstrate the spells before he bought them. In fact, he added that if she could tell them how they were done, that would also help. After hearing that, the clerk asked him if he wanted to learn the spell, before asking what benefit he would get by seeing it. Alan then replied that since the tome was expensive, he wanted to see proof of what it did before he spent the money. He then thought that since copying tomes got you the death penalty, he shouldn't reveal that he was able to mimic spells just by seeing them, which meant that he had to talk his way around that one carefully. As for the female clerk, she bought his explanation, and he suggested starting with a light magic spell called Heal, before asking what it did. The clerk then said that if healed injuries, which surprised our protagonist. Moreover, the clerk was surprised after seeing that Alan didn't know that. Immediately thereafter, he said that he wanted to see an example of it before picking several other spells too. In the end, he asked to see all the spells he didn't know and asked the clerk what the total price was. The clerk then said that, since that was the first time they had been asked for a quest like that, she would have to check, before adding that the director was out at that moment, working at the infirmary. Right after, Cleria asked why the director was working at the infirmary, and the female clerk snapped and began to yell that it was all because they needed someone who could use heal, before adding that that was the other reason they were not making any profit there. After seeing the clerk's reaction, our protagonist said that she had a lot on her plate, and that managed to calm her. She then said that she would try asking the director that night, so they should have an answer for him the following day in the morning. The female clerk also added that if he decided to join the guild, he could do his ranking test at the same time. At that moment, Cleria and Elna said that if the director could accept their quest, they would also like to see the spells. Right after, the clerk warned them, saying that the discount didn't apply unless the quest clients were all guild members, and almost immediately, Alan told Cleria and Elna that they should perhaps join as well. That shocked the female clerk, and she asked the other two girls if they could use magic too, which Cleria and Elna confirmed. Immediately thereafter, the clerk said that they would see the three of them the following day, while thinking that the director would definitely praise her if she could sign up 3 new members. Later that day, they returned to the inn, and the man from before gave them the meat he had butchered. At that moment, Alan introduced himself, and the man, whose name was Berth, did the same. Then, our protagonist began to assess the magic tools that were in the kitchen, before discussing with Berth the dishes he was going to prepare. He even offered a portion to the man's family, and the other accepted if it tasted good, since his girls were pretty picky. Sometime later, the dishes were done and served, and the others began to compare the dishes, which supposedly were from Alan's home country, with the dishes from their countries. The first one to share her opinion was Cleria, and she said that it tasted amazing. She even added that of all his cooking she had tried so far, that one was definitely the best. As for our protagonist, he wondered if there was something wrong with the former princess, because even though her arm and leg had healed, her appetite hadn't slowed down. At that moment, the nanomachines replied that there was nothing abnormal with her, but due to the speed of the regeneration, she still needed a high nutrient intake. On the other hand, Berth's wife and daughter were delighted after trying the dishes. The woman even said that she had never heard of an egg-based sauce before. As for the man, he asked Alan to make time the following morning, since he wanted to talk to our protagonist about something. The following morning, Berth asked Alan if he used to work as a chef, and the other replied that cooking was just a hobby for him. Still, the man said that it didn't matter, because he was really impressed by what Alan had cooked the day before. He even added that he had no idea that food could taste that good. Alan then tried to downplay the whole thing, but the man cut him off, asking our protagonist if he could teach him. Berth even added that he was willing to knock their room charge down to 0, and to allow them to stay at the inn for 1 month or 2, under those conditions. Even after that, our protagonist was still hesitant, and Berth told him that a chef's recipes were his life, before adding that Alan's recipes he had seen so far were worth at least 2 months of lodging. Not to mention that Berth wanted our protagonist to teach him even more recipes. In the end, Alan accepted, but under the condition that he would only do it in his free time, which the man quickly accepted. At that moment, Cleria and Elna arrived, and Alan informed them that Berth had said that he would let them stay there for free, which shocked the 2 women. Afterward, they arrived at the Magician's Guild, and the female clerk welcomed them with a huge smile before calling the director, saying that the magic users she had told her about the day before were there. Shortly after, a beautiful woman appeared and scolded Lily, the female clerk, since she should have gone to get her instead of shouting in front of their guests. Right after, she apologized to Alan for the young woman's behavior, before adding that Lily had told her all about the quest. "Wow, we finally got the name of one of the female clerks! That's amazing! I am proud of Lily for graduating from being a generic NPC." Then, the director introduced herself as Carla, and the others did the same, even Lily. Right after, the woman said that it was time to get down to business. Carla took Alan and the others to her office and asked them to take a seat since their negotiations might take some time. The woman then took a piece of paper and handed it to our protagonist, saying that she had prepared an invoice for the spells he had requested. Alan took the invoice and began to read, thinking it was a lot of money. He then began to find some parallelism in some spells. For example, he guessed that water ball should just be fireball but with water. So he began to apply that logic to some spells on the list. Shortly after, he told Carla that, after some thought, he wanted to cross some spells off the list for the quest. The director took the invoice back, while looking displeased by Alan's decision. Obviously, our protagonist noticed that and didn't like it, but he decided to bear with it for the time being. Right after, he asked her how much it cost to have one magic tool made, and the woman quickly replied that for a completely new one, including development fee and prototype, around 60,000 guineas, which shocked the captain. Carla then said that he could do it for a lot less if he made it himself, which surprised him even more. The director then said that if he became a member of the guild, she could teach him, before adding that a course on the basics of magic tool construction would cost 50,000 guineas. Wow, this lady wants to get rich with just one client. Alan wasn't sure of what to do, but then Cleria told him not to worry about the money, since he wanted to learn how the magic items were made. He then told Carla that he was in, and the director replied that for one student, including the guild membership fee and the cost of the class, the total price would be 50,500 guineas. Then, she said that after crossing out some spells, healing was the only one he was still interested in, before asking him how he wanted to proceed since they didn't have a conveniently injured person there at the moment. Our protagonist immediately asked her if she could heal him if he were to use a knife to cut his arm at that moment. However, she replied that even though the healing spell could treat injuries, it didn't automatically induce a complete recovery, so she advised him against that idea. He then asked her if he could see her in action at the infirmary, which shocked Carla a lot, to the point of asking him how he had heard about it. Obviously, after seeing the director's reaction, Lily tried to sneak out, but Carla stopped her and reprimanded her for sharing their guild secrets with outsiders. After hearing that, the clerk tried to defend herself, saying that even though it was a secret, everyone in town knew about it. Still, that didn't appease the woman, who started pulling Lily's hair, while telling her that she was supposed to say that it was volunteer work. It was then that the clerk apologized and promised not to do it again, and the director told her that she wouldn't let Lily off so easily if they found themselves in that situation again. Right after, Carla told Alan that she would let the infirmary know to alert them if an appropriate patient appeared, before adding that she would conduct the class on magic tool creation right there in person. Alan then asked if Carla was going to teach him herself, and Lily replied that the director had gotten her position for her prowess with magic tool creation, more than her skill with spells. Of course, after hearing that, the director asked the clerk not to praise her in a way that sounded like her magic was subpar. In the end, they agreed to start the training the following day in the morning. Later, they went to look for their armors, and Cleria was pleased after realizing that her armor didn't look like mithril anymore. On the other hand, Elna praised Alan's armor, while the blacksmith said that it had taken a lot of work to do all that. As for Alan, he liked the armor and said that it was comfortable too. However, he then realized that their expenses were slowly adding up, and the former princess suggested completing some quests to cover the costs. Nevertheless, even though our protagonist thought Cleria's plan was good, he told her that he had another idea. Then, they began to walk down a street, unaware that a mysterious woman, who wore strange clothes including a hood, was looking at her while saying that she had found her target, before adding that she thought that the target might be in that town. The following morning, at the Magician's Guild, Carla's lesson was about to begin, and she asked him how much he already knew about magic tools. He then replied that magic tools could activate magic by themselves and were powered by magiums. She invited him to take a look at what was inside a magic tool, before explaining that magic tools incorporated a magium, magic wires, a magic circle, and a magic output stone. She then added that those were the 4 main parts of any magic tool. As for Alan, he thought that there was less to it than he had thought, but he then began to wonder how it created and released magic. Then, as if guessing his thoughts, Carla said that the magic circle was the most important part, since in it was written the type and strength of magic that would be created. He then asked if the circle used letters or if it was the design, and the director replied that it was primarily the design. She then told him to take a close look at how each level of circles was linked, from outside to inside. Right after, she added that they called those the magic path, while our protagonist wondered if they worked like electrical circuits. The lesson went on, and eventually Alan had to admit that he was lost. Luckily, the nanomachines were not, so when she asked him if he had understood, he said that he had, which impressed the director. She then asked him to try drawing his own magic circle, and after a while, she praised his work, saying that she had never seen a beginner do so well on their first try. Right after, he replied that he had done that because she was such a good teacher, while thinking that he couldn't tell her that it had been the nanomachines doing it. Afterward, Carla told him that they would use the following day's lesson to go over the details of magic circle design. Then, she asked him if he had questions, and she asked her what magic exactly was. Carla admitted that our protagonist wanted to play hardball, but she then said that the Magicians Guild was not the place to find that answer. She then explained that, theologically speaking, magic was the power given by the goddess Luminous to humans so that they might fight monsters, bearers of magiums. The thing was that one question emerged from that explanation. Why did the goddess Luminous also give monsters the power of magic? The director also added that even priests and researchers had not yet determined the answer to that question, and she finished the lecture saying that the Magicians Guild merely specialized in using the magic power given to them. At that moment, Lily interrupted them, saying that a patient had arrived. Almost immediately, 2 men entered, carrying a man with a broken leg. However, Carla quickly noticed that it looked like a clean break, which was lucky. She then taught Alan that in a case like that, they healed the bone first, since it took the longest to heal on its own. Then, in order to do that, the bone had to be set back in place. Once they did that, she told him that since both parts of the bone were lined up, they had reached the point where they could use healing magic. Almost immediately, she cast the healing spell, and our protagonist was amazed because the bone was actually being healed in real time. A while later, Carla said that the bone was whole again, which completed the first round of healing. Right after, she asked the patient, who had suffered a lot during the entire process, if he wanted another round, and the patient quickly agreed despite the pain. At that moment, Alan wondered if she was asking the patient if he was willing to pay, before guessing that it was more money for more healing. Well, I think that with that way of thinking, she would be a great doctor nowadays. Immediately thereafter, she cast healing again, and shortly after, the wound was completely healed, which pleased the patient and the men who had taken him there. Some time later, the director asked our protagonist his opinion about healing magic, and he said that it was amazing. Right after, she asked him if he wanted to buy the magic tome, and he asked her how much it cost, to which she replied that for guild members, the total price would be 136,000 guineas. He then said that the price was beyond his budget, before adding that he needed to save money. Obviously, that depressed both Carla and Lily, and our protagonist noticed it. He then left the guild, thinking that he needed to get a job to build up some savings. He then asked the nanomachines if they had figured out how healing magic actually healed wounds. But the nanomachines replied that they hadn't. Likewise, he then asked them how they healed injuries, and the nanomachines replied that first, the damaged cells were broken down on a molecular level and restructured into protein. That protein was used to rebuild the cell structure and the site of the injury. However, in cases such as Cleria's arm and leg, additional material might be required to complete the process. At that moment, he met with Cleria and Elna, and he immediately noticed that the knight was injured. He asked them what had happened, and the former princess explained that they were having a practice match when she had accidentally hit Elna in the leg with her wooden sword. Of course, the knight immediately blamed herself, saying that her focus slipped. Alan then crouched in front of Elna and asked the knight if he could take a look. Then, he thought that since the nanomachine's approach was too scientific for magic, he perhaps should try picturing something more magical, such as some tiny creatures repairing the wound. He then cast the healing spell, and it worked, which astonished Cleria and Elna. Right after, he asked the knight if she was feeling any discomfort, and the other replied that the pain had gone away before asking him if that was the healing spell. Cleria also asked the same, and he explained that he had seen the director of the Magicians Guild using it that day, so he decided to give it a try, and it had worked. Obviously, Cleria couldn't process what he had said, but he decided to leave while telling them that even though it was fine to do practice matches, they should be careful. Once he was gone, Elna said that Alan was always breaking the mold, and the former princess immediately agreed. After that, our protagonist's daily routine consisted of helping in the kitchen and studying at the Magicians Guild. However, even though his class on the basics of magic tool construction was supposed to take 20 days, he had managed to speed through the course content and finish it in just 10 days. Luckily, Carla had let him spend the remaining 10 days constructing magic tools. While he was learning, he had started to think about how he could create tools that would substitute for the technology he was used to having back home in the Empire. For example, he could use a combination of fire and wind magic to create warm air and build a blow dryer. In fact, with sufficient imagination, it seemed like he could make all sorts of tools. Plus, the nanomachines could create designs and blueprints for him, including the required measurements, materials, and even the magic circle. Moreover, if he could mass-produce them, he would turn a profit for sure. After all, they would need money to find Cleria's compatriots, and a war chest after that. In the end, he was sure that no matter how much money they could save up, they would need more. Sometime later, he met with Elna and Cleria, and the ladies reported that they still hadn't heard from anyone. But he told them that it had only been a month so far, before adding that it could happen anytime. At that precise moment, he began to hear a language he knew perfectly well, since it was the Galactic common one. Of course, that astonished him, and since the source of the sound was behind him, he immediately turned around to find out that in front of him was a young woman wearing a military uniform. Right after, the newcomer called our protagonist His Excellency before introducing herself as Warrant Officer Selena Conrad, and adding that she was reporting for duty. After hearing that, Alan thought that the reinforcement had arrived. But he then realized that they couldn't have made it there that quickly. Not to mention that he didn't know the rank of Warrant Officer. Immediately thereafter, he ordered Serena to state her unit, and the young woman replied that she belonged to the Red Fleet Spica Front, second ship of the 234th Fleet, Starship Iris Conrad, Intelligence Platoon No. 1. Obviously, he realized that she had mentioned his own platoon, but he didn't remember her. Still, he decided to ask her if Iris was doing well, and Selena replied that she was fine, before adding that she had been searching for him all that time. Nevertheless, the thing was that the ship had been smashed to pieces, so he immediately ordered the nanomachines to run a full scan of the woman. Shortly after, the nanomachines reported that Selena was telling the truth, before adding that Iris was in good condition and that Selena's Imperial ID was legitimate. That made him feel relieved. But there were still some things he couldn't understand. Iris had told him that he had been the only survivor, but then another possible survivor had appeared before him. Moreover, she looked very familiar, which made him have a bad feeling about it. At that moment, Cleria pulled him out of his reverie, and he told the former princess that the newcomer was his subordinate, before adding that he would explain more later. Then, he told Selena to go with them to their lodgings to discuss further. Later, they arrived at the inn and, after introducing Selena to Berth, our protagonist told Cleria that he needed to speak in private with his subordinate, and the former princess replied that she was okay with that. Shortly after, Alan and Selena were in our protagonist's room, and the captain asked the warrant officer if she had a transmitter, while thinking that he hadn't spoken Galactic common language for some time, which made him feel strange. As for Selena, she replied that she had one, which was online as per the regulation. Then, she asked him if he had turned off his transmission interface, saying that Captain Conrad had said that it might be a possibility. Our protagonist then replied that he didn't think there was any mothership left for it to connect to, before asking her to stop calling him Your Excellency. Nevertheless, Selena said that as a senior officer and captain of the ship, his rank called for that title. He then admitted that he had indeed become a captain, which had increased his rank. However, he still thought that the world had turned upside down since he had ended up being a senior officer. Nevertheless, he told her that he couldn't have her calling him Your Excellency or Captain, so he ordered her that while they were on that planet, he needed her to call him Alan, to which Selena agreed. Immediately thereafter, he said that he wanted to talk with Iris, and almost immediately, Iris made contact with him via the transmission interface. She then told him that he was most pleased to observe him in good health, and he apologized for making her worry, before explaining that he had thought that the reconstruction of the ship should have failed. Then, after exchanging some pleasantries, he said that he wanted to ask about Selena, and Iris replied that Selena was exactly what he was imagining, before explaining that she was a clone created with tissue taken from the body of Commodore Iris Conrad, which was preserved in the ship's medical sector. That shocked him, and he immediately asked why there was the Commodore's body tissue being preserved on the ship, to which Iris replied that it was common practice to carry the body tissue of the ship's namesake officer as the soul of the ship. However, that explanation pissed our protagonist off since he thought it was absurd for a ship to need a soul in the age of interstellar travel. He even said that it was just nonsense created by the new Imperial Church. After all, that kind of practice was desecration of their heroes. To prove his point, he asked Iris what would happen if the Imperial Ethics Committee knew about that, and the AI replied that she and his entire line of AIs would immediately be scrapped. He was expecting that kind of answer, so he immediately asked Iris why he had created Selena despite knowing all that, and the AI quickly replied that he was acting under the captain's orders. This AI is so human that she knows that the best way to avoid being punished for something is to make others take the blame. Obviously, Alan couldn't believe what he had just heard, and Iris quickly explained that he had tasked her with maintaining the firepower of the Imperial fleet, so what she had done was a measure necessary to replenish lost resources. After hearing that, he admitted that he had indeed said that, but he then added that the AI had made a loose interpretation of his words. Still, Iris replied that it was the only practical way to carry out his orders. Alan then said that he would also be on the hook when they got court-martialed, but the AI replied that there was no need to worry about that since guilty commanding officers in emergencies were sentenced to death by firing squad. Of course, that didn't comfort him at all, but since what was done, he decided to bear with that. He then asked why Selena could speak that planet's language, and Iris replied that they had sent bits to taverns in major cities to piece together an understanding. That surprised him because he hadn't expected that Iris had already sent drones to the planet. Right after, the AI sent him a list of devices she had sent down. Our protagonist read the list thoroughly and said that it was more than a little firepower. He then asked her if the apostle everyone had seen was one of her drones, and the AI quickly confirmed it. Immediately thereafter, Alan asked if Selena had arrived on the planet using an escape pod because those were defective. However, Iris replied that Selena and Sharon had used a pod that the AL had refurbished. Obviously, the thing that caught Alan's attention was the fact that a second woman had arrived on the planet along with Selena, and Iris explained that Sharon was another clone. So, in a way, you might say that Selena and Sharon were twin sisters. Our protagonist then asked if Iris was raising more people in the ship, and the AI said that he wasn't. Almost immediately, Alan prohibited her from creating any more clones. Alan then asked where Sharon was, and Iris replied that Selena's sister was in the kingdom of Aloes, before adding that she was currently heading for his position. In fact, she was estimated to arrive there in approximately 2 hours. Finally, Alan said that even though he still had a lot of questions for the time being, he wanted the AI to prepare an intel update on that planet, its kingdoms, the status of the ship, and anything else he needed to know. He then cut the communication with Iris and apologized to Selena for keeping her waiting, but the warrant officer replied that it was fine, before adding that he was likewise communicating with her colleague. Our protagonist then asked Selena when they had arrived on the planet, and she replied that 5 days before. Right after, he asked her what equipment they had carried, and she replied that they were unable to carry anything significant. She then added that they only had carried pulse rifles, laser guns, and knives as weapons. Alan asked if there were any power suits, but she replied that all the supply sectors were jettisoned in the process of rebuilding the ship, which meant that the rest of their armaments were wiped out. Selena then said that they were also able to carry 25 energy packs for the weapons, along with 330 sets of emergency rations and one spare set of both his civilian and military attire. However, she added that half of the supplies remained in Sharon's escape pod. He asked why, and Selena replied that Sharon and she were in a dispute as to who should carry them to him, so the Commodore advised they should split them in half. She also reported that the escape pod was 3 days on foot from there. Moreover, they had locked it and tried to cover it up, so it was unlikely a passerby would be able to access its contents. He then said that even though it had been a good idea, they should plan to fetch the supplies sooner rather than later. At that moment, Selena asked about Elna and Cleria, and our protagonist replied that he would introduce her to them later, before adding that they were members of his party. She then wanted to confirm if that was all they were, and once he confirmed it, Selena replied, with a big smile on her face, that it was good to hear that. He then said that he hadn't told them anything about the Empire before asking her to follow suit. Afterward, he asked her what her current mission was, and she replied that, as the captain, it was for him to decide. Our protagonist then said that, for the time being, she would have to assist his party members, and added that it would be best if they could all get along. Shortly after, he took Selena to Cleria's room and told the former princess and the knight that the warrant officer was from his home country. The three girls then introduced themselves. Right after, the former princess asked Alan to tell her who exactly Selena was. Alan then said that she was a member of the crew of the ship that he had used to arrive to that continent. However, Selena noticed how awfully familiar Cleria and Elna were acting, not to mention that they had dared to question the statements made by His Excellency. So the warrant officer decided to scold the two girls. Obviously, that pissed off Elna a lot, and she replied that Selena was talking to the Queen of Starvake, so she should watch her mouth. Nevertheless, that only made Selena look at the knight with disdain, before replying that the Queen of a single kingdom was nothing compared to the rank held by His Excellency. Did you hear that, Elna? Let me repeat it, in case you didn't hear it. His Excellency. Finally, someone showed Elna her place. At that moment, Alan intervened, looking very angry, and made Selena apologize, which diffused the situation. He then added that Selena's sister would be meeting up with them later, and that surprised Cleria. So, he explained that the two sisters had also been able to make it off the ship. Right after, he explained that since both Selena and Sharon were soldiers, they would be good additions to their party. Right after, Selena, while showing an arrogant expression, said that they both ranked above Imperial Combat Level 92. Still, she was humble enough to say that she was happy to be of service to the small-time princess and her attendant. Obviously, Elna was pissed after hearing that, and Alan was forced to intervene again, but that time, Selena simply feigned ignorance. Keep pressing, Selena, I fully support you. Cleria was lying down on her bed, thinking about all the things she had just heard. Firstly, Selena had said that she was with the 238th Fleet, which made no sense since no navy could have that many fleets. After all, even the greatest nations had two at most. Moreover, Your Excellency was not a title often used by nobles or even by royalty. She then recalled that Alan had told her that he wasn't noble, so she thought that perhaps he was from a country where the military was held in the highest regard. She then recalled that Selena had a sister. Besides, she had to admit that the warrant officer was very beautiful, and the former princess said that Selena was about the same age as she. Still, Cleria couldn't understand why all of that made her feel uneasy. Well, that's called love, dearie. On the other hand, Alan was scolding Selena for her previous behavior, and the warrant officer apologized, before explaining that Cleria's attitude toward him had set her off. Our protagonist then told her that he didn't mind it, before adding that if Selena acted like that toward him, he would appreciate it. Nevertheless, Selena refused to do that, so he asked her to at least cut down on the formality while they were on the planet, and the warrant officer replied that she would think about it. Right after, Alan told her that her outfit stood out there, so he asked her to change into something different when they got to the other inn. However, Selena didn't want to do that because the outfits there were atrocious. He then said that she would have to grin and bear it for a bit, while wondering if all girls were like that at her age. She then changed her clothes and gave Alan a communicator since she had a spare. She thanked her and told her that her new outfit suited her very well, which made Selena blush hard. Afterward, he asked Selena if she could share a room with Sharon, and the other agreed, so he asked Bert's daughter, whose name was Sarah, if they had another room for two available, and the girl said that they indeed had. At that moment, Bert appeared and confirmed to Alan that the new room would also be free of charge, before reminding him to keep teaching him more recipes. Almost immediately, Sharon arrived, and Bert was shocked since he didn't know that Sharon and Selena were twins. Then, our protagonist went with the sisters to their room and told them everything that had been going on, including the whole story with Cleria. After hearing the entire story, Sharon asked if the next step was for them to become adventurers and join his party, which he confirmed. Right after, Sharon said that he could count on her. However, she also asked Alan if he truly could use magic, as he had told them. Our protagonist quickly confirmed it, before taking a glass and creating water out of thin air to fill it. That left both sisters astonished. Right after, Selena asked him how he had done it, while Sharon asked if that was really magic. Still, what Alan told Sharon was to stop calling him Your Excellency. Right after, Iris said that seeing that was a surprise, and Alan realized that it made sense for Iris to be monitoring him, since she had finally found him. Still, he didn't mind it, and asked her if no one had used magic in the taverns she had eyes on. Iris then replied that even though they knew of magic's existence from an early stage, that was the first instance of observing it. Almost immediately, the sisters asked if they could learn to use it too, and Iris replied that it was possible by forwarding the algorithms for magic from the captain's nanomachines to theirs. Alan had no objections to that and said that he would leave that up to Iris, before reminding the AI that he was still waiting for the report on the current status of the ship and any data about that planet. Then, he decided that the next step should be introducing Sharon to Cleria and Elna. Shortly after, he introduced both sisters to Cleria and Elna, who couldn't help but be astonished since Selena and Sharon were almost identical. However, their personalities couldn't be more different, since Sharon immediately smiled at Cleria while introducing herself, before saying that she looked forward to working with the former princess and the knight. At that moment, Alan confessed that he had told them everything Cleria had told him, before adding that she could trust his subordinates. The former princess then replied that since he had said so, it was fine with her. Right after, Cleria couldn't help but say that she had never seen twins who looked so much alike before. Right after, Sharon confessed that they got that a lot, before adding that since they didn't know much about that continent yet, it would be nice if they told them whatever they could. At that point, Alan realized that Sharon was really a lot more sociable than Selena, which made him wonder how they diverged since they were clones who had been raised exactly the same. The following day at the Magician's Guild, Alan told Carla that he had finished the magic tool he was working on, the one that blew warm air. After hearing that, the director arrived along with Lily and told him that it was fantastic. Alan then thanked her for her help, before adding that he hadn't been able to do it without her. The magic tool he had made was what he would call a blow dryer. After all, even though that world had magic, it didn't seem to have many household appliances that took advantage of it. He then thought that since magic was a special power, perhaps no one had thought to use it for something as mundane as drying hair. Furthermore, he also thought that it could also be a matter of the cost of the magic tools themselves. Nevertheless, he had a solution for that, because by combining his magic circles to optimize the heat output and the gear to optimize the strength of the airflow, the cost should be reduced. Carla then said that it was definitely a unique magic tool. Still, she wanted to see if the magic tool could really work to dry hair. So, she decided to use Lily as a guinea pig and almost immediately threw water on her head. Obviously, Lily was in shock, but while the clerk was still processing what had just happened, the director began to use the magic tool to dry the clerk's hair. Shortly after, Lily was very happy since the process had been fast and her hair was dry and glossy. Almost immediately, Carla said that even though she was aware that he had just finished that magic tool, she wanted him to sell it to the Magician's Guild. Our protagonist then asked what that would exactly entail, and the director explained that the magic tool contained technology she was unfamiliar with, before adding that the gear in particular required further study. Alan then wondered if that planet knew about simple machines. But almost immediately, he asked her how much she would be willing to offer for it, to which Carla replied that 200,000 guineas and a promotion to rank A. She even offered him a usage fee to top it off, and our protagonist thought that he could make a killing with that. After all, in addition to the pudding recipe, he had also been negotiating sales of some plastic bottles with Talus. So, with that kind of money, once they found Cleria's retainers, they wouldn't have to simply be adventurers, but could start a whole clan instead. He then realized another thing. With the weapons Selena and Sharon had carried, plus Iris and the drones for backup, they might even have a chance of standing up against the rebel forces that had taken over Cleria's kingdom. At that moment, Selena paged him and reported that Sharon and she had just gotten into a bit of an argument, and asked him what he wanted them to do going forward. After hearing that, he asked her what he had meant by them. Specifically, he wanted to know if she had meant the two of them or the Imperial military, and Selena quickly replied that she had meant the latter. He then confessed that up until the day before, he had thought that he was the only survivor of that incident, so he was on his own with no goal beyond survival when he met Cleria and her comrades needing help. In short, he hadn't really thought about the future at all. Afterward, our protagonist added that once Iris gave him the report he asked for, he would know more about that planet and the status of the ship. At that point, he would be able to decide their future course, whether they continued on as the Imperial military or disbanded and went their separate ways. The last part shocked Selena, and Alan quickly explained that even though they were members of the Galactic Army, they couldn't carry out any missions in their current state. So, there was no sense in keeping up appearances if it meant nothing in practice. He then added that, as commanding officer, he couldn't abandon his post, but he thought that Sharon and Selena could live out a civilian life on that planet. After all, since they had been brought into existence, they had the right to seek happiness. After hearing that, both sisters said that they wanted to stick with our protagonist. However, while Selena hesitated a little, Sharon made clear that she was 200% sure. Nevertheless, the captain told them that they shouldn't rush into that decision, since there was plenty of time for they to think it over. The sisters then apologized for calling him just for that. After cutting off the communication, he thought that the sisters should be certain about their futures. After all, they had been brought to life as clones, yet they had no mission to carry out. Not to mention, they were still in their moody younger years, so he felt bad for them, especially since it was all his fault. It was then that a realization hit him. After all, he had not thought about his own future since he had gotten so caught up in recent times in helping Cleria. He then began to consider what should be his job there on that planet, as a senior officer of the Empire, or as a member of humanity. He then considered the possibility of that planet being outside the bounds of the Empire, because that opened more questions. After all, if that was the case, he was not sure if using quantum weaponry crossed the line into interfering with life on that planet. Right after, he asked Iris how much longer until the report was ready, and the AI replied that she could have it uploaded to his nanomachines by the following morning. However, there was one piece of information she could relay to him at that moment. The name of that world, that is, the way its inhabitants referred to it, was Eras. Alan finally received the report he had asked Iris, and shortly after, told her that the information about geography and international relations alone was worth its weight in gold. The woman then asked him how he was planning to respond to a certain section of the report, and he replied that he had an idea, before adding that he needed to first lay some groundwork. A while later, he met with Cleria, Selena, Sharon, and Elna, who were having a nice conversation. In fact, when he asked them what they were doing, Sharon replied that Cleria and Elna were telling her and her sister all about that continent. After hearing that, he quickly said that he had a question to ask on that topic, before asking if a commoner could become a noble there. Elna then replied that it was very rare, before adding that she seemed to recall that once, about 10 years before, the leader of a party that took down 3 wyverns was made a Viscount of the Starvate Kingdom. Right after, Cleria added that she remembered that it had been a reward for saving a village that the wyverns were attacking. Our protagonist then asked if the man was given a life peer whose rank couldn't be inherited, and Elna confirmed it, before adding that the adventurer in question was someone who was already well known and popular among the citizenry. Cleria also said that by bestowing the rank upon someone of such esteem, the country was making a display of its own dignity. However, Alan was not that interested in that part. At that moment, he was thinking that it was not easy to obtain a noble rank. Of course, unlike in an authoritarian empire or religious state, it still could happen as a reward, so there was still a greater than zero possibility. Right after, Cleria asked him why he had asked about that all of a sudden, and our protagonist replied that he was just curious. Some time later, Alan was talking with Talus about the list of potential wholesalers for our protagonist's pudding recipe and special containers when they were interrupted by the merchant's daughter, who appeared holding the hair dryer in her hands while asking her father to tell her more about the device. Of course, Talus quickly tried to explain to Tara that he was currently in a meeting with Alan, but she immediately replied that the timing was perfect, before eagerly asking our protagonist to tell her about the magic tool she was holding. Talus then said that the hair dryer was a tool that Alan had created, before adding that they were in negotiations to acquire it. The young girl then told her father that she wanted to keep the device that she was holding, because it had made her hair look very smooth and silky. Still, the man replied, while looking embarrassed, that he would tell her after the negotiation finished, before asking her to give them some peace. Tara then asked Alan to agree to his father's proposal before leaving. Once she was gone, our protagonist quickly commented that it seemed that she liked the magic tool, which was agreed by Talus. The merchant then asked Alan if he would be open to them purchasing the device as well. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that he was, before adding that there were other magic tools he would like Talus to consider too. He even asked the merchant if he would be able to price them, before admitting that he didn't have a good sense for that yet when it came to magic tools. Nevertheless, once Talus heard those words, his reaction was to urge Alan not to say such a thing to any other merchant, or he would be scammed. In fact, the man's reaction was so strong that it made Alan feel ashamed for displaying such a weakness. Afterward, Talus regained his composure and asked Alan if he would be okay with 30,000 guineas each, excluding the cost of the magium. However, our protagonist immediately replied that the price offered was too high since it only cost her about 2,000 guineas for the materials, so without the magium, he would feel better if they set the price at 20,000 guineas. Once Talus heard that, he sighed and told Alan that he was much too generous, before warning our protagonist against telling a merchant the cost of his materials. Still, the merchant agreed and settled the price at 20,000 guineas apiece. Talus then asked Alan what his production capacity was, before saying that he would take as many as he could provide. Right after, the captain replied that he thought that his production capacity was around 30, before adding that he could have that many for the merchant in 5 days. Nevertheless, he let the merchant know that he could only make them when he had time available, which meant that it would be hard to provide a consistent supply. Still, Talus replied that he shouldn't worry about that, before adding that a little scarcity was good when launching a new product. He also said that he thought that the hair dryer could be the next big thing. Alan then said that he would see Talus in 5 days to deliver the finished goods, and the merchant replied that he was looking forward to it. Right after, our protagonist left, and the butler told Talus that Alan was a good man, to which the other agreed, before adding that because of that, he wouldn't make it as a merchant. Talus also said that his products were unbelievably useful and ingenious, not to mention that he was a top-class adventurer to boot. However, he still had a world-weary element to him as well. So the merchant ended up saying that he hoped our protagonist didn't get taken advantage of for his talent. Sometime later, Alan met with Selena and Sharon, who urged him to buy swords and armor. As for our protagonist, after seeing how eager the sisters were, he asked why they were acting like that, and one of them replied that they wanted swords because they seemed convenient. Right after, the other twin added that if you had a sword at your side, that alone was enough to deter unwanted advances. After hearing that, he said that they had made a good point and agreed to go buy swords for them that afternoon, while thinking that there was no sense in wasting the few imperial weapons they had at that moment. At that moment, Cleria asked him to allow her and Elna to lend their advice. Sometime later, they went to Sarg's store, and the blacksmith quickly noticed the twins, so he asked Alan if his party was growing again, to which our protagonist replied by confirming it before adding that they were there to arm the two of them. The problem was that the budget they had was not very high, but Selena quickly interjected, saying that they would cover the cost while showing a bag filled with gold coins. Of course, that astonished Alan, who immediately asked her how they had gotten them, to which the twin replied that they had carried them from the ship. Our protagonist then asked them if they had used the duplicator, and the sisters confirmed it. Right after, Alan told them that he would confiscate the coins before reminding them that they couldn't just duplicate the local currency because they would crash the economy. However, Selena replied that they already knew that, before adding that because of that, they had just carried a little allowance. At that moment, Cleria asked him if something was wrong, and Alan quickly replied, while looking embarrassed, that everything was fine. He then asked the twins what kinds of swords they were looking for. After hearing that, Sharon replied that she didn't really know enough about swords to say, while Selena asked Alan what kind of sword he used. Right after, our protagonist took out his sword, and the weapon quickly caught Sarg's attention. In fact, the blacksmith said that the sword looked sharp and was a magic sword to boot. The last part caught Alan's attention, and the captain immediately told his nanomachines to update the database with a new entry that indicated that using water mixed with magium powder during the forging process created a sword that could transmit magic. He also wondered if that was what was happening when he used Final Blade. Shortly after, Sarg said that he got a bunch of similar ones there for sale, and almost immediately, Sharon found one that looked very similar to Alan's sword, so she decided to take it. Unfortunately, Selena had other plans in mind and immediately grabbed the sword, saying that she wanted it, but Sharon refused, saying that she had picked it out first. Nevertheless, Selena didn't give up and said that she was calling in her bet, before ordering his sister to give the sword to her. Sharon then double-checked if Selena really wanted to use it, and the other quickly confirmed it while pouting. After seeing that, Sharon gave the sword to her sister, while reminding her that she had only 2 left to use. As for Alan, the entire interaction between the twins made him wonder about the details of the bet. A while later, the sisters were happily showing their armor sets to our protagonist while asking him about his opinion. Alan then replied that the armor set looked like a good fit, and Cleria immediately agreed. At that moment, the former princess asked if Sharon and Selena had magic tools too, since she recalled that the twins had some weapons that looked like Alan's. Our protagonist then replied that they indeed had some, since they were standard issue for their military. Right after, Cleria asked if those long ones were really powerful, and the captain replied that he believed that at close range, those weapons were even more powerful than magic, which shocked the former princess. Alan then thought that even though the Imperial-style quantum converge handgun didn't have automatic sighting or high-output acceleration like the pulse rifle, when you increased the output, it could still pack quite a punch. At that moment, Cleria was about to ask something else about Alan's military, but they were interrupted because various people wearing cloaks and hoods arrived and called her. Almost immediately, the leader of the group removed his hood, while celebrating that the princess was safe. Right after, Cleria recognized the newcomer as Dalsum, and then she began recognizing the others since they had also removed their hoods. The former princess then greeted an old man who was Baronet Sirio, before asking what the group was doing there. The baronet then replied that they were living a disgraceful existence in exile, and Cleria immediately interjected, saying being alive was no disgrace. Alan then whispered to Cleria that they were causing quite a scene and suggested finding somewhere more private to talk. After seeing that interaction, Dalsum asked Cleria who those people were, and the former princess replied that they were her party members, before adding that they could trust them. Dalsum then took them to a big house and said that since they had rented the entire lodge, they could relax there. The group then went inside, and Cleria was surprised after seeing more soldiers there who were chatting and carrying some boxes. Obviously, those soldiers immediately became elated after seeing the princess alive, and Cleria herself couldn't help but start crying while saying that the others should raise their heads, since there was no time to stand on ceremony. Still, she didn't forget what was important and told them that it was time to share their stories. Sometime later, Dalsum told Alan that he had the man's deepest gratitude for looking out for Lady Cleria, while our protagonist immediately tried to downplay the whole thing, saying that it had been nothing. Dalsum then asked the former princess if she had heard the news of the Margrave's elites, and Cleria confirmed it. Then, Dalsum reported that they numbered over 2,000 at that moment, before asking her to let them take command and go out in a blaze of glory, fighting her sworn enemy. Those words shocked Cleria, because she intended to call everyone together to send them home. But before she could say anything, Alan asked her to allow him to say a few words. Cleria didn't object, and he immediately began to speak to all the people there, saying that, in truth, he didn't have much faith that the notice they put in the adventurers' guilds would reach them, because he didn't realize they could have as many as 2,000 backers. He then let them know that, despite the odds, the princess never gave up, before asking them to give them just a little more time, despite being unable to go into detail at that moment. Obviously, those words fired up the crowd, Elna included, while an astonished Cleria wondered what our protagonist was talking about. Nevertheless, at that moment, Dalsum interrupted, saying that even though Lady Cleria had told them that he was a soldier, he found it hard to believe. Obviously, those words triggered a reaction from the Queen of Simps. Sorry, I meant Elna, who yelled at the man, asking if he dared call Lady Cleria's statements into question. Nevertheless, the man didn't back down and replied that the question came from his duty as the captain of the princess's royal guard. After hearing that, Alan asked him what the man wanted him to do, and Dalsum immediately replied that he, very respectfully, challenged our protagonist to a duel. Shortly after, the entire crowd went outside for the duel, while Alan thought that the whole thing was a strange turn of events. At that moment, Elna said that since Dalsum had proposed a duel, Alan should take on the royal guards in their entirety. She even offered to assist them during the duel as another warrior. Of course, Dalsum couldn't understand how she was suggesting them to go against one man, but the female knight replied that our protagonist was stronger than an ordinary soldier, before adding that if Alan was unable to win against all of them at once, he would surely have to accept that they were the better choice to protect Lady Cleria. Right after, Elna asked our protagonist if he agreed, which surprised him, but Alan quickly regained his composure, while thinking that Elna hadn't seen him take on a human opponent, which made him wonder if perhaps she also wanted to test his strength for herself. However, before he could reply, Selena said that the captain was being too reckless taking on that many opponents at once. Even Sharon agreed with her sister, saying that that was too many even for him. Nevertheless, Alan said that it would be fine since they were using wooden swords, before adding that he felt that he had to do that. After hearing how he had phrased his reply, Cleria asked him why he had to do it. He then thought that they were really deciding whether or not to pursue reviving Cleria's royal house, like he was talking about earlier. Shortly after, the duel was about to begin, and Dalsum ordered his soldiers to attack in half-moon formation, before adding that even though they were facing only one opponent, they shouldn't underestimate him. At that moment, Elna asked Dalsum to allow her to take the vanguard position, before adding that since she could use magic, she would give them a 10-second opening, which he should use to close the formation and begin a saturation attack. Dalsum liked the idea and agreed to follow it. Right after, the duel began, and almost immediately it ended because Alan defeated everyone with just one move, an extremely fast and powerful move. Then, he created a sphere of energy in his hand and was about to throw it at the soldiers when Cleria tried to interrupt him by saying that the duel was over. Nevertheless, our protagonist didn't stop and threw the sphere toward the soldiers, but almost immediately, Dalsum realized that Alan had cast healing magic upon them. Of course, that shocked all the soldiers because the captain had used both attack and healing magic on multiple opponents at once. It was then that Dalsum finally admitted to the former princess that she was right, when she had said that Alan was blessed by the goddess. Later, Alan looked exhausted in a room, while saying that even though he had made that look easy, it had been tough to take a lot of opponents at once. However, that didn't stop the twins from praising him, saying that they should have expected nothing less from him. However, the conversation was interrupted by Cleria, who arrived in the room looking very angry. Of course, after seeing her like that, Alan immediately tried to appease her, saying that he could explain everything. He then said that he would start with her speech earlier, and she agreed, but before he began talking, he asked the twins to leave the room so he and Cleria could have a moment to speak in private. On the other hand, the former princess asked Elna to also leave the room. In the end, they all left, even though the twins were very reluctant to do it. Once Cleria and our protagonist were alone, Alan immediately apologized for making it seem to everyone like they had a plan. However, she quickly replied that it was fine, since she had assumed that he had a reason for doing it. It was then that he dropped the huge bomb and told her that they were going to establish their own country on that continent. Of course, the smartest and easiest solution if somebody steals your kingdom is to create another. I am being sarcastic, by the way. Obviously, that left the former princess flabbergasted, but he said that he hoped she would excuse him for taking advantage of her circumstances to do it. Nevertheless, what Cleria wanted to know was what Alan meant when he said their own country. Specifically, she wanted to know if he was referring to he, Selena, and Sharon, and our protagonist confirmed it. However, she simply couldn't believe it and asked him if he was serious about doing that with only 3 people, to which he replied that others would help them. Still, she asked him who and how many were going to help them. After hearing that question, Alan decided to tell the truth and said that he didn't know for certain, before adding that it would be more correct to say that they would have strength that would support them. The former princess then asked him if he was planning to use her followers to build the country he wanted to set up, and he replied that that was not quite it either. He then explained that first, he would establish the country and let her know that if she and her people didn't want to be involved at that stage, they didn't need to be. What he wanted them to do was to eventually become part of the people of his country. She found it strange that he was calling that new nation his country, and asked him how he would make the country in the first place, to which he replied that their first stronghold was already in the works. He even told her that it would be ready for action in a year, before adding that the first step was to gather people there and set up a town. They would slowly expand from there. After hearing that, she asked him where that town would be located, and he immediately replied that it would be located in the Great Demon Forest, which astonished the former princess. At that moment, a flashback starts showing us a conversation Alan had with Iris earlier that morning. He first asked her if she still didn't know who was responsible for the attack on the ship during warp, and the AI confirmed it. Our protagonist then asked her if she knew why there was a planet inhabited by humanity at the point of warp out, but Iris replied that she didn't, before explaining that the location of a ship during hyperspace travel could only be determined through quantum probability. She then pointed out that it had been a miracle that the ship had been even able to materialize after warping out without completing quantum convergence. However, for Alan, the important part was that they didn't know any more about the events that had gotten them there. Right after, the AI said that the outlook for an Imperial exploration or reinforcement ship going to that sector was 1,200 years at the earliest, and Alan asked her what was her basis for that calculation, to which Iris replied that it was the Imperial space exploration algorithm, since it had not changed in the last 500 years. Of course, that made Alan feel downhearted since there was really no hope of rescue, but Iris quickly reminded him that her numbers reflected nothing more than the probability, which was why it was possible that a ship could arrive sooner. Unfortunately, that didn't make him feel better, because he was aware that the probability that one ship arrived while he was alive was close to 0. That was why, in his opinion, the real problem was not how soon the Empire would find them, but if the bugs got to that star system first, especially because Iris had told him that the probability of that was 88%. In fact, he couldn't help but ask her what she had meant when he told him that, and she replied that she had obtained that number from the most updated pattern, according to Imperial exploration, which was the best estimate she could provide. Alan then asked her what they should do, and the AI immediately replied that there was nothing our protagonist could do. Still, he didn't back down and asked her how much stronger the ship could become in 500 years, and the AI replied that it should become strong enough to counter 2 bug fleets, assuming the typical composition of 16 BGI cruisers each. However, Iris quickly pointed out that the addition of even 1 BGX ship would reduce their probability of victory down to 0. Our protagonist then asked what would happen if she focused on building a device to use EPR correlation to communicate through subspace. To which she replied that even though it would be possible to construct an EPR communication device by dismantling several sectors of the ship for resources, without a reactor, it would be impossible to operate. After hearing that, the captain asked her if it was not possible to build a reactor, and the AI confirmed it since it was impossible to do it with the existing resources. Not to mention that even if the necessary resources were available, the build would need to take place in a large dock, and the remaining maintenance bots were not up to such a task alone. At that moment, he recalled that before he was assigned to the Iris Conrad, he had participated in a galactic fleet rescue mission to a planet attacked by the bugs. However, that mission didn't make it in time, and the bugs killed 70% of the people on that planet. After annihilating the bug fleets in that star system, they touched down on the planet to provide help, but what they encountered was a living hell, and he was seriously wondering if the same tragedy could befall planet Ares. It was then that realization hit him, and he asked Iris what would happen if the people on the planet were able to increase their own technological capability. But the AI quickly replied that they would still not make it in time. She then explained that even if they were allowed 600 years, which is about the median expected time frame, to construct a reactor, it was very unlikely that they would be at the level of technology required to construct a reactor in orbit. Alan immediately asked her why she said it, and Iris replied that there were several obstacles, such as training, human resources, natural resource development, etc. In fact, she asked him how he expected to educate the people on that planet, which made him understand that Iris had a point. He then thought that they would have to start with the most basic scientific principles, not to mention that people there would not bother with science since they had magic. At that point, he asked himself why he was so set on saving the people of Ares. After all, the chances of the bugs arriving there during his lifetime were extraordinarily slim, and he had no duty to save them as a member of the Galactic Navy. In short, nothing was stopping him from living a quiet life on that planet until the end of his days. Nevertheless, he then recalled all the people he had met since he had arrived there: Cleria, Elna, Talis, even the twins, and almost immediately he made his choice. Shortly after, he informed Iris that he had made up his mind, before adding that even if he had to force them to listen, the people there would learn the science they needed to know. In short, he had decided that he would commandeer that planet. This is it, boys. This is the part that I was talking about. Conquering the planet to fight the bugs, because the Empire won't make it in time. After hearing his decision, Iris immediately agreed, which surprised him to the point that Alan asked her if she was not going to oppose, to which she replied that she had no reason to. However, he reminded her that he was single-handedly commandeering an entire planet full of humans, which was against the Imperial Code. Nevertheless, the AI quickly replied that planet Ares had not been admitted to the human Galactic Empire, which meant it was outside the scope of the Imperial Code. Still, the captain didn't look convinced and said that it sounded like legalese, but Iris told him that as the ship's captain, he was the highest-ranking officer in that sector of space, which astonished him. The AI then explained that in a sector with no governor-general, the will of the ship's captain was the will of the Empire. She also added that, incidentally, since they were outside the Empire, it would be more correct to say that he was invading or occupying that planet. However, our protagonist replied that invading and occupying didn't sound very nice, but he then steeled himself and asked her to look into strategies for occupying that planet. He also told her that the first step would be to secure a base of operations. After hearing that, she showed him some images and told him that that location would be the most suitable, before adding that it was called the Great Demon Forest. He then asked if she was referring to the place where no one went because it was full of monsters, and she confirmed it. She then added that the drone spectrum analysis indicated mineral resources far superior to any other location. It also had that continent's most plentiful energy resources, including fossil fuels and monsters. In short, it was the best candidate bar none. Shortly after, Alan began to ask if monsters counted as an energy resource, but almost immediately, he realized that they could extract magiums from them. However, he recalled that the forest was practically overflowing with monsters and asked Iris if that would be a problem, to which the woman replied that it wouldn't if they utilized the drones. He then decided to leave the base to Iris and asked her how long it would take them to build up a country that could join the empire. He even estimated that it would take 20 years. Unfortunately, the AI burst his bubble by saying that at such a leisurely pace, he would never meet his objective. She then told him that he would need to aim for a city of 10,000 in 5 years from that day. That reality check let him know how tough it was to accomplish his objective, and Iris reaffirmed to him that to achieve his goal, it was a must to build a whole city in 5 years. Iris also reminded him that never before had someone added a human planet to the empire through occupation, which meant that if he managed to do it, his name would surely go down in history. However, he dismissed that by saying that he would be remembered as the empire's worst criminal. Still, he let her know that he wouldn't abandon his plan that easily, before swearing that he would save the people of that planet. Back to the present, an astonished Cleria asked Alan if he knew what that forest was like, to which he replied that he was aware that it was dangerous. Nevertheless, he added that he was not worried about that because his allies were quite capable. The former princess then asked him when his base was going to be ready, and he replied that it would be finished in a year from that moment. Right after, Cleria asked him where he would find people for his country without them, and he replied that he had thought about trying to become a noble, which made her understand why he had asked her that question that morning. Afterward, while showing a sorrowful expression, she apologized to him before saying that she would have to turn down the offer to join his new country. After hearing that, our protagonist got serious and asked her why she had decided that. She then explained that firstly, even if he could clear the space and set up a new town in the Great Demon Forest, she doubted life there would be peaceful, so, herself aside, she couldn't ask her followers to choose a hard life like that. Secondly, the 2,000 elites under her command had served her uncle's house for generations, which was why they followed her to seek revenge on their fallen comrades and to return their land to its rightful owner. So, she couldn't ask them to abandon those desires to go to his country. At that moment, Alan knew that he would have to use the nukes to sway Cleria's heart, so he immediately launched the big missiles by saying that, even though he hadn't mentioned that yet, he planned to create that country to rule over the entire continent. You can't join my country because you have to return to your home. No problem. I'll just annex your country to mine, and problem solved. Obviously, that shocked her, but he didn't stop and told her that she could have the kingdom of Aloas if she wanted it, before adding that even though he was not sure when exactly that would happen, it should be while she was still alive. Still, the former princess couldn't believe what he was saying and even asked him if he was joking, but he replied that he was as serious as he could be, and even gave her the chance to decide after she saw the finished base. He also told her that if she didn't like it, she could turn down the offer. However, he would still conquer her country, so. Cleria then showed a somber expression and asked him why he was going to do it, considering that he didn't seem like the type of person to seek power. She just didn't see why he would want to create his own country. Our protagonist then replied that even though he wasn't sure if she would believe him, he was going to do it for the sake of everyone living on that continent. That was simply more than what she could withstand, and she snapped, yelling at him, while asking him how creating a whole country and taking over the continent would help the people. Nevertheless, he remained calm and replied that he would use education. That caught her off guard, and he explained that he planned to teach them the natural ways of the world and have them live happy, fulfilling lives. After hearing that, she clenched her fists and replied that he was right, because she couldn't believe so easily that he was going to make a country and conquer the entire continent just to bring happiness to the people. Alan then told her that if that was the issue, they could simply rule the continent together, which left her flabbergasted to the point that she began stuttering while trying to reply. Still, she managed to ask him if he wanted to rule together with her. Oh boy, I could bet my house on that she is seeing the whole ruling thing very differently compared to Alan's vision. Right after, the captain replied that they could combine their power and govern together, before adding that his only request was to leave the education policies and methods to him. Likewise, he told her that he would also insist on trying to unify the continent as soon as possible. He even said that apart from those two things, she would be free to make the decisions. Wow, he's just making things worse with each word. Almost immediately, Cleria blushed hard and began fidgeting before asking him if he was sure that he was fine with choosing her, to which he quickly replied that he wouldn't make that proposal to anyone else. Again, that was more than what she could handle, and she asked him to hang on a second while covering her face to prevent him from seeing how hard she was blushing. She then managed to tell him that she needed some time to think. Nevertheless, as a great dense Japanese MC, he didn't notice anything and asked her if he should leave, to which she replied that she would prefer he stayed there. She then closed her eyes, trying to calm herself, and after a while, she finally managed to make a decision. She then sighed and told him that she would like to agree to his proposal, but she let him know that she had 3 conditions to do it. First, if his base ended up being unlivable, she would rescind her acceptance. Second, apart from matters of education and the unification of the continent, all acts of governance in their jointly ruled country should receive her approval. Third, if the kingdom of Alois fell under their control, she was to have unilateral authority over that territory. Okay, this lady definitely knows what she is doing. She then said that only under those 3 conditions would she promise to offer herself completely into cooperation with him. After hearing that, he solemnly promised her to adhere to her 3 conditions. Right after, he asked her if they should write their agreement down, but the former princess simply scolded him for ruining the mood. Later, Alan called Sharon and Selena and told them to wear their military uniforms. Then he received them wearing his own military uniform, which surprised the twins. He then told them that he had them dressed in uniform for a reason, before explaining that he had decided their course of action as the Imperial military. Right after, he told them that they had anticipated that the bugs would attack that planet within the next 1,200 years with a probability greater than 80%. He also explained that, even though the people there were not part of the Empire, as fellow members of humanity, he considered them quasi-imperial subjects. As such, he had decided to take action to save all the people of Eris, which would require increasing the technological development of that planet. In order to achieve that, their only hope was for the people there to construct their own reactor in orbit. So, to make that a reality, they were occupying that planet in the name of the Galactic Empire of Humanity. Those words shocked the sisters, but he ignored their reactions and kept talking. He explained that, firstly, they would establish and solidify their base of operations. Then, once their systems of government and education were in order, they would expand their reign kingdom by kingdom. That meant that a long battle lay ahead of them. In fact, he admitted that that would be an unprecedented, generations-long strategy, which was why they were unlikely to see the completed occupation of the continent within their lifetimes. Wait, didn't he tell Cleria that she would be able to see how he conquered the whole continent? Or was he referring to the annexation of the kingdom of Alois? He then told them that they would have to pass down their mission to the next generation of imperial military elites. Finally, he said that he wanted them to lay the foundation for the path they would follow, before asking them if they would join him in that mission. Almost immediately, Sharon and Selena replied that they would gladly join him in his mission. He then thanked them for joining him, before saying that he would like to move on to concrete action. After hearing that, Sharon asked if that included increasing their ranks, and he replied that it did, but not at that moment. Right after, he explained that they needed people they could trust. After all, as far as the humans on that planet were concerned, they were invaders. The sisters then asked him if they wanted people like Cleria and her group, and our protagonist confirmed it. He then added that once their base was complete, they would build an officer training school, give them nanomachines, and make them the core of their imperial forces. He even said that if he had children, he would sign them up, although he imagined that it would be vexing to have your parent choose your course in life like that. He then said that he couldn't force them or those children, before adding that he would like for their children to be part of it too. After all, their children would surely become the talent needed to lead the imperial military. This guy is dropping bomb after bomb without realizing all the damage he's causing. At that moment, the sisters were about to ask him if he wanted them to be his wives, but he interrupted them by saying that he had covered the formalities, before adding that that would be a 5-year tour of duty. Then, after 5 years, they would be able to choose whether to sign on again. I am feeling the need to smack Alan's head. He then tried to explain their rights as members of the imperial military, which included earning a salary, but he finally noticed that the twins were not paying attention for being on cloud nine. So, he asked them if they were listening, and Sharon immediately asked him, while fidgeting just like her sister, if he was sure he was fine with choosing them. Our protagonist is not only stepping on another landmine, he is even setting the landmines ahead of him so he can step on them in the future. He then asked them what they meant, and they replied that they meant the thing about the children. Alan then told them that the two were clones of the hero Iris, so there was no one more suitable. Almost immediately, the twins agreed by saying that they would completely devote their hearts, bodies, and souls to that mission. Alan still didn't understand why they were behaving like that, but he still thanked them. At that moment, Iris appeared and told him that even though he was capable as a captain, he had a long way to go as a man. After hearing that, Alan asked the AI what she was trying to say. I will assume Iris won't explain anything to him, because that would imply making him understand that he had just basically asked 3 women to be his wives. On the other hand, Cleria was on a balcony, covering her face with her hands while thinking that joint rule meant Alan would be the king, and she would be his queen, which made her wonder what she had gotten herself into. Dalsum was elated when Cleria told him her plans. He even praised her resolve. However, when she told him that the location would be the Great Demon Forest, his expression became somber. Still, she reassured him, saying that there was no need to worry, because Alan's people had already begun to work on the base, which should be complete in a year. The former princess then explained that once the base was finished, their forces would move there and build up their strength. After hearing that, the Queen of Simps asked Dalsum if he thought that the 2,000 people who said they would follow Cleria would agree to that plan, and the man immediately replied that they would do it without a doubt. He then explained that they had served Margrave Ludwig's house for generations, and because of that, they would not deny the princess, who carried on the bloodline of the House of Ludwig. Nevertheless, Cleria told him that if the base was found to be uninhabitable, she intended to back down from that course of action, which meant that they could have a peace of mind. After hearing that, Dalsum thanked her for her thoughtfulness on behalf of everyone. She then informed him that for the time being, Alan planned to become a noble to amass subjects, and once he gathered enough strength, he would start a rebellion of some sort and declare independence. Right after, Sirio said that he understood our protagonist's plan to seize territory, and Dalsum added that in cases like that, one should do whatever it took. After all, they should restore the kingdom of Starvake as soon as possible. The former princess then revealed that Alan had told her that within her lifetime, he would gift the kingdom of Alois to her, and Sirio immediately replied that it was a grand gesture. However, Cleria interrupted the old man and told him that their country would rule the continent and unify all nations into one. Those words surprised both men, and Dalsum quickly asked her if she believed Alan was capable of doing that, to which she replied that, even though she thought it wouldn't be easy and that it would likely take years, she was sure that our protagonist could bring that plan to fruition. Immediately thereafter, the Queen of Simps said that they were speaking of none other than Sir Alan, the one beloved of both the princess and the goddess Luminas, so it was their place to obey, nothing more. Maybe I should grant Elna the title Empress of Simps. She is working hard to get that promotion. After hearing those words, Dalsum quickly complied. But Sirio asked her what kind of person Alan was, to which Cleria replied that the thing she could say for sure was that he was not from that continent. After all, when she first met him, he couldn't speak a word of their language. That astonished Sirio, because he had confirmed that our protagonist was currently capable of speaking the language with great fluency. The former princess then added that he had arrived on that continent by ship from afar, likely a battleship. Moreover, the twins were his subordinates. Unfortunately, their ship sank, and they couldn't return home without it. That surprised the two men, since they were still digesting that there was another continent out there, with people living on it. I'm now thinking that maybe this planet just has one continent, like a Pangea situation. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about that theory. Right after, Dalsum apologized before asking a blunt question. He wanted to know if they could trust Sir Alan, and Cleria quickly replied that they could absolutely trust his character. Still, the former princess asked the Queen of Simps for her opinion, and she replied that she also believed that Alan could be trusted, before adding that she did not doubt that he was a good person. She is still working hard for that promotion, but it is still too soon. The men then asked about our protagonist's family and his origins, and Cleria had to admit that she didn't know anything about them. However, she recalled that one of the twins, Selena, had let something slip once. She had said that the queen of a single kingdom was nothing compared to Alan. That astonished Sirio, who guessed that our protagonist might be a royal of some large-scale empire. Nevertheless, the former princess said that the captain himself had said that he wasn't of royal or even noble blood. Dalsum then said that he might be a military figure, perhaps a general. The old man even added that it was a blessing to have a general with such power on their side. Besides, Elna said that she felt the same. After all, such a chance might not appear their way again. Afterward, Dalsum asked if that general would establish that country as a stepping stone to invade the entire continent, to which Cleria replied that he had told her that he was doing it for the people of that continent, to teach them the natural ways of the world and have them live happy, fulfilling lives. She made sure to emphasize that that was his only desire. After hearing that, Sirio said that our protagonist sounded quite the saint, and Dalsum asked Cleria if she trusted his words. The former princess then replied that she trusted them because it didn't strike her as unusual about his demeanor. Right after, the old man asked who would rule after that new country was created, and almost immediately, the Queen of Simps replied that it would be Lady Cleria and none other. However, the former princess asked the female knight to wait, before saying that Alan and she had talked it through, and had decided that it would be a joint rule. Those words shocked Elna, who asked Cleria what she meant by that, and the former princess, while looking embarrassed, replied that Alan and she would join forces and walk that path together. Immediately thereafter, Dalsum, Elna, and Sirio congratulated Cleria for how her relationship with Alan had progressed, which made the former princess blush even harder. Alan, oh Alan, you have no idea of the mess you are creating. Cleria still said that everything would depend on how the new country shaped up, but she also added that she had a feeling that it just might work out. Sirio then said that their position was firmly on solid ground, and Elna agreed with that statement. Dalsum then said that their pressing concern was formulating a strategy that would land them a country. After all, our protagonist would need to gather strength if he wanted to demonstrate he was worthy of becoming a noble. However, Cleria quickly replied that they didn't need to worry about it, because what they saw that day was just a fraction of Alan's strength. She then asked Elna how many soldiers it would take to defeat our protagonist, and the female knight replied that if he were fully equipped, and the battle was on clear, flat ground, she thought that you would need at least 200 heavy cavalry and 100 mounted royal guards. Of course, Dalsum couldn't believe that statement, but he still asked what she meant by fully equipped, and Elna replied that Alan not only fought with his sword and magic, but several other magic tools that were more powerful than any other she had seen on that continent. That astonished Dalsum, and Sirio had to admit that that was more than incredible strength. In fact, he even began to embrace the idea of getting back their kingdom. Cleria then said that Alan could make it happen, and, in the end, the four thanked Goddess Luminous for that. Sometime later, Alan met with Dalsum Sirio, the twins Cleria, Elna, Dalsum, Berth, and Berth's wife and daughter to eat, and the old man began to treat him with utmost respect, even asking him to call him by his name, Robert. They then began eating, and Cleria said that those dishes were recipes from our protagonist's homeland, that he had taught the proprietor there. Almost immediately, both Dalsum and Sirio were elated because the food was very delicious, and the former princess said that Alan's cooking was practically on par with his magic. On the other hand, Alan asked Berth if going to the Great Demon Forest would help to level up his adventurer's rank, and the other replied that it would, since quest rewards were 10 times better there. However, he also warned our protagonist by saying that the danger was 10 times higher. Our protagonist then asked Berth if there were any secrets to ranking up quickly, and the other replied that taking quests that the guild couldn't find anyone for helps. He also mentioned that quests that put other guilds in their debt were best of all. Alan then asked if it was true that an S-rank adventurer had been made a noble once, and Berth replied that there were cases of adventurers in rank parties becoming nobles too. He knew it because he was in one. That was their leader's reward after their party defeated a huge wave of monsters. Alan then said that it was amazing and asked Berth why he was not included in that honor, and the other replied that he didn't want the noble life. After all, that was a hard fight, and more than half of the people who fought ended up dying. So, the whole thing turned him off, and he ended up taking the money from it and setting up that inn. Alan then said that it seemed that Berth was more suited for owning an inn, and the man replied by giving him a piece of advice from a veteran adventurer to a rookie one. In some ways, noble society had more demons than the great demon forest. I like this guy. He looks strong, he is also wise, and he already has a wife and a daughter. The whole package. From that point of view, there's no doubt that Alan is still wet behind the ears. Still, the plan didn't change, and the group ended up deciding that they would set forth for the great demon forest to increase their guild rank and attain our protagonist a noble title. Right after, Elna said that the forest bordered the kingdoms of Sicilio and Belta, and asked which one they were going to get Alan a title in. At that moment, Cleria showed a serious expression and said that both would eventually become part of their kingdom, so it made no difference. However, she then added that for their ill treatment of her dear royal guards, they would make the kingdom of Belta the first to fall. This is some good shit right here. She's amazing. Alan, you better do things right with her. Sometime later, Dalsum gathered all the soldiers and told them that the princess had a message for them all. Right after, Cleria said that their loyalty had not gone unnoticed. She then said that the Starvate kingdom was no more and that she was no longer a princess. That meant that their duties had been fulfilled, so anyone who wished to return to their home might leave the royal guard without hesitation. At that moment, Dalsum intervened and said that everyone there was already set in their resolve, before adding that their lives were dedicated to following her. She then told them that she was grateful for that and declared that they would create their own country, which left everyone stunned. Nevertheless, the former princess didn't stop and said that it would not be easy and that they could call it crazy. However, she had decided to risk it all for that dream, and she invited all those who dared to dream to follow her, because they would take back the Starvate kingdom. Of course, those words elated everyone. Even Alan couldn't help but smile. Since their path at that moment had been set for Belta, Alan wrapped up his dealings in magic tools with Talus and entrusted continued production and maintenance of the magic tools to the Magicians Guild, who were all smiles thanks to their cut as a go-between. Moreover, our protagonist gave Berth every recipe he could make with Gotanian ingredients. The man was so excited and thankful that he practically bowled Alan over. Still, the captain hardly felt it repaid their free lodging and board. Additionally, they collected the equipment and supplies from the twins' escape pods. After all, Imperial goods would be their lifeline on the path that was ahead of them. Then, they set one drone on course to follow their journey, and afterward, they finally set out from Gotania. 1 week later, Cleria was having a meeting with Dalsum and Robert, since the latter had something to tell her about the kingdom of Alois. Apparently, they had set the peasants' yearly tax rate at 70% of annual income. That, of course, shocked the former princess, but that was not the worst part. Dalsum then added that the tax per head was set at the same 70%, children included, and the tax rate for nobility was heavier in the northern regions than in the south. After hearing that, Cleria quickly guessed that they were levying taxes to the point of cruelty on the nobles of the original Starvate kingdom. That was confirmed by Robert, who added that the burden had passed directly to their tenants, whose grievances with their masters were slowly growing, which in turn made the masters feel uneasy about their tenants, as the former princess also suspected. In the end, that was a calculated plan to sever the remaining Starvakian nobles from their bases of power. Sometime later, Cleria was sitting on the riverbank, throwing stones into the water while looking sad. At that moment, Alan appeared behind her with a fishing rod and explained to her how to use the bait to draw the fish in, before adding that he hoped she caught that night's main dish on the hook. However, after hearing that, the former princess got annoyed and asked our protagonist if he thought that they had never heard of fishing, before asking him to stop looking down on them. Nevertheless, he didn't back down and asked her if their fishing lines looked like the one he was holding in his hand. That immediately changed the girl's mood, because she got really interested in the finishing line, because it was seen through. which meant that the fish wouldn't even realize it was being baited. He then added that, with some things like fishing, you just had to be patient, before adding that brooding over the fortune of her people would only get her down before she had a chance to start. Wow, Alan switched into scholar mode. Afterward, he presented her with a knife, and Cleria got happy because it was similar to the knife he had. He then confirmed it before adding that it was a magic tool capable of cutting almost anything, which included other metal, so he reminded her to be careful while handling it. The former princess was surprised after realizing that the magic tool didn't have a magium, and right after, he told her that he had one more and asked her to give it to Elna when Cleria had the time. After hearing that, the young woman quickly replied that the female knight would be delighted. After 13 days into the journey, they needed only one more day to reach the citadel of Gantz. At that moment, Alan informed Elna, who was driving the wagon, that there were more monsters since they were closer to the great demon forest. However, the female knight quickly replied that she didn't sense any, and our protagonist explained that they were following them at a distance. After all, the sun was still high, and they had a large party. In that instant, one of the drones reported to Alan that 2 miles ahead, there was an overturned wagon with 10 dead and 5 survivors. Almost immediately, our protagonist asked if that was the result of a monster attack, or if it was the work of bandits. The drone then used the zooming features along with thermal imaging, and showed him that the people were being attacked by bandits. Alan then stopped the wagon and informed Cleria, Dalsum, and Elna that there were bandits up ahead, and that those bandits were already attacking a wagon. After hearing that, the Queen of Simps couldn't believe that Alan's detection magic could be so detailed. However, he just ignored her and said that there were 5 bandits on the road and that he advised proceeding. Still, he wanted to hear their opinions. Right after, Cleria said that they should go help, and Dalsum added that there could be survivors. Shortly after, Alan told Dalsum to stop since there were 2 archers ahead, but the man said that their arrows couldn't reach the bandits from there. However, Alan didn't reply and simply locked the targets with his nanomachines before firing at the archers and killing them, which left the man embarrassed. I can't distinguish what spell he used, but sadly, I'm sure that it wasn't the killing donut. Immediately thereafter, our protagonist, Dalsum, and Cleria charged against the remaining bandits, and after a short while they apprehended the bandits. Afterwards, one of the bandits yelled at them for attacking them out of the blue. Obviously, Alan didn't believe him and called him a bandit, but the man denied it, saying that they were just being on the safe side. Our protagonist then asked him to explain the body count, and the man replied that they had been attacked by bandits, before adding that a few of them had survived and had returned to help. Alan then asked the name of one of the people who had been killed, since he should know him. The man immediately replied that his name was Danny, but when the captain checked that person's Adventurer's Guild card, he confirmed that the person's name was Gil. The man then panicked and began yelling, but Elna cut him off and told Alan that they should kill the man since they still hadn't reached their destination. Our protagonist then agreed, and the man finally admitted that they were bandits, before adding that since his buddies would be back soon, the captain and his group would escape while they still could. However, he didn't get the reaction he wanted because Dalsum simply began laughing at him. Alan then asked from where his buddies would attack them, and the man revealed that their hideout was very close. Immediately thereafter, the captain ordered the drone to check the surrounding area for human presence. Cleria then asked the man what they were doing at the hideout, and the man replied that they had captured 3 young women, and they wanted to have some fun with them. At that moment, he realized that he had revealed too much and simply added that they had left them behind to do the looting since they had screwed up during the attack. Of course, that pissed Cleria, Elna, and the twins a lot, and the former princess asked Alan to rescue the prisoners. At that moment, the drone confirmed that there were humans nearby, and our protagonist ordered the drone to guard the wagon and prevent humans or monsters from approaching. He then told Cleria that he would help them, but added that only he and Elna would go. Right after, the former princess refused, saying that she would go too, but the captain explained that they would probably have to fight in close quarters, so the fewer people going, the better. In fact, he told the others to stay there and guard the bandits. However, in the end, he yielded and took Cleria, Elna, and the twins with him. Sometime later, Alan and Elna arrived at a cave, and our protagonist told the female knight that there were 7 bandits in there. He then explained that he would take them down with magic, and asked her to watch his back, to which the Queen of Simps agreed. When Alan entered the cave, he saw how the bandits were about to abuse the women, and without hesitation, knocked them out on the spot, while asking Elna to get the women. But when she was doing that, another bandit appeared behind her, ready to kill her. Fortunately, the captain warned her, and she reacted quickly enough to kill the bandit with the knife Alan had gifted her. The weird part was that, instead of being shocked of what had happened, the Queen of Simps simply marveled at how powerful the magic tool was, since it had gone through the bandit's skull like rotten fruit. Even Alan decided against pursuing that matter and simply introduced himself to the young women before telling them that they had gone there to help them. Right after, one of the women replied that her name was Arista, before adding that she was more or less unharmed. Arista then introduced the other 2 women, saying their names were Karina and Natalie, before adding that they had suffered in her stead, which could be confirmed by looking at how they looked. Once they left the cave, Arista said that they were very grateful for Alan's help, before adding that they owed him their lives. Nevertheless, our protagonist replied that it was nothing and added that, unfortunately, they had been too late to save their guards. After hearing that, Arista began to cry while saying that it was horrible. Shortly after, Alan asked Arista what they should do with the bandits, and the young woman asked him if he could turn them over to her. That surprised the captain, who asked her if she had plans for them. Arista then replied that without them, the honor of Karina and Natalie would be lost forever. She even offered to pay double the reward money, which touched the other 2 young women. In fact, Cleria suggested that they should accept her offer, and the twins simply said that it was up to the captain. Alan then accepted the offer, and shortly after, scary screams could be heard from inside the cave. In fact, when they heard the bandits begging for mercy, Alan couldn't help but ask Arista what Karina and Natalie were doing to the bandits. However, Arista didn't explain and simply replied that the others would be done soon, which ended up being accurate because shortly after, Karina and Natalie left the cave while apologizing for keeping the others waiting. Both ladies looked somber, each one was wielding a sword, and they were covered in blood. Even the blankets they were using to cover their naked bodies had several blood stains. Of course, the weapons were not an exception. Right after, Karina said that they had restored their honor, and Natalie thanked the others. Okay, I can imagine what they did to the bandits. But since this is YouTube, I'll simply suggest that you search on Google for the name Lorena Bobbitt. Arista then told them that she was glad that they had restored their honor. In fact, Cleria and Elna also expressed their happiness because of that. At that moment, Dalsum, who had arrived there, noticed that Alan was very shocked after realizing what had happened, and told our protagonist that he should know that that was a typical method of restoring honor. At that moment, Arista asked Cleria and Elna if they could take them to Gantz in case they were en route to the Citadel. She even said that she was aware that it might be too much to ask for it after what they had done for the trio. Obviously, Cleria immediately replied that they would take them there, since they were indeed heading that way. Arista then said that their kindness was much appreciated before adding that, since her father was Silas, chief of the Merchants Guild in Gantz, she was sure that he would reward them handsomely when they arrived. Inside the wagon, on their way to Gantz, Arista was surprised by the dish they were eating, because the rice was all stuck together. On the other hand, Cleria was surprised because the dish could be eaten with their hands. Alan then replied that it was called onigiri, and it had grilled and salted salmon in the middle, before adding that they had to just grab it and eat it like he was doing. Right after, Arista tasted it and said that it was good, before adding that she had never eaten anything like that. At that moment, our protagonist asked Cleria in a whisper if the Merchants Guild chief, Silas, was famous, since Arista had said that she was his daughter. The former princess then replied that he was also head of the Silas trading firm, not to mention that he was the richest man in Gantz. Elna then joined the conversation and whispered that perhaps that was the reason the bandits hadn't hurt her, because they planned to hold her for ransom, to which the twins, who also had joined the conversation, agreed. At that moment, Dalsum announced that Gaunt's was on the horizon, and the others were amazed by how heavily guarded the city was, but they then realized that it was to be expected since it was a citadel. At the main gate, the guard told them that he didn't recognize them, before asking them if they were merchants, to which Alan replied that they were adventurers, before introducing his group as the C-rank party Shining Star. The guard then began to explain that they needed a deposit and half a day to prepare their papers. But he then noticed that Arista had gotten out of the wagon, and the man immediately asked her what she was doing with that wagon, which made our protagonist wonder if that had happened before. Right after, the young lady replied that her party had been attacked by bandits, and that Alan and his group had saved them. The guard then understood and informed her that her father was beside himself with worry when she didn't return as planned. He also added that the entire Merchants Guild was in an uproar. In fact, they were organizing a search party. She then said that she should let him know that she had returned at once, and asked the guard if he could let them through. Luckily, the man immediately agreed. Shortly after, they arrived at the Merchants Guild, and they could see that Silas was ordering a crowd to send out the cavalry, before adding that he would pay 10 times the usual reward. Right after, Arista called her father, and the man began to show his emotions after seeing her. They immediately hugged each other, and she apologized to him for making him worry. Of course, the man quickly replied that it was fine, before adding that all that mattered was that she was safe. At that moment, another man told the crowd that since the lady was safe and sound, they could disband. He also apologized for the trouble. Silas then asked Arista what had happened, and who Alan and his group were. Of course, his expression showed that he didn't trust them at all. However, Arista quickly explained that she and her group were attacked by bandits, and added that Alan's party had saved them. That shocked Silas, who immediately said that she had 20 guards with her, but the young lady replied that some of their escort had gotten knocked out by food poisoning in Sanzano. She then added that since the remaining party had insisted on the fact that they could guard them well enough, they had agreed. Silas then got angrier and scolded Karina, saying that she should know better when Arista was in her care, to which the woman replied that she had no excuse, before adding that she deserved any punishment she received. Nevertheless, Arista immediately interjected, saying that it had not been Karina's fault. She even said that she was also in a rush to get back, which was why she had agreed to it. The man, still showing that he didn't trust our protagonist's group, asked if Alan and his party had seen the attack and had rescued them. However, Arista denied that, and said that the bandits had taken them to their hideout, and it was then that they had been rescued. That alarmed Silas, since he realized that her daughter had been kidnapped, and he asked her if she was hurt. Arista then replied, keeping a somber expression like Karina and Natalie were doing, that they hadn't done anything to her, before adding that they had only tied her up to keep her for ransom. It was then that Silas finally introduced himself to Alan, saying that it seemed that his daughter was in their debt. Our protagonist then replied by introducing himself and his party to the man, before adding that it was only natural they had helped out someone in need. Immediately thereafter, Arista told his father that he had promised they would reward them for their kindness upon her return, and Silas quickly agreed, saying that, for a good deed of that magnitude, they should sit down and discuss their reward properly. Right after, he told Alan that they would meet again at a later date. He also asked Karina to help them find lodging, before telling our protagonist that they would contact him there. Karina then asked the captain to allow her to show them around, and Alan asked her if they could go to the Adventurers Guild first, because he wanted to drop off the late adventurer's belongings. Once they arrived there, Karina reported to another female clerk that the Iron Rule Party did not complete the quest due to food poisoning, that the Green Wind Party was killed by bandits during their return trip, and that the Shining Star Party ended up rescuing them. Okay, I am beginning to think male clerks die young in that world. Alan then showed his guild ID, and the clerk replied that they could confirm Karina's statement about Green Wind by their belongings, but they had to confirm her report about the Iron Rule Party before setting their penalty. After hearing that, Karina immediately agreed. Right after, the female clerk thanked Alan for carrying back the effects of the deceased. She then added that, even though typically the guild IDs sufficed, the families would surely appreciate the rest. Sometime later, They arrived at the inn recommended by the Merchants Guild. There, a middle-aged woman welcomed them, and the woman, whose name was Kira, immediately recognized Karina. The young woman then told her that she was there with guests of the Merchants Guild. Kira then replied that they might not have space for the entire group, but Cleria quickly clarified that they only needed 1 room for 1 and 2 rooms for 2 weeks. After hearing that, Alan asked her what Dalsum and the others would do, and Cleria whispered to him that Robert needed to gather the Margrave's army of 2,000. Because of that, for the time being, Dalsum was going to convene the royal guard outside the city. Unfortunately, Karina managed to hear that, and the young woman began to wonder what the former princess had meant by royal guard. At that moment, Karina said that the rooms were ready, before adding that the rooms were on the 2nd floor. Right after, Karina asked Alan to follow her. Our protagonist then asked the young woman to stop calling her sir, since he didn't merit that title. Nevertheless, she refused, saying that the moment he rescued her, she had resolved to always hold him in the highest regard. She even added that her decision would not change, no matter how much he insisted. In the end, the captain had to agree to that, and Celine quickly told him that it was the respect he deserved. However, Karina didn't miss the fact that one of the twins called our protagonist Your Excellency, and she quickly asked him the meaning of that, but he simply asked her to pay them no mind. In fact, Sharon added that her sister was off her rocker sometimes, which pissed Celine off. Some time later, Karina returned, and Silas asked her if Alan's group had been able to find lodging and settle in. The young woman then replied that they would be staying at the Spring Wind, which made the man guess that our protagonist's party was formed by wealthy adventurers. Silas then said that since Karina's judgment on her trip had cost her already, he would leave it like that. However, he asked the trio to tell him what had exactly happened. Immediately thereafter, Karina replied that they were at the bandits' hideout when Alan showed up, and suddenly the bandits screamed and fell. She then added that she thought that he had hit them with magic in one fell swoop. That surprised Silas because that implied that our protagonist had hit 7 people at once. And Karina added that she believed that he had used fire magic because they each had a burn mark on their right shoulder. The young woman then explained that Alan had led them out of the cave, and his party began attending to their needs. She also added that our protagonist himself had used healing magic on their injuries, which also surprised the man, especially when Karina said that the captain healed them faster than usual. After all, Natalie and she were both fully healed within 10 seconds. Silas found that hard to believe, but had no choice but to do it. He then asked her if she and Natalie had been able to restore their honor, and they confirmed it, before adding that it had been thanks to our protagonist. Afterward, Karina said that on their way back, Alan managed to take out 15 orcs by himself. That shocked the man, who immediately asked her if she had seen him doing it, but the young woman replied that, during the trip, our protagonist had suddenly called the wagon to a stop before running into the forest. Shortly after, he called for them to go collect the magims, and 15 orcs were lying dead. However, when Silas suggested that the captain might not have been the one killing them, Karina disagreed, saying that the bodies were still warm and their wounds were made by neither sword nor magic. She then added that more monsters attacked as they traveled, but each time his party took them down with magic or magic swords, which made her think that they should all be magicians. She also mentioned that they used other magic tools, the likes of which she had never seen. That made Silas suspicious, because it was obvious that Alan and his group were no ordinary adventurers, which made him wonder who they really were. At that moment, Arista said that Cleria, who still went with the name Rhea, and Elna were nobles, before adding that she could tell that from their bearing and mannerisms. Karina agreed with that, and she even said that she felt certain that Cleria came from a family in the upper ranks of nobility. After hearing that, Silas began to wonder what they should do, but his thoughts were interrupted by his daughter, who suggested holding a small family banquet. The man quickly guessed that Arista wanted to combine reward negotiations with a feast and use it to sound out their origins, and almost immediately agreed with her. After all, even though they had saved his daughter, he felt uneasy knowing so little about them. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, the leader, a middle-aged man called Kevin, asked another man about the Shining Star party, before telling him that he had to see something. Shortly after, the leader showed him the head of an orc general and 74 magems, which was a big haul for one day. The other man then explained that it was all from the party the leader had asked about, which was formed by just 5 people. After hearing that, the leader refused to believe it, but the man explained that they had even gone with them to check, before adding that there was no mistaking it. The leader then understood why the Merchants Guild wanted to look into them. Beyond the incident with the chief's daughter, right after, Kevin ordered to send a horse to each of their neighboring guilds, starting with Gotania, before adding that he wanted every scrap of information they had on the Shining Star Party. A few days after they arrived at Gantz, in the Adventurers Guild, there were a lot of people inside despite it being so early. At that moment, Cleria asked Alan what kind of quest they would do that day, to which he replied that there was one he had gotten his eye on, but it was a little far away. Almost immediately, the Queen of Simps said they could go by horse. She even added that since Dalsum's group had taken some along, they could rent if they needed more. After hearing that, one of the twins asked if there was a place where they could rent horses, and one kid who happened to overhear their conversation replied that if they wanted to rent a horse, he could take them to a place. Alan then asked the kid what was in it for him, and when he was about to reply that he wanted 10 guineas, one glance of Elna made him reconsider, and the kid ended up asking for 5 guineas. Our protagonist agreed, and the kid introduced himself as Theo. Shortly after, the kid began to guide them, and Alan noticed a little girl who was with Theo. When the captain asked the kid who she was, Theo replied that she was his little sister, Ella. Some time passed, and they arrived at the right place, so Alan paid the kid for his services. However, the kid quickly noticed that he had received 10 guineas instead of 5, and when he let our protagonist know his mistake, the captain simply told him to get something nice for Ella to eat, which obviously touched the little girl. Time passed, and Alan's group began to inspect all the available horses, but when they left the place, our protagonist noticed that the siblings were waiting for them outside. Then they told him that since he had given them too much money, they wanted to show them around some more. Nevertheless, the captain replied that since they were setting off right after they stopped by their inn, there was no need. Still, the kid replied that they would see them off since they had nothing else to do. At that moment, Celine suggested to Alan that the siblings could take out the trash for them, and Sharon immediately seconded the idea. However, our protagonist had no idea of what the twins were talking about, but Theo saw a chance and immediately reacted by saying that taking out trash was his specialty, before adding that he would get rid of anything he wanted. Nevertheless, not even in his wildest dreams did Theo imagine that what the twins called trash in reality were the leftover provisions of their trip. At that point, our protagonist finally understood their intentions, especially since they wouldn't be eating any of that. Right after, Celine told the kids that the food would go bad soon, so they could get rid of it in any way they wanted. Of course, Theo immediately thanked the twins, and both Cleria and Elna felt touched by the gesture. Sometime later, they arrived at the designated place. According to the information they received, the place was swarming with orcs. In fact, he added that roughly 1,500 feet or 2,572.90 bananas ahead of where they were at that moment, there were about 75 of them. After hearing that, Elna asked if he meant that there was an orc settlement ahead of them. That caught him off guard, and he asked if orcs made settlements. At that moment, Elna snapped and yelled at him that they did, before adding that he had gone too far that time, trying to fight against an entire settlement with only 5 people. Nevertheless, almost immediately Cleria, Celine, and Sharon told the female knight that they thought they would be fine. Obviously, after hearing that, he yielded and said that they could give it a try. Immediately thereafter, Alan said that instead of splitting up, they would attack head-on and pick them off one by one. However, he warned them, saying that they had to wipe them out before they surrounded them. Finally, he instructed the drone to prevent any monsters from getting near the horses. Shortly after the battle began, and very quickly, the group managed to kill all the orcs' guards, so they were able to get near the settlement without being noticed. At that point, while they were stalking the monsters, the captain reminded the others that from that moment onward, it would be a race against time. He then advised them to hit the orcs who were awake first. Then they should use their judgment to take the rest one by one after they noticed them. A few seconds later, Alan ordered the others to charge, and the second round of the battle began. The group began attacking the orcs using several spells, and this time, the killing donuts entered the fray and beheaded several orcs flawlessly. Best attack in the entire manga period. This is not open to debate. Unfortunately, they soon met with a giant orc who blocked their path. Right after, Elna told Alan to get back since that creature was an orc general, and our protagonist asked her how bad it was. However, the female knight didn't know how to answer that question, since it was common sense in that world that orc generals were extremely dangerous. In fact, as if to reaffirm her thoughts, the general punched Alan hard in his chest, sending him back a few meters, shocking Elna. Luckily, he managed to block the attack with his sword, reducing the damage taken. Still, the orc kept attacking him and managed to corner the captain against a tree. At that moment, Alan asked the nanomachines about the orc general, and the system replied that the brain analysis showed an unusual amount of stimulants, before adding that it seemed that the creature felt minimal pain. After hearing that, our protagonist concluded that he had to stop the monsters with a one-hit KO. Right after, the general attacked, but the captain managed to evade the punch by jumping, although the tree was not that lucky and ended up being split in two, which astonished all the girls. As for the captain, while in midair, he readied his sword and stabbed the general in the neck. Sometime later, the party returned to the Adventurers Guild, and the group was received by the man who had previously spoken with Kevin. The man told them that they had returned fast, but he then got completely flabbergasted when Alan showed the head of the orc general. A while later, the group was having dinner while commenting that the guy at the guild looked awfully surprised, and that the reward had been a lot. In fact, one of the twins wondered out loud if the orc general was really that big of a deal, to which Elna simply replied that she would explain later. At that moment, Alan called Theo and Ella to join them, since he had noticed the siblings watching them from afar. In fact, he had seen the siblings following his group all the way from the guild. Shortly after, Theo and Ella were eating to their heart's content. Cleria then asked Theo what they were doing out that late, before adding that their parents should be worried. However, the young boy replied that his mother was dead and his father was an adventurer. In fact, he was aware that his father could also be dead, since he hadn't seen him for a year. The former princess apologized for her question, and the kid replied that it was fine, before adding that they had gotten it good, compared to the refugee kids from Starvake, which left both Cleria and Elna speechless. In that instant, Karina arrived and apologized for interrupting their meal. However, Alan didn't mind that and asked her to join them for a glass of wine, but the young woman refused since she had to get back. Karina then told them that she had gone there with an invitation from Silas. She then explained that Arista's father would hold a modest banquet at his estate the following day to celebrate his daughter's safe return, before adding, while giving Alan an envelope, that Silas requested their presence there. Alan's party managed to kill a huge snake, called Blue Serpent, after a tough battle. In fact, Elna said that she had never seen one in the flesh before adding that it was bigger than she imagined. Cleria then said that she had heard that the skin and meat could fetch a fair price, before asking if they could take it back to town, to which Sharon replied that she was sure that they could use rope to secure it to the horses somehow. Sometime later, at the Adventurers Guild, the man from before was shocked after learning that Alan's party had taken their big blue serpent. After all, it was a higher class of monster, not to mention that there was not a scratch on the skin. As for our protagonist, he simply replied that he had heard that the monster was worth more intact, before adding that the Magium was still inside. After hearing that, the man praised the captain's decision because, in that condition, the monster could be stuffed for display, before adding that they should let the experts take it apart. Alan then tried to leave, but the man told him to wait since he had a message for our protagonist. Right after, the man informed the whole party that the Adventurers Guild, in recognition of their ability and achievements, had promoted all members of Shining Star to rank B. Later, the girls said that at that rate, they would be rank A in no time. However, Alan replied that he had the feeling that it was not that simple, which was why it was better to take it one step at a time. Afterward, Cleria asked our protagonist if he was going to wear his black outfit, the one with the silver and gold thread that looked like a uniform. But the captain replied that he wasn't, before asking her if his adventurer's clothes weren't good enough. Almost immediately, the former princess replied vehemently that those clothes wouldn't be appropriate for a banquet, before adding that he had to dress up. Right after, Elna explained that even though Master Silas was not a noble, he was still the richest man in the country, so dressing in the adventurer's clothes would be an insult. Still, Alan was not convinced and said that Silas dressed so much like an adventurer, before adding that a banquet was just a fancier version of a get-together. Cleria then pointed out that Karina had chosen her words carefully, which was why the former princess thought that she had meant a banquet in the full sense of the term. However, she also recognized that she had never been asked to a banquet on a single day's notice before. Our protagonist then asked Cleria what she would wear, before asking if she had formal clothes with her. The former princess then replied that she would wear an outfit that Celine and Sharon had given her. After hearing that, the Queen of Simps clapped her hands while saying that if she was referring to the one she thought, it was a perfect choice because its design was unique and it was very nice. Moreover, there had been no occasion to wear it up to that moment. The captain then looked at the twins while wondering if Cleria was really planning to wear some kind of imperial clothing. Besides, he didn't know what Celine and Sharon had given her, so he only hoped the former princess didn't look silly. Afterward, he told Cleria that if she was going with that, then she would wear his uniform. Sometime later, Alan left the room wearing his uniform, and Kira was surprised after seeing him, to the point of asking him what he was wearing. Our protagonist then told her that they were paying a visit to Master Silas of the Merchants Guild that evening. The woman was surprised again after learning they were going to see Master Silas, but didn't fail to tell the captain that he looked very handsome, to the point that she could mistake him for a noble. After hearing that, Alan was embarrassed and simply replied that that outfit was the only good one he had. "Wow, Alan, are your claws trying to reach old ladies too?" At that moment, Cleria appeared, and the captain was shocked after seeing her wearing the imperial clothes, especially because she had also changed her hairstyle. In fact, he couldn't help but ask her if she was really the former princess, and the young lady smiled at him, before asking him if he was surprised and if she looked elegant. Cleria also told him that Celine and Sharon had told her they didn't plan to wear it, which was why they let her have it. In that instant, the twins arrived, and our protagonist asked them in a whisper why they had given a gothic Lolita attire to Cleria. He also asked them why they had that outfit since it was from Earth and from a few thousand years before, to which Celine replied that Iris had told them to carry it, since it was trendy on Earth. In the end, Alan thought that if Cleria, who was an expert on that planet's fashion, thought that it was fine, then it should be. Right after, Elna appeared and told the former princess that she looked lovely. Shortly after, Karina arrived and told the group that their carriage awaited, before asking them to let her show them outside if they were ready to go. Sometime later, the party arrived at Silas' estate and was guided to a small hall. Karina then told them that she would check on the dinner preparations, before adding that she would return in a moment with tea. After Karina left, Cleria said that the waiting room was quite formal, and Elna quickly agreed with that statement. Meanwhile, Karina reported to Arista that Alan and his party were waiting in the parlor. Then, the young woman tried to comment on the clothes the group was wearing, but Silas' daughter cut her off, saying that it was fine. Arista then explained that even though they were calling that a banquet, at the end of the day, they were adventurers, which was why they should permit their attire to pass without comment. Nevertheless, Karina quickly said that Arista had misunderstood and explained that Alan's entire party was dressed in clothing befitting the highest nobility, especially Sir Alan and Lady Rhea, who were beyond compare. Some time passed, and Arista, along with Karina and Natalie, finally arrived in the dining room, where Alan's group was already waiting for her. Silas' daughter then thanked them for waiting, while thinking that Karina was right about how stunning Alan's clothes were. As for our protagonist, he wondered why Arista was staring at him. He even wondered if he looked funny. The captain then thanked her for inviting them to her home that day, and Arista thanked them for accepting on such short notice. She then began to explain that his father hadn't arrived because of a sudden visitor, but she was interrupted by Silas, who appeared at that moment. The merchant then told Alan's group that they were looking good, and the captain replied that for a banquet, They had decided to pull out all the stops, which pleased the man. Silas then apologized for the holdup, before explaining that an urgent visitor had appeared. Arista then asked her father if something was wrong, and the other explained that an orc general had just been killed, before adding that it had been ages since the last one. So, Kevin and his lot wanted to know if they would buy it off them for some outlandish price. The man then said that, after taking a look at the head, he could confirm that it was quite the specimen, before asking Alan if it was true that his party had been the one that had killed it, to which the captain replied by confirming it. After hearing that, Silas praised them for finding it because orc generals rarely left their settlements. But our protagonist clarified that the orc general was in a settlement when they killed him. That astonished the man, who immediately asked how they had done it, and if the orc general was the only orc there. Our protagonist then replied that there were other orcs there. Silas then asked if those orcs had attacked them, and the captain confirmed it. At that moment, the merchant turned serious and asked Alan if he meant that they had taken down not just an orc general, but several dozen other orcs at the same time. After hearing that question, our protagonist replied that it would be more accurate to say that they were hunting the regular orcs when an orc general appeared. That shocked the man because that meant that Alan's group didn't know that there was an orc general then. Right after, Silas asked how many other orcs were there, and the captain replied that 74, which left the man flabbergasted, since you would need a whole company of knights to deal with that many orcs. The merchant then praised Alan's guts while laughing out loud, but her daughter cut him off by saying that it was time for the dinner to be served. Shortly after, they began to eat, and Alan praised the wine, saying that it was the first time he had had wine like that in that country. After hearing that, Master Silas explained that it was imported, before adding that it was the kingdom of Geats' finest quality. He even pointed out that his eyes would pop out of his head at the price tag. What the merchant didn't know was that Alan was thinking that the wine was a regular one with distilled alcohol mixed in. After all, regularly fermented wine wouldn't hit an alcohol content that high. Alan then asked Silas if no one in that country could make a variety that could get you drunk as fast as the one they were drinking. After hearing the phrasing, the merchant asked our protagonist what he meant by a wine that could make you drunk fast. The captain then explained that he meant a wine like the one they were drinking, which was mixed with something that made people drunk faster. Silas' expression turned into a very serious one before asking our protagonist if he was trying to say that he knew how to make that wine. Alan then replied that he didn't know for sure, before explaining that he knew how it was usually made. Immediately thereafter, Silas got up, ignoring Arista's protests, and said that the Kingdom of Geats kept that wine's production a closely guarded secret. He also added that there were even rumors that they confined the brewers. In short, he found it outrageous that the captain claimed that he knew how they did it. However, Alan didn't lose his composure and calmly replied that even though he couldn't say for sure, it was often made where he came from. Of course, he then thought that where he came from, they made a more proper version. Almost immediately, Silas asked him if he would try making some for him, before adding that he would cover all his costs. Moreover, he set the reward for hitting it at 500,000 guineas. After hearing the offer, Alan thought that it was a lot of money, but he then thought that if Silas could earn more off it in the future, he should cash in too. So, our protagonist said that the reward should be 2 million guineas. The merchant immediately refused, while asking Alan if he was trying to rip him off. Still, he ended up raising the reward to 750,000 guineas. Nevertheless, our protagonist told him that he could make it taste even better than the wine they were drinking, which was why he would settle for 1.5 million. That statement surprised the merchant, who ended up agreeing to set the reward at 1.5 million. Once they agreed on the reward, Alan said that he would need help from a blacksmith and asked the merchant to introduce him. Silas didn't understand why the other required a blacksmith for brewing wine, but he still said that the Merchants Guild retained one, before adding that he would send our protagonist there. At that moment, the main course was served, and the merchant said that it was bought it fresh that day at the market by their head chef, before adding that it was quite an unusual find to get the meat of a blue serpent. Nevertheless, Elna quickly said that she thought it was a big blue serpent, which surprised Silas, again, because that was the higher class monster. Right after, Celine realized that they were eating the same monster they had taken to the market that morning. In fact, Sharon was amazed after learning that it could be eaten. After hearing what the twins said, Silas understood that they were not joking and said that they had done quite a feat, before adding that it was hard to believe that they were only rank C. Alan then told him that they had all been promoted to rank B that day, and the merchant replied that it was to be expected, before adding that it seemed that Kevin's lot were actually doing their jobs. Afterward, Silas finally brought up the main topic and said that he wished to thank them for rescuing Arista and the others. However, he admitted that he hadn't hit upon a suitable reward, so he decided to ask them what they would like. After hearing that, our protagonist thought that his words were too honest for a merchant and wondered if he had another motive. Right after, he replied that they had only helped as anyone would, so any reward would do. Nevertheless, that didn't satisfy the merchant because he wished to convey his true gratitude. After all, Arista was his most precious treasure. After hearing that, Alan revealed that there was one thing that had been troubling them lately. Some friends would be joining them in Gans soon. It was a large group, so he was hoping to arrange living quarters for them. Silas understood and asked how many there were, and Alan replied that 50 or more, and Cleria added that there were 58. That amazed Silas, and the merchant quickly asked Alan if he was trying to put together a clan, which surprised the girls. As for our protagonist, he thought that, from what he could tell, a clan was a group of multiple parties teaming up to reach some goal they couldn't manage alone. Moreover, the guild recognized them, just like parties, and, in a sense, that was what they were aiming to do. The captain then confirmed it by saying that the stars had aligned to bring them and their friend to Gans for a common purpose. After hearing that, the merchant admitted that given Alan's party's feats so far, it was not a surprise that many others were rallying around them. Silas then wanted to confirm if they wanted to set up a base of operations, and our protagonist replied that, all in all, they had only just arrived in Gans, so they were still getting their bearings. Silas then told the captain that, if that was what they were after, he had just the thing, before adding that they could count him in to help his daughter's savior set up a clan. Alan asked Silas if he really wanted to help, and the man confirmed it, before explaining that 2 months before, Raging Storm had broken up. They were big, one of the top 5 clans in Gans. However, a key member died, then another, and that built tension until one day they all split, just like that. The merchant also added that the Merchants Guild had custody of their former base, and our protagonist immediately said that it sounded promising. Right after, Silas told our protagonist that, at their biggest, that clan had over 100 members, which meant that their former base should have all the facilities the captain needed. Silas then said that even though the base had aged over the years, with a little work, it would be as good as new. After hearing that, Alan quickly replied that he would love to discuss using the space. However, the merchant let him know that the base was his gift to say thanks. Of course, he clarified that he couldn't give away so much property entirely for free, but he was willing to set the rent as low as he could. Moreover, he would fix it up to boot, and the guild would cover that cost. Our protagonist then asked him if he was sure to use the guild's money for that, to which the merchant replied that having power and not using it was pointless, which made Arista scold his father for saying things like that. After hearing his daughter's scolding, the man stepped back and said that he wouldn't overdo it. The captain then thanked Silas, before saying that he would like to see the base once before agreeing, to which the merchant agreed by saying that he would have Karina show Alan there. Suddenly, Silas said that he would be the 4th or 5th biggest clan in Gans if he started it with 60 people, before asking what goal he had in mind. Right after, Alan replied that they had arrived there to make a name for themselves, so they were aiming for the top, which pleased the man. The merchant then said that if they were the best adventurers in Gans, they would be the best in the world, before adding that since he liked that, he wanted to help them get there. After hearing that, our protagonist asked him what he meant by that, and Silas explained that an adventurer's rank was determined by the guild's internal ranking system. In truth, quests performed for other guilds carried the most weight, so they could designate Alan's party to do quests for the Merchants Guild, which would help them a lot. Obviously, The man reminded our protagonist that their evaluation would still be impartial, but still, the captain replied that the offer was great. The merchant then asked Alan what kind of quest they would like, before presenting them with some options, such as escorting or gathering materials. However, Alan quickly asked if hunting bandits was an option. After hearing that, Silas admitted that bandits were a merchant's worst enemy. After all, they had all had someone near and dear killed by them. However, the man added that usually hunting them was easier said than done. Nevertheless, Alan said that if it would help, he wanted the merchant to let them give it a try, and the man ended up agreeing to put out a quest for them. Right after, Silas told our protagonist that he should join the merchant's guild since it would benefit him with the wine and all that. The captain agreed, but before he could say anything else, Arista intervened, saying that there was one more thing she would like to ask. The young woman then told Alan that during their travels, he had let her use a magic tool that blew hot air, and she wanted to know where to get one. After hearing that, the captain casually replied that he had made it, before adding that he had 2 extra on hand and asking her if she would like them. Of course, that astonished Arista, who asked him how he had made it. Alan then revealed that even though he might not look it, he was a rank A at the Magician's Guild, before adding that he had studied magic tools there. That surprised Silas, who wanted our protagonist to confirm if he really was rank A, and if he really was a magician. Nevertheless, before the captain could reply, the merchant asked him how much for the magic tool, and our protagonist quickly replied that since the man was a friend, he could give them to him for 20,000 guineas apiece. Silas immediately said that 20,000 guineas was too little, but since the other was okay with that, he decided to take them both. Afterward, the group left, and while they were leaving, Karina asked Alan if they could go the following day to appraise the clan base, and the captain agreed. Later, when they were alone, our protagonist told Cleria that he had ended up agreeing to a lot without her input, before asking her if she was fine with the decisions. Almost immediately, the former princess replied that she was indeed fine, before adding that she was happy that he had kept her and the royal guard's interests in mind. Right after, Elna said that she also agreed, before adding that haggling with the Merchants Guild chief, and managing to get away with 1.5 million guineas, a clan base, not to mention his support, and a promise of future quests was a victory. The twins also praised our protagonist and said that they had no complaints with his decisions. After hearing that, Alan said that their next step was to check the proposed base the following day, which was why they needed to think that night about what they would need to inspect. Meanwhile, Karina returned with Silas and his daughter after seeing off Alan's party, and almost immediately, the merchant asked her what she had learnt about them. The young woman then explained that their attire surprised her, since she didn't understand how they managed to possess such well-made finery. After hearing that, Silas agreed with her, because that was not workmanship you could find just anywhere. Karina then let the others know that, in her opinion, Rhea and her attendant Miss Elna were of a different origin than Alan and his 2 associates. After all, the way they handled both their weapons and their cutlery appeared to differ. Silas then assumed that if they truly were nobility or royalty, they were from different kingdoms. Moreover, he also pointed out their skills by saying that he believed that they were rank A adventurers, perhaps even rank S, which surprised his daughter. The man then explained that an average party could never rake down an orc general on top of an entire settlement. After all, that was a job for 100 knights, since orcs were at their most fearsome in packs. The next thing was the fact that they were forming a clan with 58 additional adventurers. Typically, clans took years to grow little by little, so a 60-member clan to start with took both money and popularity. At that moment, Arista asked his father if he thought that Alan could fulfill what he had offered regarding the wine. However, the man made her see things in a different light, by saying that there had been hardly any back and forth to settle in 1.5 million guineas for a product worth tens of millions. That could only mean 2 things. Either it was a bluff, or what they wanted was not money. After hearing that, Arista had to admit that they were a mysterious group of people, and his father quickly agreed with her, before adding that they were the most interesting group he had seen in a long time. The man then apologized to Karina, before asking her to look after them for a while, and the young woman immediately agreed. In the meantime, Alan asked Iris if she knew where the royal guard was at that moment, and the AI said that she would have the drone search for them. Shortly after, she located them and said that it looked like they had gathered more people than expected, to which our protagonist replied by asking her if she could count them. The AI quickly replied that there were 100 persons in total, and Alan asked if there were others with them who weren't part of the group. However, Iris denied it, saying that all were members of the Royal Guard as identified in Gotania. Alan then said that he thought that they could be on an escort mission, but it seemed that they weren't. So, he assumed that they should be the members of the Margrave's forces that Robert had talked about. Still, he said that if the base could accommodate that many, they would be okay, before asking Iris when they were expected to arrive in Gans, to which the AI replied that they would arrive in 23 days. Our protagonist then ordered her to check on them once per day and let him know if they ran into any problems. Right after, he told her that he had promised someone he would make wine with a higher alcohol content, and the AI immediately replied that she knew. Wow, wait a sec. I think we might have a voyeuristic AI here. This Iris seems to be very mischievous. The captain then ordered her to design him a still that a blacksmith on that planet could make using local materials. Almost immediately, she showed him a design and asked him if that would suffice, before explaining to him the entire process for creating the wine. Our protagonist then told her that they'll go with that design for the time being, before adding that they needed to both raise the alcohol content and improve the flavor. He then asked her to look into how the process of mixing it into wine worked. Nevertheless, the AI replied that he couldn't distinguish between good and bad flavors, but Alan told her that he would sample a variety of alcohol, and she would use that data as a basis for analysis. Right after, he asked if she had data on popular alcohol known to the Galactic Empire, but Iris replied that taste varied by cultural background, before adding that, in that case, it would not be reliable. However, that didn't affect him negatively, because he almost immediately suggested she use a simulation module. Specifically, she would have to make a simulation world that matched Ares and analyze it for alcohol that people thought tasted good. The AI then wanted to confirm if the captain wanted to proceed with the outlandish project of running tens of thousands of alcohol and human synapse combinations within that planet's parameters. After all, the processing load would require mainframe resources. However, an annoyed Alan cut her off and asked her if she could do it or not. After all, that was part of his scheme to fund their future plans. He even told her that the project was even partly in line with their mission to increase the technological development of that planet, and after hearing that, Iris finally agreed. The following day, Karina arrived and introduced a man who was with her as the carpentry foreman, before adding that he would visit the base with them that day. Shortly after, the group departed. After a while, Alan said that the base was farther away than he expected, and Karina replied that it was a little away from the town center. At that moment, Elna said that once they became a clan, they would more or less go from adventurers to being an armed corps, before adding that she was sure that the guild preferred them not being in the center of things. Immediately thereafter, Cleria said that it was still best to fortify their base, so they could respond quickly to an enemy attack. That surprised the twins, because they didn't think they could suffer an enemy attack inside a walled citadel. They even asked what enemy would attack them. However, Karina replied that that was for their clan to decide, and the rest of them to find out, which made Alan think that she had used a strange way to put it. Shortly after, they finally arrived at a huge base that looked like a fortress. Alan got out of the wagon and said that the building was quite a bit bigger than he expected, to which Karina replied that it was one of the larger buildings in Gans, before asking if they wanted to take a look inside. Shortly after, the carpentry foreman, whose name was Turk, said that the bunks would all need new padding, before adding, while taking notes, that if that was the general condition of things, they could fix it up in no time, to which Alan replied that they should reuse everything they could. They then arrived at a big bathroom, and our protagonist asked if it was heated with magiums, to which Karina replied by saying that it was, before adding that the guild would cover its repair costs. After hearing that, the captain thought that it was good since they had more than enough magiums, which meant that they could use the bath as much as they wanted. At that moment, Sharon asked if there was a women's bath as well, but Karina replied that not at that moment, before asking if they should prepare one. Almost immediately, the Queen of Simps said that there shouldn't be mixed bathing, while seeing Alan as if he were a pervert. Of course, our protagonist quickly agreed with her. Afterward, the captain asked Karina how many staff members they would need, and the young woman replied that to take care of meals, laundry, and horses for 100 adventurers, she thought that they would need at least 10 people, before asking if he wanted her to prepare it, to which Alan replied that it would be better to prepare 13 people, just to be safe. At that moment, Turk appeared and said that the repairs would come out to 3 or 400,000 guineas total. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that it was fine, before asking him to begin. A while later, Karina and Turk departed in the wagon, and almost immediately, an elated Cleria said that the place was their new home, to which the captain agreed, saying that it was the base of Shining Star. They then noticed that there was a food vendor close by, which was great, although Cleria wondered if they made money that far out. For better or worse, the man in charge overheard the former princess and replied that they did business with the members of Raging Storm, before admitting that it was bad news for them when the clan broke up. Alan then told him that a new clan would be moving in soon, before adding that the clan was formed by more than 60 people. That caught the man's attention, and he quickly asked which clan it was, to which our protagonist replied that it was called Shining Star. However, the man said that he had never heard of that one, before asking Alan if he knew them, to which the captain replied that they were members. Immediately thereafter, the man urged Alan to put him in touch with the clan's leader, and the captain replied that he was already talking to him. That shocked the man, but he quickly regained his composure and told our protagonist that he looked forward to doing business with him. Sometime later, at the Adventurers Guild, Alan asked the female clerk if there were any quests for them, to which the woman quickly replied that they had one from the Merchants Guild. She then gave him a piece of paper with the details. However, when Alan read its content to the girls, they all agreed that something was not right. After all, the reward was 1,000 guineas a head, dead or alive, and they thought that it should be higher since they were going to hunt bandits. Nevertheless, they then realized that aside from the reward, the bandits would also have loot, and all the valuables they had collected would become shining stars, and, of course, it made sense that the Merchants Guild would take that into account. Right after, Cleria said that since they had put the quest out just for them, they should take it, and Alan agreed, saying that raising their rank was more of a priority than cash at that moment. However, before they could say anything else, a man interrupted them, asking if they were Shining Star. Alan quickly confirmed it, and asked the man if he needed something, to which the other replied that it was about the party Green Wind. Before asking our protagonist if he had a moment, Cleria then recalled that Green Wind was Arista's escort party and wondered out loud if the man knew them. Shortly after, Alan and the man sat at a table, and the man introduced himself as Carl, leader of the Swift Wind clan, before asking if Alan's party was the one who had buried the members of Green Wind, which Alan confirmed. Carl then said that they were one of his clan's party, before thanking him for his gesture. Our protagonist tried to downplay it, but the man cut him off, saying that by bringing back their belongings along with their guild IDs and thinking of their families, he had really looked out for them. He then praised them for defeating all those bandits with nary a scratch on them, since that was some feat. Again, the captain tried to downplay it by saying that they could all use magic, which astonished Carl and made him ask Alan what rank they were. The captain replied that they were all B rank, and the other said that being B rank at their age was impressive. Right after, Alan asked for Carl's rank, and the man replied that he was A rank. At that moment, our protagonist revealed that they were planning to start a clan soon, and asked the man if it would look bad if their leader was only B rank. After hearing that, Carl said that he could pull it off. Before explaining that, plenty of small clans had B rank leaders, although the bigger ones usually had A rank leaders. The captain then asked if Carl's clan was one of the bigger ones, and the other began to laugh, while saying that only newcomers didn't know about them. Right after, the man told the captain that his clan was in the big leagues, before adding that if he needed to know more about clans, he could ask him anytime. Of course, after hearing that, Alan quickly thanked the other. Later, at the Merchants Guild, Alan met with Karina, who celebrated his prompt registration. Our protagonist then asked her what she was doing there, and the young woman replied that she had some paperwork to do for the repairs at his base. Before asking if he was free to visit the blacksmith after they finished there, considering that Silas had asked her to introduce Alan without delay. Sometime later, Karina introduced Alan to the blacksmith, who revealed that Silas had asked him to prioritize whatever work our protagonist had for him. After hearing that, Alan told him that he was finishing them up at that moment, before adding that he could give him the first round the following day. At that moment, Iris asked him mentally to ask the man if he could work with sheet copper. Right after, our protagonist asked the blacksmith that, and the man said that he could, especially since it was much easier to work with than iron. Cleria then asked our protagonist in a whisper why he was asking about copper, considering that iron was much better for armor, to which Alan replied that she would see. Right after, Karina asked if they wanted to see other workshops, and the twins immediately replied that they did. Back to the base, Alan told to Iris that if copper was not hard to come by, heat conduction wouldn't be a problem, before asking her how the magic circle analysis was coming, to which the AI replied that it was poorly, before explaining that known samples proved insufficient, and adding that tripling the sampling would hasten the progress. Sadly, our protagonist replied that magic circles were expensive. At that moment, Cleria and Sharon arrived at Alan's office, and the latter told him that they had finished designing the furniture they wanted, before asking him to take a look, while Cleria added that Sharon was a great artist. The captain then checked the designs and said that it was very well thought out, before praising them for the nice work. Almost immediately, Sharon's stomach gurgled, which made her blush. Still, the girl quickly admitted that all that thinking had made her hungry, and Alan suggested checking out that place opposite their base, since it might still be open. Unfortunately, on their way there, they met with some drunkards, and one of them began to covet the girls to the point of asking our protagonist if he could share at least one with them. However, instead of reacting with violence, Alan tried to be polite and replied that since the other was drunk, he would pretend he didn't hear anything, before asking them to head home. Nevertheless, those words triggered the man who yelled at Alan that since their clan had broken up, they didn't have a base to go back to. The captain then asked the man if he was a member of Raging Storm, which surprised the other and made him ask how our protagonist knew. However, Alan didn't reply and simply lectured the man, saying that if he called himself an adventurer, he should stop acting like a bandit. Instead, he should pull himself together and find a new job. Obviously, that pissed the man a lot, and he quickly threw a punch at our protagonist, but before Alan could react, Serena defeated the man. After seeing that, another of the men tried to intervene, but the twins quickly told him that if they wanted to fight, they would surely get a good one. After seeing that, Cleria asked Alan to stop them, but the captain reassured her, saying that the twins would be fine since they were stronger than he in a fist fight, which surprised the former princess. Almost immediately, the remaining men attacked the twins and got completely wiped out. They didn't stand a chance against the sisters, who beat them thoroughly, even though the adventurers had even used knives against them. In fact, Elna and Cleria ended up being embarrassed while admitting that they had never seen fighting like that before. After all, the twins had used martial arts against the drunkards. Almost immediately, Selena revealed that they had used imperial arts, a style developed to fight bugs. Luckily, Sharon managed to cover her sister's mouth, while saying that what Sharon had meant was that they had used a major martial art that had been developed in their country. After hearing that, Cleria and Elna asked them to teach them, and Alan said that it was fine. The following day, Alan showed the blueprints of the still to the blacksmith, and the others said that they were easy to understand. The man even added that if every customer gave him plans like those, work would be much easier. However, our protagonist let him know that what he was showing him was part 1 of 3, before adding that he would have 100 more pages to follow. That surprised the blacksmith, but in the end, the man said that the captain could give him the rest when he finished them. After leaving the place, the captain found Theo and Ella and quickly scolded the boy for making his sister cry, but Theo replied that he hadn't done anything, before explaining that she had fallen on her own. Alan then asked him if he was pulling her again, and the boy admitted it, before explaining that she walked too slowly. Right after, the kid pointed out that his sister's dress was ripped, and our protagonist asked them if there was any used clothing store around, before adding that he would buy Ella another dress. Theo tried to refuse it since that was too expensive, but the captain insisted. Sometime later, Ella was wearing a big dress, so big that Alan wasn't sure if it was okay buying it, but Theo told him that she would grow into it. Moreover, the kid reminded his sister to thank our protagonist for the dress and the food he had bought for them. At that moment, Alan noticed that the boy didn't finish his food, put it in a bag instead, and the captain asked Theo why he had done that, to which the boy replied that he was saving some for the following day, just in case. After all, it was not every day that they could scrounge up food. Those words made Alan realize something, and he asked Theo if he knew what clans were. To which the boy replied that clans were large groups of adventurers. Our protagonist then explained to Theo that he was starting one soon and was using a big building, before asking the boy if they both wanted to work there doing odd jobs. That stunned the kid, but the captain kept going and explained that the siblings' pay would be room and board, 2 meals a day. Of course, Ella was included, but he wouldn't give them any money apart from that. Wow, come on man, don't be that stingy. They could use some coins to buy snacks, you know. Luckily, the boy was elated after hearing the proposal and quickly agreed, saying that they didn't need money under those conditions. And with that, everything was settled. After that, Alan spent his days preparing to make wine, building magic tools, and ordering supplies for their base. Besides, between training with the others and his free time, he stayed pretty busy. Additionally, every so often, the smith asked him to go over to give technical advice on the still. Of course, our protagonist helped set it up, but even with detailed instructions, assembling anything was very hard the first time. Fortunately, he was able to hire staff members and get the magic tools they required to be set up in the base. On the other hand, they bought a lot of stuff to supply the kitchen and sleeping quarters they would be using. And finally, it was move-in day. That day, a group of maids and butlers arrived, led by an old woman who introduced herself as Sally. She then told Alan that the people with her were his staff for the clan base, before adding that they looked forward to working with him. She then greeted all the people, Theo and Ella included, and told them that he hoped to get to know all of them better as well. Right after, Karina appeared and informed the captain that the base was finally his, and he quickly thanked her for all her help. Karina then replied, while showing a tender expression, that she only hoped it properly expressed her gratitude for their rescue, before adding that she finally felt that she had paid him back in the smallest of ways. Later, in our protagonist's office, the girls informed him that they had finally moved into the base, to which the captain replied that he had just recalled that he had made a few things he wanted them to wear. When the 4 girls looked at the badges Alan showed them, they immediately asked him what they were. After hearing that, our protagonist thought that their ship, the Iris Conrad, did deep space exploration as part of the Imperial Red Fleet. Moreover, its insignia represented a supernova. So, even though only 3 of them were left, 4 counting the AI, he believed that it would be a fitting symbol for their clan. At that moment, the man's thoughts were interrupted by Cleria, who asked him if the insignia was a shining star, which he confirmed. The former princess was then elated and told the others to put them on. Immediately thereafter, he showed them a map and said that he had been able to determine that there was a bandit hideout in the place he was pointing out with one of his fingers. He also added that there were 30 or more bandits. The Queen of Simps then began to ask him how he knew that, but quickly dismissed the idea and simply said that 30 was a lot of people. Alan then explained his plan. They would take the wagon as an easy target and camp overnight there. Right after, our protagonist asked them if they had any questions, but Cleria simply replied that since his plans always led to victory, they would simply go for it. After hearing that, the captain said that they would set out 2 hours after dawn, before asking them to get to sleep early that night. The following day, the group set the bait as planned, and shortly after, the bandits fell for it and appeared in front of Alan and the others. However, the group was so big that Elna got tense and told the others to be on their guard. Nevertheless, when the group got closer, Alan and the others realized that they were the members of the Royal Guard, led by Dalsum. Obviously, when the man saw the others, he quickly asked them why they were there, assuming that she had gone there to greet them. After hearing that, Cleria pouted, while thinking that she was sure Alan knew it, which made her wonder why he hadn't told her. However, she quickly dismissed her thoughts and told Dalsum that they were out on a quest as adventurers, and Dalsum replied that fortune was shining upon them. Afterward, the man reported that they had a rear guard formed by 42 elites on par with the royal guard who had joined them from Ludwig's group, before asking what the objective of the others' quest was, to which Cleria replied that they were hunting bandits. That astonished Dalsum, and he immediately asked Cleria why her party was taking on such a dangerous task without aid, to which the former princess replied that it was not an issue, before adding that the 5 of them could handle it. Still, Dalsum told her to let them do that for her, and they ended up agreeing to discuss it on a campsite located up ahead. Shortly after, they arrived at the site, and Cleria asked the man how their compatriots were in the field, to which Dalsum replied that there had been no major problems, before adding that they had had no reports of even a single deserter. The former princess then asked about their families, assuming that many should be suffering without their breadwinners. Right after, Dalsum turned serious and said that even though Sir Robert had been doling out the money she had sent, with the higher taxes on the former Starvake lands, it was not enough. That didn't surprise Cleria, and she immediately asked Alan if they could send 1 million guineas as soon as they returned to Gantz. After all, they had enough money to send that amount. Right after, our protagonist agreed, and Dalsum was shocked. Still, the man quickly regained his composure and said that they should use that money to fund their military campaign. Nevertheless, Cleria said that they could earn more since they had become adventurers. The young lady then explained that even though they had not done much work as adventurers in Gantz yet, they had been securing and preparing their base and practicing their magic. That surprised Dalsum too, because he was aware that a base for their clan would be very expensive. Still, Cleria told him not to worry about it because Alan had negotiated support and ongoing quests from the Merchants Guild. In fact, that bandit hunt was their first. That reminded the man of his primary concern, and he told Cleria that taking such a task with a mere 5 people was reckless. But the former princess simply replied that 30 bandits were no match for them, which stunned the man. Right after, Alan intervened, saying that, according to his intel, the bandits had set traps around various spots, before adding that 27 of them were waiting by the traps, while the rest were at their hideout. Then, he told Dalsum that if they wanted to help them, they could take their wagon and be the bait, before adding that it would be best if whoever went on the wagon could use a bow or magic. Afterward, he also said that they would need 2 more groups of 20. Immediately thereafter, our protagonist explained that the plan was simple. 2 groups would approach from the rear, and when they were in position, they would lure the bandits out with the wagon. Then, after they rushed the wagon, Alan would give the signal to attack. After hearing that explanation, Dalsum asked what kind of signal the other would use, and the captain simply threw a fireball to the sky, while saying that when they heard that sound, it was time to attack. The following morning, Alan and Dalsum were driving the wagon, when the former said that the 2 groups should be in place soon. At that moment, the royal guard respectfully pointed out that he didn't see why our protagonist had put the twins in charge. Nevertheless, the one who replied was Cleria, who said that Selena and Sharon could use detection magic like Alan, which meant that they could sense the precise location of living things. After hearing that, Dalsum admitted that he hadn't heard of such a thing, and the former princess replied that he would see pretty soon. On the other hand, Alan confirmed through the drones that the bandits had noticed their wagon and told the others that there was one in a tree, 150 feet or 256.85 bananas ahead to the right, before adding that 5 more with bows had spread out 100 feet beyond that, which surprised Dalsum. Shortly after, the bandits tried to ambush the wagon and ended up falling into the trap. Alan and the others immediately engaged, and our protagonist didn't hesitate to pull out the big guns. Special mention to the killing donuts that reappeared on the battlefield, courtesy of the Queen of Simps. The battle was completely one-sided, and the bandits stood no chance against Alan's forces. Even Dalsum had to admit that the bandits had barely had time to blink before their defeat, and Cleria added that by the time she got out of the wagon, the fight was over. At that moment, Alan smiled at them and said that all the bandits had been captured with no injuries to his group, which meant that everything had gone well. Right after, the captain ordered 2 royal guards to disarm the bandits, gather them all together, and collect any loot they were carrying. Immediately thereafter, another royal guard was boasting to a comrade in arms that Lady Sharon was a great leader because their timing was so perfect that the bandits couldn't even draw their weapons. However, the other royal guard simply replied that Lady Selena was superior because by the time the signal went up, the bandits were so close that they could have touched them. Unbeknownst to them, Alan was hearing their conversation while thinking that those were the people who would likely become the core of their new country. Our protagonist then thought that he would like them to train more with him and the girls so they could cooperate in the future. Nevertheless, he then corrected himself and thought that what they needed to do was to learn from them, because he wouldn't let anyone die for their mission. The members of the Royal Guard were surprised after seeing the base, and Dalsum had to admit that the place was grander than he had imagined. After hearing that, the Queen of Simps added that they had heard that it was one of the biggest buildings in Gantz. Right after, Alan apologized to Sally for taking in all those people all of a sudden, before asking her if she could arrange dinner for them. He even added that something simple was fine, and the old woman replied that he shouldn't worry about it, before adding that she had just sent out for ingredients. Afterward, Cleria gathered all the newcomers and told them that she was truly happy that they still fondly refer to her as princess. But she then added that she was no longer a royal nor a princess, but a simple adventurer. So, from that moment onward, she wanted them to call her just Rhea, to which the others agreed. On the other hand, Alan asked Dalsum to gather his officers and meet with him in his office. Shortly after, he informed them that they were going to split into parties. He then explained that there were more than 100 people, so he wanted to form squads of 10 people or so, each about equal strength. Moreover, they would all need party names too. After hearing that, Dalsum said that he had already considered the matter and suggested using Satellite as the name, since it represented an attending star. Our protagonist liked the concept, and both men agreed to use Satellite 1, Satellite 2, and so on as the names for the parties. Afterward, the captain explained his strategy, saying that for future quests to hunt bandits, he wanted to decide in advance how many parties to take, depending on the number of bandits. For example, to hunt 15 bandits, they would take 3 parties of 10 people, and against 20 bandits, they would take 4 parties. After all, with more than double their numbers, they could drastically improve their safety. But Dalsum quickly pointed out that for that strategy to be effective, they needed to know the number of bandits in advance, to which Alan replied that they should leave that to him, making Dalsum suppose the other would use detection magic. Dalsum then said that Walter led the Ludwig forces, before adding that since he and Walter knew the strength of their troops best, they would set to work organizing them into parties and selecting leaders. After leaving the office, Dalsum and other knights asked Elna if they could speak to her in private, and the female knight agreed after Cleria told her that she should have a proper talk with her colleagues. Once they were alone, Dalsum asked her about Alan's detection magic, to which the Queen of Simps replied that she didn't know much about it, before explaining that she believed that he could sense any moving object or living being within several hundred yards. After hearing that, Dalsum wanted to say that it was impossible, but then he had to admit that it might be true since he had seen that ability in action himself. He then guessed that since Alan, Sharon, and Selena were soldiers, it might be a secret military technique, and then he said that he felt reassured having a general like him as their leader. At that moment, other of the knights present, whose name was Derry, told Elna that he felt that she slighted Cleria's future husband by not using his title, but Dalsum quickly explained that she was doing it with his permission, before adding that they should hope one day he would allow them the same. Right after, another knight said that he had heard that Lady Sharon and Lady Selena surpassed Alan in hand-to-hand combat, and the female knight agreed, before explaining that even though Alan was nearly on par with them, he hadn't won against the twins yet. Elna also said that she had trained under them as well, before adding that it was like child's play to them, which surprised Dalsum, considering that the Queen of Simps was a royal guard too. However, she explained that the twins were the daughters of a national hero, so it was to be expected. That caught the men's attention, and the female knight told them that they said that, surrounded by thousands of enemies, She had taken more than half of them down with her. In short, she had sacrificed herself to save the people, which had made Alan respect her deeply. After hearing that, Dalsum admitted that, with a parent like that, he could see how they had led so well during their attack on the bandits. Then, he asked Elna if they also practiced Alan's Corinth-style swordplay, to which the Queen of Simps replied that they did, before adding that, all in all, Alan and his two subordinates were really something else. Immediately thereafter, the female knight said that she thought that that was all thanks to Lady Cleria's virtue and good fortune, which surprised the others. Right after, Elna explained that the fact that the former princess chanced to meet Alan and went that far was proof that Lady Cleria was beloved by the goddess Lumina. Meanwhile, Alan was sparring with several knights in one-on-one fights, and none of them had been able to defeat our protagonist, so Cleria asked out loud if there was anyone who could stand up to him. Almost immediately, Walter of the Ludwig army asked him to spar while the captain complained in his mind, since that would be his 20th match in a row. Right after, the fight began, and they exchanged various blows, but when Walter thought that there was an opening and tried to take advantage of it, the captain's counter caught the knight by surprise, leading to Alan's victory. That surprised the knights, since even their commander had gone down in one hit. However, before our protagonist had a chance to catch his breath, Cleria called the next challenger, which shocked him. In fact, he said that he thought that they should call it a day. As for Walter, he thought that the captain was just as strong as they said. In fact, he acknowledged that on swordplay master level, Elna had spoken the truth. For the next several months, they worked to expand their clan's renown. They mostly took high-reward bandit quests from the Merchants Guild, and some from other guilds to build their connections. With Sharon, Selena, and Alan in the lead, they formed platoons of a few squads each and used their detection magic to take on multiple quests at once. Then, they asked Cleria and Dalsum to choose troops they trusted and created systems to handle their finances and provisions. Furthermore, in their spare time, Alan and the twins trained and taught those who could use magic to improve their accuracy and power. Additionally, each time they captured bandits, our protagonist dispatched a drone to wipe out their hideout, so eventually they ran out of bandits to hunt around Gantz. One day, at the Merchants Guild, Alan met with Karina and told her that he was there to report that 25 more bandits had been captured and handed over the day before, to which she replied that the city guards had already told her. Right after, our protagonist said that he thought that they would stop hunting bandits for a while. After all, from what he could tell, they had taken out all the ones nearby. After hearing that, Karina acknowledged that the captain's sources were excellent and asked him if he wanted them to withdraw the standing quests. However, Alan refused, saying that they would hunt again when they heard about more of them, so it would be better if they could leave the quest as it was. Karina then asked him how the progress was on the still, to which he replied that the smith needed a little more time, before adding that it was nearly done. Right after, the young woman said that she was excited to see how it turned out. Our protagonist then told her that they would leave, but Karina stopped him and quickly called some people, saying that she wanted to introduce the members of Shining Star to them. After hearing that, various middle-aged men turned around in surprise, and almost immediately, they got near Alan and began talking to him, saying that they were eager to meet him and express their gratitude. A while later, the group finally left the guild, and an elated Sharon said that it felt nice to help others, to which Alan replied that he agreed, before adding that they were also earning money by doing it, so he couldn't complain. Are you wondering how I know which twin is talking? Well, I'll just say that I know things. Afterward, at the Adventurers Guild, Alan's party was informed that they had been promoted all members of Shining Star to rank A, which surprised the girls. The leader of the guild then explained that even though it had been faster than usual, they had met the guild requirements. They had received favorable reviews from all the quests they had completed, and had hauled in quite the number of bandits. Cleria then asked if that promotion included their clan members, but the man replied that since the quests had been designated to Shining Star, supporting members didn't receive the same recognition. That made Alan think that it was a weird rule, but he was aware that every organization had some of those. Afterward, the man informed them that there had been signs of unusual monster activity deep in the forest, and that the guild's experts feared a stampede, a phenomenon when all kinds of monsters rampaged at the same time, which was something serious. Right after, the man said that to handle it, all the big clans would get together, before adding that they would meet the following day at 1 p.m. Alan then asked if only he was allowed to participate, and the man confirmed that it was just the leaders. Right after, our protagonist replied that he would be there, and then he and his group left. Once they were outside, a very happy Cleria said that they had finally made it to rank A, to which he replied that they had been able to do it that fast thanks to their clan. Right after, the former princess suggested they went back home to celebrate, and everyone agreed. Nevertheless, Alan asked them to head home and get ready while he went to get some supplies. The following day, Alan was close to the Adventurers Guild while thinking that it was awesome that nanomachines prevented hangovers, because he had drunk a lot the night before. Shortly after, he arrived in the hall where the meeting would take place and was happy to see Carl there. After seeing our protagonist, Carl greeted him and said that he had heard some clan named Shining Star had cleared out all the bandits, before adding that he had finally confirmed that it was the captain. After hearing that, Alan reminded the man that he had told him that he was forming a clan, but the other replied that people said that Shining Star had dozens of members, before adding that he didn't think a youngster like Alan could pull all that off. And if you thought that our protagonist would try to downplay that, then you were right, because he immediately replied that his clan members had done most of the work. Shortly after, the meeting began, and the guild leader introduced Alan to the other clan leaders, who couldn't help but acknowledge our protagonist's achievements. However, the guild leader quickly cut them off by saying that he assumed the others were aware of strange activity deep in the forest, before asking them if anyone had noticed the ground rumbling or sudden lights in the night sky. Immediately thereafter, one of the leaders replied that their younger members had reported something like that, while Alan thought that Iris hadn't told him anything. The guild leader then revealed that the guild experts believed that those signals might portend a stampede. That surprised the others, but the guild leader wasn't done yet, and he added that even though they hadn't confirmed it yet, they had a report of a dragon in the forest, which shocked the others even more. Right after, the guild leader said that they didn't know yet if the dragon report was credible, but still, they should cull as many monsters as they could before the stampede. At that moment, the clan leaders began to try to get some easy sectors to minimize their casualties, and of course, the others didn't like that attitude. After seeing that behavior, Alan asked Carl what everyone was fighting about, and the other explained that each clan was assigned a sector where it was their duty to hunt monsters. Nevertheless, the man added that even though the hunts helped, they didn't solve the problem. Moreover, Carl also explained that there was no reward attached, just a long-standing agreement with the Adventurers Guild, which meant that for the clans, there was no upside. Nevertheless, after hearing that, Alan thought that that could be his chance. At that moment, the guild leader asked our protagonist if his clan could handle an area he was signaling on a map, and Alan quickly replied that they could. After hearing that, Carl snapped and yelled at Alan, saying that he should make promises he couldn't keep. Nevertheless, the captain reassured the man, saying that they would make it work. Finally, the guild leader announced that the clan's sectors had been assigned and added that they should get culling. The man then admitted that even though it might not help much, they couldn't sit around and do nothing. The man also reminded them that during a stampede, when they cut one monster down, two more took its place, so until they could confirm the situation, they needed to keep thinning out monsters. Furthermore, if they saw anything funny, they had to let the guild know right away. Afterward, the meeting ended, and Alan recalled that Iris had said that dragons lived deep in the forest, and that, apparently, the last run-in with one 60 years before had left more than 50 adventurers dead. Nevertheless, even though he was aware that his data put them on an entirely different level than other monsters, Alan knew that Shining Star could take one down. After the meeting, Alan invited Carl to have some drinks, and Carl accepted, saying that he was not one to turn down free beer. Shortly after, while drinking, our protagonist asked if clans got called together like that a lot, and the other replied that it happened rarely. Carl then added that once in a while, a rash of adventurers would get injured when monster levels were high. The captain then asked the man if he had ever seen a dragon himself, and the other replied that only once from afar when he was younger, before adding that he had gotten lucky, because you couldn't even compare them to wyverns. Alan then admitted that he had never seen one and asked if they could really breathe fire. To this, Carl replied that he would call it an inferno, adding that sometimes they would throw out an attack like a fireball spell, which excited our protagonist. However, Carl changed the subject and praised the captain, because his clan had more than 100 people, and all of them were rank C or above. After hearing that, Alan replied that they had realized that they had a common goal and decided to set up shop in Gantz. Back in his bedroom, Alan thought that a stampede sounded like bad news, and right after he called Iris and asked her if she knew anything about unusual activity deep in the forest, to which the AI replied that she had not observed any abnormalities. Still, she asked him if he meant the work they were carrying out for his city, and he replied by asking her if the light and sound from construction were carrying all the way to Gantz. Iris then told him that she believed that it was limited in range, although she couldn't say for sure. Right after, the captain asked her to show him the current progress of the site, and shortly after, he was shocked after realizing how fast the construction was progressing. However, he also realized that the construction should be very noisy. In fact, he concluded that if an adventurer went deep into the forest, he would hear something for sure. Luckily, Iris had told him that the current phase was nearly over, so the noise and vibration should die down. Afterward, at his office, our protagonist recalled that he had made Iris survey the forest, but she still found no signs of a stampede brewing. If there were a stampede, he knew that he could use the drones, but in the end, it seemed like he didn't need to worry. Furthermore, since they still had to cull monsters, he thought that it would make a nice goal for the clan, while they were taking a break from bandits. At that moment, Cleria, Elna, and Dalsum arrived and asked him what quest the guild had given to them. Almost immediately, our protagonist told them everything. Well, except for the part where the strange phenomena might have been caused by the construction of his city. However, since that is a trifle, I'll just ignore it. Obviously, they were very surprised after hearing the Adventurers Guild was expecting a stampede, but our protagonist quickly told them that it was not certain, before adding that his intel showed that it was unlikely. That reassured them, and the captain then told them that the guild had still asked each clan to cover an area and cull monsters there. Right after, he took a map and showed the others the area that had been assigned to their clan. The others quickly said that the area was huge, but our protagonist replied that the guild had entrusted it to them because they had a lot of people and skill to match. After hearing that, Dalsum said that they would just have to get to work and make it happen. Immediately thereafter, Walter asked if they would split into 2 platoons again, but the captain replied that this time they would go as 5 units of 2 parties each, before adding that the unit leaders would be Sharon, Selena, Elna, Cleria, and he, which caught everybody by surprise. Nevertheless, Alan quickly explained that the 4 girls had hunted a lot of monsters in the forest already. He even added that they had done it more than him, before saying that he had taken that experience into account with that selection of lieutenants. Immediately thereafter, Dalsum asked how our protagonist would divide the troops, and the captain quickly replied that he would leave that to them. Then, while the others began their discussion, Alan thought that they were having it out, because everyone wanted to be in the future Queen Cleria's unit and show off their prowess. However, he kept his word and didn't intervene. He simply asked to decide by that evening, since they would be leaving at 7 a.m., and let them know that they would split up in the forest, which meant that they would depart and return all together. Afterward, Cleria thought that since Alan had made her a lieutenant, that meant that he believed she could do it. So, she decided to make sure she fulfilled her duty, and right after, she called Elna, Selena, and Sharon. The former princess then told them that it was her first time leading, which was why she was wondering if they had any advice. Selena then replied that she didn't think Cleria needed to worry, before adding that she should just be her usual self, which confused Cleria. Right after, Sharon added that the former princess always had sound judgment, not to mention that she took down the scariest monsters first, which was why she believed that Cleria would be fine. Finally, Elna said that the former princess's composure in tense situations was her greatest strength. Those words of encouragement did the job because Cleria thanked them before saying that she was starting to think that she could really handle it. The following day, in Cleria's unit, Dalsum praised the former princess because she had just killed various greyhounds, and another knight added that using 3 guided flame arrows had been impressive. On the other hand, Cleria thought that she hadn't realized she would feel so anxious moving around in the forest without detection magic. Right after, a group of goblins appeared, and Dalsum ordered the others to use a defensive formation. Shortly after, the group defeated the monsters and told the former princess that they were not so bad themselves. Nevertheless, Cleria simply replied that something was off, while looking concerned, which made Dalsum ask if they had made a mistake. The former princess then explained that goblins were usually cautious, but those seemed more careless than usual. Immediately thereafter, she ordered her troops to be alert, because something might be chasing the goblins. She also ordered the swordsmen to circle up and ordered the magicians to prepare their attacks. Almost immediately, an orc general appeared in front of them, and since Cleria knew that the magicians weren't ready, she decided to stop it and threw 3 fireballs at the monster. Luckily, that stopped the orcs' advance and gave time to the magicians to have their attacks ready. Right after, the former princess ordered the magicians to fire at once, and almost immediately, a rain of explosions covered the orc general's body. Meanwhile, in Alan's unit, our protagonist said that they had killed 19 greyhounds, 5 orcs, and 12 goblins, which was not great, but it was not bad. Right after, Walter admitted that knowing how close the enemies were certainly made the fight easier. At that moment, Cleria's unit appeared, and Dalsum immediately showed Alan the head of the orc general, while saying that it was the fruits of the former princess leading them into battle. Almost immediately, the twins arrived and said that the others should wait until they saw what they got. Alan then asked if there was anyone injured, and after confirming that no one was injured, he told them that it was time to head back to Gantz. However, he immediately sensed something and told the others to be on guard, because there were humans ahead. Shortly after, they saw a group of warriors who were helping someone who was badly injured. At first, the warriors showed hostility to Alan's group, but luckily, Carl recognized our protagonist and managed to defuse the situation. The captain then asked Carl if there were any injured, and the other confirmed that the greyhounds had injured someone. Alan then asked if he could see the wound, and shortly after, he told Carl that he could heal the wound, which caught the other by surprise. Still, Carl managed to regain his composure and asked our protagonist to stop the bleeding. Almost immediately, Alan took out a knife while saying that since it was going to get worse before it got better, the others should buckle the injured one down and hold him in place. Right after, he asked the nanomachines to give him instructions. The nanomachines then replied that he should first cut open the arm so he could see the bone. After doing that, our protagonist was relieved because it was not a compound fracture. Almost immediately, he used healing magic, and a while later, the injured guy was flabbergasted because his wound was not only healed, but it was all closed up. Carl couldn't believe what he had seen, but he decided not to pry into that matter, and simply told Alan that he would see that our protagonist was rewarded, to which the captain replied, "A favor done, a favor owed." Right after, Alan asked Carl to keep his healing magic a secret, and the other quickly replied that he wouldn't say a thing, before telling his men to keep what they had seen between them. He even warned them by saying that since our protagonist had taken down all those bandits, he would take them down too if they talked. As for Alan, he simply thought that he wouldn't kill them. Afterward, the captain asked Carl how long until they knew if a stampede was happening or not, and the other replied that between a week and a month, before adding that, from what he saw that day, he didn't think one was likely. That caught our protagonist's attention, and he asked Carl if he could tell, to which the other replied that he could, before explaining that he was in a stampede once, when he was younger, and the lead-up was different from what they were seeing. Alan then said that he hoped that the guild would release them from the culling quest soon. Immediately thereafter, Carl bid goodbye to our protagonist before saying that he would pay him back someday, to which the captain replied by saying that he was looking forward to it. Back in the base, Alan admitted that all the fighting had worn him out, before wondering out loud what was there to eat. At that moment, Ella appeared and offered him a drink. Our protagonist took it, thanked her, and when she left, he thought that it seemed like she had settled in, too. Almost immediately, Dalsum appeared and reported that they had received bad news from the Adventurers Guild. Apparently, the town of Sistana in Sicilio had been attacked by a dragon. That news shocked Alan because Sicilio was right next door to them, so he quickly asked what the damage was, to which Dalsum replied that they didn't know, before adding that it sounded like it might be a rogue dragon. Immediately thereafter, our protagonist asked Iris what a rogue dragon was, and the AI replied that, from context gathered at taverns, a dragon that had strayed from its group was considered a rogue one, before adding that dragons that wandered tended to be more dangerous than typical dragons. He then asked what the damage was to the town of Sistana, and Iris replied that it was unknown, before adding that the dragon had merely flown over it, and asking if she should locate it. The captain then asked her to do it. Dalsum then asked Alan if he needed to know more, and the other confirmed it, before asking if stray dragons were rare. After hearing that, the man confirmed it, before adding that he had seen one in Starvake only once, when he was young. He also added that, luckily it didn't cause any damage. Our protagonist then said that they didn't always cause damage when they showed up, before adding that it would be nice if the situation resolved itself quietly. Sometime later, Alan was leaving the Adventurers Guild feeling great, because they had been finally released from the culling quest, but almost immediately, a man called him, and our protagonist had to ask the nanomachines for help since he didn't remember him. After receiving the man's info from the nanomachines, Alan greeted the man, whose name was Gelt, and the other thanked the captain for remembering him. Right after, the man asked Alan if he was aware of how well-known Shining Star had become in recent times, to which our protagonist replied that they were easy to spot with their insignia, before adding that some members had said that people had approached them because of it. Nevertheless, the man said that Shining Star being famous in Gantz was a given, before adding that what he had meant was that they had also become famous in the royal capital. At that moment, Walter, who was with Alan in the guild, asked if their name had already traveled that far, to which Gelt replied that it was mostly the merchants who carried the news, so it was not surprising. Gelt then asked if it was true that they had eliminated more than 10 gangs of bandits, and Alan quickly confirmed it. Then, when Gelt left, an elated Walter said that they had finally done it, since they were even talking about Shining Star in the capital. However, our protagonist didn't look that optimistic, and replied that they didn't know what exactly that meant for them, so it would be better not to get ahead of themselves. Back in the base, Alan gathered the lieutenants and reported that their culling quest was over, since it seemed that the fear of a stampede had subsided. He also told them that he had heard that their success at bandit hunting had reached the ears of the capital, which pleased the others. Right after, our protagonist said that it seemed that a new group of 15 bandits had appeared, before adding that they had camped at the same place for 2 nights without further action. Almost immediately, Selena asked him to let her platoon take that one. Alan agreed and told her that they were 1 night's distance away, before adding that they could get ready and leave the following morning. Right after, he informed Dalsum that, should he accept, he would like to appoint him as his adjutant. Dalsum accepted and said that he would do his utmost to carry out his duty. Then, Alan told the others that they already knew how capable Dalsum was, so he would like them to always ask his opinion as adjutant before making a strategic decision. Sometime later, Iris reported to Alan that the dragon was heading toward the forest, which shocked our protagonist. However, when he looked at the screen, he noticed that it was not heading directly to them. Still, Iris told him that there might be a problem, because some adventurers had taken up arms against it. In fact, at that moment, those adventurers were already engaged in a brutal fight against the dragon, but it soon became clear that the adventurers were getting the worst part. Besides, the dragon was getting closer to them, not to mention that our protagonist was aware that if the dragon saw a human, it would most likely attack. However, the captain also thought that the dragon was his chance. After all, if he slew it, he was completely certain that he would be made a noble. Shortly after, he left his office and asked Walter where Selena's platoon was, but the man was very surprised after seeing our protagonist in his Imperial combat suit, to the point that he couldn't help but ask Alan if that was an armor. Nevertheless, instead of replying, The captain told him that since a dragon was approaching, he was going to check it out, so he was leaving him in charge of the base. That astonished Walter, but the man quickly managed to tell Alan that they would go along with him. After all, if they gathered all their strength, they might stand a chance. However, our protagonist replied that a dragon was the one thing they couldn't handle yet, before adding that, if anything, they would all be in his way, which was why he asked them to let him go alone that time. Still, Walter insisted, which forced Alan to remind the other that what he had said was an order. That made Walter understand, and right after, Alan said that on the off chance that he didn't return, they should obey Lieutenant Selena's orders, since she was next in line to lead the clan. Walter then asked our protagonist not to do anything reckless, and the captain replied that he didn't want to die, before adding that he was just going to scout. After leaving the base, our protagonist activated the long-distance travel mode and began to run while thinking that using drones, he could take down the dragon in a snap, but he didn't want to do that because it only attacked humans when provoked. So, if it had lost its senses, he wanted to take it down himself, although he also admitted that perhaps there was something else guiding his actions. After all, dragons were the strongest living creature known to humankind, and he hadn't needed to use his magic at full capacity yet, so he guessed that what he really wanted was to test his own power. Meanwhile, Cleria asked Elna if she had heard something, but the female knight replied that she hadn't heard anything. The former princess then recalled that the sound he had just heard was the same he heard the day the palace fell and the day she met Alan. Right after, he thought that if it was the voice of the goddess Lumina's, she hoped it was not bad news. Back with the captain, Iris reported that if he wanted to fight the dragon, his chance of success was less than 70%, but instead of getting disappointed, our protagonist got fired up and said that the odds were good and that he could do it. The AI then asked him why he had to defeat the dragon, and Alan replied that to become a noble, before asking her if she thought that he could achieve that if he took it down. After hearing the question, Iris replied that it was almost certain. After all, those who had defeated dragons were deemed dragon slayers and were highly revered. She then added that the last dragon slayer was several hundred years before saying that offering rare dragon materials to the kingdom would increase his chances, which encouraged him even more. Iris then suggested shooting it down with the drones, but Alan quickly refused because he wanted to see what his magic could do, which shocked the AI since he was willing to put his life and goal at risk for that. Nevertheless, our protagonist simply told her that there were Selena and the others, before adding that they could carry on with no problem if he died there. However, the AI made him realize a fatal flaw in that plan. Their crew was small, and without him, there would be only women, and commoners at that, which would be a huge setback. After hearing that, the captain finally understood, and after cursing, he asked Iris to at least let him take one shot at it. She could think of it as a practical test of magic as a weapon, and if it didn't work, then they would use the drone. Almost immediately, Iris agreed with the plan. The AI then reported that the target was moving erratically toward him, before announcing that there were 320 seconds until interception. Alan then chose a place and decided to attack from there. Right after, he asked the nanomachines to replenish his magic from Magems without waiting for his order. Shortly after, the dragon landed in front of him. The captain quickly noticed that it was the same one he had previously seen on the screen, and that it was out of its mind with rage. Nevertheless, when he was about to attack, Iris proposed a change of plans because a second dragon had appeared. Alan cursed the timing and asked from where the second had come, but the AI replied that the second dragon had always lived in the forest, before adding that it would reach our protagonist in 3 minutes and 22 seconds. After hearing that, the captain said that he would worry about it after he took care of the one in front of him. The dragon in front of him attacked him, and Alan realized that instead of fireballs, it had used fire grenades. Still, he managed to dodge the explosions and almost immediately threw 10 grenades toward the monster. Unfortunately, they were too slow, and the dragon dodged them by simply flying high. That made Alan decide that he would try high-output light arrows too, but Iris interrupted him, saying that he had run out of time, which was why she would eliminate the dragon at that moment. Our protagonist tried to stop her, but the next instant, a powerful attack hit the dragon. Nevertheless, the attack didn't come from the drones, but from the second dragon. Apparently, both dragons were enemies. Still, Iris intended to eliminate the two dragons, but Alan asked her to wait, because he wanted to see what they would do. Both dragons began to roar at each other, and Iris and Alan realized that they were using some form of communication. Shortly after, both dragons attacked each other with fire grenades, which left Alan confused. Iris then told him that it seemed like a territorial dispute, before adding that the small second dragon seemed to lay claim to a large part of the forest. In the meantime, the dragons kept attacking each other with fire grenades, and eventually they began using physical attacks, until one of them managed to bite the neck of the other. At that point, Alan told Iris that they were saving the smaller dragon, before ordering to take out the one with the injured eye as humanly as possible. Almost immediately, Iris reported that the attack was beginning, targeting the dragon's brain. Right after, the attack killed the dragon that was biting the neck of the other. Immediately thereafter, Alan ordered Iris to take all drones out of stealth mode and approach the remaining dragon. When the dragon saw the drones hovering around him, he immediately rolled over, and the AI explained that his behavior resembled the way many animals indicated submission to a leader. The dragon then stopped moving, and Alan thought that the creature had died, but Iris quickly told him that he had only lost consciousness. Our protagonist then began to heal him, and the AI said that the dragons on that planet were similar to the Satalong dinosaurs, discovered 60 years before on the primitive human planet Satic. In fact, they were similar on a DNA level. Satalongs were confirmed to have high intelligence, and it was big news when 20 years after their discovery, humans were able to communicate with them. In fact, our protagonist remembered being excited as a kid seeing a talking dinosaur on the Holobit. Although the speech came through a translation device, it was still fascinating. Iris then asked Alan if he wanted to give it a try, and our protagonist confirmed it, before asking how they would do it, to which the AI replied that they would use a nanum ball. In short, they would use the same procedure they used on Clearia, but since the dragon was bigger, they would need more ingredients for the procedure to be successful. They began the procedure, and Iris reported that it would take 8 hours before communication was possible, and our protagonist decided to camp there that night. Sometime later, while he was sitting in front of a campfire, he realized that he hadn't been on his own in a while. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Selena, who communicated with him via the system. The twin then reported that they had reached the site as planned without issues, and that they were setting up camp at that moment. After finishing her report, Selena signed off, and Alan said that if he had explained to her what he had done, she would have freaked out. Not to mention that he still didn't know how it would turn out. A while later, Iris woke Alan up and informed him that basic communications had been established, and that she could act as his interpreter. Almost immediately, the dragon got up, and the AI quickly reassured our protagonist by saying that there was no danger because the nanomachines controlled the dragon's nervous system and could stop its function at any time. However, that didn't make him feel better, and he told her that what she had said sounded horrifying. Right after, the dragon prostrated himself in front of the captain, and Iris explained that the gesture showed submission to the tribe leader. Alan then asked who the tribe leader was, and the AI replied that it was our protagonist. Right after, the captain asked when he had become the leader of a tribe of dragons, and Iris explained that the dragon had decided to join Alan's tribe. Our protagonist asked how that had happened, and the AI explained that it seemed that dragons had a custom of joining the tribe of their opponent after admitting defeat. Iris also added that the dragon in front of him was a female and the last of her tribe, which meant that there was no issue to take up with her former tribe. Alan was surprised that the dragon was female, and Iris immediately accused him of harassment for looking down upon a being with such intelligence as if she were an animal. After hearing that, our protagonist said that he was misunderstood and tried to rephrase his words, while thinking that an AI who could manipulate the dragon's every move shouldn't accuse him of mistreatment. The captain then asked if the dragon was that intelligent, and Iris replied that even though her inquiry was ongoing, on the level of humans, she might find that in some areas the dragon even surpassed humans. Alan couldn't help but be impressed, but he still asked what it meant that she joined his tribe. At that moment, Iris told him that the dragon had a question for him, before saying that the dragon wanted to know if the drones were the clan's soldiers, which the captain confirmed. The dragon then said that she was happy to join a strong tribe, but she wondered if the other tribe members had accepted her. Moreover, she also wanted to know how she could communicate with a human. At that moment, Iris asked him if she could show herself in front of the dragon, and Alan approved it. Right after, Iris appeared in front of the dragon, and Alan introduced her as a big deal in his tribe. Then, the AI told the dragon that she was using magic to transmit the words of their clan leader to her. At that moment, Iris told Alan that the dragon had just realized that her wound had healed, and that she had told the dragon that he had been the one who had healed her. The captain then said that he wanted to know why the dragon was fighting the other dragon, to which the female dragon explained that it wasn't over her territory, but rather the fact that the other dragon was running amok and attacking humans. Our protagonist couldn't understand why the dragon was fighting on behalf of humans, and the AI said that it seemed that attacking humans was an ancient taboo for all dragons. Right after, the captain asked if the dragon had a name, because it would feel weird to keep calling her dragon. The dragon then tried to convey her name, but the sounds she was making were difficult to interpret. However, eventually, Iris ended up concluding that perhaps the dragon's name was Gloria. At least that was the human word that sounded most similar. Then, our protagonist introduced himself as Alan Corinth. Our protagonist asked Iris to consult Gloria about what they should do with the dead dragon. Shortly after, the AI told him that Gloria had said that he could do what he liked with it. The female dragon even added that her mother had told her that dragon meat was very tasty. However, the captain was not interested in trying it. Alan then said that he thought that they should get it back to Gantz somehow, and Iris replied that, even though the drones were capable, the dragon was over their combined weight limit, so it would have to be piece by piece, to which our protagonist agreed. Afterward, the captain said that he had heard that the blood and scales were valuable, but they might have no choice. In the end, cutting it up might mean that they could transport it, but that itself seemed like a pain. At that moment, Gloria said that she could carry it on the condition that she could have the orc magiums that Alan was holding because the female dragon wanted to eat them. Our protagonist tried to confirm if Gloria could really eat them, and the AI reported that the female dragon had told her that they would amplify her magic while flying. In the end, they all agreed on that plan, but Alan let the others know that there were a few things he needed to do first. Sometime later, Selena's platoon was moving, and the leader suddenly noticed that someone was approaching at high speed. Right after, Sharon ordered D2, one of the drones, to scout it out. At that moment, Dalsum approached and asked what was happening, to which Selena replied that someone was approaching from behind, so they should check it out. Almost immediately, it was revealed that the one who was approaching them was Walter. Walter then tried to talk to Selena but couldn't, so the twin asked him to catch his breath first. After a little while, Walter finally could speak and told the others that Alan had set off alone the day before to face the dragon, which shocked Cleria. The man then apologized to the former princess, saying that our protagonist had told him that they would only be a hindrance. He then begged Selena to hurry back to the captain's aid. However, Selena felt that something was off, because he hadn't told her anything when they talked to each other the night before. On the other hand, Sharon yelled at her sister, saying that he was up against a dragon, so they had to return at once. However, Selena kept calm and asked them to let her think it through. After all, as a lieutenant, she would decide their course of action. Of course, she used that time to communicate with Alan via the system and almost immediately asked him if he really had fought against a dragon, which our protagonist confirmed. The captain then asked her how she knew, and she replied that Walter had told them. Our protagonist then asked Sharon and Selena to use AR mode to go where he was, since there was a lady he would like them to meet. Of course, when he said lady, Selena was flustered. Still, they went there and were even more astonished after seeing the huge dragon in front of them. However, Alan ignored their reactions, told them that it was safe for them to get closer, and introduced Gloria to them. It was then that they realized that the female dragon was the lady he wanted them to meet. Afterward, our protagonist admitted that he should have introduced her as their new recruit, Private Gloria, which shocked the twins. Still, Alan didn't stop there and added that he had just registered her as an official member of the Imperial military, which meant that from that moment onward, she was a private with the Imperial Space Fleet. That shocked the twins even more, but Alan ignored their reactions again and told them that Gloria was their first official subordinate, before asking them to take good care of the dragon. Alan really likes to create huge problems and then make his subordinates handle them. The dark side is strong in this one. Right after, Gloria introduced herself through Iris, but at that moment, Selena was called back to reality by Cleria. Almost immediately, the lieutenant said that, after some consideration, she didn't think they needed to worry about Alan. After hearing that, Walter yelled at Selena, begging her vehemently to return with him. Even Dalsum said that he also thought that they should return. However, Selena replied that they still didn't understand Alan's true capabilities, before adding that for him, even a dragon was no problem. Cleria then asked her if she was sure. She knew that our protagonist was powerful, but they were talking of a dragon. Nevertheless, the twin insisted that he was fine and that there was no need to worry. However, she also told her that she thought that they should return to Gantz soon, so she asked them to take care of the bandits quickly and get back before nightfall. After hearing that, Walter thanked her and told the others to do things quickly, because Alan could be in danger. Back with the troublemaker. No, that is not right. Let's see. Back with the guy who enjoys making things difficult for everybody. Yup. That's better. He told Iris that they had to do some preparations to get the dragon carcass back to Gantz. After all, if they flew in just like that, the whole town would panic. The AI then said that he should take some measures to alert the town that a dragon would be going there. After hearing that, he decided to go back to Gantz on his own, and Iris agreed. He then bid farewell to Gloria and left. Back with Selena, she thought that, according to the drone intel, our protagonist should be nearby. Almost immediately, Cleria spotted the captain, who is the man who walks alone, and when he's walking a dark road. Okay, no more listening to Iron Maiden while writing. As I was saying, he was walking alone and told the others that they could have waited for him at the base. But before he could say anything else, Cleria threw herself into his arms and called him an idiot, before saying that she was very worried about him. Of course, after seeing her reaction, he quickly apologized to her. Sometime later, both Walter and Dalsum were shocked after learning that Alan had defeated a dragon. However, our protagonist specified that he had defeated only the first one he had fought against. At that moment, Cleria and Elna realized what the captain had said, and the latter admitted that she couldn't believe it. Nevertheless, Alan confirmed it and even told them everything about how he had healed the other dragon, how that dragon had gotten very attached to him, how he had tried to communicate with that dragon, which had taken longer than expected. Dalsum then tried to confirm that the second dragon didn't attack him, and he replied that she would never do that because she was very docile. Elna then tried to confirm that the dragon was a female one, and our protagonist confirmed it, before adding that in the span of a night, they found a way to communicate with one another. Nevertheless, the twins quickly noticed that no one was buying that, although Dalsum and Walter were beginning to believe. The captain then told them that Gloria, the dragon, was going to carry the dragon carcass for him, which was why he had returned. The others were surprised after knowing that the dragon had a name, and Alan said that dragons were just as intelligent as humans. He then added that she had agreed to become a member of their clan, before adding that he would introduce her to them later. At that point, Cleria asked him if that dragon, which was a member of their clan, was really going to transport the carcass of the other dragon into Gantz. Our protagonist then replied that he was aware that it was hard to believe, but he asked them to take his word for it. Afterward, he asked them to return to Gantz, because he had a lot to get done. Sometime later, he met with Silas at the Merchants Guild, since he had a quest. He then told him that he had slain a dragon the day before, which left the man flabbergasted. However, our protagonist told him that even if he didn't believe it, he should know that a dragon would soon fly into Gantz, carrying the carcass of the dragon he had killed. Alan then added that since he knew that the sight of it would cause a fuss, he had called on Captain Gade and the city guards. At that moment, Silas knew that the other was being serious because he had involved Captain Gede. The merchant then asked him how he had managed to make another dragon to work with him to carry the dead body of the one he had killed, to which Alan replied that the second one was very friendly. After hearing that, Silas wanted to know if the city guards had believed him, and our protagonist replied that he was not sure, before adding that they at least had promised to deploy. The merchant then asked what his quest was, and the captain replied that he would like to ask the guild to handle the carcass. Silas then replied that it worked for them and formally agreed to take it on, which surprised his daughter. However, he cut her off by telling Alan that they would decide their fee based on the man-hours required. Right after, the merchant added that they would need time to consult old texts to give Alan an estimate, since they had never dealt with a dragon before. He also reminded our protagonist that they were only agreeing to that because of his past service to the guild, before warning of what would happen if no dragon showed up, to which the captain replied by saying that he understood. Later, he met with Carl and reminded him about the favor he owed him. The man then asked if it was time for our protagonist to call it in, and the captain confirmed it. Some time later, both met with the Adventurers Guild's leader, who guessed that they should be there for something big since Carl and Alan wanted to meet with him. A while later, the guild's leader wanted to confirm if a dragon was going to be at the gates of Gantz in 3 hours. Alan confirmed it and added that he had already let the city guards and the Merchants Guild know. The man then asked why he had contacted the Merchants Guild, and our protagonist quickly replied that he wanted them to deal with the carcass. After hearing that, the guild's leader guessed that Alan was leaving it to them to pull out the useful materials, which Alan confirmed, before asking the other if he believed him. The guild's leader quickly replied that he did because no one stood to benefit if what he said was a lie. In fact, he told her that he preferred that he let the Adventurers Guild handle the materials, to which our protagonist replied by apologizing before explaining that the Merchants Guild had done him several favors. At that moment, Carl asked him what he wanted them to do, and Alan asked him if Swift Wind could help them meet the dragon because he was sure that it would cause a fuss when people saw one in the city. The idea was to station people there to set an example of calm, which our protagonist thought would help everyone to relax. After hearing that, Carl immediately replied that if that was all that Alan needed, they could help with that for sure, even though he admitted that the thought of seeing a dragon up close gave him a thrill. As for the guild's leader, he said that if that was all, the guild would send out anyone available, before adding that they could keep the onlookers in line. Immediately thereafter, Alan deeply thanked both for their help. I'm sure he also thanked them for believing in him. 3 hours later, Alan was with Cleria waiting for Gloria, and our protagonist told the former princess that there were more people than he had expected. After hearing that, Silas explained that when you set a lot of people in motion, word got around fast. After seeing the merchant, our protagonist asked him where the carcass should be laid, and the other replied by asking how big it was. The captain then said that upright it was about 50 feet or 85.76 bananas, which amazed Silas because that meant that the carcass was huge. Right after, Karina pointed out a place, asking Alan if they could put it over there, since they would need space to take it apart, and our protagonist replied that the place she was pointing out was fine. Karina then asked how the second dragon would know where to put it, to which the captain replied that his location was the destination, so no further orders were necessary. At that moment, Carl arrived with a group of adventurers and apologized to our protagonist for being late. But Alan said that since they had made it, there was no problem. After hearing that, Carl asked the captain what his orders were, and Alan replied that they should just circle up the dragon with his party in front of the gate, as if they were saying that Gantz was under their protection. However, after hearing that, Carl didn't look convinced, since that implied getting very close to the dragon, so he asked Alan if he thought that they could do that, and our protagonist replied that once they had everything under control, he would give him a signal for they to get closer. Carl agreed and said that they would get into position. Right after, Alan asked Iris how things were going on her side, and the AI replied that if he was ready, their cargo could be there in 300 seconds. Almost immediately, our protagonist told her that they were ready. He then told everyone that the dragon was almost there, and asked the people from the Merchants Guild to step back. Shortly after, he finally saw the dragon and told Cleria that Gloria had arrived. However, at first, the former princess couldn't see her, but some city guards and some onlookers immediately saw her. Finally, Cleria was able to see Gloria and was astonished because not only had the dragon indeed appeared, but she was also carrying the carcass of the other dragon, just as Alan had said. Alan was watching the Gloria landing while thinking that she really used magic to fly, and wondering if she concentrated it through her wings, the same way they focused magic for casting a spell. Right after, he introduced Gloria as the newest member of his clan, and added that he hoped they would all get along with her. Obviously, the first one to react was Gloria. Even though she still couldn't believe what she was seeing, she didn't waste time and quickly introduced herself. Gloria answered by making a sound, and the former princess asked Alan if she could understand what they said, to which Alan replied by confirming it, saying that dragons were smarter than humans. Of course, he decided to keep the fact that Iris was translating a secret. Then, he told Carl that he would fulfill his promise and let him get closer to the dragon. He even added that the man could touch it. Carl couldn't believe it, but he still dared to do it and was immediately amazed by how the scales felt. He even added that they felt sturdy. Almost immediately, Silas approached and asked Alan if he could also touch the dragon, to which our protagonist replied that he could make an exception for him. Immediately thereafter, the merchant touched Gloria, while saying that he had become one of 5 or so in the whole world who could say that they had touched a living dragon. Right after, he raised his fist to the crowd, while saying that the dragon was no threat at all, and added that Gloria was a descendant of the dragons that had lived alongside their ancestors of legend, which caused an uproar. Sometime later, the people began to share their experiences with Gloria. Some couldn't believe they had talked to a dragon, others wondered when they would be able to see her again, and others thought that they were dreaming. In the meantime, Karina approached Alan, and he asked her how they were going to handle the quest he had given to them, to which the young woman replied that, luckily, they had found a book about dismantling the carcass of a dragon, and they were planning to follow the steps it laid out. Our protagonist then said that it would perhaps be tricky to collect the blood since a whole day had passed, but Karina said that, according to the book, that would not be a problem, and then she added that there was no part of a dragon that couldn't be used. Even decayed parts could fetch a high price. The captain then asked her if it would be okay to watch the work, and Karina replied that since he had been the one issuing the quest, it would be fine. She also said that they had estimated that it would take 3 days and nights to finish the work, which was why some adventurers would provide security. At that moment, Carl arrived and said that the ones in charge of that would be them. After hearing the man, Alan thanked him and said that he could rest easy knowing that Carl would be in charge of security. Immediately thereafter, the Merchants Guild people began to dismantle the dragon, while the Adventurers Guild's leader told Alan that the specimen he had brought was a great one. In fact, the man added that if our protagonist needed more help, he just needed to ask, and he would immediately send guild members over. The bearded man even insisted, saying that he meant it. Once the man left, Walter said that the Adventurers Guild really wanted to be involved, and Alan couldn't help but feel bad. Almost immediately, some adventurers approached the two and asked them to let them join their clan. However, the captain quickly replied that they were not taking new members at that moment, before adding that if they began to recruit, they would put out a notice. Back in the base, Dalsum told Alan and the other lieutenants that they had been swarmed with would-be members all day, to which Walter replied that he was not surprised because they had all seen a dragon in the flesh. Right after, our protagonist said that he was expecting an offer of noble rank, thanks to slaying that dragon, and asked their thoughts on the matter. Cleria was the first one to reply, saying that in Starvake, he would be made a baron at the very least. The Queen of Simps immediately concurred, before adding that the issue was how it worked in that kingdom. She then asked if that was what he wanted to know, and Alan replied by asking if baron was the lowest rank that came with land, before adding that if that was the case, then he might need to negotiate with the royal family, and for that, he would need Cleria's advice. Of course, the former princess agreed. In that instant, Dalsum said that there was one thing he would like to say as our protagonist's adjutant, and said that the captain had faced and defeated that dragon all alone. After hearing that, Alan replied that he had done so because he had thought he could take it. Immediately thereafter, Dalsum snapped and yelled at the captain that what he had just said was the problem. The man then explained that should the unthinkable have happened, and the captain had been killed, all their dreams would go up in smoke. Dalsum also added that they were one and all prepared to risk their lives for his sake. Those words and Dalsum's attitude surprised the others. In fact, at first, Cleria thought that it might not be right to criticize his boss in front of his subordinates. But she then realized that what Dalsum was doing was showing their resolve. Alan then replied that he understood, before adding that the next time he was in danger, he might ask them to do just that. However, he let the others know that he was not in danger from that dragon, which shocked the man. Our protagonist then explained that one or even two dragons posed no threat to him because he could defeat them before they even sensed his presence. Walter found that hard to believe, but the captain reaffirmed it. Alan then said that even if he died, their dream would still be intact because Selena and Sharon, who were his second and third in command, would see their dream through after he was gone. Right after, he asked Cleria if she was okay with that. She tried to object, but the captain cut her off by saying that his allies in the forest would only obey the twins, and there was no way around that. After hearing that, the former princess said that, in the unlikely case that Alan would perish, they agreed to follow Selena and Sharon's command. Afterward, Dalsum apologized for his impertinent remark, but Alan replied that it was fine, before adding that that was the reason he had an adjutant, so our protagonist wanted Dalsum to speak freely moving forward. That night, there was a party in the Merchants' Guild to celebrate the dragon slaying, and Silas was the first one to welcome Alan when he arrived there. In fact, immediately after our protagonist's arrival, the merchant told him that he had prepared their best wine and offered the captain a glass of wine. Alan drank a little and was astonished by its taste, to the point of asking Silas if they had already hit on the final product. After seeing the captain's reaction, the merchant smiled, pleased, and replied that they had done it, before asking if the flavor was right, to which our protagonist replied by praising him, before adding that if they let it age in barrels, it would improve even more. However, Silas had a hard time believing that the taste could be improved by that method. Still, he said that they would call Alan's wine making quest complete, before adding that he had 1.5 million guineas for him. Obviously, the captain thanked the other after hearing that. Immediately thereafter, the merchant thanked Alan for giving his guild the dragon quest, before adding that he didn't know that they had it in them to undertake such a task. Silas then told our protagonist that he assumed he would let them handle the auction, and the other confirmed it, even though he didn't know Silas would set up an auction. Afterward, Silas said that Alan had become quite the star around town, to the point that everyone knew his name and clan. Moreover, the merchant had heard that our protagonist was the talk of the capital too. The captain quickly replied that he was glad to hear it, before saying that he had heard that slaying a dragon could earn someone a noble rank. He then asked the merchant if he thought that could happen. After hearing that, Silas was surprised and asked Alan if he wanted to be a noble, to which the other replied that he was certainly interested. The merchant then told him that he wouldn't have thought that, before advising the captain to give up on that, because there was no good territory left in that kingdom. Silas even added that if it was still available, it was wilderness, which meant that our protagonist would spend his whole life working to make it livable. Nevertheless, Alan ignored all that and asked the other how likely it was for him to be awarded land in the great demon forest, in case he made a gift of valuable dragon parts to the kingdom. After hearing that, the merchant turned serious and asked our protagonist if he was serious, to which the other replied by confirming it. Silas then said he was surprised, as they both knew the forest, before asking the captain what his plan was. Nevertheless, Alan didn't disclose anything, and simply said that he just wanted a place where he could live the slow life with his friends, before adding that they would make it work somehow. Almost immediately, Silas told the captain that he wouldn't be able to do it, and that he would fail. Our protagonist then thought that the merchant was a good guy, since he was really trying to stop him from going through it. Right after, he replied that if things didn't work out, he would simply go back to being an adventurer. In the end, Silas lamented not being young since he couldn't be so carefree anymore, and then he told Alan that if he thought he could do it, he should go for it. Afterward, our protagonist said that he was willing to give up the entire dragon if it was necessary to get a noble rank. Of course, that made Silas snap, and the merchant asked the other if he was crazy, before asking the captain to think of their guild, because he was offering way too much. Shortly after, Silas calmed down and said that the fangs should cut it, which surprised Alan, since he expected that he would need to offer more. The merchant then said that pretty soon a noble would arrive as an envoy from the capital, before adding that if our protagonist took their offer of nobility, they would have some conditions for him, which would give the captain a chance to negotiate. Right after, Alan said that he had heard that the Lord of Gantz preferred to stay in the capital, and asked what kind of man he was. Silas then replied that Lord Jurgen only went to Gantz once every few years because Gantz yielded 10 times more in tax revenue than most other towns. That was why the one who really governed the place was his steward, Sir Dennis. The merchant then tried to say something else, but changed his mind at the last minute, while our protagonist wondered if the Lord and his steward would interfere. Afterward, Silas said that Alan had told him when he arrived in Gantz that he would become the best adventurer in the city, before adding that he more or less had already achieved it, which was something remarkable. Our protagonist, as usual, tried to downplay that, but Silas cut him off mercilessly. Finally, someone does it. It's annoying to see these Japanese protagonists being humble to the extreme, which, in a way, makes them look arrogant. Later that night, Elna and Cleria were showing Alan how he should behave in the presence of nobles. After all, he needed to be well prepared in order to avoid any breach of etiquette while meeting with them. In fact, after seeing their demonstration, he wanted to try and began to rehearse with them. By the way, Cleria was very strict in the rehearsal and made Alan practice how to react in different scenarios so he would be able to know what to say, depending on the occasion. They even rehearsed how he should behave in case he had to meet the king. Furthermore, during the rehearsal, Alan revealed that his hometown was Lancel of Star System Trader. However, Elna and Cleria didn't make things difficult for him by prying further, and they simply agreed that he would say he was from Starvake, since his speech sounded like someone from the capital of that kingdom. Elna and Cleria also remarked that he shouldn't speak any more than necessary, and that he should answer only the questions he was asked. However, in the end, our protagonist found all those rules ridiculous and idiotic, especially the part where he shouldn't disagree with what the king said. Cleria then told him that even though he might think it unfathomable, those absurd niceties were used at court, but she then reassured him by saying that Elna and she would make sure he could hold on his own. The following day, Alan invited Cleria, Elna, the twins Theo, and Ella to ride the dragon. He even told the kids that all work and no play was no fun at all. Shortly after, Gloria landed, and everyone was amazed by her size. Our protagonist then thanked Gloria for making the trip, and Iris told him that she had replied that she was happy to meet the other tribe members. The captain then showed them a saddle that was placed on the dragon's back and said that he wanted to spend that day getting to know Gloria better. It was then that he invited Karina, who was also there, to join them, which surprised the young woman. Once they sat on the saddle, Alan showed them some belts and asked them to fasten them around their hips, because it would make sure that they stayed on. Shortly after, the captain ordered Gloria to take off, and a few seconds later, they were all elated since they were really flying, although Karina and Theo were having a hard time adjusting to it. On the other hand, Cleria couldn't help but be marveled at the beautiful landscape that Gloria was able to see all the time. Meanwhile, a carriage was moving toward Gantz, and the people inside were having a discussion about Alan. One of them reported all his achievements, and the others found it hard to believe that he had taken down a dragon. In fact, one of them said that he would believe it when he saw the dragon. Moreover, they didn't like the fact that they had no clue as to where he and his clan were before showing up in Gantz. However, one of them quickly told them that his job was to find out Alan's background and weak points, before adding that, under the king's order, he should not fail. The following day, Walter informed Alan that there was a visitor there to see him. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that if they wanted to join the clan, the other knew what to do, but Walter said that the visitor had told him that he was a friend of the captain, before adding that his name was Talus. Shortly after, Alan welcomed the merchant in person, and the middle-aged man told him that it had been a while. In fact, Talus even tried to call our protagonist Sir, but the captain quickly let him know that just Alan was fine. Right after, both of them walked toward the base, and Talus said that the building was marvelous, before adding that even though he had heard that our protagonist had made a clan, what he was seeing was beyond what he had imagined, to which the captain replied by saying that they were just getting started. Alan then asked Talus if he had arrived at Gaunt's due to the dragon auction, and the other confirmed it. After all, not too many chances like that appeared. Not to mention that the middle-aged man still couldn't believe that the other had slain a dragon, and our protagonist simply replied that fate had gone his way. Afterward, the captain told the merchant that if there was some item he had his eye on, he could sell it to him at a fair price. However, Talus declined the offer, saying that he didn't want to get on the bad side of the other merchants. Besides, there was another benefit to having dragon parts in the captain's name. After all, he knew that our protagonist was after that, and the other admitted that Talus had seen right through him. The merchant then revealed that he was there for another reason before calling his son Quater. The young man then approached the other two, and almost immediately, he asked Alan to accept him as a member of his clan. Our protagonist was caught by surprise, but he still asked Quater if he wanted to join as an adventurer, to which the other replied that he would like to serve the captain in his capacity as a merchant. Talus then explained that the merchants had a custom of spending years as apprentices under another merchant, and his son would like to join our protagonist for that. Right after, Quater added that he could help with the purchasing for his clan. The young man also said that he thought he would learn a lot more with the captain than studying at some subpar trading firm. Our protagonist then warned him, saying that before he joined, he should know that the captain was trying to get himself raised to the nobility, which shocked Quater. However, Talus replied that he knew it. Alan then asked the middle-aged man if he also knew what the goal of the clan was, and the other replied that he certainly had an idea. That surprised Alan, because he didn't get why he had taken Quater along if he knew that, but Talus replied that he had taken his son there precisely because of that. The captain then got closer and asked Talus, in a whisper, if Quater knew about Cleria and Starvake, to which the other replied that he didn't, before adding that if our protagonist thought Quater didn't need to know, he wouldn't tell him. Immediately thereafter, Alan sighed and told Quater that, if he really was sure, he would welcome him to the clan, to which the other replied by thanking him, before adding that he would do his best. Talus then warned Alan, saying that the world of nobility operated on entirely different logic than they did around town, so he should watch his back when he went to the capital. Our protagonist thanked the middle-aged man for the warning and reassured him, saying that he would keep that in mind. At that moment, they were interrupted by Walter, who arrived running while saying that the envoy's attendant had arrived. After hearing that, Talus said that it had been fast, before asking the captain to stay sharp. Shortly after, our protagonist, along with Cleria, Walter, and Dalsum, went to receive the man, who was the same man who had told the others all of Alan's achievements back in the carriage, asking if he wished to speak to him. After hearing that, the man introduced himself as Baker, attendant to Viscount Volker Herring. Baker then added that the Viscount had entrusted him with conveying his desire to call upon the captain. Our protagonist then replied that the Viscount needn't trouble himself to make the trip, before asking if he would permit our protagonist to call upon him instead. Nevertheless, the attendant refused because the Viscount insisted on visiting Alan. In fact, right after, Baker asked if the following day at 10 a.m. would be suitable, to which the captain replied that he would see it then. After the attendant left, Dalsum complained about the attitude of the King of Belta, because sending a mere Viscount was a way to belittle them. Even Walter voiced out that he didn't like the way Baker had spoken to Alan. Our protagonist then asked Cleria if he should wear his uniform the following day, but the former princess replied that since he would only be meeting a Viscount, his regular clothes should be fine. That made the captain think that Viscounts were lower down the ladder than he had thought. The following day, Alan was waiting for the Lord to arrive when he suddenly asked Dalsum, Walter, and Cleria what they were doing there, before adding that he could handle welcoming the Viscount. However, Dalsum replied that he wouldn't stand for being outclassed by a mere Viscount. Shortly after, the man arrived, and the others quickly kneeled to welcome him. Right after, Alan said that he was deeply honored to make the Viscount's acquaintance, before introducing himself. The Lord then praised the lavish welcome before introducing himself. The Viscount then told our protagonist that he didn't need to kneel before someone like him, before asking him to stand. Alan obeyed and told him that they had tea waiting inside the base. Once they were in, the Viscount congratulated Alan on slaying the dragon, before adding that the whole capital was in an uproar over the news. Our protagonist then thanked him and said that luck should have been on his side. At that moment, the Viscount informed the captain that King Ahmad Belty was so impressed that he wished to welcome our protagonist into their noble ranks. Obviously, Alan feigned ignorance and pretended to consider the news while thinking that it would look bad if he jumped on his offer right away. Still, Alan managed to convey that he had some interest in the matter, to which the Viscount replied that the king intended to raise him to the rank of baron, at the very least. However, the lord then added that some had spoken out, saying that our protagonist's contributions were too few to merit the honor, which had put the monarch in a bind. After hearing that, the captain realized that the other had already jumped into negotiating for dragon parts, which would save him time. Right after, our protagonist said that he understood the problem before asking what he could do. The Viscount quickly replied that one faction called for him to give the dragon magem to the kingdom, but Alan quickly replied that in that case, the only thing he could do was to apologize. However, the lord cut him off, clarifying that the faction was small, before adding that many disagreed with it. The captain then said that it was a relief, because otherwise he would have had to turn the offer down. The lord replied that he understood and said that what he was about to reveal pertained to state secrets, so he would appreciate it if the captain cleared the room. Our protagonist complied, and right after Cleria, Walter, and Dalsum left the office. Once they left, the Viscount admitted that he was not the best at negotiations. So much for the man who had previously said that he wouldn't fail in finding Alan's weakness. And Alan mentally agreed with him, before asking him why they had made him the envoy. Volker then explained that when the offer of nobility was refused, it was often made the envoy's fault, no matter if the envoy had appointed himself for the job or not. After hearing that, the captain replied that he was sorry to hear that, while thinking that he liked the man's honesty. Whom is the Viscount trying to test Alan's weakness that way? Right after, the Viscount admitted that if he failed, it was likely to mean the end of his noble house, which surprised Alan. At that moment, Volker broke down and yelled at the captain, saying that he was on the verge of disaster, before asking our protagonist to tell him his conditions so that he could fulfill his mission. After hearing that, Alan thought that he was really starting to feel bad for the man. Then, he asked the Viscount what the other faction wanted him to give, to which Volker replied that several alternative offers were prepared in case the captain refused the magem. Volker then showed the other a map and began to enumerate the options. In offer 1, which the Viscount recommended, Alan would be granted the domain of Khazal. It was undeveloped, but there was a large river running north to south, and the land was fertile. In return, the kingdom would ask for the dragon's skull and both fangs. In offer 2, Alan would be granted a section of the Sis region, which lacked water resources. That option covered the largest area, and in return, the kingdom would ask for the dragon's fangs and eyes. Finally, in offer 3, Alan would be granted a section of the Roost region. That was the option with the smallest area, but it was close to the capital and the principal roadway. In return, the kingdom would ask for the 2 dragon fangs. After hearing the offers, our protagonist thought that Silas was right when he had told him that there was no good land left. The captain then asked the Viscount why the dragon fangs were part of every offer, and the other replied that the king had always wanted a sword made of dragon fang. Afterward, Alan said that the Viscount's explanation of the domains was clear, before admitting that he had realized why one would reject the nobility, rather than choose one of them. Volker then lowered his head and said that he was afraid of that. Right after, the Viscount revealed that the king considered those offers as lavish rewards, before adding that he was aware they were not worthy of dragon fangs. Volker then explained that he had been made a Viscount 5 years before, which was why he understood Alan's position as a commoner. After all, nobility didn't equate to happiness. In fact, it could mean a great deal of petty worries. However, those born into it couldn't see that and assumed everyone was envious of their position. At that moment, the Viscount grabbed his head with his hands while sweating profusely and said that the capital hadn't yet had word of the second dragon that Alan commanded, before adding that, otherwise, He could have offered our protagonist something better. In the end, he just lamented having agreed to serve as the envoy. After hearing that, Alan asked him why he had agreed to do it, and Volker revealed that he had been able to marry his wife only because she had coerced her noble family into permitting it. But if he failed at the negotiations, he would lose his nobility, and she would be legally required to divorce him and return to her ancestral home. Furthermore, if he had refused the mission, they would still have stripped his title. The captain then said that, in short, the other was doing that for love, and the other agreed with that statement. Right after, Alan said that he admired that because it was impressive to see a man who was willing to risk everything for his wife. The Viscount tried to downplay it, but our protagonist insisted, and even told him that he was on board with the offer. That shocked Volker, but before he could say anything, the captain told him that rather than the domains he had offered, he would like the great demon forest, before adding that, in return, the king would get his 2 dragon fangs. That shocked the Viscount even more, to the point of daring to ask Alan if he was out of his mind. Alan then confirmed his decision, and Volker quickly said that he should advise against it, before adding that, from his knowledge, 5 other nobles had already tried and failed there. Nevertheless, our protagonist told the Viscount that he shouldn't worry about him, before adding that he would like to add another condition. That condition being that his domain would cover as much land as he could develop, since that would make it worth his while. After hearing that, Volker replied that he thought that the king would agree, before asking if the captain was sure, to which the other replied by confirming it. The Viscount then grabbed Alan's hands while asking him how he could repay him. Later, Alan met with his lieutenants and informed them that, even though it was not set in stone yet, our protagonist would be made baron, with hereditary rights to a portion of the great demon forest. In exchange, he would grant the king both dragon fangs. Cleria then asked him when they would leave for the capital, and the captain replied that since the dragon auction was in 3 days, they would leave 5 days from that moment, in the morning together with the Viscount. After hearing that, Dalsum said that they would start on the preparations, and they all knew that things were starting to heat up. 3 days later, Alan was surprised by the crowd that had gathered for the auction, because their number exceeded his expectations to the point that he wondered out loud if all of them were merchants. Right after, Karina started the auction with a preview of the wares on offer. She then showed the audience a cure-all elixir, which made the crowd roar. She then made a demonstration of how the elixir was capable of healing wounds instantly. While seeing that, Alan recalled that Karina had shown it the other day, which had allowed him to touch it, which, in turn, allowed the nanomachines to analyze it. In the end, there was no special ingredient to it other than the magic contained in dragon's blood. At that moment, Karina announced that there were 2,150 vials for sale, so they would auction them in batches of 100 each, and bids would be by unit price. The bids began, and they quickly rose to 120,000 guineas thanks to Talus and Silas firms. In the end, Silas firm won the bid, and they bought 100 vials of elixir for 12 million guineas. Some time later, once the auction concluded, Alan praised Karina for her hard work, and she quickly replied that it had been a once-in-a-lifetime chance, so she was happy to serve, before adding that it had hardly felt like work. Still, you could see the pride and happiness in her face while saying that. At that moment, Walter reported that altogether, that day's earnings were 387,213,000 guineas, which astonished the others. After all, it was a mind-blowing sum, not to mention that the auction would continue the following day. That reminded something to Alan, and he told Karina that they could go ahead with everything but the fangs. That surprised her, but she quickly realized something, and she asked him if his negotiation had been successful, to which our protagonist replied that the 2 fangs had sealed the deal. Almost immediately, Karina congratulated the captain. Okay, how does it sound? Cleria as the Empress, Selena and Sharon as the 1st and 2nd Imperial concubines, Elna as the 3rd Imperial concubine, and Karina as the 4th Imperial concubine. If the story takes the polygamy route, Elna and Karina deserve a place in Alan's harem. Of course, I'm assuming that the twins would be in it no matter what. Alan then admitted that it was not set in stone yet, before adding that they would leave for the capital in 2 days. After hearing that, Karina told him that she would get to work depositing his earnings. Right after, Cleria said that they would send some money back home to Robert. Alan then suggested waiting until the auction was over to send it all at once. Besides, they could send him a message about their situation along with it. Right after, they began discussing how they should word the message, while thinking that they would all be shocked. In fact, they could even see Robert's gleeful face. 2 days later, they were about to leave when Elle arrived and began to cry while asking our protagonist to take her with him. Right after, Theo scolded her, saying that Alan didn't owe them that. The captain then told her that he couldn't, before promising that he would be back as soon as he was done. The little girl asked him when that was, and the other replied that 3 months or so, before asking her to be a good girl and promising that he would give her a treat then. Elle finally agreed, and almost immediately Volker appeared, saying that they had been blessed with fine weather that day. The Viscount then asked them if they were prepared to depart, and our protagonist confirmed it, before asking if his wagons could take the lead. Volker quickly agreed, and shortly after they all departed for the capital. According to the schedule Iris had drawn up, breaks and campsites included, it would take them 27 days to reach the capital. A certain morning, they had taken out 5 greyhounds before reaching their stop for lunch. At that moment, Alan told the Viscount that they had packed a lunch for everyone that day and invited him to join them. Volker and Baker joined the others, and shortly after, they began praising the food. Our protagonist then told them that it was traditional home cooking where he was from, before adding that he was pleased that it suited their tastes. Right after, Baker admitted that he had never seen something like that, even in the capital. Later, the Viscount asked Alan about a strange structure that was standing nearby, and our protagonist replied that it was a privy he had built by using ground magic, which amazed the other. During the journey, both Baker and Volker were flabbergasted and marveled at Alan's and his clan's strength, to the point of admitting that he truly deserved the Dragon Slayer name. In fact, the Viscount decided to follow him anywhere, since he knew that our protagonist was surely destined for greatness. Finally, after various days, they arrived in the capital. They soon arrived at the main gates, and the guards stopped them, so our protagonist introduced himself as Alan of the Adventurer Clan Shining Star, before adding that they were escorting Viscount Volker Herring and company. When the guards realized that he was the Dragon Slayer, they quickly changed their attitude and even apologized for the delay. Shortly after, they were enjoying the city views, and Dalsum couldn't help but say that he had never seen such tall buildings grouped so closely, while the Queen of Simps added that she had heard tales, but it was something else to see it. Right after, Selena said that that was what Belta could accomplish on the wealth of trading cities like Gantz and Gotania, while Sharon added that the place sure looked like a capital city. At that moment, Alan remarked that there was more to it. After all, Belta had quickly sided with the Kingdom of Aloa's revolt against Starvake, which meant that they were a little too good at sniffing out what was in their own interests. Of course, that statement made Cleria feel bad. Later, they arrived at the place where they would stay while in the capital. Quieter then reported that they had rented out an inn, the one next to it, and the one across the street. Tell me you are rich without saying that you are rich. After hearing that, Alan praised him, before asking what had happened to the guests who were already staying there, to which Talus's son replied that they had asked them to change inns and paid them for their trouble. Right after, he said that he hoped that it hadn't been a waste of money, but our protagonist reassured him by saying that he would have done the same. Quieter then revealed that he had an uncle who was a merchant there, and some of his staff had helped him out. After hearing that, Dalsum said that it was a great help to have someone with such sway in town, and Selena added that they should have known that Talus's son would get it done, which embarrassed Quieter. Right after, Alan told them to get some sleep. When Alan was about to enter his room, Iris reported that the largest group of the Luminous Faith, the Atlas sect, would officially recognize the Apostle Isaac, which meant that they would recognize their drone. Iris had told Alan that the goddess Luminas was revered by her followers as the world's sole deity, and nearly the entire population of that planet adhered to that belief, including Cleria and our protagonist's clan members. The captain was not a big fan of religion, but since their doctrines were moderate, he was fine with it. Alan then asked what % of total believers the Atlas sect was, and the AI replied that roughly half. The captain admitted that it was a lot, and then asked what Belta's state religion was, And Iris replied that it was Atlas, which was good for them. Still, the captain found it hard to believe that they had accepted it so quickly. It seemed that the word had really spread very fast through the populace. Iris then reminded him that they should act upon religion sooner rather than later, and Alan asked her who he could meet to get started. The AI then replied that, since she had thought that he would ask, that she had prepared a recommendation. Bishop Gertner of the Atlas Church in the capital. That suggestion surprised Alan because a bishop was pretty high up, so he asked her if that meant that the man was more virtuous. After hearing that, Iris explained that countless tavern rumors had him lusting for money or reaching his station through bribes. However, our protagonist wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. But the AI reaffirmed that he was known to have been coerced by sizable donations. Moreover, since donations to the church were not taxable, there was little profit to be had. In short, money was the way to him since he was a greedy guy. However, his closest associates respected him as an upright member of the clergy, which confused Alan due to all the contradictions. Iris then explained that, apparently, much of the money he collected went to orphanages. In fact, he was the one who kept the orphanages in neighboring towns and around the capital running. That piece of information finally made Alan start to get the picture. Money and good work had gained Gertner the bishopric. The AI also added that even though he was influential, he was not pious, which was why it would be highly effective to show such a man a miracle. Meanwhile, Volker reported to a mysterious man that he had been able to bring Alan of Shining Star back with him. He then apologized for being unable to negotiate for the Majum. The other man then said that the adventurer had gotten on his high horse before asking which domain he had chosen. The Viscount then replied that since our protagonist had his heart set on the Great Demon Forest, they had agreed on unrestricted land rights there. In exchange, the kingdom would receive both dragon fangs. The man then said that it was magnificent that the captain had chosen the forest, before adding that he had never guessed that, which only showed that our protagonist was a half-wit peasant. The mysterious man then said that he would like to meet Alan, before adding that he would prepare the contract for the land. Finally, he told Volker to take the captain to meet him in a day or two. However, before leaving, the Viscount hesitated, and then asked the man if he was aware that Alan had a dragon under his command. However, instead of overreacting, the other man simply replied that he had heard such whispers, before adding that he expected they were mere rumors. The Viscount then added that many people in Gantz had reported seeing a dragon carrying another dragon, but the man said that a peasant's word was not worth the breath it takes to utter, before adding that he had his people on it. Almost immediately, Volker left the office while thinking that the man would find out soon enough that scorning Alan as a half-wit was a big mistake. After all, the Viscount had witnessed our protagonist's strength and the strength of his clan. In the end, Volker knew that the man, who was Marquis Bark and the Lord Chancellor, was the real fool. Some time later, while entering a church and contemplating the statues of Goddess Luminas and her new apostle, Isaac the Drone Bird, Alan asked Iris why the majority of Ares' population was so devoted to a single deity. After all, planets usually had competing religions. Sadly, the AI didn't know the reason. Shortly after, our protagonist met with a nun and made a donation so he could meet with Bishop Gertner to discuss some things. Nevertheless, before the nun could react, the bishop himself appeared. Right after, both men went to Gertner's office, and the bishop quickly let our protagonist know that he had recognized him and that he already knew that the other had slain a dragon. Almost immediately, Iris said that the auction had caused quite a stir even in the capital. In fact, every merchant knew exactly how much the captain's clan had earned. Alan then replied to the bishop that news traveled fast, before asking Gertner to accept his donation. The bishop took it, gave Alan a blessing, and then asked him if there was something he liked to discuss. After hearing that, the captain revealed that he had recently been having the same dream over and over again. The bishop quickly asked him what kind of dream, and Alan replied that he was dreaming of Isaac, the apostle. Gertner then said that he had heard the same thing from many parishioners, which meant that their prayers should be working, as the blessed Isaac had continued to show favor to the masses. So Alan's dream might be related to it. Nevertheless, our protagonist replied that he had thought so too at first, but whenever he dreamt of Isaac, the events of his dream later happened in real life. That caught the bishop's attention, and the man asked for details. Right after, Alan said that 10 days before, he had dreamt that the apostle would appear in the evening hours. In the dream, it was right when the sun began to set. Then, the next day at that same time, Isaac actually appeared. However, that was not enough, and the bishop simply said that perhaps the apostle was bestowing upon him divine protection, before advising him to take special care to maintain his faith, and trying to dismiss him. Nevertheless, Alan added that he had a dream the night before too. Then, after a dramatic pause, our protagonist revealed that when the noon bell finished ringing, the apostle would appear. Almost immediately, the bell began to ring, and the captain ordered Iris to take the drone off stealth mode. Gertner then asked if Alan believed that Isaac would appear that day when the bell finished ringing, and our protagonist confirmed it. Still, the bishop didn't take him seriously and was about to dismiss him, but the nun interrupted him, saying that the apostle had been spotted again for the first time in 6 months. The bishop was finally shocked and quickly left the church, and shortly after, he was able to see Isaac. Then, the apostle quickly left, leaving everybody in disbelief. Shortly after, Gertner noticed that Alan was still there and invited him back to his office to discuss the matter further. A little while later, the captain explained that he couldn't tell when he would dream of Isaac, before asking if he should go talk to the bishop again the next time. Almost immediately, Gertner completely changed his attitude and replied that he should quickly look for him the next time, before adding that since his donation that day had been more than generous, he didn't need to trouble himself again for a while, because Goddess Lumina's wouldn't wish the captain to be overburdened. For a while. Just for a while. Wow, this man's greed knows no bounds. Alan quickly left, while thinking that everything had gone well, for the first time, especially since he didn't want to overdo it too soon. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Cleria, who had apparently followed him. The former princess with an unusual and strange expression told him that the essential goals of science and magic were one and the same. Alan quickly asked her if she had followed him there, but Cleria ignored the question and said that the captain had used scientific technology to manifest the metaphysical apostle to the people of Eras, to bring the metaphysical into the physical realm. However, she didn't stop there and added that, even though it might be a deception, it was nothing less than a true miracle what he had done. Still, Alan was very confused by Cleria's words and attitude, especially because she had called him Alan Corinth, and to make things worse, the former princess vanished immediately thereafter. Our protagonist then asked Iris where Cleria was, and the AI replied that she was with Elna making arrangements at the Adventurers Guild. That shocked Alan even more because he was sure that he had just seen her. This is getting interesting. Does Goddess Lumina's really exist and is using Cleria's persona to preach to Alan? Nevertheless, Alan decided to dismiss the whole incident, telling himself that he should have gotten wrapped up in the mystique of the church. Later, Dalsum informed our protagonist that Volker had left a message, saying that they were to visit the castle together the following day, which was why he should prepare the dragon fangs. The time had finally arrived. The following day, Alan met with Volker, and the Viscount said that they would first meet with Marquis Bark before warning our protagonist, saying that the Lord Chancellor was biased against commoners and was not afraid to say so. Shortly after, they entered the castle while being impressed by its walls. Right after, they went to see the Marquis. However, from the beginning, Bark was very rude. He didn't believe anything of what Alan said about killing the dragon, or how dragons were highly intelligent creatures capable of understanding human language. The rudeness went as far as to throw Alan's copy of the contract to the floor after the captain signed it, as a way to make our protagonist lower himself by crouching to pick it. Obviously, Alan didn't like his attitude, but he knew that he had to endure it. Right after, the Marquis said that he would inspect the fangs and asked his master of protocol, a man called Zard, to take care of the rest. Zard then informed the captain that he should choose the name of his noble house and his coat of arms by the following day at the latest. After hearing that, Volker told Zard that doing that in the span of one day was quite impossible. However, Alan reassured the Viscount, saying that it was fine since he had more or less decided already. Zard then asked our protagonist to write the name and design on a form the Master of Protocol gave him, which the captain should take to a certain workshop. Finally, Zard said that Alan's investiture ceremony and festivities would take place in 5 days, and gave our protagonist the schedule for that day. Obviously, when Alan told Cleria what had happened at his meeting with the Lord Chancellor, the former princess got enraged because Bark had been flat-out rude. She also said that such a thing would never happen in Starvake. However, Alan was too distracted to say something because he couldn't help but compare the Cleria in front of him with the Cleria he had seen at the church. Elna then said that she assumed that he would choose Corinth for his house name, before asking him what he would do about his coat of arms, to which he replied that he had already designed one. Right after, he apologized for having gone ahead without asking their input. Nevertheless, Cleria told him that the noble house was his alone, so it should be he who decided. Right after, Dalsum asked what design he had made, and the captain showed them a piece of paper containing his design for his coat of arms, which surprised the twins. Cleria told Alan that for his investiture and festivities, he would need ceremonial clothes. He then asked if his uniform would work, but the former princess replied that for meeting the king, it was better to have something new. Better than the uniform. Sorry, Cleria, but you're wrong. Unless Alan has more imperial clothes available, nothing is better than his uniform for that occasion. Right after, Quieter said that he had already scouted out a good tailor who often served upper-ranking nobles, and Dalsum praised the young man for that. Cleria then said that she would go with our protagonist because she would feel anxious leaving him to pick it out on his own. After hearing that, the captain thought that she was picking his outfit again. She will be your wife, you idiot dense man. It shouldn't be strange for her to do that, even though she is making a huge mistake this time. Sometime later, Iris wanted Alan to watch a video that had been recorded 155 days before. In the footage, two men were talking in a tavern, and one of them was saying that some people were being stubborn about something, before adding that they should spill the beans. After hearing that, the other, who was a bald man, replied that it was better to get it over with and go back to normal as soon as possible. The bald man then asked if those people couldn't last more than 2 weeks at most, and the other said that he gave them a month. In the end, they made a bet about it. Right after, the AI showed the captain another video, that one recorded 58 days before. In the footage, there were the same two men in the same tavern. The bald man then asked if those people were going to be fine, before adding that he was worried about them. To which the other replied that he was giving them a little more food than they ought to be getting, before asking the other to keep the secret. Almost immediately, the bald man said that he would keep the secret, before adding that he kind of admired their strength, to which the other replied by saying that he admired them too. Finally, Iris showed him another video, recorded 4 minutes before. In the footage, the bald man said that those people were something else, especially a guy called Heinz. In fact, he added that he would follow a commander like that anywhere. The other man then replied that he was rooting for a guy called Bruno. In short, they couldn't believe that they had held out for months because they could never do that. They even admitted that the typical castle noble couldn't do that. It was then that the other guy revealed something important by saying that those people used to be royal guards in Starvake. The bald man then replied that he thought that they were active duty and added that castle knights were all pompous stick in the mud, before asking the other if he thought that their knights and nobles couldn't live up to those people. Of course, after hearing that, the other man immediately asked the bald man to keep his voice down. Right after, Iris explained that her alerts had picked up the words Starvake and Royal Guard. Then she had gone and checked the past data of the two identified men. Immediately thereafter, Alan asked her if she knew where those two were at that moment, and the AI replied that they were still drinking at the tavern. Our protagonist then said that it was almost certain that they were talking about the group of knights who were with Elna, and concluded that they had been taken to the capital instead of Alois. Right after, Iris told him that the two men were garrison soldiers at the castle barracks, primarily tasked with guarding the dungeon, which held 11 prisoners. Almost immediately, Alan said that they would get them out, and when the AI asked him if he was acting in the Galactic Navy tradition, the captain replied that he was, before adding that they never left their own behind. Iris then asked him if that was wise, considering that security was tight, which could make the situation turn ugly. However, Alan replied that in hundreds of years of Galactic Navy history, no soldier had abandoned a comrade in enemy territory. I assume you are going to use the drones and the big guns in that mission, right? The captain also added that there had been cases when a whole battalion had been wiped out trying to rescue a single company of soldiers. Not to mention that soldiers would carry out suicide attacks, so the battalion wouldn't have to return for them. Okay, no, he is not going to use his full force. After all, it is normal for him if the battalion gets wiped out. After hearing that, Iris said that they did that due to the imperial military training, because such a decision was not logical. Nevertheless, Alan refuted her, saying that it was not just because they were brainwashed, but because their pride as imperial soldiers was on the line. Right after, he added that he would go run the two names those drunkards mentioned with Elna. Shortly after, she met with Cleria, Dalsum, Elna, and other knights, and without wasting time, asked the Queen of Simps if Heinz and Bruno were among the soldiers she was with before she found Cleria in Gotania. Almost immediately, Elna confirmed it, saying that Heinz was their leader and Bruno was second in command, before asking him how he had learned those names. However, the captain didn't directly reply to the question. Instead, he told them that he had found out that the members of Elna's squadron who had been arrested were being held there, in the capital. That shocked all the people present, who didn't expect they to be alive. Some of them even said that it was a twist of fate. In fact, after confirming with Elna that 9 knights had been arrested, Alan told the others that it was likely that they were all still alive, before adding that, as members of their clan, it was their duty to help them. Nevertheless, Dalsum suggested that our protagonist wait for the appropriate moment, because his approaching investiture should take priority. However, Alan refused, saying that he wouldn't stand for neglecting their own in a dungeon. He even formally apologized to Dalsum before saying that rescuing them was not up for discussion. The captain then said that since his ceremony was in 5 days, they would prepare to rescue them then, to which Cleria replied by asking him how he planned to do it. Our protagonist then explained that his general plan was that a rescue team would lead the prisoners out and into their carriage while he was at his ceremony and celebration. After that, the captain would join them and leave the castle together. One of them asked what rescue team, and our protagonist replied that he was permitted up to 3 attendants, before asking if Selena, Sharon, and Elna could do it, to which the 3 immediately agreed. Dalsum then questioned the fact that he was only using 3 of them, but Alan replied that they would all need to fit in one carriage, which meant that any more than 3 would stand out. Moreover, the prisoners would be in a sorry state. They would likely be thin and wearing little more than rags, so they didn't want them to attract attention, which was why the best option would be to get outfits for them similar to guard uniforms. Right after, Quieter said that he would look into who sold those, and when Dalsum doubted if the young man could do it, Talus's son replied that he was more than capable, causing our protagonist to tell him that they would be counting on him. Alan then informed the others that if the rescue plan failed, the worst-case scenario would be that they would have to fight off the castle guards, so they should be prepared for that eventuality. Obviously, that shocked them, but the captain smiled at them and said that if that happened, they would just make their escape to the kingdom of Sicilio next door. After all, if he took Gloria there, he was sure that they would make him a baron there too. At this point, it would be easier to simply conquer that kingdom. No army could withstand the power of the drones, and they could take control of the whole country in a matter of minutes. Sometime later, Elna asked our protagonist if they could kill the castle guards during the rescue, and the captain replied that he would rather they didn't, if possible. After all, if they suffered casualties, they would have more reason to hunt them down. After hearing that, the Queen of Simps asked Sharon and Selena to teach them martial arts techniques that could be useful, and the twins enthusiastically agreed, saying that they had just the thing in mind, and that Elna would pick it up fast. Afterward, Elna went all out preparing for the rescue mission and trained day and night. She had a talent for martial arts, so in a matter of days, she mastered a few techniques well enough to be able to use them in combat. Later, Quater informed Alan that he had ordered 15 guard uniforms and 5 outfits worn by the castle ladies in waiting. That surprised our protagonist, and Talus's son added that they came from a well-known firm in the capital. However, since it would be easy to track them through their order, he was getting them from a subcontractor. After hearing that, the captain praised the young man, saying that what he had done would make the rescue plan a lot easier. Finally, Quieter said that he had also picked up a message that came through the Merchants Guild for him and gave the captain a sealed envelope. Alan took it, opened it, and said that it was from Robert, which caught Cleria's attention. The message was short and clear. Robert congratulated them for slaying the dragon and informed them that the vanguard was moving to the capital. In short, 1,000 troops wanted to meet up. That shocked Elna because she wasn't expecting so many troops. On the other hand, Dalsum wondered out loud what Robert was thinking, especially since he had decided that without Cleria's permission. Alan then said that he was probably elated at hearing news of the slain dragon, before asking the others what they should do. Cleria then asked Alan if the base was ready, because if it wasn't, they had no place to put 1,000 people. Nevertheless, Alan replied that a base that could let 1,000 people live comfortably was already prepared. That astonished the former princess, because she couldn't believe that 1,000 people could live comfortably in the middle of the great demon forest. However, our protagonist told her that his reports said it could fit 5,000 to 6,000. After hearing that, Dalsum asked if the place had a protective wall around, since it should have numerous buildings, and the captain replied that it had one, before adding that it was completely safe against any monsters. However, Alan also said that by their agreement, he thought that Cleria should confirm that it was livable, but the former princess immediately replied that she trusted his word on that. Besides, they didn't have time to split up. Still, she asked the others about their opinion on the matter, and they replied that they trusted in her and Alan's decision. The former princess then said that they would make preparations for the forest base, and our protagonist added that they would set out for the base as soon as they were done there in the capital. Right after, he added that, for the time being, they should focus on the rescue plan, before telling them that he would go over the details more the following day, to which the others agreed. Afterward, Iris showed Alan the location of the 1,000 troops sent by Robert. After seeing the footage, our protagonist asked her if they were all soldiers, and the AI replied that, judging by their supply train, she estimated that 60% were craftspeople. After hearing that, the captain was surprised, but he quickly guessed that Robert should have thought that they would help with the construction of the base, before adding that they would indeed be helpful, because there was only so much all-purpose bots could do. Right after, Alan asked Iris when that caravan would reach the capital, and the woman replied that in roughly 40 days. Immediately thereafter, the captain said that, at any rate, there was not much they could do about it at that moment, before ordering the AI to set one drone to guard the caravan. Iris then showed Alan a schematic plan of the castle, signaling the best route for reaching the dungeon. She also said that gaining entry to the place should prove easy using the guise of ladies in waiting. Right after, the AI explained that 2 guards stood watch at the dungeon entrance and 4 more guards were on duty farther inside. Unfortunately, she was unable to ascertain their precise location on the day of. After hearing that, the captain said that they would have to adapt their plan to what they encountered. At that moment, Celine intervened, saying that she had seen the outfits earlier, and she thought that at best, they could hide laser guns, EM knives, and magems. Alan then asked Iris if that would be enough, and the AI quickly replied that it should be. However, in the end, they didn't have a proper plan because they would have to think on their feet. In fact, he said that if things went downhill, they shouldn't hesitate to call it off. I am really having a hard time trying to understand why Alan keeps avoiding using his full force to conquer that kingdom. Does he have to pay some insane fee for using the drones? Meanwhile, the Chancellor, who was in his office, was informed that Duke Luceria was there to see him. Shortly after, the Duke entered, and the Chancellor scolded him for taking too much time to return. Luceria then apologized, saying that he didn't think that Gantz was that far away. The Chancellor then asked for the report, and the Duke replied that the rumors about the adventurer Alan were largely true, before explaining that his party Shining Star had 105 members, all ranks here above. After hearing that, the Chancellor asked about the dragon that supposedly obeyed him, and the Duke replied that that was true, too. Luceria then explained that several hundred people had witnessed him standing on its arm, acting friendly, and apparently conversing. Right after, the Chancellor said that it sounded like bad news, and the other agreed, saying that Alan could be a very dangerous man. Almost immediately, the Chancellor asked if the other could take care of it, and Luceria confirmed it. Nevertheless, the Duke said that Shining Star was wary of thieves and had stationed dozens of guards to protect their inns, so he would need numbers. After hearing that, the Chancellor said that they would strike when he visited the castle, and the other replied that it would be the most economical option, before saying that he would handle it. Finally, the day of the ceremony arrived, and Alan's carriage arrived at the castle. There, our protagonist was received by the Master of Protocol, who told him that they had been awaiting his arrival before asking him if his ladies-in-waiting would be joining them that evening. Our protagonist quickly replied that they would wait for him in the carriage, and Zard began to instruct the captain on the etiquette of his audience with the king and that evening's formalities. By the way, there is no way you can convince me that Alan's outfit is better than his military uniform. He is from a galactic empire, not from some Shakespeare play. Zard explained to Alan that from 1 to 4 p.m., they would assess his knowledge to confirm that he was capable of ruling a domain. While our protagonist thought that it was annoying having to go through more practice of manners. Shortly after, the three girls got out of the carriage, and Selena told Elna to follow right behind them, like they had discussed. Right after, Selena asked Iris for mission guidance, and the AI replied that in 15 seconds from that moment, they should move to the shadow of a certain tree within 10 seconds. Almost immediately, both twins began to run, which caught Elna by surprise. Luckily, she managed to catch up with them and told them that they didn't even look before running. From that moment onward, things went smoothly, and the trio managed to reach a door. At that moment, Sharon said that the stairs to the dungeon were right through it. At that moment, they removed the coats that they were wearing and went through the door, while covering their faces like those bandits from Western movies. Almost immediately, a guard saw them and told them that they were not allowed to be down there, to which Selena replied that they were delivering a change of clothes for the prisoners, before asking if the man hadn't been informed. Right after, the guard replied that he hadn't heard anything of the sort, before asking them about the cloth around their faces. After hearing that, Selena said that the prisoners stank, and they didn't want to smell them. In the end, the guard yielded and guided them to another room. There, they met with the boss, and the guard told him that 3 ladies-in-waiting had stopped in to deliver clothes for the prisoners. That surprised the boss, who quickly replied that he wasn't informed of that. Selena then told them that they had been tasked with having the prisoners change and be made to look presentable, before saying that it would be better if the guards delivered the clothes themselves. After all, that task was unbecoming of maidens such as the 3 women. The boss insisted on the fact that he hadn't heard about any of that, although he ended up opening the iron door. Almost immediately, the twins knocked both guards out and went inside the dungeon. The 3 ladies swiftly knocked out the remaining guards and finally located the 2 cells where the prisoners were. After noticing the movement, the prisoners began to yell, but Elna quickly told them to quiet down and listen. The knights were surprised after hearing her voice, but quickly obeyed. Elna then asked them if the 2 prisoners held in the other cell were their enemies, to which a middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the knights, replied that they weren't, before adding that if anything, they were allies. Elna then warned the other 2 prisoners, saying that if they shouted or called attention to them, they would kill them without hesitation. Finally, Elna opened the cell where the knights were, and the middle-aged man was shocked after confirming her identity. In the meantime, Zard finally finished his explanation and asked a very frustrated Alan if he had any questions, to which our protagonist replied that he didn't. Right after, the Master of Protocol said that the time of the captain's investiture ceremony was nearly upon them. The middle-aged man told Elna that he had thought that he had gone mad and had started seeing things when he heard her voice. He then asked her how she had gotten there, but quickly realized that they had other priorities at that moment. Right after, Selena reminded Elna that they should leave that cell first, and the Queen of Simps agreed before adding that there would be time to talk later. Once they left the cell, the middle-aged man asked where the guards were, since they had been surrounded by them down there, and Elna replied that they were placed in a cell after being knocked out cold. The man then asked if Elna had found Cleria, and the female knight confirmed it, saying that she had found her in the town of Gatania before adding that their squadron was the first to find her, which meant that they had done well. The man, who ended up being Heinz, then thanked the goddess and assumed that the former princess was in Belta, but Elna told him that she was in the capital with them, which shocked him because he thought that Clyria was in danger because of that. Nevertheless, when he asked the female knight why she hadn't stopped her, she told him that there was clearly more to the story, before adding that they would hear the rest later. At that moment, the twins cast healing magic on the knights, who were surprised by that fact, especially since their pain was gone and their strength was returning. Heinz then asked Elna to introduce the sisters, and the female knight quickly did it. The man then told the twins that, thanks to their healing magic, he didn't feel so much as an H. At that moment, he took them as nobles, especially because Elna had introduced them as her compatriots, but Sharon quickly told him that they were commoners. The man then apologized because they were a mess, and he didn't know how they could escape like that, to which Elna replied by reassuring him, saying that they had time to spare and had arrangements made. That surprised Heinz. But before answering more of his questions, Elna asked him who the two prisoners opposite to them were. The man then replied that they were the former Lord Chancellor Leicester and his son, which shocked the female knight. Heinz then explained that both of them had gotten caught in a trap set by the current chancellor and had been there for 3 years. That confused Elna, because if they were of such dangerous stature, she didn't understand why they were kept alive. The man then explained that they were being made to advise the current chancellor. Bark threatened Leicester with killing his son and demanded policy advice. Elna then asked if it would be a problem to rescue them or for them to find out about Clyria, and the other replied that he didn't think so because, apart from his son, Leicester's whole family had been killed. So, Heinz doubted the former chancellor would go inside with the current chancellor. Elna then went to the other cell and told Leicester that they were willing to take him with them if he agreed. After hearing that, the former chancellor asked if the offer included his son, and the female knight confirmed it. After hearing that, Leicester agreed and swore on their honor not to hinder their escape. Once father and son left their cell, they met with Heinz, and Leicester couldn't believe that it was Heinz who had rescued him. At that moment, the former chancellor told the squad leader that without their conversations, he would have never kept his sanity in that purgatory of a dungeon, which was why he thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Heinz appreciated that and replied that he was glad to have met Leicester before his end. Heinz then asked Elna to explain what was going on, but the female knight told him that before she could do so, he should change and fix his beard and hair. She even added, after apologizing, that he smelled. This should be the most carefree and relaxed rescue mission I have ever seen. The three ladies then prepared some food for the prisoners, and Elna told them that, even though it was not much, it would start to get their strength back. The men thanked her, and Heinz said that he noticed that the female knight was awfully relaxed behind enemy lines. No, you think? Elna then replied that she was like that, because their clan's 3 strongest members were all there. They were their leader Alan, Lieutenant Selena, and Vice Lieutenant Sharon. After hearing that, the middle-aged man said that he really should know what had happened for Elna to have become the Queen of Simps. Elna told him everything, and Hein found it hard to believe that it had been a coincidence that she had found out that they were there. The female knight then said that if they hadn't overheard those dungeon guards talking, they would have left the capital none the wiser. Heinz then admitted that Alan should be a strong warrior if he had been capable of slaying a dragon. However, instead of replying, Elna reminded the man that Alan was his leader too, before adding that he was already referring to the people of Starvake as his compatriots, not to mention that he had been the one who insisted on rescuing them. Heinz then said that you had to be a touch mad to attempt a rescue from a castle dungeon, before admitting that their leader was a bold one. Elna then told him that, even though the world might be a big place, Alan was the only person who would plan that the same day as his investiture ceremony. That shocked the middle-aged man, since he was not expecting that Alan was being made a noble that day. The female knight then confirmed it by saying that he should be at his ceremony in that very moment, to which the middle-aged man replied that he looked forward to meeting him, before asking what his plan was after that. Right after, Elna replied that it would depend on the prisoners, before asking them if their strength was returning. Leicester was the first one to answer and said that he felt worlds better than an hour before, and Hines added that, with a little more time, they should be fine. The female knight then told them that their plan included that time there, before adding that they were scheduled to make their way to the carriage in 2 hours. Right after Elna thought that everything was going smoothly up to that point, and then wondered how our protagonist was doing. Back with the captain, he was kneeling in front of the king, while the chancellor told the monarch that the man in front of him was, as he had heard, the slayer of a dragon, before adding that his name was Alan. Bark also said that it was seen fit that he was rewarded for ridding the kingdom of a serious threat. The king then asked something to the chancellor, and Bark told our protagonist that the monarch had requested that he approach the throne. Once the captain did it, the king told him to raise his head and allowed him to speak. At that moment, Alan noticed that the monarch was young and also noticed the resemblance he had to Cleria, which confirmed that he was indeed a relative of hers. Shortly after, the king asked Alan what reward he wished, adding that he should ask for anything he desired. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that he wished to become a noble of the realm, of the humble sort, nothing more. Almost immediately, the monarch declared that, accordingly, for the captain's service, he named Alan a baron of Belta, before adding that from that day onward, our protagonist had the honor of bearing that title. Alan quickly replied that he was most blessed, before promising his sword in the service of the king and the kingdom. He then thought that the ceremony would be over as soon as the chancellor proclaimed it. However, the king told Alan that he had heard that our protagonist was a conqueror not only of dragons, but also bandits, before adding that his bandit hunts were well known. The captain quickly confirmed it before adding that the outlying regions were full of scoundrels, so he had only done what was necessary. Right after, the monarch said that his reports indicated that bandits were also terrorizing various parts of the capital and asked Alan if he wished to show off his skill. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that, if the king wished it, he would see that area wiped clean of bandits, but he wanted to know how many bandits he should capture and how to prove he had done his duty. That request made the king think that the captain was an interesting fellow, and the monarch asked the chancellor what he thought, to which Bark replied that although the bandits might be numerous, they shouldn't be more than 500. After hearing that, the king asked what his soldiers were doing to allow 500 bandits to roam rampant in the capital. Almost immediately, the chancellor said that the number included those in the surrounding towns, before adding that the bandits living in the capital dress as law-abiding civilians, and were impossible to pick out. While both nobles were discussing that, Alan asked Iris about her assessment, and she replied that the current total of confirmed and suspected criminals was 987. Right after, he offered the king to capture 500 bandits, which surprised the monarch since the chancellor had said that they numbered fewer than that. Nevertheless, Bark immediately said that since Alan, rather Baron Corinth, was a talented young man, he was sure that he would achieve that goal. That reply made our protagonist feel suspicious because the chancellor was acting completely different that day. However, before the captain could think of anything else, the chancellor suggested that the king appoint Baron Alan as Lord Protector. That surprised the monarch even more, and he asked Bark if he really wanted to elevate a mere baron to Lord Protector, to which the chancellor said that he had meant a temporary one only during his time hunting bandits. In the meantime, Alan asked Iris what was a Lord Protector, but the AI replied that she didn't have enough data to confirm it, before adding that it seemed to be a post of considerable judicial power. Right after, the king said that he approved it, and thus he asked his retainers to bring forth the Lord Protector's shield. Shortly after, a knight gave the shield to Alan, and the king declared that Baron Corinth was entrusted with the duties of Lord Protector. As for Alan, he humbly accepted it. The captain then kneeled before the chancellor, but Bark said that he didn't need to do it since they were equals as nobles in service of the king. Alan thanked the chancellor for his endorsement, and Bark said that they had high expectations for him. However, our protagonist kept thinking that something didn't feel right. Shortly after, Viscount Herring congratulated Alan before saying that it was a surprise that the captain was appointed as Lord Protector. Our protagonist said that he was still processing it, and the Viscount told him to make their way to the celebration hall. A while later, the banquet was about to start, and the king said that they should celebrate on that occasion a new baron among their ranks, before adding that they shouldn't let ranks separate them as they mingled that eve. Almost immediately, they toasted, but when the captain began to drink his wine, he jolted, and the system quickly informed him that a lethal dose of a poisonous substance had been detected, before warning him against swallowing. That shocked our protagonist, and the system reported that it was processing the substance to avoid intake of harmful components before asking him to wait 20 more seconds. Alan then asked if he would live, and the system confirmed it. But the problem was that the captain was losing consciousness. Right after, he felt like he had been transported to another place, and a voice told him that she had finally been able to access him. He then looked at the woman in front of him and realized that she was the Cleria he had seen at the church. The woman then said that she had thought that it would be easier to talk that way. After all, since he had been made a baron on that planet and had ingested poison, all the conditions were in place, which meant that she could finally talk to him. Obviously, Alan didn't understand anything and asked her what he was talking about, and if she had been the one who had poisoned him. The woman then replied that the one who had poisoned him was Chancellor Bark, before adding that poisoning another to retain his vested rights was barbaric in the extreme. Well, that discount Cleria is also being barbaric, and I hope Alan adds her to the list of enemies that should be killed, no matter what. Alan then asked who she was, and she replied, while smiling, that he would find out soon enough, before adding that she was merely testing her access that day. Right after, she told him that he had done a good job up to that moment, all in line with her plan. Finally, she ordered him to continue on his course and fulfill his duty to humankind. Okay, that does it. She is more dangerous than all the kingdoms combined on that planet. As long as she is alive, Alan will have a sword of Damocles hanging above his head. He's just a disposable pawn to her. Finally, Alan returned to reality, and the system told him that it was safe to swallow the poison. Almost immediately, he asked Iris to track down any unauthorized access to his system, reminding her that she should check everything. However, the AI failed to realize the relation between that and the poison, but a scared Alan yelled at her, ordering her to do it. Iris did it, but she didn't find any traces of access in the past 48 hours, which made our protagonist wonder if that had been a dream. Right after, Iris asked him what explanation she should record in his log for that order, to which he replied that there was nothing to record. WTF? Is he nuts? He had just encountered the most dangerous threat since he arrived on that planet, and he thinks there is nothing to record. Bravo, Alan, bravo. He then asked the system about the poison, and the system replied that no damage had been sustained, before adding that there was an emergency nanomachine assembly in his liver to break it down. Apparently, the poison was quick-acting, so without treatment, he would have died in 30 minutes. Our protagonist then thought that it was likely that the poison was only in his wine for toasting. So if he had keeled over and died during the party, his food and drink would be examined and show nothing. In the end, they had written it off as some kind of sudden illness. At that moment, he noticed that the Chancellor was smiling at him, and Alan returned the smile while thinking that Bark was shameless. Iris then asked him if he also thought that the Chancellor had poisoned him, and our protagonist confirmed it before asking her why she suspected him. The AI then told him that the Chancellor periodically had his subordinates procure the ingredients for that poison, not to mention that similar deaths had occurred in the past, to the benefit of his rule. Wow, and when was she going to alert Alan about it? At his funeral. Is Iris in cahoots with Discount Cleria? Right after, Iris said that perhaps the Chancellor had suggested appointing Alan as Lord Protector to establish a friendly pretense and avoid suspicion. After hearing that, Alan said that it made sense, before adding that he should better investigate how that kingdom really ran, to be on the safe side. Okay, I don't want to be picky here, but shouldn't he have done that before entering the lion's den? Alan then recalled Discount Cleria's words and told Iris that she should keep up her guard, because funny things had been happening since he had arrived in that kingdom. Alan told himself that he still couldn't believe he would be targeted inside the royal castle, before guessing that perhaps they were in panic from the fact that he had befriended Gloria. After all, on that planet, a beast like a dragon meant a big threat. At that moment, Bark told Alan that the guests seemed to want to hear about the time he defeated the dragon, before asking if he could share the story with them. After hearing that, those guests began to ask the captain to share the story, and our protagonist replied that he would gladly do it. A while later, some guests were having a hard time believing the story, but Bark told them that there was no doubt, before adding that Alan had really pulled it off in an absolutely delightful fashion. The Chancellor then called for another toast in honor of the hero, while the captain guessed that Bark was starting to get suspicious because the poison hadn't taken effect. The captain even felt sorry for the man, since the poison was not going to work anymore. At that moment, Iris told him that there was another poisonous substance in the drink, before adding that it wouldn't harm him. As for the Chancellor, he was wondering why the poison was not working. Right after, the king asked Alan why he had claimed the great demon forest for himself, to which the captain replied that he had sensed an immense potential from that place, before adding that he couldn't wait to uncover what kinds of secrets lay hidden in its deepest corners. However, the monarch told him that Alan's ambition was meaningless if he couldn't develop the land, to which our protagonist replied that he would definitely make that land a prosperous one, before adding that he would dedicate the rest of his life to that goal. After hearing that, the king smiled, pleased, and said that if the captain managed to brilliantly accomplish such a feat, the monarch might as well grant him the rank of marquis. That offer made our protagonist forget his manners, and other nobles quickly scolded him for that. But the king said that it was fine, since that was supposed to be a casual and friendly celebration. Immediately thereafter, the king declared that on the occasion that Sir Corinth successfully developed the Great Demon Forest region, the monarch would award him a marquis title while asking the other nobles to act as witnesses to the contract. Alan then thanked the king for his generosity while thinking that the Great Demon Forest matter was just one of many steps in the grand scheme of things. So, in order to defend against the bugs, he had to unite the whole planet in a single federal system. In fact, he had to consolidate an even more powerful state, such as an empire. Back with the ladies, Selena told Elna that it would soon be time for them to move, and the female knight told Heinz to get ready because they were heading for the carriage. Well, it seems that the picnic is over. After hearing that, the middle-aged man replied that he would do his best not to get in the way. Elna then told them that the twins would lead the way, so if they stopped, the others should stop, and if they ran, the others should also run. Unfortunately, after a while, Selena cursed due to their bad luck. The female knight asked her what was happening, and the twin replied that they had been cornered, before adding that 4 servants were approaching from behind them, and 6 guards were approaching from their front. Besides, the front party would arrive first. After hearing that, Elna thought that with Selena and Sharon, they were easily at an advantage despite being cornered, but the problem was that acting too recklessly would only make their escape more difficult. Right after, the female knight told Heinz that she and the twins could take care of the guards, before asking him and the others to be prepared. Selena then told Sharon that she would blow up the castle's gate with explosive magic and clear the way ahead, but her sister quickly told her to wait because an alarm could be heard. After hearing the sound, Heinz asked if their escape plan had been busted, but one of the twins refuted it, saying that those alarms were the sign that an even bigger threat was approaching, which meant that Gloria had arrived to help them. That shocked Elna, and the middle-aged man asked her who Gloria was, to which the female knight replied that she was one of their clan members, before adding that she was a dragon. That astonished Heinz to the point of making him tell Elna that it was not the time for jokes. However, Elna simply pointed at a silhouette that could be seen through one of the windows. Back with our protagonist, Iris reported that the plan had just transitioned into the G-Road, and our protagonist replied that, since the rescue team was having problems, he would get ready. Meanwhile, all the nobles were shocked because they had never heard so many alarm bells at once. Almost immediately, a guard appeared and reported that they had bad news, before adding that a dragon had appeared above the castle. Of course, that shocked everybody in the hall, and even the Chancellor was at a loss for words. Nevertheless, the king never lost his composure and told Alan that he had the chance to prove to them there that his story was just not mere talk. To which our protagonist replied that he wouldn't miss it. The monarch then asked him what he planned to do, and the other replied that, firstly, they should not lay a single finger on the dragon, because if they provoked it even a little bit, they would be done for. The other nobles panicked after hearing that, not knowing how they would fight the dragon then, but Alan quickly asked the king to allow him to face the dragon alone. Of course, the monarch allowed it and commanded him to show them how he drove that thing away. Alan then went to the castle walls, and the guards told him that they were preparing all of their defense ballistae to shoot. But our protagonist called them ignorant since something like that wouldn't even make a scratch, and it would only make it angrier. He then told them to stop immediately, and the guards complied. Shortly after, when the dragon was very close, Alan told the guards to hide in a safe spot since no one other than him should be exposed to any danger. One of the guards hesitated, but in the end, all of them obeyed. Alan then found the right spot because it was 70 meters or 393.26 bananas away from where the carriage was stationed, and there was enough space for Gloria to land comfortably. Right after, he called the dragon, and Gloria replied that she had finally found him. Almost immediately, she landed beside him. Alan then told Iris that Gloria was using a girly voice, and the AI replied that she had preferred that voice for their comms. Our protagonist then praised Gloria, and the dragon told him that Iris had asked her to pretend to be angry. Our protagonist then told her that he wanted her to show the humans how amazing dragons could be because, somehow, it looked like humans from that place underestimated the dragons too much. After hearing that, Gloria asked him what exactly she should do, and he asked her to look furious as if she was trying to scare him, and she quickly understood that she had to put on an act. He then asked her if she understood the expression to put on an act, and Gloria replied that she had learned it from Sharon and Selena. The twins had told her that, to catch the attention of a male, she needed to put on a bit of an act, which made Alan wonder what those girls were teaching the dragon. Right after, Gloria roared at our protagonist, which scared all the people present, but the captain quickly warned the guards against doing something stupid, such as attacking the dragon, before ordering them to get away from where they were. Gloria then asked him what the things the guards were trying to use were, and Alan replied that it was a human weapon, before adding that they were going to try to hurt her with it. Gloria then laughed and agreed that the humans were truly underestimating her if they thought that they could hurt her with those spear things. Alan then told her that she should give them a little taste of her power as retribution, but he asked her to make sure not to kill anyone. Gloria quickly obeyed and destroyed all the weapons, making the guards run away like bats out of hell. Right after, Alan told her that it was time for their act. Gloria attacked the castle walls, causing panic, and right after, she returned with Alan and asked him if he had liked her performance, to which he replied that it was pretty good, before adding that he bet that the humans in the castle had realized how fearsome dragons were after seeing her in action. That made her happy, and she told him that she had done her best. Almost immediately, he told her that for the second part of their act, he would persuade her to return to the great demon forest obediently. He then added that he wanted to impress them with the reality that even though dragons were scary when angered, they were actually rational living beings. Right after, he yelled at her a couple of times, ordering her to return to the great demon forest, while whispering to her that it was time for her to put on an act. At first, she roared at him looking angry, but eventually she complied and took off in order to return to the great demon forest, impressing all the audience inside and outside the castle. Shortly after, one of the guards approached our protagonist and told him that his performance had been amazing, before adding that when the dragon had spotted their ballista, he had thought that it was all over. The captain then scolded him, saying that the next time they provoked a dragon like that, they might not be as lucky as to live to tell the tale, which was why he shouldn't forget that experience. Immediately thereafter, he asked Iris what had been on the rescue team's side, and she replied that Selena and the others had blended into the confusion and entered the carriage without being noticed. At that moment, the master of protocol informed the captain that His Excellency had requested his return to the banquet hall. Shortly after, Alan was welcomed by a round of applause, and the king quickly gave him the right to speak. Our protagonist then apologized for letting the castle suffer considerable damage, and said that the responsibility for that fell entirely upon him. However, the monarch replied that he shouldn't worry about it. The king then added that he should say that he felt relieved they were able to get through that situation with so few losses. He even said that if not for those ballistae, the dragon would have probably gone away without causing any trouble. After hearing that, Alan agreed with the monarch and said that humans were no match for those creatures, so to pick a fight with them was an act of. At that moment, the king asked him about the dragon he had killed by himself, and our protagonist replied that luck had been on his side, before adding that he was not confident he could repeat the same thing, even if he were told to. Still, the monarch acknowledged that Alan had faced and managed to repel that dragon all alone, before adding that there was no one there who should doubt the captain's brave spirit anymore. Right after, the king praised his work, and Alan kneeled, before replying that the overwhelming praise of the monarch was too great an honor for him. Meanwhile, the chancellor didn't look delighted with how things had turned out. A while later, Alan returned to the carriage, escorted by a man, and told one of the ladies in waiting, aka the Queen of Simps, that she should take the crest he had received from the Chamberlain and the shield of the Lord Protectors. That shocked her, but he quickly said that since he was tired, he wanted to return at once. Afterward, they arrived at the inn, where Cleria welcomed him, and told him that she had gotten worried when Gloria appeared all of a sudden. She then asked if everyone was fine, to which our protagonist replied that they were, before adding that the operation had been a huge success. Dalsum was happy after hearing that, but before they could say anything else, Hines appeared and greeted Cleria. She then greeted all of them and apologized to them for making them go through all that. However, Hines began to laugh out loud while saying that she shouldn't worry about such trifling matters because they had just had a little break from work. At that moment, the former princess noticed the two other men and asked who they were. Right after, they introduced themselves as the former Prime Minister, Lord Leicester, and his son, which shocked Dalsum. He then said that he was pleased to meet Princess Cleria Starvin and told her their names, Werner and Abel. Cleria then recalled a beautiful teaware set that Lord Werner Leicester had given her when she was 12 years old, which surprised the former Prime Minister, as he had never thought she would remember such a thing. At that moment, Dalsum asked why Lord Leicester was there, and Werner explained that he had gotten caught in the current Mr. Willis Bark's evil plot, and, as a result, his whole family and vassals had been slaughtered. The former Prime Minister then added that Cleria's people had saved both him and his son from their confinement inside the castle's underground dungeon. Dalsum quickly grasped the situation and asked Leicester to keep their identities and whereabouts a secret, as that would save them from trouble. The former Prime Minister quickly agreed by making a vow. Right after, Cleria announced that the refugee soldiers they had just freed should leave the royal capital sometime that day, before suggesting that the former Prime Minister and his son accompany them and follow on their own path from a suitable place. After hearing that, Werner asked if they could stay with Cleria before explaining that if it were just him, he wouldn't mind dying by the roadside alone. However, since his son Abel was still young, and it would be a pity to watch him die like that, he humbly asked for her understanding. Cleria didn't know what to say, but Alan quickly replied that it would be fine as long as everyone reached a consensus. Right after, Dalsum said that if Werner pledged allegiance to the former princess, he didn't mind. However, Abel didn't like the sound of that and asked his father if he intended to give up on his country, to which Werner replied that they had been the ones discarded by the country and its king, before adding that he still had a single last wish to fulfill. That caught Cleria's attention, and the former Prime Minister explained that he wanted Prime Minister Willis Barkey's head, before adding that if he could take that bastard's life, they might live on without regrets. Almost immediately, he begged Cleria to leave that man's head in his hands, before adding that if she conceded him that opportunity, he would offer his whole clan's loyalty to the Starvine family. After hearing that, the former princess asked for Alan's opinion, and our protagonist replied that he didn't see a problem. The captain then explained that the current Prime Minister was an unpleasant and detestable fool who had tried to kill him with poison twice, just that day. Obviously, that shocked Cleria, who immediately asked him if he was fine, to which he replied that he had managed it somehow. The former princess was clearly not satisfied with that explanation, but Dalsum reminded her that they were running out of time since they had less than an hour until the city's gates were closed, which meant that they should send the refugees to Gantz at that moment. After hearing that, Cleria agreed and said that they would also head for Gantz as soon as they finished their business in the capital. Back at the castle, an enraged Bark was asking Luceria what had happened, to which the other replied by apologizing before explaining that he had made sure to verify, as he had drunk all the poisoned wine with his own eyes. Of course, that angered the Prime Minister even more, and he asked how our protagonist was still alive, and Luceria guessed that perhaps Alan had drunk something like an antidote beforehand. Bark got even more furious and asked if the other was saying that our protagonist had predicted that he was going to be served poison in his drink and prepared the exact counteracting antidote in advance. Right after, Luceria explained that the captain had been selling cure-all panaceas on the market, so if he drank one before ingesting the poison, that would explain why he had survived. After hearing that, the Chancellor cursed and said that if he had known it was going to turn out like that, he should not have recommended him for the Lord Protector role. Nevertheless, Luceria reminded the Marquise that, at any rate, at that stage it might be fortunate that the poison hadn't taken effect. Bark quickly understood that the other was referring to the dragon incident and asked if the dragon would show up again, to which the other replied that until they were sure of that, he would rather leave our protagonist alive. After all, if the dragon attacked the royal capital a second time, letting Alan handle it sounded like a good idea, since they had to admit that he was the only one able to pull off something so reckless. However, Bark was clearly not happy with that. Right after, Luceria suggested reproaching him about the bandit subjugation mission, as he had dared to brag in front of His Excellency that he would capture more than 500 bandits, which would inevitably delay his progress. Bark then said that it would be difficult for him to reprimand him about that after having praised him so much, but he knew that he had no other options. Back with Alan, Cleria, and Dalsum were shocked after learning that he had been named Lord Protector. Alan explained to them that the king had heard that they were known as the Bandit Hunters and commissioned him with a bandit subjugation request. Our protagonist then added that if they purged away all the criminals, they would earn an even more solid position in the kingdom's aristocracy. After hearing that, Cleria said that since it had been a direct request from the king, they couldn't just refuse. Immediately thereafter, the former princess asked how many bandits they should take down, and the captain replied that more or less 500, which astonished her. Nevertheless, Alan ignored her reaction and told all his lieutenants that, starting the following day, things would get a bit busy, so they should prepare themselves. Alan asked his lieutenants what exactly a Lord Protector was, which surprised them, but Dalsum quickly explained that when it came to matters regarding national defense, his authority was comparable to the Prime Minister's. Generally speaking, nobles who lived near the nation's border often received the nomination, and without having to wait for the king's instructions, they could mobilize troops in order to deal with enemies. After hearing that, our protagonist said that the position was what he knew as a margrave, but Dalsum clarified that the Lord Protectors could act outside their own territory, too. In other words, you could mobilize the royal capital's guardsmen. Of course, Alan found that nice. At that moment, Elna pointed out that if you were not a high-class noble close to the royal family, it was improbable for you to be nominated as Lord Protector. Right after, the captain told them that he was sure that the one behind the poison story was Prime Minister Bark. That shocked the others, and they even asked him if there was no mistake, which he confirmed, before adding that, at any rate, he would gather evidence and follow up with a prosecution. He even told them that he suspected that the Prime Minister had probably recommended him for Lord Protector to divert any suspicion around him, to which Dalsum replied that it was a coherent assumption. Right after, the captain said that he was going to put that Lord Protector's status to use. After all, if he rid the capital of bandits, he would earn the king and the nobility's trust. On top of that, if they showed the king and the other nobles their strength, he didn't think there would be anyone who would try to mess with them anymore. For efficiency's sake, they divided the 3 satellite teams into 3 subjugation teams. Team A was led by Selena, Team B by Sharon, and Team C was led by Alan. However, since it was not a good idea to draw attention to Selena, Sharon, Elna, and Cleria, they designated Dalsum and Walter as the leaders on the surface. Finally, Alan told them that their bandit hunting began the following day and dismissed the meeting. Afterward, when Alan was in his room, Iris reported that the prisoner's breakout had been discovered, and our protagonist guessed that they had noticed it when changing shifts. He then told the AI that he would count on her to monitor the guards, and added that if there was any move from them, she had to immediately report it to him. Sometime later, Iris woke the captain up, and he complained by saying that he was pretty sure that he hadn't asked her for a wake-up call. But the AI reported that the guards had made a move, which surprised him. Iris then told him that they were heading straight for the inn where he was, which made him ask her if they had figured out their rescue plan. Nevertheless, the AI denied, saying that with barely more than 30 men, they couldn't take over Shining Star's hideout. Still, he decided to make his move too, just in case. Shortly after, he informed his lieutenants that it looked like around 30 guards were heading toward where they were, before ordering them to stay alert. A while later, the guards finally arrived at the inn, and they were led by a knight called Herman. Alan greeted him, and the knight told him that he was honored for our protagonist remembering his name, before introducing himself as the corps commander for the Royal Capital's defense forces, and apologizing for bothering the captain that early in the morning. Of course, Alan simply replied that it was fine, and Herman reminded him that there was no need for our protagonist to speak to him so formally, because that would only confuse his men. The captain quickly apologized for that, and then asked him why he was there, to which Herman replied that he had received an order from His Excellency to lend him some help, so he had gone to greet him since he intended to do his best to fulfill the king's order. After hearing that, Alan said that what Herman had done was convenient for them, before adding that he was planning to begin with the bandit suppression that day as soon as possible, and asking him how many soldiers he could gather in 1 hour. Herman replied that he could assemble up to 300 soldiers. But our protagonist replied that he didn't need that many and asked him if he could provide him with 3 units of 40 soldiers each, for a total of 120 men. He also said that it would help if Herman could arrange some chains or ropes for arresting the criminals. Almost immediately, the knight obeyed and introduced his subordinates, Ralph and Bento, saying that they would assume command, together with him, of the 3 units the captain had just requested. Right after, Alan replied that they had also divided themselves into 3 groups and introduced Dalsum and Walter as the other 2 leaders. Afterward, our protagonist explained that they would be responsible for leading the units to the bandits' hideouts and performing the assault, before requesting Herman and his men to take care of capturing the targets and conducting the interrogations and inspections. Herman then asked him if he would assume himself the head of the army, and Alan quickly confirmed it, before saying that he was also going to do everything in his power to fulfill the king's order, which meant that he was not going to do things by halves. The knight understood that, but still asked why Shining Star was going to handle the assault alone, to which Alan replied that since it was the duty that had been officially delegated to him by His Excellency, they would not hand over their responsibility of leading the assault against the bandits. Herman was satisfied with the explanation and told him that he would follow Alan's words. Shortly after, they began the bandits' hunt, and some time later, they arrived near a 3-story building. Our protagonist then explained to Herman that there was a single exit in the back, before adding that the number of bandits was 21 and that they would start their raid in 3 minutes. Obviously, Herman asked the captain how he knew that so precisely, but Alan simply replied that it was complicated to explain. 3 minutes later, the raid began, and the bandits were caught by surprise, which put them at a disadvantage. Still, Alan didn't underestimate them and gave precise instructions to Elna and Walter, telling them where the rest of the bandits were. Alan's party was merciless, and the bandits simply didn't stand a chance against them. However, when they reached a certain door, one man yelled at them, saying that they had over 60 men there, and that Alan and co should surrender if they valued their lives. He even asked them where Alan and his party were from, before asking them if they were aware that the place was the Firth family's secret base, and if they dared to still attack them after learning that. After hearing that, Alan wondered if that family was some kind of organization, and immediately told the bandits that they were Shining Star, before ordering them to drop their weapons and surrender. That surprised the men inside, because they didn't understand what those adventurers were doing there. However, our protagonist had had enough of them and simply crushed the door and the men inside by using a magic attack. Afterward, Herman was amazed after seeing Shining Star's performance, since they had been able to subdue a lot of bandits without a single man getting hurt. As for the bandits, one of them was clearly mad and asked what right Alan had to do that. Alan then replied that, according to their investigation, those men were involved in the Malign Company incident. Of course, the bandit denied and demanded to see what proof the captain had to back those claims. Nevertheless, Herman yelled at the bandit, saying that the Lord Protector had judged them as criminals, so there was no need for proof or interrogation. Well, that makes things easier for them. As for the bandit, he simply said that the whole thing was ridiculous. Once the bandits were taken into custody, Alan reminded Herman that he wanted the knight to conduct the interrogations and to interview the nearby residents, and the other quickly apologized for having forgotten that. Of course, Alan had already collected the evidence through the drone's inspection, but was not going to tell the other that. Our protagonist then asked Herman what they would do about the money and belongings left there, and the other replied that they were the captain's spoils of war. At that moment, Iris reminded Alan of something, and he told the knight that they would split the spoils evenly with the defense forces. He then added that first they had to separate the necessary funds for the investigations, and then they would share the rest equally. This is a great move, because this will get the military on his side, and that's always good when you are trying to take down a kingdom. After hearing that, the knight said that it was something unprecedented, before adding that they would happily accept his offer. Right after, Alan said that the soldier would probably feel more motivated that way, before adding that they would carry out an audit, too. In exchange, he would like Herman and his men to take care of handling the confiscated money and investigating the criminal charges, to which the other immediately agreed. On the other hand, Cleria told Elna that there was just so much valuable stuff there before asking her how the bandits had gotten their hands on all of that, to which the Queen of Simps replied that she thought that the bandits in the capital operated on a large scale, too. Right after, Alan told Quater that he would leave the negotiations with the Merchants Guild to his group, before adding that he also wanted them to supervise the funds distribution, to which the young man agreed. As for Herman, he was thinking that if there was a bonus compensation for eradicating the bandits, the soldiers' morale would be boosted. Regardless, by distributing the seized money with an audit, he would have to inform the capital. In other words, the Shining Star's increase in assets would be endorsed by the king. Furthermore, by sharing the money with the defense forces, Herman would also share that responsibility, which was a measure to avoid being targeted by the royal capital's nobles. At that moment, the knight realized that the man called Alan was not just any newly rising clan leader. Royal Capital, 7th day of the bandit subjugation campaign. Alan told Herman that since they were done for that day, they should withdraw, and the other agreed. Right after, the knight said that they had raided 3 bandit hideouts and had gotten away without any casualties, which was impressive. Still, our protagonist replied that the bandits they had attacked that day were far more cautious and well-equipped. So he told him that it was better to assume the word about their crackdown had spread, and the bandits were on high alert. At that moment, Herman said that he had something to ask Alan about the bandits' interrogation, before stating that the rate of detention of criminals was higher than anticipated, which meant that, if this continued, they might encounter hindrances in their usual work procedure. The captain agreed to that, and said that they also had a limit in terms of places where they could accommodate the subjects. Moreover, if they took into account guarding and interrogating duties, they might run into a shortage of personnel. However, he told Herman that they would continue with the insecurity through shifts, before adding that they could rest for the day. Immediately thereafter, Dalsum added that even though training was good, resting was also part of the job, before ordering the troops to give their bodies a break for the time being. Afterward, Alan met with Cleria, and the former princess asked him what plans he had in mind, since he wouldn't be working the following day. To this, our protagonist replied that he was going to visit the church, as he had something to discuss with the bishop, which surprised the lady. Cleria quickly asked if he and the bishop were acquaintances, and Alan more or less confirmed it, before adding that, if possible, he wanted to send a priest over their territory. After hearing that, Cleria said that it was an awesome idea, and the Queen of Simps confirmed it. Elna is just a natural for her role as Queen of Simps. She can play it effortlessly. The captain then explained that he didn't think devout believers would be willing to move somewhere without a church, which was why building a church and inviting a priest was something significant. Right after, Cleria told Elna that they should also go since she wanted to pay her respects to the goddess, and the twins immediately said that they wanted to go as well. However, Alan refused, saying that there was no point for the twins to go, before suggesting that they go to the town instead. Why? They want to go and it doesn't hurt anyone if they are there. You're just being an asshole just because. Sometime later, they arrived at the church, and Cleria said that the temple was a majestic one, which was to be expected from the royal capital, to which Elna agreed. As for Alan, he recalled that the first time he met the mysterious being, she was there. He then wondered if she was also observing him from somewhere, but he then dismissed that idea, saying that both incidents had been hallucinations, before telling himself to focus on the work in front of him. This guy's IQ drops every time he thinks of that being. There's a limit to stupidity, Alan, and you don't want to see what lies ahead of it. They entered the church, and Alan asked a nun if Bishop Gartner was present, to which the nun replied that he had told her to let our protagonist in right away in case he arrived. Alan then followed the nun, and Cleria told him that she and Elna would stay behind praying. Shortly after, the bishop congratulated him not only for his conferment of decorations, but also for becoming a Lord Protector. Then, he asked why he had gone there that day, and Alan replied that he had gone there that day with a request. Our protagonist then got straight to the point and said that he wanted to dispatch a priest to his territory. After hearing that, the bishop tried to confirm if Alan's territory would be built upon the reclaimed Great Demon Forest, and the captain replied that the other was right, before adding that since they had some form of prospects, they would need a church very soon. Nevertheless, the bishop said that even though he wanted to offer his contribution, it wouldn't be possible for him to do it, because that place was an uncivilized land within the Great Demon Forest, which meant that there was no bishop who would approve of that. However, that didn't discourage Alan, and he quickly replied that there were a lot of implications in turning a wretched land like the Great Demon Forest into a parish dedicated to worshipping goddess Lumina's. Our protagonist then added that since that was a wretched place, all the more reason for the need of goddess Lumina's influence. Gartner agreed with that, but said he believed finding a priest with the grit and eagerness to go there would be difficult as well. The AI was upset after hearing that and said that the bishop's argument was ridiculous before adding that they only feared the Great Demon Forest's curse out of superstition. However, our protagonist immediately countered her, saying that the Imperial New Church also stored Iris's somatic cells inside the spaceships, before adding that no matter the era, humans were extremely superstitious beings. At that moment, the captain remembered the mysterious being and how she had told him that she was different, before ordering him to fulfill his duty as a human. Yup, nothing to worry about, just another day in the office. Right after, Alan told the bishop that he understood his reasoning, before suggesting to set aside the matter regarding the authorization for the time being, to which Gartner replied by apologizing, before adding that if he had the authority of an archbishop, he could figure out something. After hearing that, Alan recalled that an archbishop was the rank right under a cardinal. Afterward, our protagonist met with Cleria, who asked him how the discussion had been, to which he replied that things were complicated, meaning they had no choice but to negotiate with patience. Meanwhile, the twins were walking down the street, complaining because they wanted to visit the church, although they were aware that, since they were not devotees, even if they went there would be nothing for them to do. At that moment, Sharon asked her sister what they were going to do about the group that had been following them, to which the other replied that even though it was bothersome, they should at least check their identities, since they could be the Prime Minister's underlings. Sharon then suggested walking toward a nearby alley, and shortly after, they ordered the supposed bandits to reveal themselves and not to underestimate them, because they were women. However, to the twins' surprise, 4 young girls armed with sticks stood before them. Selena was deeply shocked, and only managed to say that they were also girls. But the leader of those bandits didn't hesitate and demanded that the twins give them their money, their belongings, and everything. After hearing that, Selena refused, saying that she would not overlook such foolishness. The leader then attacked her, but Selena defeated her with only one hit. Almost immediately, another girl attacked, but Sharon kicked her hard, so hard that the twin ended up apologizing, saying that she had reacted by instinct. Afterward, Selena took out a knife, and the girls began to beg the twins to forgive them. However, Selena asked Sharon to go call the guards, since she would keep an eye on the girls. That made the girls panic, and they begged the twins not to do it, saying that they preferred anything but that. In the end, Sharon was touched and suggested hearing the story of the girls first, since there could be some information. Selena didn't like the idea, but ended up agreeing. Shortly after, the leader of the girls introduced herself as Yumi, before saying that the other 3 girls were her little sisters. Apparently, the girls had a debt that if they didn't repay it in 3 days, they would be sold to a brothel. So, they saw the twins coming out of an expensive-looking inn and thought they were wealthy. Sharon asked Yumi how much they owed, and the leader replied that they owed 35,000 guineas. Selena then asked what they had used all that money for, and Yumi replied that they had borrowed 5,000 guineas to pay for their mother's medication. But because of something called interest, the value had increased significantly before they noticed. The twins then asked what had happened to their mother, and the leader replied that she had passed away, which was the reason they would be sold to a brothel if they didn't repay the money. Sharon asked when they had borrowed the money, and Yumi replied that it was a month before, which shocked the twins. After all, 5,000 guineas becoming 35,000 in just 1 month was insane. In fact, Selena added that it seemed that the young girls had borrowed money from some vicious scumbag. The twins asked why they hadn't run away, and the leader replied that their brother had been captured. Besides, even if they ran away, there was no place for them to go. After hearing that, Selena asked her sister what they were going to do, and Sharon replied that they should go see the moneylender before asking Yumi to guide them. Meanwhile, inside a building, a thin man wondered out loud if those young girls would properly bring their cash, and a strapping man who looked like an adventurer replied that it was obvious that they wouldn't, before adding that he would take them to one of his friends the following day. The strapping man then explained that he had been giving them free meals without laying a single hand on them up to that moment, precisely because of that. The thin man then asked what they would do about the boy, and the other replied that he would sell him to some slave trader. At that moment, they began to hear some noises, as if there was a fight upstairs, and wondered what was happening, before deciding to go check what was going on. However, before they could react, the door was smashed, and the thin man ended up getting hit by it. After seeing that, the strapping man asked who the twins were, but Sharon ignored the question, and, while smiling, asked if they could write off the girl's debt for 10,000 guineas. Nevertheless, the man refused, saying that they owed him 35,000 guineas, before adding that 10,000 was not even close enough. This guy just doesn't know how to read the room. Obviously, that pissed Selena, and she told him that 10,000 was good enough, before warning him, saying that he would die young if he kept leading such a greedy business. Still, the man didn't take the hint and replied that they had a proper contract, before adding that he had done his part. After hearing that, Selena told him that there was something they had to talk about aside from the debt matter. She then explained that the young girls had just attacked them, so if they subtracted 10,000 guineas from the 500,000 guineas fee for the inconvenience caused, they could settle that out of court for 490,000 guineas. That pissed the man, who asked why he had to pay 500,000 guineas, but before he could finish the sentence, he found his nose almost touching a knife held by Selena, which startled him. The twin then explained that since he planned to sell off those children, he had the responsibility of supervising them, before adding that if he was not able to pay, he could pay with something else instead, such as his life. Wow, now that's what I call a bargain. Right after, a smiling Sharon asked the man how he would choose to settle the matter, paying 490,000 guineas or paying with his life. Of course, he chose to pay, and Selena declared that the case was settled, before ordering him to bring them the contract and the brother of the young girls, to which the man agreed, astonishing Yumi and her sisters. Shortly after, Yumi asked them what would happen to her and her sister, and Sharon replied that since the kids didn't have anywhere to go, they had reserved an inn there all for themselves, so they could stay there for that day. At the inn, they saw how food was being prepared, and of course, they guessed that it was lunchtime. Yumi's brother then told her that he was hungry, and she replied that he should bear with it for the time being, before adding that she guessed that they would probably give them something to eat at dinner time. At that moment, Walter noticed the kids and asked a friend who they were, to which the other man replied that Selena had brought them in and had asked them to take care of them. The knight then asked the kids if they were going to eat, and Yumi replied that they didn't have money to buy food. Right after, Walter told them that they didn't need to pay, before adding that they could eat all they wanted. He also said that if there was any food left, they would reserve it for dinner, so if they could clean their plates, that already helped. Yumi couldn't believe what she had just heard and asked the man if that was true, and Walter confirmed it before inviting them to dig in. They didn't hesitate anymore and began eating like there was no tomorrow, while saying that it was the first time they had had such a feast. Suddenly, Yumi began to feel nostalgic while thinking that she really couldn't remember the last time she had had a proper meal, before thinking that she had never imagined there were such generous adults in the royal capital. As if being summoned, the twins appeared at that moment, and after asking if the food was excellent, Sharon introduced herself and her sister. Right after, she invited them to join their clan, despite knowing that it might be a bit sudden. She still told them that they would provide them with food and a place to live. Yumi was shocked at first, but she quickly regained her composure and replied that it was simply all they could ask for, before asking how they could be useful to them. Sharon then thought about it for a little while before answering that the kids could help out with their chores for the time being. Immediately thereafter, Selena added that the man in charge was a baron, and sooner or later, they would move to his newly acquired territory since they needed young blood there. So, if they were willing to leave the city, the clan would like them to go with them. Almost immediately, Yumi's siblings began to tell her that they should go with them, and she had no choice but to bow to the twins while saying that they would be in their care. Selena then told them that since it had been decided, they should go talk to the people in charge of the personnel affairs later. Selena has the tact of a chainsaw. Right after, Sharon added that it could wait until after they were done eating their fill. As for Yumi, while on the verge of tears, she thought that the entire thing had been truly a blessing and that she would never forget that debt because she would make sure to repay it someday. In the meantime, Alan was having a meeting with Iris and the twins. Iris then said that, regarding the situation at the capital, they currently had 5 drones stationed on patrol, before adding that no suspicious moves were detected from the royal castle or the army. After hearing that, Alan said that it was safe to assume they were not suspected of the prison break case from a few days ago. Nevertheless, the AI was not so sure because the inn where they were staying and every squad of Shining Star were being constantly monitored by what appeared to be intelligence agents. Our protagonist then asked if they were being monitored, even at that very moment, and Iris confirmed it. Right after, Sharon said that it was probably the Prime Minister's subordinates doing it, and Selena agreed. The captain then asked about the bandit suppression operation, and Iris replied that it was being widely acclaimed by a great majority of the population. After all, that was nothing but a betterment for the capital's public security. At that moment, over 400 subjects had already been arrested. Therefore, it seemed they would easily reach the 500-man quota. However, people were starting to wonder where they got their information from, which was something Alan was expecting at some point. Iris then warned him, saying that their ability to quickly gather information from their drones should be a threat not only for criminals, but for the nobles too. Moreover, the people were sympathizing with Shining Star, and on top of that, the captain had received recognition from the king in the form of his Lord Protector title, which was probably not appreciated by the nobles either. Sharon then added that, in the position the Prime Minister was in, it was possible that he would take more forceful measures. Iris then asked if they should reallocate the gravitational waves and electromagnetic field behaviors monitoring resources to keep watch on the nobles. Sadly, Alan refused it, saying that they should maintain those at maximum priority. After hearing that, Selena asked why, And our protagonist replied that he couldn't say anything until he was sure of it, while thinking of the mysterious being. Oh, so he is taking some precautions. Good. But it's still kind of stupid. Why are you not telling them about the situation? You can have the help of Iris and the twins to think of countermeasures. The AI didn't say anything but began to think of something. Right after, Alan said that as the production of new drones in the mothership progressed, they should immediately dispatch them to the capital, before asking what they knew about the citizens. Iris replied that they had earned a reputation as practically heroes. So, no matter how you saw it, the bandit hunting was showing results. Besides, rumors about him fending off a dragon at the royal castle had spread significantly. Alan then asked what they thought about their new territory, and the AI replied that there was a lot of interest in it. In fact, Selena added that when it was announced that they weren't recruiting settlers, they were quite disappointed. Sharon also said that it seemed a lot of workmen and locals wanted to go to the Great Demon Forest. After hearing that, our protagonist said that they should still prioritize Cleria's followers, who had already made up several thousand people. Furthermore, the food plants weren't finished yet, thus they had a limit in terms of supplies, and after that, they also needed young work hands. Sharon then said that, according to Yumi, there were a considerable number of orphans at the capital. That surprised Alan, and he asked her if Yumi was the girl she had taken in. He then said that they should make the arrangements for them with the personnel department, under Sharon's leadership. Right after, Selena said that it was imperative that they first give science lessons to the young members and increase the Imperial Army's forces. After all, in a few years, there was a high chance that Eras would become a total war zone. However, Sharon didn't like that and yelled at her sister that they should avoid bloodshed as much as they could, because they didn't want the captain to be responsible for even more crimes. As for Alan, he thought that the Imperial Court would already have condemned him to death with how things already were. He then thought that, to protect Eras from the bugs, they were turning kids into soldiers and making the people from Eras fight among themselves. At that moment, he wondered if that was really what he wanted. Shortly after, he told the others that if there was nothing else left to report, they could end the meeting there, before asking them to get back to work. Some time later, Alan arrived at the church with the twins, and Selena asked if that was the same church he had mentioned the other day, while Sharon asked what kind of urgent business a bishop would have with a baron. However, our protagonist had no idea, but he said that it seemed that Gartner was quite desperate. Shortly after, they met with the bishop, and Alan quickly asked him if there was some sort of pressing matter, to which the other replied that he wouldn't call it urgent, before asking if the captain had seen the apostle in his dreams recently. The bishop then explained that the advent of the apostle a few days ago had caused a big shock, and Cardinal Ivo, who was traveling to a nearby country, suddenly stopped by for a short visit. After hearing that, Alan asked Iris what a cardinal was, and the AI replied that it was a post 1 rank above an archbishop, before adding that you could say that he was the number 3 in the church's hierarchy. Wait a minute, didn't Alan know that information a chapter ago? Right after, Alan said that he had seen the apostle in his dreams the night before, but he was waiting until the following day to drop by the church. Of course, that excited Gartner, but Alan added that, unfortunately, he couldn't tell exactly when the apostle would show up just based on his dream. That disappointed the bishop, but Alan quickly reassured him, saying that in his dream, he remembered Gartner held both of his arms high, and as one looked up to the sky, he was right there. That excited the bishop again, especially when Alan told him that it had been in the middle of a dinner party, or something like that. Gartner quickly replied that there would be a banquet planned for Cardinal Ivo that night, and our protagonist then said that it would probably be that night, before reminding him that when he was there, he should try raising his arms to the sky. The bishop was elated after hearing that, and thanked the captain. Shortly after, Alan and the twins left the church, while Sharon asked if the bishop had truly called our protagonist just to talk about his dreams. However, Alan ignored her and asked Iris when the meeting for choosing the new archbishop would take place, and the AI replied that in 1 month. After hearing that, Sharon finally realized the plan. If Gartner summoned the drone right in front of the cardinal, that would give him a reasonable advantage in the archbishop election. On the other hand, Selena sighed and said that the people of that planet operated on values much like those on Earth tens of thousands of years before. However, what mattered to Alan was that they had just solved both the problems of the parish authorization and the dispatch of clergymen to their domain in the Great Demon Forest. A few days later, at the royal castle, Alan was in front of the king, who permitted him to answer directly. The monarch then said that the bandit suppression operation had ended the day before, and Alan replied that he believed that they had eradicated all the bandits from the capital. The king then asked how many bandits he had managed to catch, and our protagonist replied that they had caught 803 bandits in total. That pleased the king, who said that justice had been done. After hearing that, the captain quickly thanked the monarch, before saying that he didn't think that would have been possible if the king hadn't assigned Herman to help him, and if not for the assistance and influence of the monarch. The king then told Herman that he had heard that the soldiers had done an excellent job as well, which was a marvelous work. Of course, Herman quickly replied that he didn't deserve the king's praise, before adding that, as Alan had said, it had been all thanks to the monarch's assistance. Right after, the king asked Alan what he wished for as his reward, but Alan replied that he didn't need a reward because he was just glad he was able to attend to monarch's request. Nevertheless, the king told him to avoid the pleasantries and to speak his mind. Alan then asked the king to give his permission for our protagonist to recruit people from the capital to his new territory. The monarch found that request unambitious, but he still granted it, saying that he would issue an edict under his name, before adding that he would be happy if the captain prioritized the orphans and the poor. Our protagonist replied that he had intended that from the start, while wondering if the king had told him that out of goodwill, or because he wanted to get rid of a nuisance. I think we all know that it is the second one. However, the monarch wasn't finished, and he declared that Alan would keep his Lord Protector's title. That shocked everybody, and even Bark couldn't help but ask the monarch if he truly was going to appoint a baron as a Lord Protector, to which the king replied by asking the Prime Minister if any other Lord Protector had achieved similar results in just a few days. Of course, Bark had no way of countering that, but he still said that there were only 3 Lord Protector seats available, which might cause some problems with future political affairs. After hearing that, the king said that he would allow Alan to maintain his post only until 2 other Lord Protectors were appointed, and would also restrict his authority solely to matters concerning the subjugation of criminals. The Prime Minister had nothing else to say, and the king thanked Alan and dismissed everybody. Sometime later, Bark was venting his frustration in his office. Right after, Luceria, who was also there, said that even though he was headed to the Great Demon Forest to develop his new territory, he had obtained the authority to control an army as mighty as the kingdoms. Furthermore, if the rumors about him being able to manipulate a dragon were true, he should have the power to even usurp the throne. After hearing that, the Prime Minister said that their immature king really had no sense of danger at all. Still, since Bark had run out of options, he decided that he would crush Alan. Alan met with Iris and asked her why she had given him a call since she was casually reading a book, to which she simply replied that books were one of mankind's most fascinating inventions, before adding that there was a certain charm to them, in contrast to reading data on a digital screen. After hearing that, our protagonist replied that he was glad that she thought so because that meant that it was worth spending a hefty sum to buy a few thousand of them, before asking her if she had found any useful information. The AI then said that she could say so and explained that it was an artifact called guinea alchemist, a machine that manufactured guinea coins. It processed metal alloys and even molded the coins by itself. In short, she thought that it was a fine piece of work. According to Iris, every country, without exception, had a guinea alchemist. So, possessing one of those was a condition for a country to be recognized as such. The captain then said that he had been wondering about that for a while, before asking her if guinea was the only currency in Ares. Right after, the AI replied that it was, before adding that there were only a few of those machines across the whole world, and it was not possible to repair them, which was probably because that guaranteed that the currency didn't lose its value. Alan then asked her if they could reproduce guinea coins in their spaceship, and Iris told him that they couldn't make perfect reproductions of them. It seemed that Selena and Sharon had gone out carrying fake ones of their own accord, though they were just lucky they hadn't been found out. The captain was shocked after hearing that and said that there was no way they couldn't reproduce coins from a primitive civilization. However, Iris ignored that remark and showed him a picture of a device while explaining that it was the guild intercommunication artifact he wanted to see. After hearing that, Alan was surprised and said that it looked like the Empire's quantum entanglement communication device. However, Iris denied it, although she confirmed that it used quantum communication. The thing was that the quantum coherence was different, and she believed that you could also use it to transmit and receive both gravitational and electromagnetic waves. That astonished our protagonist, who simply couldn't believe that such advanced technology existed on that planet. On the other hand, Iris remained composed and said that she didn't know how that was possible, before adding that, according to the drone's analysis, those artifacts had been built at least 100 millennia before. That shocked the captain even more because at that time, the humans on Earth were still mere apes. So, it was very hard to swallow that while on Earth the humans were apes, in Ares there was already a super advanced civilization. Furthermore, even if that civilization had been eradicated or moved somewhere else, there ought to be at least some traces left behind. After hearing that, Iris showed him some ruins that were excavated by individuals called ruin hunters. But the issue was that they were at best from a few millennia before, so the period didn't match. Alan then asked what the meaning of that was, but Iris said that the important thing to be noticed was that, be it magic or artifacts, there was something different about Ares compared to other human-inhabited planets, which was something that our protagonist should keep in mind. Well, time to tell Iris about the fake Cleria, right? Sometime later, Alan met with Gertner, who quickly told the captain that he should not have gone all the way to the church since Gertner could have gone to visit our protagonist. Nevertheless, Alan simply replied that he had just taken the opportunity since he was nearby. Moreover, he didn't want to make their future archbishop go to the trouble of visiting him. After hearing that, Gertner said that the other was well informed, before adding that the meeting was still 2 weeks from that moment, which meant that it was not like it had already been officially decided. However, the captain ignored those remarks and asked the bishop if he had good news for him that day. Immediately thereafter, Gertner said that he did, before explaining that it seemed that they would be able to dispatch 1 priest and 5 nuns to his domain. In fact, he wanted to fill our protagonist in on the specifics straight away. That pleased Alan, who said that he would take responsibility for them. At that moment, the bishop remembered something and asked the captain if he was looking to take in orphans, and our protagonist confirmed it while thinking about whether the other already knew about the orphans case from the other day. Gertner then told him that he should have said that before, because no matter the age or how many he wanted, he could arrange that for him. Alan then said that he was not completely sure yet, since he had to consider the expenses and other things. Nevertheless, the bishop cut him off by saying that, currently, most orphans could only choose between becoming either criminals or ladies of the night. So he insisted wholeheartedly that the captain took those children with him. After all, even if they had to suffer a bit from hunger, it would still be better than staying at the royal capital. After hearing that, Alan thought that the other's behavior was strange for someone who supposedly was the personification of greed. In fact, our protagonist wondered if that was what the bishop was truly thinking. Still, Alan replied that if it were possible, he would like to bring 100 of them with him. However, the bishop said that he recalled that the captain was planning to take 300 workers with him, including their families. At that moment, our protagonist had to give in and ask the bishop to arrange 500 orphans for him, before adding that it was the most he was willing to accept. Moreover, he also had a condition. He needed Gertner to arrange enough human resources to manage all those children for him. The bishop then smiled widely and replied that he would see to it that the orphanage and the church did everything they could to arrange the preparations. Right after, Gertner blessed Alan, and the captain left with the twins. Once they were outside, our protagonist asked what he was supposed to do, since he had ended up accepting 500 more people moving in with them, not to mention that they were all children. Right after, Selena said that, according to Iris, Gertner was an exemplary figure who had originally come from an orphanage and climbed his way all the way up to a bishop. which was why she believed that he should have entrusted our protagonist with the orphans out of sheer good conscience. Nevertheless, Alan didn't react well to that comment and confronted Selena, asking her if all of that had been her doing, and if she was planning to raise those children into soldiers. The twin then replied that they didn't have time to develop Era's technology to the same level as the Empire's in a few hundred years. So, the high plasticity of a child's brain facilitated the education process. However, she let him know that whether they wanted to become soldiers, scientists, or engineers, they would leave that up to them. Our protagonist didn't like that reply and quickly told her that he would not allow her to use that machine to educate them, before adding that he wanted those children to learn with their own minds, just like any normal human. Then it was Selena's turn to get mad, and she asked him if he was saying that they were not humans since they were clones who had received education. Almost immediately, Sharon intervened and told her sister that she was going too far. Selena then realized her mistake and quickly apologized, but Alan told her that it was fine before explaining that ever since he had joined the army, he had also received education countless times, which meant that his current values and discernment were probably completely different from his original self. That was the reason he wanted those children, to protect heirs of their own free will. Selena then lowered her head and agreed to it. Right after, an embarrassed Alan told them to return because, since they were responsible for 500 more people, they had a lot of work to do. Sometime later, Alan was meeting with a lot of people, and Quater told him that they had reached the end of their agenda for that day. Our protagonist then asked all the people there if anyone had any questions, and he then said that since they didn't, he declared the Great Demon Forest Immigrants meeting to be finished. Shortly after, Cleria praised Alan before saying that she was glad that the meeting had ended without any problems. Our protagonist then said that he should thank Quater and the others because they had even let him borrow the Merchants Guild's Great Hall, to which the young man replied, while looking embarrassed, that he was just following her father's example. At that moment, they were interrupted by Walter, who told them that Mr. Robert had arrived at the inn just a moment before. A short while later, they met with Robert and Dalsum, and the old man quickly said that it had been a long time before adding that he had just arrived there. The former princess then praised him for traveling there from so far away, before saying that they wanted to hear his report. Immediately thereafter, Robert said that they had 1,052 people in total heading to Gantz at that moment, before adding that roughly half of them were soldiers from the late Margrave's army. As for the rest, they were his personal employees, ex-civil officials, ladies-in-waiting, and such. Robert also said that he had visited the main representatives of the families, and they said that they would promptly join Cleria if she were to raise an army. In fact, they eagerly requested an audience with the former princess as soon as possible. Right after, Cleria asked him how many people they could expect to receive at their domain, and he replied that at least 10,000 people who were under the late Margrave. In fact, he added that he would go as far as saying that there could be even 15,000. At that moment, Alan intervened and asked Robert to contact those people as soon as he could and tell them to head to their domain. After hearing that, Cleria reminded him that he had told her that there were only enough dwellings to house between 5,000 and 6,000 people. However, our protagonist replied that they could probably accommodate more than 15,000 people at that moment, which startled her, since it had only been a few months. Then, Alan simply smiled at her while saying that he had some pretty talented men under him. Immediately thereafter, Robert said that the following day he would contact them through the guild and order whoever was ready to depart right away. Alan then reminded him that people under 18 years old would be obliged to attend school and asked the old man to tell them that. Nevertheless, Robert didn't know what a school was, and our protagonist explained that it was like a learning institution, a place where you studied about various different things. Right after, Dalsum said that even though educating people was certainly important, making it obligatory for everyone under 18 years of age could end up being a heavy burden for families with few breadwinners. However, the captain quickly replied that all the expenses would be covered by them, before adding that whoever attended school would have their food, clothing, and housing costs covered. Then, it was Quater's turn to intervene, and the young man said that if they did that, they would go bankrupt. Nevertheless, Alan smiled again and said that he was sure that they would make it work somehow, before adding that if things started getting complicated, they could think of another strategy. He then asked Cleria if she was fine with that, and she replied that she was, before adding that she would leave all matters regarding the people's education to the captain. Afterward, Alan declared that they would depart from the capital and set out for the Great Demon Forest base at dawn 3 days from that moment, before adding that they would prepare to receive any following immigrants. Later, Dalsum and Robert were talking alone, and the old man asked the other what his impression of Alan was as his adjutant, to which the other replied that he could only describe him as a prodigious man, before adding that everything they had achieved had been thanks to the captain. Robert then said that 1,100 servants and workers plus their families, which comes out to 2,000 people plus 500 orphans and 150 adventurers. In total, 2,650 people were traveling to the domain all at once. Nevertheless, Dalsum cut the old man off and said that it would be fine before showing the other the travel plan drafted by Alan. Robert took a look at it and said that it covered necessary materials and food, itinerary, resting spots, expenses, etc. In fact, goods for consumption had already been arranged at the towns and villages along the route. In the end, the old man had to admit that he was impressed by the level of planning. Nevertheless, he had other worries and asked what they were going to do about the Great Demon Forest, and if there was really no threat of monsters. After all, he had heard that it was a dense forest where you couldn't enter by coach. Dalsum then replied that it seemed that Alan's subordinates had already cleared and opened the roads. The old man then said that he assumed that they would be able to meet face to face with Alan's subordinates when they arrived at the Great Demon Forest, before wondering out loud what type of people they were. After hearing that, Dalsum said that he didn't know, but added that they had built a city in the Great Demon Forest in a really short time, so he was sure that they were no ordinary folks. In fact, Robert had to admit that they shouldn't compare themselves to them. Dalsum even went as far as to say that if the base turned out to be a successful endeavor, he feared that they could end up being discarded. In fact, he had been having such nightmares in recent times. Of course, he was also aware of the fact that Alan was not the kind of person who would do that, but still, he couldn't help but feel unease. The old man then asked if our protagonist had mentioned anything about his home country, to which the other replied that the captain rarely spoke about his home country. In fact, he had also prohibited Cleria from inquiring about it, so she had told them to wait until he felt like speaking on his own. After hearing that, Robert admitted that if that was how things were, they could only wait for that day. However, the old man insisted and said that there should be something the other knew, and Dalsum replied that Alan's home country's name was humanity's Galactic Empire. The old man then said that he didn't recall having heard that name before, to which Dalsum replied by saying that galaxy meant a sea of shining stars, before adding that, when translated to their language, the name became humanity's Empire of Starvik. 3 weeks later, Robert's group arrived. Afterward, 565 orphans, 95 clan members, 300 workers, plus 161 of their family members, in total 1,121 members of the Great Demon Forest Pioneer Team departed from the royal capital. 3 weeks or 3 days. Maybe an error in translation. At the same time, the over 1,400-member pro-Starvik group, whom Robert had rounded up, departed from Gantz. Along with them, there was also Karina, as a representative of the Gantz Commerce Guild, and the Swift Wind clan led by Carl. "Go, Karina! You can do it! Come on, go for Alan with all you've got." Later, at the Prime Minister's office, Luceria informed Bark that Alan had left the capital and asked what they should do about the 10 members of Shining Star who had stayed behind, to which the other replied that they should continue monitoring them as they had been doing up to that moment, before adding that, without Alan, they were powerless. He then told Luceria that they needed evidence against Alan in order to strip him of his Lord Protector privileges. Right after, Luceria replied that it seemed that they had caught on to some interesting information about it. However, they still couldn't obtain conclusive evidence on it, so he wanted permission to send over a new contingent of spies. Nevertheless, Bark said that Alan had already left for the Great Demon Forest, so even if they offered a large monetary reward, He doubted anyone would be willing to set foot in that place. Almost immediately, Luceria reassured the other by saying that he knew exactly who to contact for that. 20 days after departure at the Pioneer Team's camping site, 2 kilometers or 104,987 hammer units from the Great Demon Forest. Let me know in the comments if you like it better than the bananas. Carl began to yell, calling for Alan, announcing that the Swiftwind clan had just arrived. Right after, Theo left one of the tents and told him that he should call our protagonist Lord, before adding that Carl was loud as always. However, Alan quickly appeared and told Theo that it was fine, before thanking Carl for going there. Almost immediately, Carl replied that our protagonist never failed to surprise him. He then added that it was not even a year since he had left Gantz, and not only had he become a baron, but he also had earned the title of Lord Protector. Right after, Carl said that they were finally very close to the Great Demon Forest, and asked when he planned to leave, to which the captain replied that as soon as the sun was up, before adding that they would be able to enter it just past noon. Carl then asked him to let his clan be part of the advance group, since they were used to fighting monsters. But our protagonist quickly replied that he wouldn't dispatch an advance unit, before adding that they would all enter the forest at the same time. That shocked Carl, and he asked Alan if he was serious about having over 2,500 people recklessly rush into the Great Demon Forest. However, our protagonist remained calm, and replied that the path had already been cleared, so they would be safe. That embarrassed Carl, and he quickly asked if he meant the nearby monsters, before asking who had done it. Nevertheless, our protagonist kept quiet about it, and simply said that he would understand when he saw it the following day, before asking him to get some rest. The following day, 1 hour past noon, Cleria, who was on a couch with Alan, asked if that was the Great Demon Forest, and our protagonist replied that she would soon see the entrance. That word confused her, but shortly after, Dalsum, Walter, and Carl were all flabbergasted by the thing in front of them. After all, it looked like the entrance of a big city, but the surprises didn't end there. After they passed the entrance, they noticed that the road they were using was even fancier than the highways connecting to the capital. Cleria then asked Alan how he had managed to arrange all of that in the span of a few months, to which the other replied that he had already told her that he had pretty talented architects under him. Right after, the Queen of Simps asked what those pillars on both sides of the road were, and the captain explained that those things emitted sound waves in a frequency the monsters couldn't tolerate, repelling them. Additionally, they also provided lightning. Obviously, the former princess didn't understand modern concepts like frequency, so Alan explained that it was basically like a huge dog whistle. Meanwhile, Dalsum and Walter were shocked, since there were really no monsters nearby, and they were indeed passing through the infamous Great Demon Forest very easily. At that moment, they were interrupted by Carl, who made them look at something in front of them. They had arrived at a checkpoint, and above the entrance, there were several cannons welcoming them. Right after, Alan stepped out of the coach and walked toward the entrance. Almost immediately, the DNA and nanomachine's recognition system identified him as Alan Corinth and welcomed him. Afterward, he turned around and welcomed everybody by telling them that from that moment onward, that would be their home. This part is really cool. I like it. A while later, they resumed their journey, and Cleria was amazed, because she was seeing a wheat plantation in the middle of the barren lands of the Demon Forest. Selena then said that it was the most external agricultural zone of the roughly 30-kilometer wide base, and Sharon added that there was also an orchard and a dairy farm. In the meantime, Karina noticed something weird and asked Carl about some strange-looking farm worker, but when they saw it closely, they were shocked because it was a robot. Alan then explained that it was what they called a golem. Cleria then said that she had only read about golems in ancient grimoires, before adding that it was the first time she actually saw a real one in front of her. Moreover, just from there, they could see dozens of them, something that would cause a huge uproar in the magic and religious societies. How do I know it was Cleria speaking? Source, trust me bro. Nah, among all of them, the former princess is a mage, so when it comes to reading grimoires, she is my first choice. After hearing that, Alan said that he would do his best to keep them a secret from the outside, before adding that, from that moment onward, he would have normal human workers take care of the farms. It will be hard to avoid leaks when more than 2,000 people have already seen them. He also said that if the farming methods developed on that planet were not passed down by actual humans, they would end up being lost. At that moment, Cleria quickly noticed that our protagonist had said that planet, which was a weird phrase. Karina then said that food was the basis of humans' lives, and Sharon confirmed it. Right after, Alan told them that in front of them was the heart of the base, the fortress city, and everybody was flabbergasted by the sight of it. The entrance was guarded by two huge, heavy cannons, and even a kid could guess that you would be obliterated if one of those shot you. Look at that, this is so cool. Sorry, back to the story. After the gate was open, various tiny robots saluted the newcomers and said that they had been waiting for our protagonist, which shocked Cleria, since she didn't expect that the golems could talk. On the other hand, Elna noticed that those golems were smaller than the ones they had just seen, not to mention that their shape was completely different. The captain then explained that those were sort of little guides, before adding that they also took care of the city's maintenance and other miscellaneous affairs. Again, Cleria didn't understand some concepts, but our protagonist told her that he would explain it to her in detail later. Shortly after, Alan gathered everyone and told them that they should divide themselves into groups of 10 families each, like how they had arranged before, and follow those golems. Besides, since the golems would guide them to their assigned residences, they shouldn't forget to take their luggage with them. Immediately thereafter, the people began to follow those instructions, although the kids didn't miss the chance to play with the little guides. A while later, Walter asked Alan what they should do with the carriages and horses, since there were just too many of them, and the other replied that he could leave that to the golems too. Afterward, the captain told Cleria that they should walk toward a certain castle that could be seen from the place where they were standing, before adding that it was about a 4-kilometer walk from there. While the couple and the rest of their group were walking toward the castle, some of them commented that it was an amazing place and that there were many buildings taller than the ones at the royal capital. After hearing that, our protagonist explained that, for the time being, he had opted for tall buildings to guarantee they could accommodate everyone, before adding that as their base developed further, people would be able to have their houses built according to their preferences. Shortly after, he told them that the center of the city was behind the gate they were about to cross, before adding that the castle was located there. Someone then asked if it was really a castle, and the captain explained that when the Starvik kingdom was reborn, it would become the Queen's Cleria Starvine's castle. Afterward, the group was totally astonished after seeing the magnificent structure in front of them. As for the former princess, she began to realize that the Starvik kingdom was truly about to be reborn. However, the biggest surprise was about to come, since while they were still processing what they were seeing, our favorite AI appeared in front of them and welcomed them, saying that she had been expecting them. Right after, she added that, by order of His Excellency Alan, she would brief them on the Great Demon Forest base's development and administration. And finally, she introduced herself as Alan Corinth. Elna quickly noticed that she had heard that name before, and both Cleria and Walter said that Alan Corinth was Selena and Sharon's ancestor. The AI heard that and explained that she was the same as the twins, before adding that, as a descendant of their country's hero, she had inherited that grandiose name. Right after, the AI said that she had been supervising the construction of that base for a few months, and that she had been expecting that opportunity to meet all of them ever so much. Cleria then asked her if she was one of the survivors from the shipwreck, like Alan and the twins, which the AI confirmed. Afterward, Iris said that she was hoping she could greet her sooner, but under His Excellency's orders, she had prioritized the development of the Demon Forest. Right after, Dalsum called Iris a lady, and the AI told him that just Iris was fine since she was not a noble. Immediately afterward, Dalsum said that the base sincerely surpassed anything they could imagine. In short, he could only describe it as astonishing. So, if possible, he wanted to meet the construction workers as soon as possible and hear the details from them. However, Iris quickly replied that she was the only human there, before adding that the real work had been handled by the golems, which shocked everybody, except for Alan and the twins. Right after, Alan intervened and said that since they had finally arrived at their territory, he suggested that they should first get themselves some rest before announcing that it seemed like Iris had organized a party for them. That night, Dalsum was with Walter, and the former told the latter that the nightscape was quite the view, before adding that you couldn't tell if it was night from the magic device's illumination. As for the latter, he replied that not even the capital was so well lit. Dalsum then said that a party for over 2,000 people should have cost a considerable amount in terms of food expenses, so he wondered if that was fine. Right after, Quater, who was also with them, replied that it was fine since they had tons of money after selling those dragon parts. Right after, Dalsum noticed that the other was drunk, and Karina, who was also there, told him that he sure didn't sound like the head of the accounting division. Someone then asked where Cleria was, and another replied that she had said that she was going somewhere to get some fresh air a moment before. Somewhere else, Alan met with the former princess and asked her if she had too much to drink, to which the other replied that it had been an excuse because she wanted to check out the view from that place. Cleria then said that the place looked like a town out of a fairy tale. Right after, she explained that even though she had been to lots of different countries when she was a kid, she had never seen anywhere that impressive, and Alan simply replied that he was honored by her compliments. At that moment, the former princess noticed something and asked him why the shape of the upper part of the buildings differed from the lower part. Our protagonist then replied that the lower parts had been built with that continent's common architectural designs in mind, in order to make the residents feel more at home. As for the upper part, it had been left in carbon ceramic for the time being. Cleria didn't understand what carbon ceramic was, and the captain explained that it was a basic construction material in his country. It was then that Cleria decided to ask our protagonist if he didn't feel like telling her about his country and the things that happened before he arrived on that continent anytime soon. The question caught him off guard, so he was at a loss for words. Cleria then explained that when he restored her arm and leg, when he befriended a dragon, or when he became a noble in no time, she was amazed every single time. Nevertheless, seeing that huge town filled with magic devices, she was convinced about something. Right after, she asked him if he was truly someone from that world who had just come from another continent. Cleria is an MVP. With how smart she is, she truly deserves to be the main wife. After hearing the question, Alan replied by asking her if she could wait just a bit more before he could answer that, to which the former princess asked him why she had to wait. Our protagonist then explained that, firstly, they had to finish moving in, and immediately they had to prepare their military. Then, they should suppress the Berta kingdom, not the Alois kingdom, which had taken over the Starvik kingdom before they noticed the threat they posed. Cleria noticed that he was planning to suppress not only Berta, but Alois too, and he told her that he wanted her, the soon-to-be queen, to focus all her attention on that. The former princess understood his point, but she retorted that, considering the engagement in a matrimonial relationship for the joint rule, it was important that the two shared their lives with each other. That shocked Alan, and he quickly asked what she meant by that, and what matrimony had to do with joint rule. No matter how cool a Japanese MC looks, they couldn't hide the fact that they are Japanese, so sooner or later, they will show how dumb and dense they are in things related to romance. Those words were a huge blow to the former princess, and her reaction was to run away from him, leaving him very confused. He then asked Iris if he had said something bad, and the AI explained, while engaging in small talk with Robert somewhere else, that in Ares, engaging in a matrimonial relationship preceded a joint rule between a man and a woman. In other words, it meant that he and Cleria would become married. At that moment, he finally realized that he had screwed things big time and asked Iris why she hadn't taught him such crucial information before, to which the AI replied that, between ruling over Ares and their counterplan against the bugs, she thought of it as something of little importance. That reply left Alan flabbergasted, and he simply told her that she should learn more about something called human emotions. Well, you should learn a lot about it as well, dearie. Somewhere else, a woman who was wearing an outfit that looked similar to Alan's Imperial one, and two more people wearing hoods and masks were running through a forest. At that moment, one of the people asked the other why they were moving by foot instead of riding horses. After all, they were in the Great Demon Forest. After hearing that, the other replied that he didn't know the reason, before adding that, according to the Prime Minister's orders, they should unconditionally follow the woman's commands. She was a death row convict who was pardoned in exchange for taking that mission, and he couldn't understand why someone like that was their captain. Right after, the other man cut him off, saying that the mission's reward was 10 times what you would usually get, so they should stop questioning everything. Sometime later, they arrived at the checkpoint Alan and the others passed, and the two men were astonished by the sight of the cannons. Right after, the woman told them to stay still, and she took a piece of meat to test the cannons. She threw the piece of meat, and the cannons immediately shot and obliterated it, shocking the two men. As for the woman, she used a tiny device to analyze the defense system's algorithm. Shortly after, she ordered the two men to follow her and warned them about being late, because if they were even a second late, they would die. One of them told her that the magic they had seen was very dangerous, but the other quickly told him that she wouldn't listen to them. Back in Alan's new base, the higher-ups were having a meeting, and Alan asked how the immigration was progressing, to which Iris replied that it would be 30% complete in 10 days, and in 40 days, all the citizens would have finished moving in. Our protagonist then asked what about the arrangements for distribution of work and education of the citizens, and Dalsum replied that it had been perfectly laid out in Miss Iris' schedule, before adding that the magic devices, which looked like tablets they were holding, were very convenient. He then added that, for instance, being able to instantly exchange information without using paper was very helpful. Right after, Carl added that they had also gotten one of those in their rooms, so they could check it at any time. Afterward, Alan stood up and told them that each one of them should get to work according to their schedule before dismissing them. After the meeting ended, Dalsum called Elna and asked her if Cleria was sick or something, because he hadn't seen her in the meeting. The Queen of Simps then replied that she was not sick, before adding that the former princess had gone to the church early in the morning. Apparently, she had said that she wanted to express her feelings of gratitude to Goddess Luminous. After hearing that, Dalsum understood that Cleria was a devout follower, and even said that they should also go when they were done fulfilling their duties. As for Alan, he seemed to be thinking of something related to it. In the meantime, at the church, the Reverend greeted Cleria and told her that the church was absolutely marvelous, before adding that it was on par with the one at the Capitol. Right after, he confessed that when he was assigned there, he had felt disconcerted, but at that moment, he was still trying to digest that he had been entrusted with such a magnificent place of worship. At that moment, he noticed his slip of tongue and asked the former princess to keep what he had said a secret from Lord Alan, to which she agreed. Cleria then apologized in advance before asking the Reverend if he had ever stopped sensing Goddess Lumina's presence. The Reverend reflected for a while on the question, and then he replied that, frankly speaking, he had never clearly felt Goddess Lumina's presence, which surprised the former princess. After seeing her reaction, he explained that before anything, they should have faith. By doing so, even if you were unable to feel the goddess's presence, you would still be blessed with peaceful days and spiritual elevation. In his case, he was granted that beautiful church as a result. He was aware that what he had said was an awfully pragmatic and materialistic way of thinking, but in the end, that was the shallow opinion of a humble religious servant like him, so she shouldn't pay much mind to it. However, Cleria smiled at him and told him that it was fine. She then thought that before anything, he should have faith. Sometime later, she walked down the streets of the place and noticed that despite last night's party, there were already so many stalls, which showed that people were sure lively. At that moment, she saw a kid being pushed back by a man who yelled at the young boy, calling him a pesky brat, and asking him why he was stealing in Lord Alan's lands. Immediately thereafter, the kid replied that he was a war orphan from Starvik, before adding that if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be able to eat. That pissed the man even more, and he grabbed the kid by the collar and was ready to hit him while telling him that he wouldn't believe his flawed logic, considering that he had a guardian. Moreover, he had bills to pay too. However, in the end, the man didn't hit the kid and simply told him that he would hand him over to the guards. At that moment, the woman we previously saw with the two men grabbed the man's hand and politely asked him to let the kid go. At first, the man tried to refuse, but after seeing the look in her eyes, he ended up complying. Meanwhile, the two men, who were hiding nearby, were shocked by the woman's behavior. After all, she was out in the open, which made them wonder if she knew what the nature of a cover operation was. Right after, the kid thanked her, and she told him that she was the same as him, before adding that they had stolen many things from her, which was why she had no choice but to steal to live. In fact, she believed that doing that was a justified right. Okay, I don't like this woman. She is dangerous, and she is following Bark's orders. At that moment, Cleria intervened and asked the kid if he was fine, to which the other replied that he was. The former princess then told him that, in a certain direction she was pointing out, there was an institution for orphans at Section E2. There, they would provide him with food and a place to sleep for free. After hearing that, the kid smiled at her and said that he had heard about something of the sort the day before, but since he was not too smart, he didn't really get what that was about. Right after, he thanked the two women and left. Once he left, Cleria apologized to the other woman, saying that it was their fault, which confused the spy. She then added that because of their carelessness, they had brought the country to ruin and destroyed people's means of survival. That shocked the spy, who asked her if she was from the former Starvik kingdom. Well, they're in trouble. This chain of events, started by Alan's stupidity, is going to create a huge problem for all of them. Alan hurt Cleria's feelings, making the former princess lose her sharpness, which in turn made her sell herself to the spy. That question made her realize her mistake, but it was too late. The spy then told her that she remembered her face, before saying that there was only one thing she would request from her. Right after, she told her that, for the sake of errors in the human species, she should combine her efforts with His Excellency Alan Corinth to preserve peace in that world. This woman is nasty. She knows exactly what to say to earn Cleria's trust. She has to go. Those words left the former princess stunned, but before she could reply, the spy simply left. Shortly after, the woman met with her comrades, who scolded her for what she had done, before reminding her that their mission was to collect information without being noticed. After hearing that, the woman simply reassured them, saying that their job had been done, which confused them. She then explained that the woman whom she was talking to was the former Starvik Kingdom's princess and second in line to the throne, Cleria Starvine, their undercover mission's target. I knew it! That woman is evil. Oh my God, things are going to get spicy and dangerous, thanks to Alan's stupidity and Iris' carelessness. How can 3 people enter the base without being noticed? What kind of AI is Iris? A lazy one. Too much alcohol the night before. Sometime later, at Bark's office, the Prime Minister was asking Luceria about some sketches he was seeing. After all, there were buildings higher than the ones in the capital, and there were also magic devices all over the place. However, instead of answering the question, Luceria said that there also were what seemed like artillery machines containing magic devices. In fact, those things had been spotted throughout various locations around the 3-layer outer walls. In short, Alan's territory was no longer just a fortress town, but a stronghold. After hearing that, the Prime Minister said that all of that had been because no one had gone to properly inspect the Great Demon Forest, before adding that he couldn't believe that the captain had built all of that. However, Bark noticed something else and asked Luceria how Alan had obtained enough funds and materials to build a town of that scale. Luceria then replied that he had heard that he still maintained contact with his homeland and was receiving support from there. However, the Prime Minister lamented being unable to show that unofficial information he had gotten from underground channels to the king, but he knew that they couldn't simply ignore the Great Demon Forest. However, the other quickly reassured Bark, saying that he had obtained valuable information. Cleria Starvin was alive. The Prime Minister was shocked after hearing that, and said that it was not possible since her corpse had been found and confirmed. Nevertheless, Luceria told him that what he thought was a corpse was just an arm and a leg, which could have been smoke and mirrors. Immediately thereafter, Luceria showed the Prime Minister a picture, saying that it was a reproduction captured by a magic device, which had just been brought back by the covert team. Moreover, they had already asked a noble acquainted with Cleria to confirm it was her. Right after, Bark began to laugh sinisterly while saying that if Alan had taken that memento from Starvik Kingdom under his protection, then that was a huge deal, which Luceria quickly confirmed. The Prime Minister then said that it was over for our protagonist, before adding that he would report that to Berta and Aloe's kingdom. So much for keeping the golems and the magic devices a secret. As for the main culprit of all of that, he was thinking about the whole marriage thing. This guy's stupidity knows no bounds. Not sharing crucial information with Iris, being dense with Cleria, not going to properly talk with the former princess about the marriage thing. Now with all that said, this makes the story interesting. The enemies are capitalizing on Alan mistakes, and human error is often the source of the problem. Now we need to see the consequences of this error. Iris was doing maintenance to its body and giving us some fan service in the process when Alan arrived and told her that she was taking a fancy bath, to which she replied that it had been his idea to give her that organic-inorganic hybrid body, before adding that it needed a lot of maintenance, unlike a clone with a metabolism. Our protagonist then said that, considering the future, it was better for her to be physically present in public, instead of remaining just as a hologram or through communication. Iris then admitted that she was grateful that she had been given a physical body, despite just being an AI, which pleased the captain. Alan then asked her if she had just called him to show off what she looked like just out of the bath, which she quickly denied, before making a pop-up window appear. The window showed a sealed envelope, and she said that there had been another reply related to the Guinea alchemist. It seemed that Prime Minister Bark was hiding it. 5 days before the departure to the Great Forest, in a certain location in the royal capital, Luceria met with Alan and told him that he had bought information about the Guinea alchemist artifact that the Prime Minister was hiding, and since it was too disturbing to be a bluff, he had decided to go there himself. However, the man had to admit that he had never thought that our protagonist would be the sender. As for the captain, he simply replied that he knew that the other would go, before wanting to confirm the other's name, Erwin Luceria. Alan then asked him if he was the current leader of the group that did dirty work for the Prime Minister, and if he was going to kill him, to which Luceria replied that he would probably do it. The captain then asked him if he was insane enough to want to kill the Lord Protector in the royal capital. Luceria then told him that our protagonist was the Dragon Lord who had captured 803 bandits in just a few weeks, which meant that he should have a lot of enemies. Alan then replied that if he knew that, what made him think that he had gone to such a deserted place without any guards, which made Luceria take matters more seriously. The captain then said that, normally, Luceria would have killed him before our protagonist showed his face, but the other hadn't done it because he couldn't gauge Alan's intentions. Right after, the captain added that he had heard that the guild had existed since the early days of the Berta Empire and had been entrusted to successive prime ministers, which meant that they were loyal to the kingdom of Berta, not to the current prime minister, Marquis Bark. Furthermore, the prime minister was secretly hiding an artifact that guaranteed the value of the currency and formed the foundation of the country. The prime minister, being the sole owner and proprietor of that artifact, was clearly committing treason against the kingdom. After all, the prime minister was counterfeiting currency and laundering it through bandits to gain wealth. In fact, Alan was sure that Luceria was having a hard time because he had captured too many bandits. However, Luceria simply said that what the captain had said was a preposterous story, and when Alan replied that it was the truth, Luceria ordered his men to kill our protagonist. Nevertheless, both men were shot before they could even reach the captain, which shocked Luceria. The man then asked where the guards were, and Alan replied that he had already told him that he was alone, before adding that he had used his imitation artifact, a powerful one that could be used for military purposes. No, dearie, you did say that you might have taken some guards there. Immediately thereafter, Luceria took out a dagger and threw it toward the captain, but it was destroyed before it reached him, which shocked the man even more. Our protagonist then told him that his artifact didn't just attack, but also had the hawk's eye. Alan then asked if the Prime Minister's Guinea alchemist was heavily guarded somewhere underground in the Treasury Palace, which left Luceria completely speechless. Alan then struck while the iron was hot and told him that the hawk's eye was watching him and every move the guild made, before adding that they should begin negotiations for information on the Prime Minister's Guinea alchemist artifact. Okay, that was cool. Back to the present, Iris said that the other party was asking for 25 billion guinea for the exact location and information on the security measures the Prime Minister had taken to hide the Guinea alchemist. She then asked our protagonist if they really intended to make a deal, to which the other replied that he was not expecting much. However, the captain quickly added that the guild led by Irwin was only loyal to money and the position of Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Berta, not to bark. Iris then said that they had shown them the power of the drones before asking if Alan believed that they would side with them for fear of being implicated in treason against the kingdom. But before he could reply, she added that the meeting place was within the Kingdom of Berta, which meant that there was a very high possibility that it was a trap, and the other agreed with that statement. Iris then said that even though she understood the strategic significance of going to that meeting, it was not rational for the captain to go himself. Alan also agreed to that, and the AI then asked him why he insisted on going alone, to which the other replied that he was not sure, before adding that he had a strong feeling that he had to go. It pains me to say this, but Alan is not qualified to be in charge. He is not. He is jeopardizing the whole operation over a hunch. By the way, if Iris ends up complying, the AI will prove that she is as useless as him. Right after, Iris told him that he had been prone to irrational behavior since the decoration ceremony. Then, she said that she objected to the captain going to Berta, and Alan told her to state her reasons. The AI then explained that a week before, there was evidence that a spy had escaped through the surveillance network of the Great Demon Forest territory. That shocked him. But he decided to switch denial mode and said that it should have been a false alarm of the equipment because there was no way a native could break through the defense network of the Empire's science and technology. I insist he cannot be in charge, or at least he needs someone able to veto his decisions by his side. Someone who knows everything, of course. After hearing that, Iris replied that she had thought that as well, but the spy contacted Cleria and escaped from the base, which made the AI think that they were probably gathering information about her to justify attacking the base. Alan finally took things seriously and wondered if Prime Minister Berta and King Alois had made the first move, before wondering how they had been able to get past their defenses. Iris replied that she didn't know. The AI then said that the second reason had to do with the reason the captain was devoting the ship's resources in orbit to monitoring gravity waves and strong and weak electromagnetic waves, which confused him. She then reminded him that when he was poisoned at the investiture ceremony, she had built a nanoplant in his liver to break the poison. Right after, she explained that there was evidence that the nanites combined with the poison to form some kind of casual substance in the analysis documents. Magically, that could be considered a curse, but scientifically, it was a kind of interface structure. That shocked Alan, who quickly asked what Iris was talking about, to which the AI replied that there was evidence that the captain had been communicating through that interface since the attempted poisoning. Moreover, the magic emission circuit was very similar to the one Cleria used when she prayed to the goddess. After hearing that, Alan asked her if she was saying that he was being controlled by the goddess Luminous, to which the other replied that she didn't know who the other party was, before adding that our protagonist had been modified by something beyond the Empire's science. Shortly after, Alan, showing a grave expression, admitted that he kind of got what she was saying, before asking if that other party, who was controlling him, would interfere with his unification of Eris, but the AI had no answer for that. Alan then asked her if she believed that the other party would somehow prevent the bug extermination hundreds of years in the future. Moreover, he wanted her to answer logically based on the information she had. Right after, Iris said that she didn't believe that because there was nothing suspicious about the captain's actions up to that moment. What? WTF? Is Iris a discounted AI from Temu? Or what? Does she think it is a coincidence that while the captain is being controlled by someone beyond the Empire's science, a spy managed to contact Cleria and get past their defenses? Is Iris unable to put two and two together? Is that not suspicious? Almost immediately, Alan said that he had made his choice, before adding that even though the spy incident was certainly a cause for concern, they knew the risks from the start. So, he was going to Berta to take back Cleria's kingdom, which didn't make Iris happy. No. He is going there to fall into a trap and jeopardize everything because he is just a puppet. This is not Alan's fault at this point. This is the author reducing the IQ of a futuristic AI in order to justify adding some drama and tension to the story. It is beyond logic that he is going alone to that meeting, and it is absurd that Iris is not able to prevent it. Not to mention that it was already hard to keep the suspension of disbelief, considering that Alan can simply use the dragon and the drones to take over Berta and Alois, no questions asked. Moreover, he could declare that he's the apostle's envoy and become a religious messiah, which would guarantee most people's obedience. Anyway, I know where this is going, so let's just get back to the recap. Sorry for the rant. Meanwhile, at the royal capital of the Alois kingdom, Bark met with the king, who looked menacing while sitting on his throne. Berta Kingdom's prime minister asked for permission to address the monarch directly, and the other agreed, before adding that he had never had high expectations for King Ahmad's health from the start. Right after, Bark said that even though what he was about to say might sound presumptuous in front of the ruler of the continent, he believed it was something important. However, the king quickly cut the other off, saying that there was no need for long speeches and that he should get to the point. Bark then said that he had reliable information that the long-lost Princess Cleria of the Starvey Kingdom was alive, which immediately caught the Lord's attention. The Prime Minister then explained that, according to the documents he had provided, a man named Alan Corinth had risen to power and was hiding her in his territory. Bark then said that he had sought an audience with the Alois Kingdom ruler as soon as possible to inform the monarch of that situation, which couldn't be overlooked. The king then took a look at the documents and said that our protagonist's reputation had reached Alois. The monarch then added that a foreign adventurer gaining power and hiding the Princess of Starvik was something he couldn't ignore as a ruler. He then wanted to know if the Prime Minister accused Alan of treason regarding the magical devices in his land, and the other quickly confirmed it. Immediately thereafter, the king stood up, which startled Bark. Then, the monarch said that the Prime Minister shouldn't underestimate him, before adding that he was already aware of the danger Lord Alan represented and had already started preparations. In the meantime, Carla and Lily from the Magicians Guild of Gotania were very happy inside a coach. Then, Lily said that it was amazing being directly summoned by the King of Alois, to which the director replied by smiling confidently. Right after, Carla said that, from that moment onward, she wouldn't have to work part-time at the clinic anymore since the Gotania branch was secure. Right after, Lily showed a book, saying that there were the specifications for the magical device from Alois. The director took the book and began to read it, while a happy Lily asked her if it was an order for 1,000 units. Nevertheless, Carla said that it was an order for amplifiers to enhance destructive magic, which shocked the other. But things didn't stop there because the director added that the quantity was huge, enough to launch a massive attack on a capital city, which made both ladies wonder if the King of Alois was planning to start a new war. Meanwhile at Gantz, Silas welcomed Talus from Gotania, and right after, both exchanged pleasantries. Then, Talus said that they had just had a run-in at the dragon auction, to which Silas replied by saying that they had both made quite a profit thanks to Lord Alan. Afterward, Talus said that he had gone there to discuss something about him, and the other quickly asked if it was another money-making scheme, but Talus replied that he wished that it were that simple, while handing a book to Silas. Silas took it and began to read it, before saying that there were orders for a massive amount of magical stones, and parts for magical circuits, not to mention that the volume was enormous. Talus then said that, in addition, weapons and armor orders were at wartime levels. It was then that Silas asked what those orders had to do with Alan, and Talus replied that he was almost certain that Alois and Berta were preparing to attack the Great Demon Forest, targeting Lord Alan's territory. That shocked Silas because our protagonist was a baron of Berta and a loyal subject, so he couldn't understand why he would be targeted. Right after, Talus said that he knew that the other had met in person the girl who was always with Alan, before revealing that she was the former first princess of Starvik, Princess Cleria Starvine. Right after, Talus added that, for them, that lone girl was more than enough reason to attack Lord Alan's territory. Back in the base within the Great Demon Forest, Dalsum couldn't understand why Alan had been summoned to the capital of Berta after just arriving at his base, to which our protagonist simply replied that, as a loyal subject of Berta, he had no choice but to go. After hearing that, Walter sighed and said that it was tough being so high up, since you couldn't ever make your own plans. The captain then said that he would be back in about 3 weeks, and asked the others to take care of things while he was gone, to which Theo quickly replied that he would, which annoyed Yumi, who told him that he was just a lackey. Almost immediately, Cleria arrived and apologized for what had happened the other day, before telling him that she trusted him. She also told him that he shouldn't worry about the customs of that continent and simply do what he needed to do. However, our protagonist replied was taking her hand, which caught her off guard. Right after, the captain said that, since that time, he had taken a good look at his feelings. He had thought about the moments they had spent together. When he first met her, their journey together, the party, the clan, and gaining that land, plus his decision to save Eras. Then, he looked her in the eye and told her that, when he returned, there was something important he needed to tell her, before asking her if she could wait for him. After hearing that, the former princess blushed and, while looking at him with an infatuated expression, she replied that she would be waiting for his safe return, which made all the people present feel elated. He just raised a huge death flag before leaving. Damn, Iris was able to twist Alan's words to create the twins. Why can't she do that again and send a drone with him? And tell him that it was for reconnaissance or something. If Alan survives the trap, the only logical explanation will be plot armor. Anyway, unfortunately, none of them knew that a huge menace was getting closer to them in the form of the combined attack of the Kingdom of Berta and the Kingdom of Alois. Luceria reported to Bark that Alan had left the Great Demon Forest region and that the construction was scheduled to start in a week. However, the Prime Minister noticed that the other was still calling our protagonist Lord and subtly scolded him for it. Moreover, Bark told him that he didn't like the idea of using his hidden Guinea alchemist as bait because it was a risky gamble. But Luceria quickly replied that to lure Alan, who held a fortress-like territory as a baron among the lords, there was no other way. Right after, the Prime Minister, while drinking wine, said that once they secured Arashi, the alliance of Alois and Berta would begin its attack on Alan's territory, which would be the end for our protagonist. Finally, Bark told the other not to neglect his preparations. Once Luceria left the office, he thought that the Prime Minister and others believed that he had leaked information about the Guinea alchemist, but the truth was that Alan had used the Hawk's Eye to initiate the negotiation for the Guinea alchemist himself. In short, if they made a mistake at that moment, the guild would have no future. Back in the base within the Great Demon Forest, Selena was teaching martial arts to Yumi by sparring with her using wooden swords. The young girl gave it her all and attacked with passion, but a few moves later, Selena won and told Yumi that her wide swings left her open, and that she would be dead in a real combat, which shocked the young girl. Right after, Selena told her that, for a girl like Yumi, even if she swung widely, you couldn't inflict fatal damage, especially if the opponent was wearing armor on the battlefield. Those words made the young girl feel embarrassed, and she asked the twin what she should do, to which the other replied that she should thrust. Selena then explained that by using the opponent's weight in a counterattack, even a child could fight. The twin then added that Yumi should aim for the vital spots, like the armpits or groin, to counter armor. Finally, Selena instructed the young girl to practice thrusting for a while, since she needed precision in hitting a spot just a few centimeters wide. After hearing that, Yumi got nervous, but she still managed to say that she would do her best. Right after, the young girl asked if Selena could teach her about the magical swords they all used, and the twin asked if Yumi was referring to the ones with enchantments. Then, the twin said that she would teach her magic, before adding that Yumi didn't need a magical sword. That surprised Yumi, who quickly asked why not, and Selena quickly took out a knife and told the other to watch closely. Right after, the twin cleanly cut a wide log, which made Yumi feel elated. Immediately thereafter, Selena showed Yumi the knife while saying that it was a type of magical tool. The twin then added that there were only a few at that moment, but they should be mass-produced by the time she went into battle. And when that happened, magical swords would no longer be needed. After all, using the magical essence for remote attacks or suppression spells would be more advantageous and less wasteful. Immediately thereafter, Yumi asked if she could try the knife, because she wanted to test it, but a flustered Selena quickly replied that the other couldn't. Then, the twin said that since Yumi had potential as a warrior, she had shown the knife specifically to her, before adding that she should not talk about it to anyone. At that moment, They were interrupted by Sharon, who told her sister that a mage named Carla wanted to meet with Alan, before asking what they should do. After hearing the name, Selena recalled that Carla used to be the director of the Magicians Guild branch in Gotania. Right after, she told her sister that, since our protagonist was not there, they should discuss it with the satellite department head and themselves. Sometime later, Dalsum and Walter were shocked after learning that the alliance of Alois and Berta was attacking them. However, almost immediately, the former began to laugh out loud before saying that even though the one who was meeting with them was the director of the Magician Guild, who had deep ties with Alan, they just couldn't believe the absurd things she was saying, since it was ridiculous. That pissed Lily off, and the young lady yelled at Dalsum, saying that their information was not something to laugh about, before adding that they had gone there risking their lives to give them that news. Selena then said that even if Carla had been summoned to the Alois capital to assist with the construction of the siege magic machinery, and even if the scale of that project was sufficient to attack a capital city, that alone didn't explain why they were being targeted. The director agreed with that and revealed that they had gone there to confirm their suspicions before asking if Princess Cleria Starvane of Starvik was there, which put everyone on alert. Right after, Dalsum asked Carla on what basis she had assumed that. After all, Alan was currently a baron of the Berta Kingdom and a Lord Protector. In fact, he even added that, depending on the situation, he might have to pass judgment on her. Nevertheless, the director didn't back down and said that a certain armor merchant in Gotania had once consulted her about making armor look cheap to disguise it, and when she looked at the design of the armor, she noticed that it was typical of northern nobility. She then added that many northern adventurers had gathered in Gotania after 21 strange requests, which led to an influx of adventurers with northern accents in the city. Moreover, those requests were from Alan, and the owner of the armor was a girl from the north. Furthermore, considering the recent Starvik unrest, they could roughly guess the identity of that girl, so by mentioning Princess Cleria, she had gone there to confirm their suspicions based on their reactions. Almost immediately, Dalsum stood up and declared that, as proxies of the Berta Protectorate and Lord Corinth, he was arresting both of them under the charge of inciting unrest. That astonished Lily, who replied that they had gone there to help. Nevertheless, Selena stopped him and asked Carla, even if Lady Cleria was there, why the director thought that the attack preparation had targeted that place. Right after, the director explained that the current situation was unstable, as it had only been a short time since Marquis Retringen of King Alois had destroyed Starvik. Carla then added that, normally, one wouldn't start a war under such circumstances, especially at that moment, with the death of Margrave Ludwig, the main supporter of Starvik. So, the only reason to respond that quickly was the presence of Lady Cleria, the last remnant of Starvik. By the way, both Dalsum and Walter were shocked after learning the death of Ludwig. Afterward, the director added that King Alois Retringen was ruthless, but cautious, before adding that he had already obtained information about that territory, which was protected by magical tools. That was the reason he had commissioned various magicians' guilds to produce numerous magical siege weapons. At that moment, Quater and Karina entered the hall, and the former said that he believed that it was worth listening to Carla's advice. He then explained that it seemed that his father, and the head of the Gantz Merchants Guild, had a secret meeting 2 weeks before, and he had just received a letter detailing their discussion. That is not a coincidence. That is the plot armor saving Alan's ass. Still, are the drones just decorative gadgets? Why didn't they ask Iris to check the surrounding area of their territory? I mean, 2 armies carrying a lot of magical devices is not something that you can just hide from a drone you don't even know exists, right? Right after, Karina said that both men wanted them to be aware of the moves of both King Alois and King Berta to eliminate Alan. After hearing that, Selena said that the same information had arrived from 3 reliable sources, and right after, Sharon said that they needed to act quickly, before recalling that they required Dalsum's approval as Alan's adjutant. However, a very worried Dalsum simply said that he was just a figurehead deputy, before adding that if the twins said so, then they had no choice but to act. Immediately thereafter, Selena declared that they would move to the pre-assistance phase for Corinth. As for Carla and Lily, they were finally able to feel relieved. Sometime later, the twins met with Iris, and she understood that there really was going to be an attack. I am beginning to think that, in Iris' case, AI doesn't mean artificial intelligence, but artificial incompetence. Is she truly unable to confirm the army's movement from the air? Sharon then added that, according to Carla's information, the attack would likely start in about 10 days, and Selena added that it would be the moment that Alan reached the capital. After hearing that, Iris sighed and said that it was because of the attack that they had called the captain to the capital, to leave the base defenseless. However, the twins didn't get the meaning of those words, so the AI said that she had already told them that Alan's meeting in the capital was a trap. Right after, Selena said that even though their move was faster than expected, our protagonist would still take control of Berta, to which the AI replied that he seemed to think so. Selena noticed that something was not right with Iris and asked her if she was worried about something. Right after, Sharon added that 3 drones were escorting him, which meant that the captain should be safe. The AI agreed with that and told the twins to keep the communication line fully open at level 5 wartime status, before adding that they would proceed as planned and take out King Alois. Once the twins left, Iris told herself that the drones had already scanned and identified the Elois Berta forces and their positions. Before saying that it had been helpful that they were moving before the situation between the northern and southern continents stabilized after the Starvik unrest. Oh, so the drones could indeed be used for that. Wow. Iris was feeling uneasy because she knew that the reason King Alois had launched his invasion so quickly was probably because a spy had broken through their defenses and had passed the information about Clyria. She then told herself that the spy's allegiance was unclear, which meant that she could be an enemy or an ally. Still, as an artificial intelligence, that was a cause for concern. However, as an artificial incompetence, you are not sure if the spy is an ally or an enemy. She sold Clyria's information to Alan's enemies, which caused the attack, but Iris is not sure of the spy's allegiance. Sometime later at Berta's capital, Alan was walking with a middle-aged man and asked him why they were walking through that back alley to reach the castle, to which the middle-aged man replied that, after the recent bandit attack, his life had been in danger, so the king had ordered them to keep him out of sight. Alan thought that it made sense, but then 3 people appeared in front of them, and the middle-aged man said that they were there for the handover. Right after, the man left, and Alan told the 3 people to stop pretending before asking them if they had been sent by Bark. By the way, the spy whose allegiance was unclear was leading them. At that moment, Alan noticed the woman and asked why Luceria wasn't leading then, to which the woman replied that he thought that dealing with the captain was beyond him, so she had been sent instead. Nevertheless, the captain, full of confidence due to his arrogance and stupidity, remained calm and asked her about the information on the Guinea alchemist. To which the woman replied that if he wanted the information, he would have to make her grovel first. Alan then said that since his territory was also in danger, he wanted to get that over with quickly, and the fight began, and again, the drones were not used. The captain relied on his martial arts because using his weapons was overkill against an unknown enemy, according to the reliable source of "Trust me, bro." Sure, the woman's minions couldn't withstand the strength of his kick, but she easily dodged it, which astonished our protagonist, although he managed to barely evade her counterattack. At that moment, Alan thought that he was wearing the Imperial spacesuit underneath just in case, so he couldn't understand how a person from that planet could have evaded his kick. Oh, for the Lord's sake. A spy bypassed the Imperial technology, an unknown entity bypassed the Imperial science, and took control of you. What else do you need to see to finally understand that you have to stop underestimating your enemies in that planet? Immediately thereafter, she threw various flame arrows toward her, but she blocked them using some sort of tiny shields that emerged from her hands. That shocked Alan even more, because he couldn't believe that she had deflected magic, and then he wondered if she was using some magic he didn't know. The drones, the rifle, a gun, again the drones. What is he waiting to go out all in against her? Right after, he took out his sword and dashed toward her. Unfortunately, the woman easily blocked his attack with her own sword. Almost immediately, they both began to exchange several blows, but a short while later, the woman wrestled the captain to the ground and pinned him down with ease, securing her victory. And here I am still waiting for the drones. At that moment, the woman even took her time to coach him, who looked very frustrated, by telling him that his swordsmanship and even his imperial martial arts were too reliant on the nanomachines. She even mocked him by saying that even if he was invincible on that planet, from her perspective, he was just a tech officer, a mere foot soldier. Wow, it is refreshing seeing Alan so humiliated. Maybe he will learn. And believe it or not, I actually don't hate this series. I just need a few logical explanation for a few things in this saga. The king of Aloas and his army marched forward toward the great demon forest when one of his officers reported that the encirclement of the Corinth territory had been completed. Then, another said that he couldn't believe that Alan's people had allowed them to advance that close within 2 kilometers or 11,235.96 bananas of their outer walls without resistance. In fact, another officer added that they hadn't even spotted a single scout, and they had barely encountered any monsters along the way. They already knew from prior investigations that they had somehow calmed the forest monsters, so they assumed that, with so many immigrants, their territory's defense should be in disarray. However, at that moment, the king cut them off, saying that his plan to annihilate Corinth's territory was flawless, so they had nothing to fear. He then added that, with Alan Corinth absent and their land still unfinished, that moment was the time for a surprise attack. So, as soon as they received word from the Berta spy, they would launch a full-scale assault. In the meantime, back in the base, Iris was showing Dalsum, Walter, Cleria, Elna, the twins, and other important figures the current status of the Alloy's Berta coalition's encirclement, via several screens that were displayed in front of them. The AI then added that the enemy had around 100,000 troops and over 30 magic siege weapons, which shocked the others. Right after, Cleria asked if the information was reliable, and Iris replied that it had been analyzed using the wide area search of what the former princess and the others called detection magic, which meant that there should be very little margin for error. Robert then said that their forces numbered at most 1,200, and they were a mix of Starvik's army, border troops, and adventurers, not to mention that they were not yet fully coordinated. So, they were not confident of taking on 100,000 with such a small force. Right after, Selena said that our protagonist had designed that forest territory with large-scale attacks in mind, so there was a way to face that army. Almost immediately, Elna asked her what she meant, and the twin explained the strategy. Firstly, they would split their forces into 25 squads, with the Shining Stars satellite units leading them. Sharon then added that each squad leader would operate under her command from the territorial headquarters, using some magic devices she was showing them for remote communication. Okay, maybe I am dumb, but is it not better to launch a preemptive attack with the drones to kill as many enemies as possible, which would not only reduce their numbers, but also crush their morale? Not to mention that facing an unknown power like that would scare a lot of the survivors to death, causing a lot of defections on their part. Why expose your own troops against a fresh army with high morale? The artificial incompetence vibes are getting stronger on Iris. After hearing the plan, Robert and Werner were not happy, because Sharon had been achieving remarkable results on the front lines of the magic frontier. Even Cleria added that if Sharon withdrew to the rear, that would significantly reduce their combat strength. Nevertheless, Selena explained that in an operation where they faced overwhelming odds, precise movements from each squad were more crucial than open field battles. That was why they needed Sharon, who was well versed in their defensive systems, to command from the rear. Right after, Dalsum agreed and said that directly engaging 100,000 troops was not realistic. Then, Selena told them that they should proceed with the detailed briefing of the operation. Meanwhile, at the Capitol underground prison, the epitome of stupidity, known as Alan, woke up and quickly realized where he was. He also noticed that the enemy had taken all his weapons and clothes, except for his Imperial space suit, which made him think that they didn't figure out how to remove it. Right after, the system told him that the door of the cell was made of steel and was double-layered. Moreover, even the outer walls were steel, with no windows at all. He then asked if it couldn't use the drones to break the door or the ventilation ducts. What? Is he trying to use the drones? No. For real? Perhaps when they knocked him out, they cured him of his stupidity. Sadly, the system replied that all electromagnetic waves were being blocked, so it couldn't contact the drones. After hearing that, he wondered out loud if that had been that girl's doing. After all, she used magic skillfully and was also well versed in Imperial technology. He also wondered out loud if there were other survivors from the ship, or if Imperial humans had arrived on Eras before them. Okay, you see, this is a good explanation of why he can't use the drones. Now, it would have been better if he tried to use the drones when she was on top of him. And then the nanomachines could have given him this info. The system then told him that because of the jamming, it couldn't access the orbital database. So, it couldn't check the identities of Imperial soldiers, which made our protagonist curse. He then said that he needed to get out of there quickly. He believed that Iris and the others should be able to handle the territory's defense. But if he didn't take care of Berta's king and prime minister, things were going to get really complicated. Outside the prison, the Queen of Annoyance wondered out loud if they had used the guild's communication artifact to send word of Alan Corinth's capture to the Alloy's Berta coalition army. Right after, she said that, judging by the reception lag and accuracy, she guessed that the attack would begin in about 2 hours, which meant that she should start getting ready as well. Back at the Great Demon Forest Base's command center, Iris asked how the squads were progressing, and Sharon replied that they would be ready in about 15 minutes, before adding that Gloria was on standby, circling overhead. Oh, they remembered that they had a dragon. Wow. The AI then told the twin to hurry up because they had lost track of the captain's position, which meant that the Alloy's Berta coalition army would launch their attack any minute. Those words shocked Sharon, and she said that our protagonist had 300 million drones accompanying him, so she couldn't understand how they could have lost track of him. I guess she's exaggerating, because if she is not, then the level of stupidity of Alan is way bigger than what I thought. After hearing that, Iris replied that the captain had entered the capital's back alleys, and a few minutes later, they lost his trail. In fact, they couldn't make any contact at all. That scared Sharon because she truly couldn't believe what she had heard. At that moment, Selena asked if the AI believed that the spy was involved, and Iris replied that there was no other explanation. Right after, Selena said that they should focus on their own mission for the time being, before adding that she was sure that the captain would manage to find a way on his own. And Iris said that she hoped so, while Sharon remained silent and her expression was not very optimistic. Almost immediately, the alarm system of the base alerted everybody that the territory would shift to defense mode. Before asking all residents to follow the golem's instructions and evacuate to the designated location, right after the system closed all sections. Sharon then said that mass warheads were approaching the outermost defense wall, and Iris replied that the enemy had come. Almost immediately, the outermost wall was attacked by the enemy's magical devices. Wave after wave, the soldiers launched several attacks against the walls, adjusting the magic stone output, the elevation angle, and other features in order to cause the greatest damage possible. However, even after doing that, the damage was not enough, so the king ordered his troops to bring the magic artillery unit forward. That unit was a huge cannon powered by numerous mages who synchronized their powers by wearing special helmets that were connected to the main body of the weapon. Once the mana accumulator was at full capacity and the firing preparations were complete, the mages were ordered to focus their image on the cracks in the wall. The mages quickly obeyed, and shortly after, the king ordered to fire the cannon. The cannon was fired, and that time it was a success since they managed to destroy the outer wall. After confirming that, the King of Alloys immediately ordered all forces to advance. He also ordered to maintain the encirclement while the siege mages break the wall. They were going to move forward into the territory. I just cannot understand why Iris is allowing them to do that. They are getting closer and closer without facing opposition. I hope they have a plan or something. Back in the base, Theo and Yumi were watching outside and noticed the noise and the smoke, and began to wonder what is happening. At that moment, the young boy said that he had seen it before in the Battle of Starvik, before adding that the damage had been caused by Alloy's Kingdom's siege magic machine, which meant that the base would be destroyed just like Starvik. Back with our stupid protagonist, he was truly desperately trying to destroy the door by hitting it with his fists to no avail, and eventually, he said that he was exhausted. Right after, the system told him that the muscle cells in the suit were meant for enhancing movement, which meant that they were inefficient for frequent destruction. Alan then asked if the nanomachines had a better idea, and the system replied that if he applied the polymer cell repair in reverse, he could let both his hands and feet rot away, and the handcuffs would come off. Of course, after hearing that, Alan got angry and said that the suggested method was out of the question, to which the system simply replied that it had just suggested a realistic method to remove the handcuffs. Suddenly, the door opened, and the Queen of Annoyance entered the cell while telling the captain that it was time for him to fulfill his role. Almost immediately, Alan launched toward the woman while looking truly like a madman, but the result was a crushing defeat. In fact, that time, the woman didn't go easy on him and countered him with a powerful kick that sent him against the farthest wall of the cell. And to add insult to injury, the woman told him that he had to learn a little before adding that he couldn't defeat her. Wow, this is wonderful. This is pure cinema. Right after, the woman took out Alan's sword, and before he could react, she cut the chains that were restraining his movements. She then informed him that the attack on the Great Forest territory by the combined armies of Aloas and Berta had begun. Immediately thereafter, she threw the sword at him and told him again that he should fulfill his role. Alan was not happy after being treated like a dog and yelled at her, asking what her objective was. He then said that she was knowledgeable in imperial science and also used magic, before asking what exactly she was. He also asked her if she was from another ship of the Galactic Empire, so he finally accepted that there are indeed other people on that planet that can F him up. However, she didn't answer his questions, and instead told him that God had declared that those who believed would be saved, before asking if he believed in God, which caught him off guard. She then explained that she once, like others, believed in the existence of Goddess Luminas, before adding that the humans in eras only worshipped one god, which was Luminas. Right after, the woman pointed out that it was extremely unnatural for all humanity to worship a single deity. Afterward, she said that when she lost her faith, she became aware of that unnaturalness, and at the same time, she received a new revelation. Immediately afterward, she declared that Alan and she were the same. After hearing that, he asked her if she had also been meddled with like him, but she simply replied that he would find the answer himself in the near future. Alan Deary behaved like a good dog. Good dogs don't ask questions and simply fulfill their roles. Back in the Great Demon Forest, they arrived at the wall with a cannon placed at the top, and one of the soldiers told the king that, according to information from Berta's spies, that cannon appeared to be magic. The monarch then asked the soldier about the bird's eye magic analysis, and the soldier replied that no magic concentration had been detected, before adding that reports say that the cannon had not been activated magically. At that moment, the king said that he didn't like the fact that Corinth's forces had allowed their enemy to enter their territory. Still, he ordered his troops to deploy the siege magic weapons, before adding that they would crush their magic cannon. Meanwhile, at the command center, Iris reported to Sharon that the enemy's siege magic weapons had been deployed, before adding that they planned to break through the third defense wall. Right after, Sharon asked if the AI had been able to communicate with Alan, and Iris replied that there had been no response yet, which meant that the twin was currently in command. Right after, Iris reminded her that their enemy that time was not bugs, before adding that the Galactic Human Empire was about to enter combat with a human species army for the first time in 992 years. Right after, the AI added that the enemy had 100,000 soldiers, while they had just over 1,200, which meant that they would take heavy casualties. Why? Just use the freaking drones or the cannons on the wall. It's easy, you just pick a target, aim, and fire. It's not rocket science. You guys also have Gloria. Finally, Iris said that Sharon could delegate the order to begin the operation to her. After all, since she was an AI whose hands couldn't be stained by blood, she had no sense of guilt. However, Sharon quickly refused, after thanking Iris, saying that she trusted the captain's judgment. Immediately thereafter, Sharon ordered to shift the interceptor fleet to Phase 2 and prepare the monster dog whistle for adjustment between the third and fourth defense walls. Back at the third wall, the king and his troops began to hear a strange sound and wondered what it was. Moreover, at the western Great Forest, in the Aloas encircling the Army's 2nd Division combat zone, a bug monster suddenly appeared, catching everyone by surprise. However, that was not the end. Shortly after, one of the bird's eye began to scream while looking very uncomfortable, which alerted the surrounding soldiers. A while later, one soldier shared a report from Bird's Eye with the king. The magic pressure from the 2nd and 4th divisions had significantly dropped, and it appeared that they were under some kind of attack, which shocked the monarch. Back at the 2nd Division combat zone, the monsters were massacring all the soldiers. Sadly, for the invading forces, along with the first one, various monsters appeared and began to feast on the poor soldiers. Still, the person in command remained calm, trying to assess the situation. Then, he realized that, at that range, magic cannons were useless, and almost immediately ordered all mage units to open fire. Unfortunately, the mage's attack was useless, and the monsters kept killing soldiers. The man in charge, who was riding a horse, then decided to change the strategy and ordered his troops to aim for the creature's heart to stop the monsters with one blow. He also ordered the heavy infantry to advance. However, one of his soldiers reported that monsters were swarming from all directions, before adding that their ranks were in complete disarray. After hearing that, the man in charge knew that it was useless to keep fighting and ordered his troops to fall back to the outer edge of the great demon forest, before adding that they would regroup and counterattack there. However, the monsters kept killing soldiers relentlessly. Back with the king, one of his officers reported that all units were under attack by a massive number of monsters and were in chaos, and, as if to prove that point, a huge monster appeared behind the monarch, but before the creature could attack, the king quickly turned around and cut the monster in half with a swift move. Now, that was cool. Afterward, the king noticed that several monsters were also attacking his position and wondered out loud if our protagonist was using his monster suppression magic for offense. Meanwhile, at the command center, Zordon told Alpha 5 that the enemy was retreating to the outer wall. After hearing that, Sharon said that everything was according to plan before ordering all units to attack from their designated positions. Back at the battle, the invaders' troops kept fighting with all they had, and suddenly found an opening and decided that it was their chance to attack. However, at that moment, Dalsum ordered the magic units to attack, which crushed the enemy cavalry. Immediately thereafter, Dalsum joined the fray and began to kill enemy soldiers, while telling his troops that the enemy was routed and ordering them to follow him. In the meantime, somewhere else, more cavalry units from the coalition army were advancing through the forest, but when they reached a certain point, Walter ordered to activate the magic mines, which wiped several enemy soldiers out. Right after, Walter and his men dashed toward the remaining soldiers to finish the job and killed the enemy troops mercilessly. However, Walter was careless and left an opening that was about to be used by an enemy mage to kill him, but at the last moment, a light descended from the sky and blocked the spell. Immediately thereafter, Walter wondered out loud if those were the drone magic machines, before saying that their accuracy was incredible. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers reported to the man who was leading while riding a horse that they were completely pinned between the monsters behind them and Corinth's forces ahead, before adding that they couldn't even get a clear picture of the situation with their bird's eye view, which, of course, pissed the man. Still, the leader didn't lose his composure and said that since they had Corinth's troops outnumbered, they should break through our protagonist's forces and push forward. Moreover, they had to do it fast because the monsters were catching up. Unfortunately, before the captain could say anything else, and before the soldier could warn him, a huge monster appeared behind the leader and crushed him with one punch. Absolute cinema. Love it. Back with the king, one of his officers reported that Corinth's forces somehow knew exactly where they were and what they were doing. The man then continued, saying that their scattered units, chased by the monsters, were being picked off one by one. Furthermore, mercenaries in Berta's army were starting to flee. To add insult to injury, most of their siege magic weapons had been destroyed, and they had lost contact with their bird's eye view recon. In short, the encirclement had completely collapsed. Finally, the man suggested pulling out of the great demon forest immediately and regrouping. After hearing that, the king said that retreat was the ultimate disgrace, considering that it was a siege with 100,000 soldiers. However, the officer didn't back down and replied that, even though it pained him to say, that was a wise decision. At that moment, a huge explosion happened ahead of them, which put all of them on alert, and when the smoke dissipated, Selena, looking beautiful and badass at the same time, appeared in front of the king and his officers. Right after, the twin introduced herself and told the monarch that she had gone there to claim his head. After hearing Selena's introduction, the king wondered out loud if she was the commander-in-chief. After all, she looked just like a little girl to him. He even said that, even though he had heard that the Corinth army was a disorganized mess, he didn't believe that the mess was to that extent. However, the twin didn't get angry at the mocking words of the monarch. On the contrary, with an undaunted expression, she counterattacked by saying that the king's words sounded like the words of someone who was being chased and routed by said disorganized mess. Unlike her, the king's officers didn't react well, but the monarch quickly told them to wait before saying that, since it was a duel between commanders, they were not to interfere. Right after, he took out his big shield and a big sword and prepared to face her while calling her a brat. As for her, she told her troops not to interfere and prepared herself to face the enemy commander. Almost immediately, the fight began and Selena shoot magic at the monarch, creating a big explosion. Then she got closer to deal the finishing blow. However, when Selena thought that she had gotten the king, the monarch shocked her not only by counterattacking, but also because he didn't receive any damage. In fact, he pushed her back, and right after he told her, while showing contempt, that her magic sword and enchanted armor had saved her life. In fact, Selena showed signs of being hurt, not only because she was half kneeling, but also because she began to cough up blood. Obviously, that alerted her troops, but she ordered them to remain still. Right after, she told the king that she finally understood why he was able to unite the anti-Starvik faction. She then admitted that he possessed the mark of a true overlord, before adding that, against him, she could fight with all her might for the first time in her life. Immediately thereafter, she smiled, stood up, and cast a rain of magic arrows toward him. The king blocked the spell, and she immediately dashed toward him before delivering a blow with her sword. Unfortunately, the monarch blocked that attack, too, by using his own sword, and almost immediately, he kicked her hard in her belly, sending her away. Still, she managed to cast another spell against skill, but the king blocked it again by using his shield. After that exchange, the monarch clearly had the upper hand, especially because Selena was again half kneeling. At that moment, the king called her again a little brat. But the twin thought that something was not right. After all, there was just no way a human could hold up against attacks with swords and magic, all without chance. Furthermore, for a magic tool made by the people of Ares, the defense of his shield was way too high. Then, as if guessing her thoughts, the king told her that the shield was his family's heirloom, a weapon passed down by the Alois family. He then asked her if she was getting curious about it, before revealing that the shield was an artifact whose name was the Shield of Absolute Defense. After hearing that, Selena wondered if that was the artifact Iris was talking about before. Rotringen then told her that the fact that she was using magic without incantation was nothing short of astounding, but as long as he had his shield, all magic would be nullified. He then explained that his clan possessed the blessing of the goddess, allowing them to perceive the concentration of mana. So, as long as he had that power in his artifact, she stood no chance of defeating him. And he is telling all his secrets to her. Why? Right after, Selena wondered if he was predicting the trajectory of her magic bullets using magic detection. Afterward, he added that, regarding swordsmanship, with her physique and experience, she stood no chance against him. In short, she had absolutely no chance of winning. Yeah, you are the strongest, of course, until you are not. Obviously, those words shocked Selena's troops, but she didn't mind and simply stood up while saying that they should continue their duel, before adding that she was not as kind as Lord Corinth or Sharon. After all, as a warrior, she had decided to fight with the intent to kill. Those words struck a nerve with the monarch, who immediately got angry and told her that she should not underestimate him. Immediately thereafter, the fight resumed, and they began to exchange blows again while he told her that the sword pressure of a mere small fry like the twin was weaker than even a bug sting. Almost immediately, he hit her hard again and sent her away. That time, instead of half kneeling, she directly sat on the ground while the king told her that she was just a foolish brat, before adding that he had already told her that magic wouldn't work. Still, she cast another spell against him, but when he invoked the power of his shield, he immediately realized that he couldn't sense the trajectory of the magic bullets, which confused him. It was then that he realized that she had not used magic that time, but it was too late, and he ended up receiving the full blow from that attack, which disarmed him and sent him away. Nevertheless, he very quickly tried to get up while asking her what she had done, to which she revealed that she had used one of the features of the human Galactic Empire, the pulse laser rifle and its directional guided shot. Right after, she pointed the rifle toward him and explained that it was a completely different type of magic, one that evolved separately from the one he knew, a magic called science. At that moment, all the soldiers heard something approaching and began to wonder if the monsters had caught up to them. But almost immediately, it was revealed that Gloria had arrived, which shocked the king, forcing him to admit that the rumors about Alan controlling a dragon were true. You went to war and invaded a territory without confirming that. For real. This is a cripple's fight. Almost immediately, Selena informed him that the dragon wouldn't take his life until she ordered her to do so, before reminding him that he should be grateful for being spared. Right after, she added that, as a king, he would need to play along with the somewhat following humiliating show. Gloria then grabbed him by his cape and took off, so everybody could see her and the king flying in the sky. Of course, that shocked the monarch's troops, and he began to struggle to force the dragon to release him. But Gloria simply said that he shouldn't make a scene because it was dangerous. Right after, everyone could hear Sharon's voice telling the coalition army that King Retringen's head had been claimed by Lord Corinth. She then added that the invaders had been defeated, which meant that any further fighting was meaningless, so the wise thing to do was to retreat. Almost immediately, all the coalition soldiers began to run away like bats out of hell. Shortly after, Iris reported that the Alloy's Berta allied forces had begun a full retreat, before praising Sharon for her good work. As for the twin, she ordered to advance to Phase 4 of the operation, before adding that all units should return to the third outer wall. After hearing that, the AI obeyed, before adding that the rest was up to our protagonist. Alright, so I actually like the strategy that they used. Sure, they could have used the drones or the cannons, or Gloria, but this plan allowed them to defeat the enemy without revealing their true defensive power. Or maybe I like this part, because the twins got the spotlight, and they are my personal favorite characters. In the meantime, at the Berta Kingdom's royal capital, the king couldn't believe that they had lost all communication with the allied forces that had headed for Corinth's territory. He was so desperate that he told the person on the other side of the line that he didn't care if it was a guild artifact or a fast horse, before adding that, at that point, anything would do. In the end, he wanted them to find a way to inform him of the situation. At that moment, he realized that someone was entering the throne room, and shortly after, he realized that the one entering was Alan. The king of Berta stood up and called our protagonist's name before calling the guards. However, nobody arrived, and the monarch began to wonder out loud what had happened to them, to which Alan replied that they had already been neutralized by his guardian angel. The king then told the captain that he was a heretic, just as the prime minister had said, before adding that trusting him had turned out to be a stupid decision. Right after, our protagonist said that the king was obsessed with wealth and power, before adding that a noble who only followed the situation was not worthy to be a leader, which was why he had gone there to fix it. Immediately thereafter, the captain proclaimed that from that moment onward, he returned the title of Baron of the Kingdom of Berta and the position of Lord Protector. That pissed the monarch, who said that the other was just a mere foreign adventurer. However, Alan ignored those words and declared that the other's reign was unworthy of both the nation's fortune and the king's destiny, before adding that he had received such a chance by mistake. After all, with him in power, the Kingdom of Berta wouldn't be able to handle the danger that lay a few hundred years in the future. Those last words confused the monarch, but our protagonist simply told him that since he was going to be taken over by the human Galactic Empire, there was no need for him to understand that. After hearing that the other had named an empire, he guessed that he was a spy from his homeland and attempted to draw his sword, but somehow he was immediately disarmed. That shocked the king, but what happened next shocked him even more, because the apostle had appeared right above Alan's head. Afterward, the captain confirmed that the Alois Berta coalition army had been defeated. The king then said that our protagonist was Goddess Luminus's apostle, or a demon lord, and the monarch was more inclined by the latter. Then, the king asked Alan what kind of country his empire was. to which the other replied that his homeland was far, far away, and that there was no longer any way for him to return there. Alan then pointed his sword toward the king and said that he was going to appoint a new Starvik kingdom general, before adding that, in the name of his queen Cleria Starvine, he commanded the monarch to throw away the crown on his head and surrender. Meanwhile, at the command center, Iris noticed something and quickly reported that she could finally connect with the captain, before adding that he seemed to be safe, which surprised Sharon. However, Selena quickly asked how the situation was in Berta, to which the AI replied that the king of Berta was withdrawing all the troops and dissolving the temporary coalition army. In fact, the king of Berta was asking for peace negotiations with Cleria. After hearing that, Sharon sighed and said that everything there had worked out well. Meanwhile, at the outer wall that the coalition army had destroyed, Dalsum and Walter were contemplating the destroyed wall, and the former said that the invaders had really crushed the wall spectacularly, to which Walter added that those golems would probably fix it. Right after, they were informed that even Berta had surrendered completely. Walter then asked what had happened with King Alois, and Dalsum replied that he was probably meeting with Lady Cleria at that moment at the castle. And he was right. At that very moment, Cleria was facing Alois and telling him that it had been a while since the last time they had seen each other, to which the man replied by smiling, before saying that it was true that she was alive. The former princess then said that she wanted to ask one thing. She wanted to know why the man had betrayed his father, the king of Starvik. However, the man didn't accept that he had betrayed Cleria's father. After all, he and his people never considered themselves subjects of the Starvik kingdom, not even for a moment. Afterward, the man said that in that continent, power was the size of land, people, and the military force to repel monsters, before adding that her predecessor king had annexed various nations to solidify it. After hearing that, Cleria replied that the continent had gained peace through the unification of Starvik. However, Alois quickly refuted, saying that they had gained peace against the grotesque monsters, not against the hearts of the people. That triggered something in Cleria, who yelled at him that peace beyond national borders was what the people desired, but the man said that even though the common people might be like that, the nobles were not so simple. In the end, they could not get rid of the desire for power, which was tied to the nation, or the mutual suspicion among themselves. Right after, he added that Cleria's father was too kind, before explaining that the conciliatory policy aimed at uniting nations didn't weaken any worthwhile rebellions. Rather, it became the seed and flame that reminded them, the annexed countries, of their former glory. After hearing that, Cleria gritted her teeth and asked if the reason for his rebellion had been the desire for power, to which the man replied that she was far too young and pure, which was why she would never understand the principles of their actions. Almost immediately, the former princess countered by saying that Alan and his unusual sense of values were the light of their hope. Those words made Alois reflect on what our protagonist represented. Cleria then said that their victory was not revenge, but something that was necessary to bring enlightenment to the era's civilization, before adding that history would eventually approve that justice. Immediately thereafter, the man smiled and asked her if that was her governing philosophy as a queen. However, before she could reply, he began to laugh out loud, and then he told her to show him that she could do it. Almost immediately, she drew her sword while saying that it went without saying. She then pointed her sword toward him, while declaring that she, the queen of the kingdom of Starvik, Cleria Starvine, would be the beacon for the kingdom's restoration. After hearing that, the man kept smiling and told her to take his head quickly, because that was the first step to the kingdom's restoration. Almost immediately, she prepared herself to behead him while he looked at her in the eye, showing a defiant expression. In the meantime, Bark was in a carriage, and the coachman told him that the main roads and bridges to the south were all blocked by the adventurers' guild of each city, led by the Corinth army, which made the prime minister curse. He then said that they should join with the nobility of the southern continent at all costs. After all, with the defeat of Alois and Berta, the north was already in the hands of the starving family. In short, they should find a route through the forest and head south. However, at that moment, they could hear a voice saying that the Marquis Bark didn't need to do that, which shocked both the prime minister and the coachman. After all, in front of them were the former prime minister, Werner Leicester, flanked by Luceria and the Queen of Annoyance. And to make things worse for Bark, Leicester told him that he was going to die there, before adding that he was holding the sword of revenge. Right after, Bark asked Luceria if he had betrayed him, to which the other replied that they were originally just shadows in service of the Prime Minister of the Berta Kingdom, which meant that they had no obligation to remain loyal to him in particular. In short, they should settle that between the Prime Ministers. Almost immediately, Bark yelled at the coachman to take out the carriage. However, the Queen of Annoyance quickly took care of the coachman. Right after, seeing himself cornered, Bark had no choice but to draw his own sword and face Leicester, while saying that he wouldn't end there like that. After seeing that, Leicester said that Bark was still a marquis, even if disgraced, so he couldn't help but admire his spirit. Right after, Werner readied himself and told Bark that they should end their final duel with swords. Back at the command center, Iris noticed something and reported to the twins that she had confirmed that the heart of Prime Minister Bark had stopped. After hearing that, Sharon asked how Werner had found Bark's hiding place, to which Selena replied that it was most likely that spy. However, she quickly remarked that the former Prime Minister of Berta had been avenged. At that moment, Selena recalled something and asked Iris what had happened to King Aloys, to which the AI replied that it looked like Cleria couldn't bring herself to strike him down in the end. Afterward, the trio decided to let the captain decide the man's fate. Sometime later, a huge party was held in the base, and everybody was dancing and drinking happily. Moreover, a lot of fireworks lit up the night sky. There, Yumi was elated, eating while saying that the skewered young bird was amazing. Right after, a young girl who was with her added that the noodles she was eating from the east was also super tasty. Shortly after, one of Yumi's brothers asked her if he could really eat as much as he wanted that night, to which she replied that he could because the following day was a holiday, which made the kid happy. A while later, Yumi noticed that Theo was alone nearby, and she went to meet with him. Once she was close, she greeted him before telling him that his little sister was looking for him earlier. She then said that he should go back to her. However, it was then that she noticed that he was silently crying, which astonished her. Almost immediately, she asked him if he was crying due to a stomachache. The young girl believed that he had perhaps eaten too much. After hearing that, he simply replied that the Corinth army had really used magic weapons and beaten King Alois' massive army. Yumi's expression then turned into a nostalgic one, and she said that what they had done had been something incredible. Theo then said that if Alan had been there during the Starvik incident, his mom and dad might not have died, and Ella, and he might not have ended up as orphans, to which Yumi agreed. Almost immediately, Theo asked her if she was training in sword and magic with Lady Selena, to which she replied that sometimes, in between school. Then, he asked her if she believed he could train with her too. That question surprised her, and he quickly explained that he also wanted to become strong like Alan, strong enough to protect the people he cared about. After hearing that declaration, Yumi simply said that she was fine with that. Meanwhile, Cleria was alone, and she was also silently crying. She then apologized to everyone, because in the end, she couldn't take revenge. Right after, Alan appeared behind her and told her that it was fine. She quickly turned around after hearing his voice, and he told her that he had just arrived before adding that it had been a quick trip thanks to Gloria. He then told her that, regarding King Alois, everyone who had risked their lives to protect her would respect her decision, before adding that she just needed to follow her father's will and walk the righteous path of a monarch. She agreed to it, and then told him that, finally, her journey of running and hiding after fleeing the capital was over. She also said that she would have never made it there without him, which was why she was grateful. Immediately thereafter, he told her that he had learned something on his journey, which was why he had a new goal. To him, everything that had happened was just the beginning, to which Cleria agreed. Right after, Alan explained that there was the matter of renovating and restoring the base, plus they needed to consider the response to the anti-Starvik southern nobles. In short, there was a mountain of work ahead, so it looked like they were going to be busy. However, none of that distracted Cleria from the important matter at hand, and she reminded him that he had told her that he was going to tell her something important when he got back from the Berta capital, which clearly caught him off guard. a Japanese main character behaving as a Japanese main character. He then cleared his throat and told her that since the restoration of the Starvik kingdom was finally a reality, and since they were going to joint rule, as they had discussed back in Gotania, there was something that needed to be addressed. After hearing that, Cleria showed a calm expression and asked him to say it clearly, which put more pressure on his shoulders. Well, confessing is something like the final boss for every Japanese and Korean main character, I guess. Still, Alan steeled himself and asked her to marry him. Almost immediately, she blushed and began to cry while saying that she had been waiting so long to hear those words from him. Did you hear that? She waited for so long. Well, at least he didn't screw that up, so let's celebrate it. Meanwhile, someplace nearby, Luceria and the Queen of Annoyance were watching the fireworks from afar. They were aware that Alan and his people were holding quite the party, which was understandable since they had defeated a massive army and had even captured King Alois. Then, Luceria stated that with Lord Corinth around, the Starvian family's reunification of the continent was just a matter of time, before adding that there was no longer a place for them who had served Berta. Of course, that meant that the woman's life would be in danger as well. The man then added that he was planning to flee to the holy state of Aram across the sea, before saying that even though he didn't know who she really was or what her goal was, he would still agree if she wanted to go with him. After hearing that, she told him that she didn't expect those words from the master of a guild specialized in assassination and intrigue, before asking him if he had gone numb from losing his master, to which the other replied that he was just tired of everything. Wow, this woman always finds new ways to be irritating. The man is sincerely offering assistance, and she has to show how superior she is. The woman then said that despite all that, she guessed that she owed him a thanks, before adding that she was staying a bit longer, since she still had some things left to do. The man understood and simply told her that if she changed his mind, she could go find him. 1 month later, a huge party was held again at the base. In fact, Theo was flabbergasted by the whole thing and told Ella that the party that day was even bigger than the one after the Alois Berta War. At that moment, Yumi found the siblings and asked them how she looked in her new dress, which immediately flustered the young boy. Still, he managed to say that he guessed the saying even a workhorse could shine in silk was true, trying to save some face. However, a clearly annoyed Ella quickly shattered his expectations by saying that his face was red. Right after, he quickly tried to explain that his face was like that because of the wine he had snuck earlier. Luckily, Yumi was a smart girl and understood the truth, which made her blush hard. On the other hand, Robert was crying, saying that he could never have imagined that such a day would come after the fall of Starvik. Right after, he lamented that Cleria's parents and older brother were not there to see it. To the old man, that was unbearable. However, Dalsum and Walter quickly reminded him that that day was a day of celebration. At that moment, Talus, Silas, and Quater arrived, and the young man told the others that they should put the past aside for the time being. After all, a new chapter in the history of the Starvik kingdom began that day, and they should celebrate it to the fullest. Meanwhile, a panting and flustered Selena met with Iris and asked her where the captain was, since the ceremony was about to begin. To which the AI replied that it seemed like he was still in his office. Shortly after, the twins found a very depressed Alan sitting on a chair, looking miserable. Almost immediately, Sharon asked him what he was doing, and Selena reminded him that he needed to be at the ceremony at that moment. After hearing them, he slowly turned his head to face them and asked them if he was really fine with getting married to Cleria. After all, it was just a political marriage. Oh, for the Lord's sake, please. Someone call the Queen of Annoyance. This guy needs more punishment. Oh, now I get it. That's why she is not leaving the continent. Wow. I think I have reached true enlightenment. Obviously, those words made Selena very angry, and she yelled at him that it was too late to think that. In fact, she grabbed her hair and said that she couldn't believe that he was saying that at that moment. Right after, Selena told him that, as commander of that star system, he should establish an unshakable foundation by marrying Lady Cleria to ensure a stable Ares administration. However, at that moment, Sharon interrupted her sister, saying that the captain was not referring to that, which confused Selena. Sharon then got closer to Alan and told him that a few hundred years in the future, when the bugs arrive, aside from her and her sister, none of them would still be alive. That meant that he could have just lived a quiet, peaceful life. However, he still chose to save that planet. After hearing that, Alan was shocked, but the twin hadn't finished. Sharon then asked him to remember whose world he was trying to protect when he decided to follow that path. After hearing that, he thought of Cleria and mustered his courage to do what he had to do. He then stood up and told Sharon that she was right. Immediately thereafter, he left the office while telling the twins and Iris, who was also there, that he still had so much he needed to do. Then, he told them that they should go, for the sake of the future. However, when he was close to the entrance to the church, he had to stop because he could barely walk. At that moment, he thought that even though he had spoken so boldly before, in the moment of truth, his legs were shaking. In fact, he had to admit that his current situation was more nerve-wracking than an atmospheric descent at combat speed. Nah, you are just a Japanese protagonist at its finest. For you, getting married before the final chapters or the epilogue is something similar to a bug in the system. At that moment, he turned around and looked at Cleria, who was truly astonishing wearing the wedding dress. In fact, the impression was so strong that he began to sweat while showing an expression unbefitting of a warrior and a commander. His behavior was so cringe that a blushing Cleria had to ask him to stop staring like that. After hearing that, he finally regained his composure and told her that she was beautiful, truly beautiful, which made her blush harder and feel embarrassed. In fact, right after she called him Baka before telling him that he shouldn't tease her at a time like that. He then told her that it wasn't teasing because he really meant it. Afterward, when he was putting the wedding ring on her finger, he declared that he was the luckiest man in the entire galaxy. Sometime later, Sharon, who was with Selena and Iris walking down a street, said that Lady Cleria really was so beautiful before adding that, one day, she wanted to wear a sparkling dress like that too and become a beautiful bride. That surprised Selena, who quickly asked her sister if she really wanted to get married, to which Sharon replied that she truly was, because that was a normal dream for a girl. However, Selena was not so sure about it. At that moment, Iris intervened and reminded them that both held full rights as imperial citizens, which included the right to marry, which made Sharon happy. However, Selena said that, for the time being, she was a soldier of both the Galactic Empire of Humanity and the Starvik Kingdom, so she only cared about unifying planet areas and strengthening their focus against the bugs, which shocked Sharon. Did you hear that, Mr. Author? Selena doesn't want her spot in the harem, so you can give it to Karina, who I am sure won't refuse. Right after, Selena asked Iris if the captain had told Cleria about the Empire of the Bugs, and the AI replied that even though he had tried a few times, the queen had said that his origins didn't matter to her, which made Iris think that Cleria simply didn't want to ask. That didn't make Selena happy, and she said that Cleria probably already knew that the captain was not an ordinary human. Moreover, as a queen, she should know everything. Nevertheless, Sharon replied that even though, if she were suddenly told about the Empire or the war with the bugs, she would just be confused. In fact, Sharon believed that as a queen and as Lord Alan's wife, perhaps it was better for her to live her life never knowing. Please don't follow that path. It will be truly disappointing if Cleria never knows the truth. After hearing that, Selena began to reflect on the matter, and even thought that perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to live out one's whole life like that. Still, she didn't think that was right. After all, to unify Ares and then to build a military capable of confronting the bugs with unwavering determination over centuries, they should begin at that very moment to prepare mentally for that future. Nevertheless, she was also aware that over the years, both fear of the bugs and their will to fight might fade. So, in the end, she wasn't sure about what to do. The capture of King Alois, the surrender of the Kingdom of Belta, and, as a result, the de facto restoration of the Starvik Kingdom through Queen Cleria's marriage sent waves of joy through the people of the Great Demon Forest and the northern, starven noble houses. In fact, nobles from the north rushed to Queen Cleria's banner, and the newly formed Starvik royal family quickly grew to match the power of the southern lords. However, that joy was soon crushed because the Luminous Orthodox Pope, leader of all Luminous Church factions, sided with the southern nobles. Almost all the people of planet Ares were followers of the Luminous faith. So, the Pope's declaration of hostility was a devastating blow to the Starvik Kingdom, but that would clearly invite a strong backlash. In response, based on an ancient donation charter, Clyria claimed the entire continent as Starvik territory. That charter had been granted by a previous pope to a Starvik king 5 generations before by a former archbishop of the Luminous Church himself. So, that charter had long served as proof of Starvik's rightful authority to annex other kingdoms. In response, the Southern Noble Alliance and the current pope of the Luminous Church issued a declaration that the donation charter was a forgery. Furthermore, Queen Clyria's fledgling Starvik kingdom was denounced as heretical and anti-Luminous. Finally, by rallying behind First Prince Alois, who had fled and survived, the southern nobles declared their legitimacy. Sometime later, at the Northern Starvan faction Noble Alliance Council, someone was saying that the fact that the Pope, who united all factions, had sided with the southern nobles was extremely troublesome. In fact, he feared that, at that rate, they wouldn't even be able to hold Her Majesty Clyria's coronation ceremony. After hearing that, a very angry Robert said that if they had the donation decree, Her Majesty Clyria would be recognized as the rightful ruler of the continent. Therefore, there was no need for a coronation conducted by the Pope. However, another noble replied that they couldn't ignore the Pope's proclamation that the donation decree was a forgery, which was why a formal coronation was also necessary as a political appeal to the common people. Robert then asked why they didn't just hold the coronation themselves. But another asked who exactly would conduct that coronation. Another noble suggested dispatching troops to the papal territories and forcing them to acknowledge Clyria. But another replied that by following that plan, they would turn every Luminous believer across the continent into their enemy. While hearing the debate, Alan noticed the downcast expression on Clyria and quickly told everyone to remain calm. Right after he said that he would propose a foolish idea. After hearing that, the nobles began to analyze the man in front of them. He was General Alan Corinth, the Queen's consort. They knew that he was the man who had built that stronghold in just a few years and had led the restoration of the Starvan kingdom after arriving from a continent they knew nothing about. Some said that he was a drifter, but no one knew his true origins. However, they were aware that he excelled in military affairs. Still, they were not sure if he really was someone they could trust in politics. Right after, he told them that he knew that their main concerns were how the majority of the Luminous believers would react, and the legitimacy of Starvan's territory as affirmed by the donation decree. So, taking that into consideration, he said that he believed that the solution was simple, which surprised and confused all the nobles. Even Clyria was caught off guard. At that moment, one of the nobles admitted that he was not quite following before asking what our protagonist was proposing, to which the captain replied that they simply needed to bring the entire continent under their control, including the south and the papal territories. After all, if they did that, the current pope would be seen as the heretic, then the Starvine kingdom could claim the name of the Luminous Church for itself. Yes! This is the Alan that I like. The Alan that on chapter 20 decided to conquer the planet is back. That statement confused the nobles even more, and one of them asked him what on earth he meant by the Starvine kingdom, claiming the Luminous Church. Alan then replied that they would establish a holy emperor who held both the papacy and the continental throne. Right after, they would name their kingdom the Holy Starvan Empire. This is what I'm talking about? Nice. Obviously, those words shocked everyone in the hall, Clyria included. However, our protagonist ignored their reactions and explained that, to execute that plan, they should first neutralize the Southern Nobles Alliance, and that was where he came in. Meanwhile, at the Corinth Domain Luminous Church, the priest who had previously talked to Clyria was completely desperate. He was thinking that with Her Majesty Clyria's marriage to General Corinth, the parish was finally safe. So, he would have never thought that things would turn out like that. In fact, he believed that at that rate, he might be declared a heretic and burned at the stake. So, he began to seriously consider the option of fleeing to the southern nobles. In the end, he decided to do that. After all, he wanted no part in political struggles that could get him killed. However, when he tried to leave the church, he was blocked by the Archbishop Gertner himself, which left the man flabbergasted. Gertner then saw the large pile of luggage of the other and asked him if he was planning to leave. The priest then began to sweat and decided to ignore the question by asking the Archbishop why he had gone there to visit. The Archbishop then replied that he had arrived there a few hours before adding that the capital of Starvine, within the land of Lord Corinth, was a city overflowing with magitech, which had exceeded his expectations. In fact, he had to admit that it was astonishing. The priest then began to babble, unable to form a coherent sentence, and Gertner, after seeing that, smiled and told him that if there was somewhere he should go, he wouldn't stop him. Then, the archbishop dropped the nuclear bomb by saying that he had been excommunicated. That shocked the priest, because he couldn't believe that an archbishop could be excommunicated. However, Gertner explained that since he was close to Lord Corinth and had testified that he had witnessed a miracle, the Pope was absolutely furious. So, since he had nowhere else to return, his feet naturally took them there. Then, without waiting for a response, he asked the priest if he believed in Goddess Luminas, which caught the man by surprise. But the surprises didn't end there, because right after, Gertner revealed that he didn't believe in her at all, and that he was merely using his priestly authority for his own personal gain. So, when he was excommunicated, he honestly just thought that it couldn't be helped. Nevertheless, after meeting Lord Corinth and witnessing his astonishing rise, something changed within him. The priest then asked what had changed, and the archbishop replied that faith was born within him. In short, through Lord Alan Corinth for the first time, he truly felt the presence of the goddess Luminas. At the Southern Nobles Union temporary base, the son of King Ratringan Alois was hugging two women, one with each arm, while expressing his disbelief. He couldn't understand that Cleria not only had ignored the warning from the Southern nobles, but also was once again claiming legitimacy over continental unification. He was very angry because she was ignoring the proclamation from the Holy Pope himself regarding the fact that the decree was forged. Moreover, he also believed that, in the end, the massive donation they had given to the Pope was going to be wasted. He even pushed away the women to express his dissatisfaction. At that moment, one of the man's retainers suggested that they could temporarily acknowledge Starvate Kingdom's control over the north, and use that as ransom to retrieve King Alois. But the prince didn't seem to understand it. Right after, another retainer said that they should focus on rebuilding the military under King Ratringan. After all, he believed that Cleria Starvane probably wouldn't back down from political pressure alone. Furthermore, they had General Alan's forces with magic weapons and a dragon. In short, they represented a level of threat unprecedented in recorded history. However, that suggestion pissed the prince even more, and after calling them cowards, he asked them if they were truly recommending he compromise with that rebel lady. After seeing the prince's reaction, the second retainer quickly said that they would never propose that, before explaining that they were merely proposing a practical solution to break the current deadlock. Nevertheless, the prince had other plans and almost immediately ordered some guards to send an envoy to the Pope to immediately convene a council with His Holiness present. The prince then stated that he shouldn't be taken lightly, before saying that, under the proper declaration from Luminas, Cleria Starvane would be excommunicated, which shocked the retainers. Some time later, even the Pope was shocked by that suggestion, so the prince explained that defying His Majesty's edict and claiming rule over the continent was utterly outrageous. Therefore, she could no longer merely be accused of heresy, since there was no way to control that lady anymore except by excommunication. He even added that he had heard that Cleria's husband, General Alan Corinth, using suspicious magic devices and dragons, had threatened King Berta with a false apostle lookalike. See, that's how you use religion to your advantage. Alan could be the one doing this right now. Nevertheless, the Pope was still hesitating, so the prince told him that, at that rate, they might even turn their blades on His Holiness. Even though the Pope replied that kingship was a sacred right bestowed by the goddess Luminas, so excommunicating a royal holding that right was tough. He then added that there once was a Pope who had excommunicated royalty, but that Pope met a tragic end, and it was obvious that the current Pope didn't want to end the same way. In fact, that was known as the Case Nos incident. It had begun with a divorce arbitration that led to excommunication. The Pope of that time temporarily dethroned a king, but was eventually exiled. That led to a significant reduction of the papal domain that had persisted into the current times. In short, excommunicating a royal invited divine retribution from goddess Luminas. However, the prince didn't back down and told the Pope that the current situation was different, before adding that it was far more serious than a divorce arbitration. After all, the reactionary force of the Starvin family, led by Cleria and Alan, was simply too dangerous. Moreover, they were heretics, so if they didn't suppress them at that moment, the continent would fall under heretical rule, which in turn would lead to the vanishing of Goddess Lumina's teachings. And those words totally shocked the Pope. Back at Alan's base, Iris was reporting the current situation to our protagonist, and Cleria. The AI explained that she had gotten the intel thanks to eavesdropping and hidden recordings. And the captain added that they had used the data from scout golems using detection magic, as he had explained earlier to her. After hearing that, Cleria was visibly shaken because facing excommunication was truly a big deal. However, Alan couldn't understand her reaction and asked Iris why that was so devastating. The AI then replied that on that continent, excommunication was politically a lethal strike. In fact, in some cases it could even mean dethronement. After hearing that, Alan finally understood the gravity of the situation, and Iris asked him what he was going to do. The captain then considered things for a while before asking Iris if she was still tracking the exact whereabouts of Prince Alois and the key southern nobles, to which the AI replied by confirming it. Right after, he stood up and said that he was going to the Southern Nobles Union himself, which shocked both women. Some time later, Alan informed the rest of the council about his decision, and they were also shocked. After all, our protagonist going by himself to negotiate with the Southern Nobles was reckless. The Queen of Simps even stopped simping and told him that he should remember what had happened to him when he went to the capital. Nevertheless, Alan replied that it wasn't the same situation as before, since the Great Demon Forest was currently the royal capital of the Starvate Kingdom. Moreover, since the ruler was Queen Cleria, there was little point in assassinating him. Of course, a reason that stupid was quickly refuted by Walter, who explained that, to the enemy, Alan was still the general of the kingdom's army, and Dalsum added that he should be the one going as the vice-captain. However, Alan refused because they would likely take the Pope along, so the negotiations would go faster if our protagonist went himself. Moreover, he wanted to see His Holiness and those southern nobles. After hearing that, Walter asked him why he wanted that, but our protagonist ignored the question and said that he would take a few guards and 2 magic drones in stealth mode. Those drones could use detection magic and precision shooting, and were equivalent to a full division in firepower. Walter then said that he was well aware of the drone's power, but he still believed that taking such a small group into enemy territory was reckless. However, Selena then said that it was intimidation, which confused the man. The twin then explained that it was a show for the southern nobles, a proof that even with just a few men, they could enter and leave enemy territory unharmed. After hearing that, Elna had to admit that it made sense. Sure, it does, until you remember that you can crush the southern nobles and the Pope without leaving your own territory. Afterward, you name the Archbishop as the new Pope, claiming it as the Apostles' will. At that moment, Cleria decided to intervene and told the others that it was enough, before asking them if her husband had ever made a flawed strategy. She then said that the operation already had her approval as queen. Okay, it is official. Iris, Alan, and Cleria are the main characters of the imaginary Dumb, Dumber, and Dumbest movie remake. Right after, she declared that, for negotiations with the southern nobles and the Pope, General Alan would represent them. Later, Selena and Sharon were walking through a hallway, and the former was telling the latter that, in all honesty, Alan had messed up before. As for Sharon, she didn't refute and even showed that it was funny to say that he had never failed. Selena then recalled the female spy and got angry because she was impossible to understand. Still, she simply hoped that the spy didn't get in their way that time. Afterward, Sharon said that she believed that it would be okay, that time. Selena was confused by those words, and her sister explained that the fact that the spy had leaked Cleria's info to Berta allowed them to lure King Alois to the Great Demon Forest earlier. Moreover, capturing Alan boosted Rotringan's arrogance, letting him approach King Berta easily within the capital. Because of that, Sharon believed that the spy's actions hadn't actually worked against them. Selena then asked her sister if the spy was an ally and if she was a fellow Imperial soldier like them, to which the other replied that she didn't know, before adding that, at the very least, no such person was aboard Alan's ship. Afterward, Sharon added that, whatever her goal, she was really roundabout about it, to which Selena replied that she believed that the spy would probably show up again, before adding that when she did, they would catch her and get answers. Then, Sharon said that she hoped it was that easy. And that is why I love the twins. They should be the captain and vice captain. That night, Cleria was in one of the balconies of the base, watching the landscape beneath her, when Iris approached her and told her that staying out in the cold like that could harm her health. In fact, after seeing the Queen's unresponsive reaction, the AI asked to return to her chambers because she was not alone anymore. Those words completely astonished her, and the Queen asked Iris how she knew that she was carrying Alan's child, to which the AI replied that it was due to a woman's intuition, while thinking that it had been through a bioscan. Wow, who would have known that Alan was a sniper? At least in that regard, it seems that he knew what to do. Right after, Cleria yelled at Iris, asking her why she hadn't stopped Alan when she knew that he was about to be a father. The Queen then added that, in front of everyone, as a monarch, she had no choice but to agree with our protagonist, but she also believed that going into enemy territory with so few guards was insane, especially because she wanted their child to be able to see their father's face. After saying that, Cleria lost her strength and fell to her knees. Iris then grabbed her by her shoulders and told her that everything was going to be fine, because Alan has plot armor, which was why they should believe in him. However, that was not enough for Cleria, who asked the AI how she could say that, before asking her who she really was. Iris then replied that she couldn't tell her, before adding that Alan had often tried to speak to her about them and their homeland, but Cleria never wanted to listen. The Queen then explained that Alan had saved her when she fled after Starvake's fall, and had even given her back the limbs she had lost, so of course, she wanted to know more about him. However, she was scared that if she did, the happiness she was feeling would all disappear. In the end, she just wanted to live her life happily with Alan in ignorance. After all, his powers were on par with Goddess Luminous herself, and she knew that it didn't make sense. Nevertheless, Cleria's tears didn't soften the AI, and Iris mercilessly asked her if she could say the same in front of those who had died for her. Iris then reminded Cleria that she was currently the queen of the Starvake Kingdom, before adding that, when Alan returned, he would surely try to tell everything again. Right after, the AI asked Cleria that when that time came, she should listen, because that was her duty as the representative of the human species on that planet. The following day, Alan was surprised by the number of attendants who were ready to travel with him, and he told them that the drones were invisible to the enemy. At that moment, Dalsum said that they had drones too, before adding that if their delegation was too small, it would seem suspicious and would hinder negotiations. After hearing that, our protagonist admitted that it made sense, and he then asked where Cleria was, to which Walter replied that she had felt unwell, so she should be in the medical ward. The captain then told Dalsum that he would leave the rest to him, and the other bid Alan farewell. Shortly after, the delegation departed, and when they were leaving the castle, Alan could see both Cleria and Iris standing at the top of one of the walls, which confused him. However, he went from confusion to astonishment when he saw the Queen caressing her belly, and almost immediately, his resolve increased tenfold, and his expression turned tough. Let's see if knowing that he is going to be a father cures him of his stupidity. Back with the prince, he tore up a letter he had in his hands and told his retainers that, at his signal, they would launch a full assault with the ambushed troops, before adding that they should ignore the guards and kill Alan first above all else. After hearing that, one of the prince's retainers asked, while stuttering, if he truly intended to assassinate General Alan at the negotiating table, to which the other replied that the enemy was arriving with only 12 riders, according to a reliable source, which meant that there would never be a better chance than that. The retainer then yelled at the prince that the very fact that he was arriving with so few troops was strange. After all, Alan was a general who commanded unknown magic weapons and artifacts, so the whole move could be a trap. However, the prince replied that the envoy had no large escort wagons to carry magic weapons, before adding that he was just a fool entering into enemy territory virtually unarmed. Still, the retainer reminded that the captain was the general who had defeated the prince's father. After hearing that, the prince grabbed the retainer by the collar and told him that Alan was the man who had shamed their kingdom of Aloes. So for the prince, who would become king of Aloes, vengeance against him was absolute. At that moment, the prince grabbed his head and began to groan in pain, which alarmed his retainers, who asked him if he was feeling that headache again. Shortly after, the prince regained some control and told them that they should follow the plan before dismissing them. Once the retainers were gone, the prince removed his helmet, showing a face full of strange scars, while saying that those headaches and the strange changes in his body had begun months before wondering out loud what on earth was happening to him. Suddenly, he heard a voice that told him that it had granted him the power he was desiring. That surprised the prince, who said that it was the same voice again. However, he didn't feel happy about it since he believed that it was the whisper of a demon. In fact, he tried to make the voice go away. Nevertheless, the voice didn't comply and told him that humans called the supernatural either demons or gods, as it suited their convenience, which the voice considered selfish. The prince then had a vision of a woman who told him that it didn't matter what humans called her, before adding that he should fulfill his role as the prince of a fallen nation, which made him think that the voice belonged to goddess Luminous. Sometime later, Alan, the Pope, and the prince met, and the captain asked if they were really going to hold negotiations in the place the prince was pointing out. The prince then explained that, for safety, both delegations should enter the tent in the middle of the bridge simultaneously. Besides, each would only have a single guard, since that was the custom. Then, after some consideration, Alan decided to comply and accepted the prince's terms. Wow, and here I thought he had learned his lesson and had stopped being arrogant. Once inside, Alan asked if before him stood His Holiness, Pope Salverios III, and the first Prince Alaric Alois, to which the prince replied by asking the captain if he could tell that even with a mask on. Our protagonist then said that it didn't matter because, as long as the Pope himself attended, he didn't care about the other person's identity. I have the feeling that Alan will be humbled again with another reality check. After hearing that, the prince said that they would hear Alan's demands, to which the captain replied that their demands had been stated repeatedly in letters, which meant that there was nothing more to be said. That surprised the prince, who quickly asked our protagonist why he had gone there, before asking him if he was insane for entering enemy territory with so few guards. However, the captain remained undaunted and simply replied that he hadn't gone there to negotiate, but to deliver an ultimatum, which shocked the others. Right after, the captain said that he would repeat their demands once more. To avoid needless bloodshed, they should cede the papal authority and surrender the entire southern continent without resistance. Alan even said that that was the final ultimatum and that they had no choice in the matter. After all, if they refused, in the name of Luminous, judgment would fall upon the usurpers of the Starvake throne. Almost immediately, the prince tore up the documents on the table and replied that there was not a single moment left for negotiation before declaring that they would condemn those who styled themselves as the new kingdom of Starvake in the name of God. In the next instant, several soldiers burst in and tried to kill Alan, which surprised the Pope. However, our protagonist remained unfazed and simply ordered his drone to commence the attack. The drone immediately opened fire and killed all the assassins, which shocked the prince. Furthermore, since the tent had been destroyed, the Pope could look at the sky and was able to see the drone, which made him think that the apostle had descended, which in turn made him realize that Archbishop Gertner's words were true. Afterward, Alan told the prince that he was aware that the other was going to try to assassinate him there, before adding that if he continued to resist, the magic weapons in Starvake's capital would, in the name of Luminous, bombard the bases of the Southern Nobles Alliance. Okay, now we are talking. It was about time he decided to use the drones, but exposing himself by entering enemy territory is still a dumb decision. Our protagonist then let him know that with precision strikes at a range of 600 kilometers or 3,370,786.55 bananas, there would be no escape. Nevertheless, contrary to Alan's expectations, the prince didn't get scared, but began to laugh while saying that it was a joke for the captain to proclaim that he was acting on behalf of the goddess. After all, the true apostle of Luminous was the prince. Once the man declared that, he removed his helmet, and Alan was surprised after seeing the other's face. However, things didn't end there. The prince then began to transform his body, while telling Alan and the Pope that he had received a revelation, and that he was going to fulfill his role. Almost immediately, the man turned into a big bug, which astonished the Pope, who was running away along with Alan. After all, the prince had transformed into a monster. As for our protagonist, he immediately ordered the system to analyze the creature, and the nanomachines quickly replied that the monster's composition was 60% polymer compounds of the human species, organic life form. Nevertheless, the remaining 40% consisted of other polymer structures. After hearing that, Alan asked what the system meant by other polymer structures, and the nanomachines replied that they were running DNA data matching. Well, here it is, the reality check I was talking about before. Shortly after, the system said that, according to the human Galactic Empire's classification, it belonged to the lifeforms called bugs, which left our protagonist utterly flabbergasted. In fact, he quickly said his classic phrase that it was impossible, before adding that the bug invasion was not supposed to happen for centuries. For Alan, that bug shouldn't even have existed there at that moment. Well, that is arrogance at its finest. In the meantime, back to the Starvate Kingdom's capital, the system alerted everyone that it was switching to the highest priority interception phase, which shocked Sharon. Right after, the system ordered the nanomachines of all the human Galactic Empire combat personnel to initiate forced information sharing, which immediately affected Selena. Shortly after, Sharon was affected too, and Iris' expression turned solemn. Back with Alan, the bug told him that he would never acknowledge a wandering vagabond like him as the ruler of the continent. After all, it was he who had been granted power by God, who was the rightful king. 5 years ago, in the imperial year 2555, at the human Galactic Empire colonial planet Kouchuugun, after what seemed a bloody battle, someone announced that the remaining bug squadron in orbit had withdrawn before ordering to annihilate the remaining enemies on the surface. At that moment, a vehicle landed on the surface, and several armed soldiers emerged from it while the leader reminded them that they should spread out in two-man teams as they had trained. It was then that our protagonist asked the captain what they should do if they found surviving advanced parties or civilians. After all, the medical unit was remaining in orbit. Right after, the captain, after confirming that it was Alan's first real fight against the bugs, replied that our protagonist should check the mothership's ground scans with the nanomachines. Alan did as he was told, and quickly confirmed that there were no survivors in the bugs' battlefield. At that moment, an explosion occurred, and the captain ordered to make contact on the left wing before adding that they should return fire while shifting into encirclement formations. Immediately thereafter, another bloody battle began. And eventually the captain said that the bugs' drop forces should have collapsed under orbital airstrikes before adding that they would push them all at once. Suddenly, a mobile tank was destroyed in a single blow, and that shocked Alan, who immediately asked if there were still bug tanks left. Then, a huge creature appeared before them, and the human soldiers began to ask what that giant thing was. Back to the present, the nanomachines reported that the analysis was complete before adding that the target was a directionally evolved multi-purpose large ground suppression bug that was commonly known as a tank. Almost immediately, Alan ordered his 2 drones to attack the bug at maximum output. Wow, so Alan truly knows how to use them. Both laser beams landed on the bug, but sadly, the nanomachines reported that the target had dispersed the particle beams from its deflection exoskeleton, so there was minimal damage. After hearing that, a desperate Alan ordered the drones to fire pulse shots at maximum output. Finally, Alan is going all out against an enemy. It might be a little late, but it is still a step in the right direction. Meanwhile, the soldiers were wondering out loud what kind of monster that was and where the prince and his holiness the pontiff were. As for the bug, it still retained some consciousness and said that it should feed on life since that was the very source of its strength. Right after, other soldiers noticed that the monster were attacking the Southern Alliance forces across the river. Moreover, it was eating people, and that reminded Alan that the bugs preferred human flesh, which pissed him off a lot. Almost immediately, a soldier pulled our protagonist out of his reverie by saying out loud that the monster was moving toward the town on the far bank. That shocked Alan because he knew that it meant bad business. Right after, he told the nanomachines that in the drone storage packs, there should be powered exoskeletons for accompanying space troops stored. Then, the nanomachines replied that D2 had general purpose, under gravity models. After hearing that, Alan ordered the nanomachines to drop them to his position before ordering D1 to continue attacking the legs of the bug. The idea was to hold it as long as possible. At that moment, the nanomachines warned our protagonist by saying that the suits hadn't been used for over 30 years. So, Even though batteries were constantly kept charged, a fully operational function was not guaranteed. Still, Alan ordered the nanomachines to carry on since he believed that the suits would run for at least 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the giant bug kept eating people, while a mage unit had arrived at the scene and began to attack the monster. Unfortunately, the mage's attacks were useless. A drone tried to help by attacking, but the bug managed to counterattack the drone, destroying it. However, that bought enough time for Alan, who quickly put on the suit and got ready to join the fray. On the other hand, Alan's soldiers were astonished because even the attacks from the mages weren't working against the huge creature. Not to mention that villagers were being eaten too, and they knew that they had to support them. Nevertheless, one of them stated that since the drones had been taken out, there was no way they could fight against that monster. At that moment, the Pope began to pray to Goddess Luminous to end that slaughter, which made the soldiers notice him. Right after, Alan appeared and ordered them to take His Holiness the Pontiff and fall back, before adding that they should stay at least 500 meters from the bridge and hold position. After hearing that, one of the soldiers asked our protagonist about the armor he was wearing and about his intentions to fight the creature alone. In fact, the soldier said that the idea was reckless. However, Alan quickly replied that he was the only one there who had faced that thing directly, before adding that there was a way to deal with it. Still, the soldier didn't react, and Alan yelled that his orders were absolute before ordering the soldier not to argue and withdraw. In the meantime, the giant bug kept its onslaught and eventually got closer to a mother and her daughter. Obviously, both were very scared and only managed to pray. Luckily, their prayers were heard because almost immediately, our protagonist appeared and attacked the monster. Immediately thereafter, he told both women to run away, and they did it after thanking him for saving them. As for the bug, it still retained enough sanity to recognize Alan, but that pissed the creature off greatly. On the other hand, Alan said that even though the bug tank's deflection exoskeleton made particle beams and kinetic rounds non-fatal, it was still weak to attacks at ultra-close range. In particular, the Imperial blade our protagonist was holding had centuries of combat data, and its vibration frequency was tuned for the bugs. Immediately after, Alan launched his attack and managed to sever some limbs of the creature. Then, our protagonist teased the bug by asking it if that had hurt. Obviously, the bug's rage grew more and began to chase our protagonist, which pleased him, since that was what he wanted. Shortly after, our protagonist turned around and faced the bug while telling it that he would finish it because it didn't belong in that world.
The bug launched toward Alan and fired a laser beam against our protagonist with one of its cannons. Luckily, the captain managed to dodge and taunted the monster by telling him that, for a tank, its aim was sloppy. He also wondered if the bug, which was formerly a prince, was created by a mutation of the human species. Almost immediately, he commanded D2 to attack the bug with its cannon, and he followed up with a blow with his saber. However, the bug counterattacked and blew Alan away. Shortly after, the captain stood up and said that he was impressed. After all, he was a technical officer, and he was still alive while fighting against a bug tank. In the end, he had to admit that all the real combat experience as an adventurer was paying off. At that moment, he received a message from Iris that the area was clear, which meant that they could fire at any time. Right after, he ordered her to fire, but she replied that there was no guarantee that the reinforced exoskeleton shield would function as calculated. He then said that in a few hundred years, the bug's fleet would arrive, so there was no way he was letting himself be killed by a single bug subspecies. Immediately thereafter, he ordered Iris to fire, and that time, the AI complied, and started to prepare one of the cannons in the city to deal with the bug. Our protagonist then asked First Prince Alois if he had also heard that voice, the voice that claimed to be a goddess. Alan assumed it because there was no way to explain the current abnormal situation. Nevertheless, he, as a human, had sworn to protect the human species on planet Ares, which was why he asked for forgiveness. The goddesses, or the bug's forgiveness. At last, Iris fired the cannon. Its projectile soared through the sky and soon arrived, obliterating half the body of the bug. The attack was so powerful that it scared the heck out of the Pope, especially when one of the Pope's knights told him that, according to the reports from the Bird's Eye Scouts, the attack had been launched from the Corinth fiefdom over 100 kilometers or half the million bananas away. The knight also said that the attack was using a gigantic arrow. Moreover, the malignant aura of the monster possessing Prince Alois had been completely eradicated. At that moment, the Pope lowered his head and ordered the knight to mobilize all forces capable of movement and begin rescuing survivors, before adding that, above all, Lord Corinth should be rescued at any cost. Then, the Pope ordered that, within the next few days, the knight should convene an emergency assembly of the Southern Blue Blood Alliance under the name of the Holy Father. The knight should inform all the lords of that decision. 3 days after the incident, the Pope declared unconditional transfer of papal authority to Queen Cleria. Furthermore, the Southern Noble Alliance followed suit, resolving to surrender the southern continent without bloodshed. As a result, the entire continent was finally unified under the name of Cleria Starvine, which marked the de facto birth of the Holy Starvine Imperial Empire. As for our protagonist, sometime later, he finally woke up, and when he did, someone told him that he had survived another encounter with the bugs, to which he replied that he really was absurdly lucky. Immediately thereafter, Selena and Sharon called our protagonist and ran to hug him while crying and blushing. They were so effusive that they began to hurt the captain, and Iris had to scold them by telling them to calm down. After all, Alan was still undergoing repair for 16 bone fractures and 12 internal organ injuries. Right after, the captain asked the AI how long he had been asleep, and Iris replied that he had slept for 3 weeks. After hearing that, he ordered the AI to give him a situation report. Iris then replied that the Pope had relinquished papal authority and the southern nobles had surrendered the southern continent unconditionally. Moreover, Lady Cleria had been formally crowned. Thus, the entire continent was currently under the rule of the Starvine family. Our protagonist then asked about the Aram Holy Kingdom across the sea and the Eastern nations, to which Iris replied that they were observing for the time being. Right after, Sharon added that, after witnessing the power that annihilated the bug tank, there was no way they would dare interfere, an opinion to which Alan agreed. The captain then ordered the twins to stop worrying about him and get back to work immediately, since he was aware that they had a mountain of things to handle. Almost immediately, Sharon and Selena obeyed and left the room. Once the two girls left, Alan told Iris that he knew that there was something the AI couldn't say in front of the twins, and she immediately confirmed it. He then told her that he had survived facing the bug tank, so he was prepared, which was why she should just tell him. Iris quickly explained that all combat injuries should already be repaired by the nanomachines, yet our protagonist was still unable to even sit up properly, which was an abnormal condition. After hearing that, the captain asked her if she had identified the cause before ordering her to say it. The AI explained that when he was poisoned by Maki Baka, she had previously told him that the nanomachines planted in his liver had formed an unexpected structure, which he remembered. Right after, Iris said that the structure had begun to erode his body, which shocked him. That mysterious structure was interfering with normal cell division. In short, it was causing something extremely similar to cancer, which had been eradicated from the Empire long before. After hearing that, he wanted to double-check and asked her if what she was trying to tell him was that he was dying from something resembling a long-eradicated cancer, and the AI confirmed it. Besides, she told him that neither the nanomachines nor surgical intervention had been able to remove the mysterious structure located in his spinal cord. In short, given the Empire's current level of scientific technology, it was likely impossible to save him. Of course, that was a devastating blow to our protagonist, and Iris simply said that, as an AI, she couldn't offer words of comfort. Well, that's the price of being arrogant, I guess. However, it's unfair that Iris, who is also to blame, is not dealing with the consequences. I hope that the goddess plants a virus on her too. The AI also added that as long as anti-bugs defense remained the highest priority, she proposed an immediate restructuring of future plans. She already discarded Alan. But given the situation, I have to agree. Nevertheless, our protagonist cut her off and said that there was also the inexplicable mutation of Prince Alois, before adding that his condition could wait for the time being and ordering Iris to call Claria since he had finally decided to tell her everything. Shortly after, Claria entered Alan's room and asked him if he was really okay to be up. After all, he had been in a coma for 3 whole weeks. He then apologized to her for having worried her and the child in her womb. That shocked her because she didn't know that he knew that she was pregnant, to which he replied in an exercise of self-awareness that even someone as dense as him could tell that much before confessing that, even though he wanted to say that, in truth, Iris had told him. He then congratulated her on her coronation before adding that, with that, the honor she had lost in the fall of that city had been restored. After hearing that, she quickly told him that everything had been because of him. She then added that because she had met him that day, she had been able to reclaim everything. That was the cue he was waiting for, and almost immediately he told her that, in return, even though he was not asking for payment, he wanted her to listen to his entire story that day. That request startled her, and after seeing her reaction, he told her, while giving her a special device, that he knew that she was afraid that their current happiness might disappear, before adding that, even though, for the future of the planet's human species, there was something she absolutely should know. After hearing that, she said that Iris had already spoken to her, so she was prepared. Right after, he told her that he was not some special person, before adding that what he was about to tell her was merely the memories of an utterly ordinary foot soldier. Is the author truly going to remove Alan from the story? I am aware that might happen, considering that the bug invasion will happen way after his death, but I didn't expect that he was going to die this soon. A hooded person with a missing leg and a missing hand was walking through the woods during a rain while using a crutch. Then, the person tripped after hitting a stone, but luckily, she didn't fall to the ground thanks to a young boy who grabbed her. Those 2 kids were younger versions of both Alan and Claria. Alan then told Claria that walking alone through the forest like that was dangerous, but Claria reacted with violence and pushed him away while calling him an insolent brute and telling him that he shouldn't touch her. Sadly, after pushing him away, she lost her balance and ended up falling to the ground. After seeing that, he offered her his hand while telling her that it had been a bit harsh to call him insolent, since he was just trying to help. Well, she also called him a brute, as I recall. Nevertheless, the girl reacted violently again and hit Alan's hand away while telling him that she didn't need his help. What is wrong with her? Right after, she said that she had to hurry back to her father and mother, which meant that she had to go. Unfortunately, she had no strength left and ended up losing consciousness. Sometime later, she woke up and noticed that Alan was cooking something nearby. He also noticed that she was awake and told her that her timing was perfect since he had just finished preparing the soup, before adding that it would warm her right up. After hearing that, she said, with teary eyes, that she had to hurry to her father and mother, her older brother and her companions. So, in her opinion, that was not the time to be doing things like that. He then asked her if she was lost, and she snapped, before saying that she was not. Right after, she explained that her home had been burned down and she had run away. She also added that her father and mother had escaped first and were waiting for her somewhere, which was why she had to hurry. Alan then asked her where exactly they were, and she replied that she was about to go look for precisely that. Immediately thereafter, the young boy began to laugh while saying that what she had said was the definition of being lost. However, before she could reply, he told her, while showing a sad face, that she was just like him, which caught her by surprise. He then explained that the ship he had arrived on had sunk, and he was the only survivor. He also told her that he was all alone, lost on that planet. After hearing the word planet, she asked him if she meant those stars in the sky, and he replied that those stars were all self-luminous fixed stars, before adding that they were different from the planet Ares, where they were. She then showed an embarrassed expression before telling him that she didn't understand a word of what he was saying. She even asked him if she was all right, to which he replied that it was hard to explain with words alone. Right after, he offered her his hand again while saying that she should try touching it, because once she did, she would understand everything. That time she took his hand, and almost immediately she felt shock with all the knowledge that was entering into her mind. She saw images about an interstellar fleet officer and a faster-than-light interstellar spacecraft. In short, she was seeing Alan's memories, and he then told her that, after losing his ship and being left alone, he had fallen into despair. Nevertheless, thanks to her and the twins, he had been able to endure. Furthermore, on that planet, he had found many comrades and had gained a power called magic. Besides, thanks to Iris, he had also gained a new fleet of comrades and a fortress. After hearing that, she asked him if by the fortress he meant a base in the Great Demon Forest, the capital of the new Starvake Empire. He quickly confirmed it, before adding that the fortress was not made to defend against hostile nations because the true enemy was elsewhere. That information shocked her, and she asked who the true enemy was, to which he replied that the true enemy was the bugs. Of course, bugs are the enemy everywhere. Even in Men in Black and Solo Leveling, the bugs were evil. Claria then began to feel pain, but she endured and asked him if the focal point was built to intercept the bugs that would arrive hundreds of years in the future, and he confirmed it before adding that he was doing that for her, who had become an irreplaceable existence and the child in her womb and the future of all Ares-born humanity. Those words left Claria astonished, but before she could say anything, he told her that he had arrived on that planet from a distant sea of stars that took hundreds of years to cross at light speed. Finally, he revealed that he truly was the interstellar fleet officer of the human Galactic Empire, Alan Corinth. That revelation shocked her greatly, but she still managed to see the big picture and asked him why he wanted her to hear the truth at that moment, before adding that she had guessed that there was a special reason. Alan then lowered his head and revealed that multiple internal organs of his were currently exhibiting symptoms identical to stage 2 cancer. Of course, she had no idea of what cancer was, and instead of giving her a technical explanation, he simply said that he would die in a few years. Our protagonist then added that because of it, from that moment onward, the interception of the bugs would be her mission and the mission of their children. Is he planning to have more children with her before he dies? Anyway, in short, she and his descendants and the Iris series would protect that planet. After hearing that, she removed the device Alan had given her and began to cry while covering her face. Some time later, at the church, the Queen of Simps was praying for the goddess to grant her blessing to Her Majesty, Claria, and Lord Alan. At that moment, she was interrupted by Dalsim, who asked her how the Lord's injuries were and if he was still unable to rise, to which Elna replied that Alan couldn't rise yet. Dalsim then told her that it had already been a month, before adding that he wanted to know what was going on. But the female knight simply showed a sad expression before saying that she didn't know, which was why all she could do was pray. Meanwhile, Claria arrived at the command center to meet with Zordon and the rest of the Power Rangers. Ah, yes, and Alan, who was in a special chair, was also there. The AI then told her that she had finally arrived, to which Claria replied that she was no longer a princess of a fallen kingdom who did nothing but run. She then took a seat and added that, as Queen of the Holy Starvake United Kingdom, she could no longer flee from her responsibilities. After hearing that, Iris praised her for having a commendable mindset, before saying that they should immediately begin discussions on the roadmap for planet Ares over the next several hundred years. Claria then said that they should prepare a super long-term strategy to protect that planet from the bugs' threat. Almost immediately, Sharon agreed, while Selena asked if the satellite unit commanders had been informed about the bugs in the Galactic Empire. The Queen quickly replied that she hadn't told them yet, because at that stage it would only cause unnecessary confusion. Almost immediately, the AI said that it had been a wise decision. Well, keeping secrets, in a way, led them into our protagonist getting a death sentence, just saying. Immediately thereafter, Selena suggested beginning to discuss strategies, taking into account our protagonist's condition. After hearing that, Alan couldn't help but sigh, since they were about to make plans for after his death. In fact, he said that it felt strange talking about that when he would be dead in a few years. He even asked them to let him just enjoy his remaining time in peace, which made Claria lower her head. Nevertheless, at that moment, Selena dropped a nuclear bomb by saying that what they needed to do was to deal with Alan's condition. Of course, that shocked our protagonist, who quickly asked her what she had said. On the other hand, Claria asked if they meant that our protagonist's illness could be cured. Sadly, Iris replied that it couldn't, before adding that no method existed to correct the abnormal cell division at that moment. However, that didn't mean that they had to just wait until he died. So, the AI plan was to repurpose the technology used for interstellar travel, which was called cold sleep. Of course, that shocked them both, even though Claria had no idea of what cold sleep meant. Okay, so the author is indeed planning to remove Alan from the equation, but only temporarily. Interesting. Iris took Alan to a certain place and showed him a cold sleep unit. She then explained to him that they had taken in several of those units from the ship that sustained minimal damage. She also added that, at that moment, they were reconstructing and restoring them using whatever functional parts remained. Right after, Claria, who had tagged along, asked our protagonist what cold sleep was. Alan then reminded her that he had told her that they had arrived there from a star hundreds of years away at light speed. Afterward, he explained to her that they had shortened that journey by warping through imaginary time, a higher dimensional space. However, despite doing that, it still took more than 10 years to get to where they were. After hearing that, Claria said that she had learned that from Iris before adding that it was the science of his world, the relativistic time discrepancy. Our protagonist confirmed it and then praised his wife because she was truly an incredible woman. The queen then said that the idea that time could stretch and shrink was still hard to believe for her, but after witnessing his science, she had no choice but to accept it. Alan then confessed that even for them who experienced it firsthand, it was difficult to grasp. Immediately thereafter, the captain said that during the long voyage, in order to preserve the crew's mental and physical stability, they took turns sleeping, which confused Claria. Selena then explained that they lowered the body temperature below zero and reduced metabolism to the absolute limit. Right after, Sharon added that, in other words, without altering the condition of body or mind, you slept through several years. Then, to make the process easier to understand, Sharon compared it to a bear's hibernation. Finally, Alan said that, from the person's perspective, you slept and woke up and several years had passed. That shocked the queen, who said that it was far beyond ancient magic, before adding that they did not just transcend time and space with their ship, but also transcended themselves to arrive there. The captain confirmed it, and then asked Iris how she was planning to fix his abnormal cell division by using cold sleep, and the AI replied that they were not fixing it, before adding that they would use the device's metabolic suppression to buy time. It was then that our protagonist finally understood the other's intention and said that while he entered cold sleep, they were going to search for a treatment, and Iris confirmed it. Nevertheless, Alan refused that option, which surprised the others. Our protagonist then explained that they had just witnessed an unprecedented anomaly with Prince Alois. A human had mutated into a bug. So, he believed that he couldn't afford to sleep at that moment. After hearing that, Iris told him that he would not sleep continuously. In the end, they planned to suppress his metabolism for about 21 hours each day. Then they would wake him up for roughly 3 hours before repeating the cycle. However, Alan didn't like that at all, especially because if he were only partially awake from cold sleep, he would barely be able to move. In fact, he was furious at the AI for suggesting something so complacent during an emergency like the one they were facing. At that moment, Claria took our protagonist's hand and told him that he had done more than enough before asking him to leave the rest to them. Right after, Sharon added that the queen was right before saying that he should trust them and take that chance to rest properly. Afterward, Selena told him that if something happened, he intended to transfer command authority to them, so what they were suggesting was more or less the same. Moreover, she assured him that they would prove themselves. After hearing them, Alan finally complied and asked Iris how much paid leave he still had left under the Imperial Interstellar Law, to which the AI replied that he had more than enough. Sometime later, Dalsim, Walter, the Pope, and Iris were explaining to Rotringen what had happened to his son, but the man refused to believe that his son had transformed into a monster. Dalsim then told him that there were numerous eyewitness accounts from soldiers of the Southern Noble Coalition Army. In fact, His Holiness, the former Pope, had also witnessed it in person. At that moment, the former Pope intervened and told Rotringen that, regrettably, his son appeared to be possessed by a demon and began to tell him what he had witnessed. However, the king, who was truly mad, cut him off by telling him that he shouldn't dare to say those things because the House of Agostini received its authority from Lady Luminous herself, so he should calm down. Right after, Dalsim decided to intervene by saying that their priority at that moment was to clarify what had occurred at the conference before adding that possession by a demon was impossible. Afterward, Walter asked the king if over the past several months or even years he had observed any unusual behavior from the prince. Rotringen then replied that he had entrusted his son with the principal cities of Alois in the south. Besides, recently he had only seen him a handful of times. Still, he had noticed nothing strange. Afterward, Dalsim asked if there were any rumors of devil worship surrounding the prince, and the king immediately demanded that the other retract that statement, since it was the gravest insult toward the royal family, who were servants of Lady Luminous. Dalsim quickly apologized by saying that, faced with the enemy of Her Majesty, their queen, his tongue had grown foul. Almost immediately, the Pope recalled something and said that the prince often complained of headaches, before adding that the southern nobles frequently heard him speaking to someone in his chambers while alone. Nevertheless, at the conference, the prince declared himself an apostle of Lady Luminous and claimed that, as her apostle, he was the rightful king of the continent. After hearing that, Rotringen was shocked and asked the Pope if his son had truly said something so delusional, which His Holiness confirmed. Dalsim then asked the Pope if there were any records within the Orthodox Church of an apostle of Lady Luminous undergoing such a mutation and committing acts of cannibalism, and His Holiness immediately replied that there were none. Right after, Walter said that none of that made sense before adding that it was impossible for a human to mutate into such a monster. At this point, Dalsim asked Iris if she had any insight, and the AI replied that she wanted to double-check something. Iris then asked them if they were certain that the prince had declared himself an apostle of Lady Luminous, and the others, except for Rotringen, confirmed it. Sometime later, Iris told Claria and the twins what had happened at the meeting before, saying that she had not expected to gain meaningful information from them. Sharon then said that there were rumors of incidents where people bitten by monsters mutated and attacked others, and the Queen said that they were called werewere. However, no nation or guild in any era had confirmed an actual case, so it was likely nothing more than a legend. At that moment, Claria recalled the part about the prince declaring himself an apostle of Luminous, and Iris said that both the captain and the Pope had testified that the prince had said exactly that. The AI then added that it was almost certain that someone was interfering in the chain of events while impersonating Luminous. After hearing that, Claria still found it amazing that someone could be doing it. At that moment, Selena asked if what was happening to the captain was also that person's doing, and Sharon asked what the purpose of that person was in doing that. Iris then explained that they had detected the abnormal wavelength transmission several times before, but they had not identified its origin. Still, there was no doubt that it was interfering via nanomachines. That made Selena snap, and she said that Prince Alois did not have nanomachines in his body, so she couldn't understand how they had mutated him. Not to mention that they had mutated him into a bug's isotope. The AI then replied that there was only one possible lead toward a solution, a technological system on that planet, unknown even to their empire. In other words, magic. Okay, I think it is time for them to go hunt that female assassin. She is the best lead they have. That night, Iris was walking through a corridor while wondering why all nations and peoples across that planet continued to maintain the luminous faith. After all, there were no records of wars or upheavals that triggered its spread. For the AI, it was extremely unnatural for a human species to worship a single god for thousands of years. And it was then that Iris recalled the female assassin they had faced, since she was the only individual who was versed in both science and the magic of Ares. At that moment, she noticed that Alan was outside the cold sleep unit, so she asked him to return to bed because exhausting his strength would only delay his recovery further. However, he ignored her words and asked her what the longest duration of cold sleep for a human was, and how much they knew about the effects of repeated partial awakenings on the body. After hearing those questions, the AI didn't immediately reply but asked him what he was planning, to which he replied that he didn't know the exact timing, but centuries from that moment a bug's fleet would arrive. Moreover, bugs had already appeared in that era. So, he was thinking of a strategy spanning centuries. In short, an ultra-long-term plan was needed, because he wondered whether the humanity of Ares could truly win if they continued on their current course. Thanks for watching, and thanks to all of the supporters that made this video possible. If you would like to help the channel, please use the QR code in the screen. And last but not least, a super thanks to our high-ranking supporters: Arizona Gold, 1090, Fallen Stella, Joel Alvarado, Julian Hernandez, Kildrak, Hitsuka, Lucifer High-Rise, Not Omega's Foot Fungus, Pawe Jajeski, and NATO Enthusiast. Thanks, and have a nice day.